there is this weird, purposeful
Information.
false representation of our position. Where when you see something on YouTube, you type in flat Earth or on Google, wherever you go, it will always be like they put like some disc in space, or maybe there's like water falling off and so forth, right? Like
It's like a
this
deflated
purposeful.
basketball.
Yeah. It's like a purposeful misguiding and false representation of what we would never claim. We don't mix a disk into a heliocentric paradigm, right? This is like just replacing the heliocentric paradigm ball Earth with a disk in space, and this is something you would never hear from us. But see, this is what they do. This is why people say, "Oh, flat Earth, haha, so stupid." Because they have been indoctrinated with this kind of misconception, information, and they
that
still
really
do
just
it.
looks like Earth. Look at that. That's what I think of when I think of Earth.
Yeah, but when you think
Well,
of
that's
flat
not a
Earth,
globe anyway. That's a cartoon of a flat Earth. So if that's what you're thinking of when you're thinking about Earth, you're not even a glober.
No, I am. I am a glober because that looks like a globe to me.
No, it's not. It doesn't
That's
look like
not
a
a globe?
globe. No, look at the bottom of it.
What? There's like
Bro,
I don't know why there's rocks
it's
coming out of it.
obviously
All right,
not a
chop
fucking
the rocks
globe.
off, and then there you go. You got a
Bro,
globe.
that's not
All right,
globe.
yeah. Okay, hold on.
What do
Wait.
you mean?
Let me retake a picture of it, and I'll chop the
Bro.
rocks off.
No, they're not about chopping the rocks off. They're cartoons. Listen,
football.
this is how they're trying to confuse you, right? They've got you thinking about Earth in the form of cartoons rather than what's outside. Right?
Okay, yeah, like cartoon Earth. Yes.
Yeah, you need to be thinking about what is real. What can you observe? What can you detect? Not what images and cartoons you've been shown.
Hey, stop watching cartoons, bro. Rick and Morty is not real.
That's
I
true.
mean, you gotta be so far away to see any of that mountain stuff. I mean, if you were on the moon, you would not be able to see. I mean, you'd be able to see some things,
Bro,
like
you're
some
just
man-made
doing exactly
objects.
what I told you not to do. See, when you think,
Can't
this is
go.
what
What do you
you
mean?
would see from the moon. That is your
You're calling the
imagination.
cartoons like the moon cartoons?
No, I'm saying you imagining seeing the Earth from the moon is your
Yeah.
imagination. You cannot get that view. And anyone who
Why
tells
not?
you this is what it looks like is lying to you.
Why?
Yeah, because we can't go to the moon, bro.
You cannot go to the lights in the sky.
Yeah, you can't leave this place and just go up there. It doesn't work like that.
So what did Buzz Aldrin do?
Admitted that he never went there.
He got paid a lot of money. He made a
what about
movie.
the atmosphere?
And he lied.
Yeah. 1 second.
Oh,
Do you want to
jeez.
hear him admit it?
Yeah, let's run that.
You want to hear him admit it? Actually,
Never fucking went. It's pretty easy.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking movie.
Straight up says it.
In a Hollywood studio.
Yeah, dude. Why do you think that all the?
Listen to this. 1 second. I let him listen to it real quick.
All right, before you do that, real quick, let me set the table real quick. Hey, Beta. So all of the Apollo 11 crew have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame for this performance.
Well, yeah, because they were on TV.
So let's start
so
with
fucking dumb.
I have one clip where a small kid asked Buzz Aldrin why we haven't been to the moon in such a long time. So let's listen to this first. 1 second. Just so I get the right. Okay, I have it.
Got it.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know. Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen. It could have been scary.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
It was
It
cutting
didn't
out.
fucking
Yeah, but
happen.
I guess he got the idea.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Yeah.
roboting a little bit, but I mean, you can go verify that for yourself.
That was two different videos
Yeah, that
of the
that
same
very
guy
end
saying
part
this.
was. Yeah. And
Yeah,
have you
he
ever?
actually said it a bunch of times.
Yeah. And now they'll just try to say he's a drunk and blah blah blah.
Even if he didn't go to the moon, couldn't you see the Earth from the atmosphere?
Maybe you
no?
could, but no one ever has.
I mean, you definitely could. You could definitely get like a little GoPro and get like a rocket.
Yeah,
So
you
you
can
know
get
that we-
120 feet thousand.
Alibaba.
Dude, we've sent cameras up 150,000 feet and nothing. The reason
That's
okay,
not enough, man. You got to
the
get
reason
those
okay,
illegal
so how
ones.
okay. So the reason the horizon is called that is because it's horizontal.
Yeah.
That's what that word means. Words have meaning. So how high would we have to go up? Because it's just the highest that any individual has ever gone. And we busted them faking it anytime they claim to go higher than that. And even they've admitted they can't go beyond low Earth orbit. Like they admit that to this day, I believe. Like that was, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's still the stance.
Yeah.
Yeah, so look, it's admitted by the globe side, right, that you can't see the curvature of the Earth from, say, an airplane, right? That's not high enough. Then they had the Red Bull jump. People were saying, oh, this guy jumped from space. You could see the curvature of the Earth, blah, blah, blah. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson, like the Globe Earth astrophysicist, came out and he did an interview live on TV. And he explained in detail why you cannot see the curvature of the Earth from that height, which is 129,000 feet. He said it was deceptive. They used a fisheye lens. That's the only reason it looked like a globe. And it's like the comparison of being like 3 inches off the surface of this beach ball. He had a big beach ball globe thing, right? And then after that, they had the Blue Origin. Richard Branson, they went up to about 65 miles, something like that, around 350,000 feet. Right on that flight, there was a trained astronaut, 6 decades trained astronaut. I forget her name exactly, but she said she was disappointed that she didn't get to see the curvature of the Earth because they didn't go high enough. And then once again, Neil deGrasse Tyson, the astrophysicist, came out in 2 different interviews on TV, and he said, "I've done the math." He said, firstly, it was deceptive. They didn't go to space. They just went really high. And he said, I did the math, and my calculations, you shouldn't even be able to see the curvature of the Earth from that height. That's 350,000 feet, and you're still getting a flat horizon. And that clip is at 47 minutes after the hour there. It's like 30 seconds if you want to have a quick look at it.
Well,
Yeah, so we experienced the horizon as, I guess, horizontal, somebody said, and then we experienced the horizon to be an optical phenomena that we can sometimes see further, sometimes see less, depending on atmosphere, etc. So when do we experience the Earth curve or the Earth as a globe? I'm not sure.
okay.
Is there another? Maybe there's another. I was debating. He said he experienced. Is there another way that you typically experience it, or?
For what? Sorry, I was watching the clip that Auntie sent me.
Oh no, go ahead then.
Appreciate you actually looking at stuff, by the way. I feel like we need to hear.
And then these are the calculations that the guy did. The little table chart.
Oh, that little
Horizontal
snippet with
distance.
the Kármán line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can look at the calculations. I mean, even the planetarium director. I forget exactly what his name is, but it's like one of the biggest planetariums in the world. He said you shouldn't even be able to see the curvature of the Earth from the height of the ISS.
Mhm. International Space
But yeah.
Station.
Yeah, exactly, man. And what's interesting is, a lot of people, when they're setting up GoPros and things like that in weather balloons, you'll see these videos on YouTube. It's like, oh, look, we sent a garlic bread to space, blah, blah, blah. They're just using like a wide angle lens, right? So you'll see during those videos, the Earth will look like a globe. Yeah, exactly. So as the lens pans around, it distorts the horizon line. So sometimes it'll look like it'll be curving the wrong way, like donut Earth, and then sometimes it'll be showing too much curve. Sometimes it'll look kind of flat. And
It'll
just
do
as
that
the
with
lens
any kind of
moves-
lens, right?
Well, you can get a rectilinear lens, which is supposed to flatten out. It's just supposed to stop that distortion effect happening. But it's very pronounced when you use a GoPro or any like wide angle lens, like with a low focal length, like a GoPro or something like that.
Wait, what kind of lens was it you said again?
Rectilinear.
Any wide angle lens, but generally like a fisheye lens will have the most distortion of straight lines. So you'll see like a huge amount of curvature.
No, I mean the other lens. Sorry.
He was asking for the
If you
one.
look at the
Yeah.
GIF I posted,
Rectilinear lens.
it's
Yeah,
on a
rectilinear
fucking curve
lens.
the other way around.
Has anyone ever used that on one of those balloons?
Yeah. I'll upload a GIF now of a non-fisheye lens on a 120,000 foot weather balloon.
Yeah, my bad. I said 150,000 feet earlier.
There it is. Yeah, so even according to the globe scientist, he agrees that you wouldn't even if the Earth was a globe, like I'm not presenting this as flat Earth proof or anything like that. This is just to show you that if, you can't see the curvature from that height regardless. So people shouldn't use that footage as proof of the globe.
I think it looks pretty curvy.
Yeah,
But
but
you
you
can't
can
use
draw
it
a
as
straight line
proof.
across it.
Right.
You can't use it as proof, and you're always going to get a little bit of distortion, even with any type of lens, because you have something called barrel distortion, right? You're looking through a spherical piece of glass, and if you learn about the way lenses work, you're always going to have like a little bit of distortion. So like if you have a flat line, and you take a photo of the flat line with the flat line up at the top of the frame, it's going to appear to be curving a little bit, like convex.
Yeah.
And then if you pan the camera up, and then you have that same flat line at the bottom of the frame, it'll be a bit, and you compress the image or something like that, because it's pretty hard to see, but it'll then be concave. So yeah, it's just like barrel distortion.
Maybe that's what we're saying. Look here, look what I posted in chat. See, like the top of the circle, it looks flat, right? So that can just be like the top of the Earth, right? The top of the circle. It can still be used to is a circle. Yep.
Yeah, every point that you guys bring up, he's just gonna hand wave and think that it's still a globe. It's not helping him at the moment.
Yeah.
It's good on you guys, but he's not gonna see what
We're
you're
not
saying.
getting anywhere.
Nope.
It's that whole night. It's really fun whenever you get like that. Somebody that's brand new that comes in and they, you get to like, oh, I'm going to start from square one. It's going to be easy. It's going to be easy.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell them the basics and they're going to get it. But no.
I'm trying, man. I swear.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Okay.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I don't think
I looked
You
at
really-
the
you really
research.
aren't.
I looked at the videos. I watched
No, you
everything.
don't.
I
Listen,
heard the clip with balls. I
I've been
heard the
listening to you.
clip.
I've been listening to you for a couple of minutes now, and you're basically hand wave dismissing everything these guys have been telling you. Everything.
he hasn't really acknowledged
That's obvious.
the validity of anything.
Okay.
Like I'm just telling you straight up, you're not listening to anything that they're saying, and you're trying to think of it as a globe in every way possible. So you don't
So
care
look
what they're
from your
presenting to you.
shoes. Okay,
None of the
I understand you.
None of the information given to you. That's
You
what
want,
it is.
you want me to look from like a flat Earth point of view? I'm
No.
looking at everything from a globe view.
No.
Yes,
Yeah, I know.
am.
So let's talk about it like this. Do you have any
Go ahead.
evidence that the Earth is a globe? I'll give you another direction to look at. Do you have any evidence?
Alpha,
that
this
the
is my first time hearing it. I was looking at the call. You were
I
in here
know,
for just a few
I know.
minutes.
No,
Okay.
actually, I was listening for a bit. Like 15
How long?
if I'm being honest.
Because I got up and got a snack and I didn't see you in here.
Yeah,
We're on,
I know.
We're on YouTube as well.
So,
Yeah.
what evidence do you have that the Earth has the surface has curvature.
What? Okay, so obviously I tried talking to her about horizon. You know, but I'm gonna look from your type of view, right?
No, you don't
Right.
have to.
No.
You really
I don't
don't.
have to.
From your point of
You
view.
don't have
Okay,
to
but you
look
were
at
getting
it from
mad
our
about it.
point
But
of view.
okay, I will.
No, I'm not mad about it. I think
Okay.
that what you're doing is common for everybody that thinks that the Earth is a globe.
Mhm.
You're trying to see it with globe goggles on. You don't realize
Yes.
that everything that's been presented to you doesn't have any evidence to solidify. So we've been talking about basically currently what these guys have a perspective that you could see
Mhm.
that it's not optically viewed as a globe because of all the lens distortion and things like that. But now let's go from a different angle. Let's try to verify the Earth being a globe with you trying to tell us how you know the curvature has been measured. Now, is there any way that you could substantiate that claim that the curvature of the Earth has been measured?
I don't know. I don't know like the
Okay.
math with that. What's the?
All right.
They try
So
to tell
let's.
me the formulas, right? Because
Yeah,
we
you're
got this
being
other
honest.
sheet over here.
Yeah, yeah, and you're
There's a
being honest. Like
radius, height, distance,
this isn't a
diameter, and height.
bro,
feet.
bro. This isn't a gotcha. This is just getting what level you're at right now. So you
Okay.
don't know, right? That's we're going to stop there. The next question would be, the axial rotation of the Earth, the spin of the Earth. Do you know how they discovered how fast it's rotating, or if it is?
No.
Be honest. Okay, so the third question.
I
I
don't
only have
remember.
three. You don't have. It's not about
Habibi their
remembering.
leg, do you? Habibi
Yeah,
their
hold
leg.
on, dude. Chill. All right, just chill.
Yeah.
All right, so the third question would be the vacuum of space being adjacent to the pressure air that you and I are breathing on the surface of Earth. Now they're telling us that this is an open system, the Earth being a globe, and the vacuum of space is adjacent to it. So it means that there's super low pressure as you raise up in altitude, and as far out as you go, they're saying numbers in the value of like 10 to the negative 6. Right at the Kármán line, 62 miles above the Earth's surface. So now, if we have a vast pressure differential such as that, you think it's possible that the available gas that we have on the surface wouldn't expand to fill the available space? So all the gas that you and I are breathing on the surface of Earth is somewhere around 14 pounds per square inch, like our lungs breathing in and out on the surface. As you raise up in altitude, you're going to get to a level where the vacuum of space is considered to be super low pressure. Now, if gas pressure, as we understand it, is to be true the way it's expressed in ideal gas laws and such, that means that gas pressure abides by the same principles as it does us understanding what gas is. Gas pressure, and if we have gas pressure here on the surface, gas pressure, what it tends to do is expand to fill the available volume. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I'm gonna take your word, and I'm gonna guess that you're going with like basic relativity. So yes.
Yeah,
I
I'm gonna
agree with
no
you.
basically. I don't want to talk too
I'm a
far
little
above
lost.
you.
I'll be honest. Yeah,
Let me break it down to you a little more simple, right?
Thank you.
Imagine blowing air in a balloon.
Okay.
You can get that concept, right?
Yes.
You blow air in a
Okay.
blow air in a balloon. The pressure inside the balloon is higher than the one outside. So the air pressure outside is lower than the
Yes.
pressure inside the balloon. What happens when you release the nozzle after you blow air in the balloon? When you release the nozzle,
Deflates.
I know. So the gas pressure inside of the balloon rushes out violently out of the balloon. Yes.
Yes, it deflates.
I know, but listen to what I just said. The
You-
air rushes out violently outside of when you release the nozzle, right?
I mean, it depends on how you do it, though. You can let it
No,
out
no. Let's say
softly.
it doesn't depend, sir. It doesn't depend. You blow
Okay.
air in a balloon, right? Focus. You blow air in a balloon.
All
You
right.
let go of the nozzle. The air inside of that balloon is high pressure. The one outside, when the room that you're in, is
Okay.
low pressure than the one inside. So the air will rush out violently from the balloon. Yes.
Yes, with no variables, yes, it will rush up.
No variables. What variables do you think we need to account for?
If
What
we were to
variable?
let go of it, how fast we let go of it, if we're squeezing
No,
at
it's
it,
not about.
how we're
Listen,
let
it's not
go
about
of
that. The only thing I said, you're overthinking this. You don't need to. This isn't an overthinking part. You don't need to think too far ahead.
Okay.
Just listen to what I'm saying, and as the
It
example
comes
that
out
I'm using.
violently. Okay.
Yes, it does. Now you understand this basic principle, right? With the balloon, right?
Yes. Air comes
Okay.
out.
So why does it rush out from inside of that balloon to outside? Why does it rush
Because
out?
the pressure was more inside.
Okay, but what is gas trying to do when it rushes out?
Trying to get out.
I know that, but why?
Oh. Because of the
Now you're
pressure.
being too simple.
What?
Because of the pressure.
I understand that, but what is the pressure inside trying to do with the pressure outside?
It's trying to push the air out.
Why?
I don't know. You tell me. I'm a
Why?
little lost.
Why? Let me help.
Go
Let
ahead,
me
Brandon.
help. Jesus Christ! It's not even Alpha's fault at all.
Go ahead,
Why
Brandon.
are they? Why is the air being pushed out? That's the why. Why?
I thought it was because of the pressure.
Okay, you're
Am I
kind of
wrong?
right. Yeah. Yes, you're on the right track, but like, expand on that. Pressure doing what?
Forcing the air out.
Pressure mediation, sir.
I don't even know what that is.
In order,
Thank
would
you.
you? Okay, can I? I'm gonna help you. Is it to maybe reach equilibrium?
There we go.
Is that maybe where
I
we're
don't know what
going?
that. I've heard that word before, probably during high school. So.
Meaning, when we say equilibrium, we're talking about pressure equaling the pressure on the outside, reaching equilibrium,
Yeah, because the pressure on the outside is less than the one on the inside.
and vice versa. Right.
Good job.
Okay.
I
There
figured
we
it
go.
out.
All right. Yay.
All right. So
Okay.
So now that you understand that's a basic understanding of like pressure that's low and high, and when you actually mix the two, what happens when there's no barrier in between? There's no barrier when you let go of that nozzle. That air will stop. It will not stop just because. It actually rushes out when you release the nozzle of that balloon. It rushes out to any and all directions. So gas doesn't have any bias. It just goes everywhere. You know, up, down, sideways, and all that.
Whatever. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
So understanding this basic fact that we know with gas pressure, what do you think would happen with gas pressure without a container? Let's say there's gas pressure in a balloon. You get a needle and you pop that balloon. What's going to happen to the air pressure once the balloon's popped?
It just blends in with the air.
Right. It moves off into the available volume, right?
Yeah. With the lesser air pressure.
Right. So it equalizes. Now think about this. If gas pressure, like we have on the surface, according to the Earth being a globe, if gas pressure on the surface is very different from the gas pressure that's really high above in the, you want to talk about like the Earth being a globe? No, like the exosphere, like what they're telling you the end of the
nothing.
Yeah, that'll be the end of the Earth system, right? So up there, that's a high pressure differential. It'll be super low, and then think about the pressure you have down here. Why doesn't the gas pressure? Because there is no barrier. Because in the instance that I showed you with the balloon is the barrier. The reason why the gas pressure doesn't rush off to the available space is because it's inside of the balloon when you blew air in it. And so it's got a high pressure differential, just like we do on the surface of Earth. Being a globe, the high pressure would expand to fill the available space violently. It would rush off to equalize.
Hey, Beta, I'm going to check out.
Do you get it?
You're in good hands with Miggy.
Okay.
Beta, do you understand?
So you're saying like the Earth would like basically explode?
No.
Or
the air would rush
out violently.
Yes, just like the balloon.
Like the air in the Earth, like what we have in our
yes.
Okay.
So
we
why
would not
doesn't
be able
it
to breathe?
Yeah. So why doesn't it do that?
Because of the what is it? The global warming's like harming the atmosphere.
Yeah, that's the gas pressure.
Yeah,
the atmosphere.
That keeps all the gas in. The air.
A gas doesn't contain another gas.
What do you mean?
You're saying that the gas
there's more gases than oxygen on Earth.
That's great. That's great. Does the other gases contain some other gases? This is what you're telling me right now.
Does it? I mean, in some parts of Earth, yes.
Where?
In gas chambers, I guess.
Okay, so you just described
experimenting.
You just described a container. A gas chamber is a container. Where in the physical and natural world does the air pressure not rush off into space?
I think
the available
volcanoes.
volume. You're not using your mind to think about this. You're starting to troll. It sounds like.
No,
which is fine.
I'm being honest. I know that volcanoes give off different types of natural gas.
I'm not talking about volcanoes, sir.
Okay.
The air that you and I breathe outside. Why isn't it rushing off to the vacuum of space?
Because of the atmosphere.
You're just telling me that the gas doesn't rush off to the available space because of other gases.
The atmosphere is a gas. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. You don't think it is?
Let me look it up. I don't know if it is. So let me look it up.
Jesus. Then why did you give me the answer that it was containing the gases?
Because I thought it was something like more, not like a force field, but I didn't know it was a gas. All right, hold on. I didn't know what it was.
You guys are too quick to give answers, and you don't understand.
The atmosphere is a layer of gas suspended on solids, is what it says.
All right.
Okay.
So gases, do gases contain other gases?
I guess. Yes.
No. The answer is no. When have
No.
you ever noticed that gases contain other gases? Sir,
Hold on.
hold on for what? Are
I'm
you going to
trying
be
to look
honest?
it
Or you
up.
gonna? You don't
I'm
need
trying
to look it up.
Yes,
You don't
I
need
do.
to. The answer is I don't know. You're not intellectually honest, sir. You're trying to look up
Yes,
answers in them.
gases can contain other gases.
What
just
in
looked
what
it up.
example? And what example?
I'll type example.
That's where your generation is lost. You're so dependent on things that you haven't done your research. You want to have an answer for everything. It's okay to say you don't know.
Gases can be made up of single elements such as hydrogen, a compound which is
You're
such
about
as
to go
carbon.
into a deep study of something that you have no knowledge on, and you're going to waste this valuable time to
Okay.
easily. You should have just said, I don't know. And we would have got
Screw
to the
it.
next level.
Let's backtrack. I don't know. Let's backtrack. I don't know.
Yeah,
All right, go
that's
ahead.
easy.
There you go.
So because you don't know, the part where I'm telling you about gases being contained on the idea that the Earth is a globe on the surface and not expanding to the available volume doesn't have an answer, because gases containing other gases is not the answer, and you need to do more research, it sounds like. So you don't know is the answer. So
Okay.
I presented you with the curvature of the Earth. You said you didn't know. The spin of the Earth, the axial rotation, you said you didn't know. Now, the air pressure next to the vacuum of space, you don't know. The three
Well,
pillars
now I
that
know.
would
You told me.
the three pillars that would you don't know, because there's still, you need to do more research.
Okay.
Is the answer. The three pillars that prop up the Earth as a globe, you have no context to say that you can know that the Earth is a globe. So I think, and I'm pretty sure this is what it is, you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. That is just a belief system. And check this out. A belief is acceptance without evidence. You don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe. You're coming into this discussion unprepared to have a conversation about knowledge that you should already know that the Earth is a globe. You don't have any knowledge about it.
Okay, my initial question was, why would NASA lie about, the Earth?
Yeah,
not,
but we're just now talking about the motive of some
This kind
organization.
of got sidetracked for my original
No, it's
question.
not. It's not a sidetrack. This is the point. You had a sidetrack. Your
Not
question
really.
is on. Yeah, really. What motive?
Alpha, no, but okay.
Yeah. No, listen to me.
You weren't
And
here
what
for
motive?
the whole thing. Okay.
I don't care. Every Glober that comes
okay.
in, you guys are all the same. Every guy that comes in here that has
Okay.
the same question about the motive. Why does the organization do what they do?
Yes.
That's not upon us to tell you, because they have
Okay.
different motives and we don't know what those motives are. However, the information that they've given you, that actually they're telling you that they got pictures from space and video, live stream videos and all that, you cannot substantiate in any way that that's the truth. You don't know that. You just believe it, just like I told you. Because if you did know, you'd be able to tell me how the Earth has curvature, it's spinning, and it's also
did,
next to a vacuum.
And I did. Alpha, before you were
did
here, okay. Before you were here, let me finish. I looked up a bunch of things. They were asking me simple questions about essentially everything you said, and I gave the internet answers for it, right? The belief answers, as you would say. Do you understand what I'm saying, or no?
Yeah, of course, because we went through
there
it.
you go. And I backed it up with claims, science, examples,
No,
blah blah
you don't
blah.
know
Math.
science.
Yes, I did. Okay,
You
well,
don't
I
know
don't know science. I don't. Okay, I may not know science because no, I'm not going to Harvard. I'm not studying geology. I'm not studying
don't
how
need
the
to do
Earth
that.
works. Okay,
You don't need
thank
to
you,
do that.
thank you. And I have a very simple example of how the Earth works. Liquids, evaporate.
You
Blah blah
don't
blah.
even have that, Beta. You
Okay,
don't have
thank you.
that.
Okay, thank you for telling
You know,
me.
because I went through the steps that you should have already known. Basically, you
Okay.
don't know those steps. So honestly, right now, if you're being straight up with the panel, you just have a belief that the Earth is a globe because you've been told that it's one, but there's no way that you can verify in your mind any evidence to put forward or justify it that it actually is a globe. So in essence, you're trying to argue with us about something you think is a belief you have, but you're not really sure.
Yes, I don't have the knowledge to debate you. I'll give you that, right? But I'm sure there is
It's
someone
not about
else.
that.
Okay.
Beta, it's not about that. I don't care if you debate me. What I want you to realize is that this is what the information has been doing to people all over the world. Everybody thinks that the Earth is a globe. They come into this call and they either troll us or they act like they know what they're talking about when they really don't. And on the fly, they look up information. Oh, let me check it out. Let me ask ChatGPT.
Google. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I know. But see, here's the problem. When you do that mid-argument, that just shows that you're unwilling to say, I don't know. Why? That's the psychology behind all of this.
Because
Why don't
I
you just
quickly
say, I
learn
don't know?
about it on the spot. That's why. Because the internet.
You don't know.
Someone actually told me in this call the internet is now the new form of like just getting information on the spot. In which I did. I used it to my advantage and I used it to answer questions.
How can you weigh out? Listen, on the fly, how can you weigh out with discernment if that answer that you're reading is true or not? You can't do that. You have to study things. This is the whole point. I'm trying to tell you
earlier before you were not here.
Listen,
well, not me and you, but me and other people did.
All right. So and this is the frustrating part because when you act like you think you can be an instant expert by just looking something up, that's not going to give you the answer that you're looking for because you didn't research and study it. All you did was look up an answer and then you just regurgitated it. Oh, here's the answer. Well, thank you for looking up something on Wikipedia, but how do you know it's true? Because Wikipedia and all these articles that you read, they could say whatever they want. That doesn't mean that you know it's true. This is what I'm trying to tell you, Beta. This is the most important part. The takeaway that you should get from this conversation is that you had a moment where you couldn't understand if you knew what you knew. You know, looking things up on the fly and like, that's not a way to do it, man. If you're going to go into a topic, do some research on it, figure out what people are saying and then weigh in and say, you know what? I've read on this and I've weighed it out. I understand that this isn't true. All I'm saying is that your generation has a real lack of capability of doing that. It's not all about ChatGPT and Google searches, sir. You got to put some skin in the game. You got to get involved with the questions. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking to a brick wall right now, but hopefully I'm reaching you on some level.
You're not, Alpha. And I'm gonna steelman you for a second, if that's the right term. I think steelman.
Yeah, go ahead.
Basically, yeah, piggybacking, right? So, many of the folks here in this VC know, like, I myself have a science background. I myself am a globetard, right? But my purpose of being here is to actually help to facilitate good dialogue, right? Which Alpha and the mod team does a phenomenal job in doing. But my role is as the globetard perspective and somebody that works in meteorology, like helping substantiate your arguments. And the thing that I see over and over again, to Alpha's point, is people coming in here, you know, using either the philosophical argument of, well, you know, do we just not believe what we're told, blah, 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 or using the, well, here's a source and not looking at the actual source and deriving from it. Like, it's fine if you want to be a globetard. It's fine if you want to be a flat tard. That's actually not even the goal here to like start converting people. It's a matter of just having like good scientific discussion, because that's what the scientific community is about. It's about bringing sources to the forefront and then having people scrutinize it. Even if it's about fucking meteorology, right? Like if I bring a source about, say, the study of mesoscale convective systems, I have to be responsible for deriving from that source. I can't just post a link and then run away. Like, that's not how this works here. You know what I mean? Like, you got to pick and choose from that source what's relevant to the conversation. Period.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
And people
I
don't do
initially
that.
came in here just listening, right? And you know, Auntie, you know, he got me, you know, like, you have any questions? I said, sure. You know, that's how it started, right? And I asked the question like, why would NASA lie to us? You know, like that. I guess, you know, to me, I thought that was a good question. That's my opinion, right? You guys can think that's a bad question.
No, and listen, not to interject. It has, again, to Alpha's point, it has nothing to do with you asking questions. As a matter of fact, we welcome that, right?
Yeah.
If you listen, you know, we're not here to like shit on anybody regardless of what they know and what they don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. I mean, hell, I'm even happy to have a conversation with you about gas pressure like we did, right? We're not here to be like, haha, you don't fucking know anything. You know? Like, but the issue is like when people come in here, not necessarily you, but like when people come in here and they claim to know a lot and then they really don't. Like, rather than us, having more of like a good dialogue and education about some of these scientific concepts, instead we had to wait 30 minutes to like get to that part where they don't know, right? And we could have saved 30 minutes by being like, if you just came in and said, hey, I don't really know. I'm pretty agnostic. Tell me about the fucking flat Earth. We'll be happy to tell you that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like,
No, yeah,
we're
I
not,
was
like,
asking about the like geology, right? Like I know NASA does
Yeah, that's fine.
exploring. I do know that, right? And someone asked me like, why would we pay them to explore the Earth if we have it mapped out, right? And I came up with this argument since I remember from school that the Earth is like constantly moving and shifting. Like there's always new stuff to explore, even though like it's the same
Yeah.
plane, I guess you can say.
Sure.
But it's definitely different. In the name of science, you still need to explore it, even though it changed like very minute.
Exactly.
Yeah, but
minute.
you gotta look at the studies, right? What did they look into? What is the depth of the research? Like you don't know any of that based upon an article that you just read. And when you post something, say, look, this is what I know. It's not really what you know. It's what your bias actually is trying to confirm. So you have to actually dig into the source and find out whether or not they actually did what they did and what were their findings. Because if you're just in here trying to like post information from Wikipedia articles and such, what are we going to do about that? Like you're just throwing you're hurling an elephant at us because you just want to be right about something.
I was kind of hoping you can yin yang with it, like because obviously I know from what I know, a lot about this, like all these like atmosphere and all this junk. So I was kind of hoping you can kind of figure something out. You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean, like figuring out how to derive your sources? Like,
yes, like how do you combat that? Like, how do you combat an answer to the question you asked? Like the yin to the yang.
Yeah, find the truth and the truth value inside what's being asked, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the conversation is about gas pressure, what about gas pressure is relevant to the topic of the Earth? Like, why is it so important that we talk about it? Now, I think we touched up a little bit about why there's a misconception of the idea that gases containing gases can't be the answer, but you didn't really understand that because you don't have kind of at least a little bit of research into this. You don't know why. So I think it's because maybe to you it's inconsequential. You're not really thinking about this in a deeper level. But I guess on a basic level, it should matter. The gas laws should abide by like the physical and natural world demonstrations, right? So if we have something that demonstrates what gas pressure is and a containment, you know what I mean, and you different mediums that you can put in there like liquids, and stuff like that, you can understand that they react differently. And I think what I'm telling you right now is that just the understanding that you have for the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space, you think that everything works just fine, and you don't have to look into it. Oh yeah, there's an article that says something, right? But what I'm telling you right now is that if you dig deeper, you're gonna figure out, well, it doesn't make sense. How do we have this gas pressure? And of course, the Earth being a globe, the available volume is the vacuum of space, and everything could rush out if it abides by the gas laws that we understand. Then of course all the gas pressure on the surface would expand out to fill the available volume. That means it would equalize, and we wouldn't be breathing gas pressure. That's the problem. Now, what is the solution for that? Now, you might say it's gravity. Gravity is the container. You might say it's atmosphere. Atmosphere is the container. But if those answers were valid, then we would be able to understand how to break those answers down and figure out if gravity can be a container, if gases could be a container, or something that would be able to hold the gases into the system that you think is the globe. You get me?
Yeah. These are great questions, and you should honestly. You guys should host like an event or something where you get a hold of like a real NASA scientist and you actually ask them these questions and stuff.
Listen, man,
those are the people that you should be asking these questions to. Like, I'm not as informed as those people.
No, and
those people take years out of their life.
No, but check this out. You know what's happening though, Beta. This is the most important key factor of this whole discussion is that you're taking the information of the Earth being a globe for granted. It's a foregone conclusion in your mind because you've been told at a very young age that the Earth is a globe and Bob's your uncle, right? That's it. Yeah. That's all you get. Like the people from the UK say, like that's all you think about. It's like, yeah, they told me it was a globe back in third grade. We're good, bro. I don't need to look at that information anymore. And we're telling you because you don't want to take a second look and you want to just, be a troll or whatever. Not you, but like people that come in here. Then you're going to miss out on the reasoning behind what we're saying. You should take a second look. Because they're just telling you that it's happening this
I
way,
know.
but they're
I
not
was trying to take a
demonstrating to
second
you.
look at what you're telling me. That's what I was trying to do
But-
while I was looking stuff
It's all
up.
good. Listen. I mean, we can go in circles, but at the end of the day, I
Yeah.
think you understand
Okay.
at this point what
Yeah.
we mean. Right?
I mean, I
Okay.
understand like my point of view, like the Plato theory, right? Like where I'm the guy in the cave, this globe theory, like I'm not on the outside and I'm not doing all this research to figure out that it's the flat Earth and all this stuff, all that junk, right?
Okay, but that I will also point out, yes, about the gas law or the gas pressure, all of that we can point out this and that. But
So what I would invite
Well,
you
get a
newspaper,
Beta, I was making a sentence. I hate
No,
it.
but actually, I'll even go a step further, Beta, from the
I
newspaper.
was trying to.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No. Okay. Beta, I'll even go a step further than the newspaper example.
Mhm.
Okay. I would highly suggest, and I'd be happy to have a conversation with you in here, and I'm sure many others would. So my background's in meteorology. My cousin, I don't even think I've told Alpha or Jedi this. He's actually an astrophysicist, believe it or not. I didn't even think to bring that up. That'd be an interesting person to have in here. I'm sure that would be a very awesome conversation to have, right? But when I've talked to him, right, he has always pointed me to one thing, and this is where, like, if I was, for example, debating Alpha, we could probably spend the next hour and a half, and I would probably bring up the same gravity example. We would run through the same things that we've probably run through 9,000 times on VC. And even if I get the upper edge, there's just one thing that contradicts everything we know about physics: dark matter. Dark matter contradicts everything we know about the laws of physics. And my cousin, which I know this is anecdotal, will say the exact same thing. Everything from the way gravity is supposed to, quote unquote, behave, everything from our laws of physics, the laws of motion, right?
How light
Dark
travels
matter,
in the medium.
how light travels, yep, all of it. All of it. It doesn't behave the same way, and we don't know why. So, in that case, I highly suggest read up on it. Fascinating topic. It really starts to even get into quantum physics. But that ultimately is where things kind of go to die for the globe argument, right? Because how do you explain dark matter? You can't.
I mean,
right?
I'm sure there's a scientist out there that can explain it, but I'm not him.
Well, no. But what I'm saying is, no. It's not a matter of who can explain it. It's a matter of the community as a whole. We don't know why dark matter behaves differently than what we know about the laws of physics. It's not a matter of like an expert that knows this answer somewhere in the middle of fucking nowhere that we don't know about. We don't know. You ask anybody in the science community, they have no fucking clue. That's why it's called dark matter.
There's dark matter like scientists, aren't there?
There are, but
Yeah,
they themselves.
I mean, you should ask someone like that. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, trust me, and you can feel free to fact check me on this.
Yeah,
they don't have an answer. They know that it exists, right? But they don't know why it exists. It's this like abstract thing. So my whole point of bringing this up, it's not to go into dark matter because that is such an abstract topic, and it's just fucking mind blowing even to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that's like in like theoretical physics.
That's the flat Earth lore, right? That's the flat Earth lore. Is that no matter what even I argue as quote unquote an expert witness, at some point in the conversation, hours down the line, Alpha or anybody here can just whip out the dark matter, get out of jail free card, and I'm cooked. I have nothing on that. You know what I mean? Like that is the one thing.
Well,
that shits on my
all
argument.
I can tell you is to talk to these dark matter scientists, man. If you talk to one or something, get a hold of
He's trying to tell you that he. Okay, well, you've already said it twice, so maybe I shouldn't say it.
I think he means. I think Alpha. I think he means like actually bringing him on and like picking his brain or something. But okay, yeah. But they're gonna say the same thing I did. There's really nothing new.
Well,
but
they would say that like it's indefeatable.
They would literally say that we know. We have, well, okay, I shouldn't say we know. It's, I guess, in theory, the dark matter theory, right? We think it exists based off certain studies and I guess you could say observations, but that's kind of based on certain experiments we've done, we think that dark matter exists.
So it's not
and if it does in theory, it breaks everything we know about the laws of physics.
Yeah.
Period. Like
so there's a theory that there's something that just breaks
the theory of dark matter. Yes, there's a that is an actual theory in science. and with no explanation.
And it's not really going anywhere, I'm guessing.
Theory.
There is a theory of dark matter.
Yeah,
It's just a
if there's
conception,
nothing more. Oh,
an
go ahead.
idea. A theory
Okay,
will be a scientific theory that has to be demonstrated and verified.
We can argue about the semantics, but we all agree here. There's no argument that it's the concept of it. Let's focus more on the conceptual.
Yeah.
The conceptual is what the conceptual is.
Concept,
Hey,
maybe.
Brendan.
On paper, but not in reality. Not demonstrated.
This motherfucker, bro.
Hey,
Yeah,
Brendan,
so I guess what
I'll see you there.
Beta's takeaway so far has been that he doesn't know the basics of like the arguments for the globe Earth. Hold on, 1 second. Yeah, thank you for that. The basics of the globe Earth being what it is, propped up as the understanding that he knows so far, is basically just an idea that someone's told him.
Yeah.
That's all that he knows about it. So he has never had a research into this. I guess this is his first time coming into this call, so
it is.
He doesn't really. There you go. So, like I said, the takeaway should be: it's not about you debating me, looking things up on the fly. It's about you doing research on what we've been talking about. And I gave you 3 questions to look at: right, curvature, axial rotation, and the vacuum of space being adjacent to the pressure that we breathe.
I mean, again, Alpha, I could look them up, right? But then you said that'd be cheating, in a way.
No,
right?
no. See, what happens is when you look it up, it's not like, oh, I found the answer. Find out what people are talking about when it concerns this. There needs to be at least a little bit of skin in the game, bro. You're not.
What do you mean?
The young people, when you're posed the question, you think it's easy as just referring to Google or something. There it is. There's a paper right here. Just read it. Like you don't know anything about this.
About what? Like
the curvature of the Earth. How can someone measure if you're living on an oblate spheroid, right? The geometric shape. How can you measure the surface of the Earth to be curvy? What are the ways that you can do it?
I'm sure I can look it up, right? But I'm not supposed to trust all this stuff. I'm supposed to look more into what I'm getting the information from. What you're saying, I understand that.
If whatever somebody's telling you can do, find out if it's possible that go through it with rigor. Find out what they've done. What is the data? Like, how is it possible they've done this? What is the tools they use? All that. Once you do, you can understand from a point of view that you didn't, versus you just saying, "Oh, well, here's information. Read that," because that's not using your mind to actually investigate what the topic's about. You're not invested, right? It's almost just like, I don't really care, man. I'm gonna play video games. There's the answer. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I can look up 1 + 1 = 2, right, on the internet, and I can believe it, right? And I believe that I wouldn't have to do any research on how they got 1 + 1 = 2. I can literally do it in real life. I can have 2 fingers, right?
Yeah, but that's not analogous to what I'm saying. There's a lot of moving parts to different loaded questions that are being asked in this call. And you need to have at least a basic understanding of some of the things we talk about. It's not saying why does 1 + 1 = 2, sir. It's not the same.
Well, math is a part of it. I'll tell you that. But I don't know the science part. I'll be honest. I don't know.
That's what you should have come in. And again, back to the main point. That's what you should have come in here and let off with. That's what you should have been. Like 45 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was. I said I don't know the science part, and Ansi and the other guy were trying to kind of explain it to me. They're showing me videos and.
Yeah, but when it concerns,
he has been very on a learning curve. It seems like he's not here to defend the globe, really.
No, it's not about that. It's not about that. I get it. But when it was concerning certain lenses that are used at different altitudes, he started to get a little defensive and a little dismissive. The dismissive part came to be like, well, why wasn't it just able to be using a rectilinear? Like, he started asking questions as to try to figure out a way that it could be a globe being viewed instead of it looking like a flat Earth from 120,000 feet or something. So he's trying to, in his mind, figure out what answers he can give that would make it sound like the Earth could still be a globe. So it's kind of like mental gymnastics, right? Trying to defeat the argument that you're presenting forward for it just being, a lens distortion. So to him, he was trying to figure out, how is it possible that it's not lens distortion? It is the Earth being a globe.
Yep.
You get me? That's what he was doing. And I heard it. I know the psychology behind it because I hear people doing it all the time. Their mind is trying to reason with themselves. They're like, no, these guys are telling me something. It's not what they're saying. So I got to go with what would be the answer to make it be more like a globe, right? So he was trying to do that. And I know that because people that like him come in here and they try to wrestle with that. They're like, nah, it's definitely a globe. These flat earthers, they don't know what they're saying. So, that's what it is.
There's a Brandon, the meteorologist guy, who also said that they use a flat earth like a flat earth based earth for the predicting of the weather.
Some of the maps that they use, the weather maps.
Brandon, are you this guy who said that, or is that someone else?
And if he did, it was a while back. It wasn't recent.
Is he even here?
Yeah, he's probably AFK.
Okay.
He usually dips in here for a while and he takes off.
Is he a globe defender?
He can be, but he sees the point that we have when we're raising these questions.
Oh, are you asking me? I'm sorry, I'm back. Were you asking me?
Yeah. Are you the guy who said that for the weather, for predictions of the weather, you put like a balloon up every day and then you use a flat Earth model?
That's correct. You're referring to a radiosonde launch, and that's typically done at 12 UTC every morning from about 90 weather offices in the United States. And then as far as the flat Earth model, yes, we use the flat Earth model for our numerical weather predictions.
Okay.
There is no flat Earth model. Thank you.
Well, yeah, I mean, a flat Earth or a simplified version, whatever. Anyways,
it is a flat Earth projection that is layered on the front end of our weather models.
Ah, okay. So, what is your standpoint on the Earth in general at the moment?
Oh, I'm a globetard all day.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry. We could hear that in the tone of your voice.
Is that is that by your own will, or is it just
by my own accord? Yeah.
But is it because you want to be the contrarian, or because you truly think you have a spinning, wobbling tilted spaceball?
No, I truly think I'm on a globetard. Like, actually.
Oh, okay.
But at the same time, contrast to that, I think I've partaked in this VC for about the last several months now. I'm really mostly a fly on the wall, trying to hear out the globetard perspective arguments that come in, because many times than not, they really don't elaborate. They use pretty much similar points. I'm just kind of waiting to see if there can be somebody that comes in here.
Why are you calling it a globetard?
Why?
He's triggered.
Why am I calling it a globetard? That's just kind of the jugular that I use. It's not like anything personal.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, I hope you're not offended by that. I don't know anybody in here that would be.
Okay, since you seem to be a sophisticated meteorologist and you're pretty transparent towards what you guys actually use, what is your I mean, everybody has that. What is the branch you're holding on to, which I have seen with everyone who's still a globe lover, even though he has been in this debate for like 3 years or so? What is the branch you're holding on to? Is it like things you see in the sky, or because that's mostly what they do?
No, see, it's interesting. So from an observational point of view, and I think that's where a lot of folks get stuck on. Like, if I come in here and say, I look up at the sky and it curves, I don't think that really adds substance to my argument. It's merely just my perception. My branch that I'm holding on to is actually more on the quantitative side. So from a weather perspective, and this isn't even a question for the room necessarily, but what I struggle with as to why I'm not, I guess, switching over to the flat Earth side of things is because when we look at systems, right? Let me start by asking this, and this is to you directly, not to anybody else. Although feel free to chime in. As a flat earther, are we under the presumption that Coriolis force is not a force, that it just does not exist, or the Coriolis effect?
Well, I wouldn't
Are-
deny. I haven't done any experiments on it, but I simultaneously wouldn't deny that a force that could be measured or experienced, such as, wouldn't exist. But I personally would never come to the conclusion that it has anything to do with a foundational premise, which still needs to be said, which is that the ground is spinning 360 degrees in every direction, because the foundation is you need the ball in space at the end of the day, right? And that would be then the foundation to furthermore say, okay,
Got it.
Coriolis is, yeah. You know what I mean.
I do follow. Was there somebody else who was going to jump in on that? I heard
Yeah, it
somebody
was
else.
me. It was me. I was
Okay, go
saying
ahead.
that basically what he said was what I was going to say. Coriolis is a derivative topic derived from the actual idea that the Earth is in motion, spinning around and on its axis. So you can't get to Coriolis unless you first talk about how the Earth is in motion. So we have to actually set the tone for the conversation, being that you understand that the Earth is in motion, and therefore it could be argued that the Coriolis force is an actual phenomenon that occurs. But you can't argue from a derivative position working your way backwards. That doesn't work in the context for solidifying your point that you know that it's true. We have to start from the premise, which is an actual understanding of the Earth in motion and how did it derive that? What is the findings for that? And if you're going based on a derivative argument, you're just confirming your bias, is all.
So, and that leads to essentially why I asked about the Coriolis force and people's stance on it is because the original question was, and I understand we are jumping the gun here. I do agree with that, Alpha. But if I can assess just that branch question, where I'm stuck is under Coriolis force, right? Again, it's an assumption, right? Since we have a disagreement on that. Assuming the Coriolis force exists in nature, right? If we have a system that begins in the tropics, right? Let's say a tropical storm. If that tropical storm was to take more of a northward trajectory in terms of latitude from the Caribbean up to the northeast, its wind field and correspondingly its pressure field expands with northward latitude. So that leads me to wonder if Coriolis force is not driving that relative maxima of the pressure and wind field with northerly latitude, what is? Right? Like in that case, and again, it goes back to begging the question, but if on this derivative argument, this does not exist, what causes that? Why is it that a system grows larger only in northward latitude as it moves, say, from the Caribbean to New York City?
Yeah, I get it, man. You're asking hard questions that I think a meteorologist who is thinking about it in a deeper manner would want to know, because the easy solution would be Coriolis, and then that kind of gives you the ease of mind to not have to think about it any farther, because it's like, what is it, Occam's razor? The simplest answer would be the one that would obviously be the answer. But like that's what I'm telling you. If it was that easy.
No.
If it was that easy, then you would easily be able to go into like the premise. Like you'd be able to say, I know how they've derived the spin of the Earth, and I know how it was discovered. Like it was done in this manner. But for the fact is, it's not been able to be brought into the conversation and really scrutinized. I think therein lies the problem. So we're trying to solve problems with an answer that's kind of bypassing the premise, and that gives us more. That gives us more cause for us to say, like, well, how do you know? Because if you're saying that you just know based on it's like a pragmatic fallacy. I was trying to think of the word. Because it works, therefore the premise is true. It's pragmatic. So you're just making it an argument from a pragmatic standpoint. You're saying, well, it already works, and we're calling it this, so therefore must be the premise is true. You know, we know that the Earth is spinning because, of course, we have Coriolis force. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a logical fallacy in essence, because it's kind of a layer cake of logical fallacies. Begging the question, it's pragmatic fallacy. It has to do more with like the reason why we don't want to look back and find out whether or not it's true that the Earth is in motion. And that's why Brendan, that's why I always put the three questions as the curvature of the Earth, the axial rotation, and the vacuum of space, because those three pillars, if you understand them correctly, and it's true that they've been known to be solidified in a conversation, it would bring more context to your derivative argument. But that's not the case, and that's why we always struggle with that. because the foundation for all of these topics start there. Usually when people argue, they're already arguing from like a physics question, like how does gravity work? And we argue there, and that's derivative for the idea that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space already. So you get what I'm saying? Like we were.
I do, and I guess if I'm following correctly, like, and again, it's not even like Alpha. It's not even for me like a position of an argument. It's mostly like I'm coming at this from the perspective of, okay, if I was to walk into a room of other like doctoral meteorology people, right, that are way above even my pay grade, and I have an alternative explanation to what we, I guess you could say in this case, assume, and it's a derived argument, what truly would then be my supplement to that? Which then,
I get it.
because of that question, to your point, that would require us to go through just like basic fundamentals of where the disagreement lies. But then once we've established that, what is then the effect of the cause?
No, think
right?
about this, Brendan, because I think you're really identifying the issue. And a lot of people don't realize the problem, right? So with academia, there's a pecking order, a hierarchy, right? You have those who have been doing this job for a multiple amount of years, and they're wise in their words, right? Like you wouldn't just go to somebody that's seasoned, right, in meteorology and be like, no, the Earth isn't a globe, because they're going to be like, oh, okay, we've had these systems operating for how long and they've been working just fine? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just what I'm trying to highlight to the public is that there's a flaw in the system, and identifying it, people don't need to, because they're already presuming with a pragmatic fallacy that the Earth is already substantiated as the Earth being a globe. So they think because of all of this, they don't need to look back. And you doing that is just like, for what? Like, we already have these truths established. These truths that we have, that we hold to, that the weather systems work the way they do. It all works fine just on a globe. Why do you have to talk about, I could just imagine you just bringing it up to one of these seasoned guys. Right? They're just going to look at you like you got 3 heads. Like, why are you feeling okay, Brendan? Like, I get it, man. You don't have to, just like, but the problem is that's the issue. The reason we can't bring it up to academics is because they, who hold on to positions that have been seasoned in their work, don't want to even have the discussion. And that gives us the feeling of like, well, let me just, get along to, go along to get along. Like, I don't know. I'm looking at it. I get where you're coming from. You don't have to speak that many words to me. I get what you're putting down. You're in a position that if you do speak to these guys, they're going to look at you like a kook. Might as well not even have a job in meteorology if you're going to take that route. You know what I'm saying? That's what they'll probably look at you if you even mention it. I think that's the issue, what we're dealing with, because academia won't speak out because they can't. But I tell you what, if you had 2 or 3 of seasoned veterans that that were above you, and they did want to have that conversation, no, let's really talk about it, gentlemen. Like, how is it possible that we have these weather systems and we're not discussing the underlying premise that the Earth is? You would be on that like white on rice, bro. You would be all over that. You'd be like, count me in on this, man. I'm in on this. We've been talking about this for years. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would change the game. But the fact is, because we have the old system and the old ways, we have this hierarchy that's structured in such a way that even people come in and tell us, why don't you just write a paper? Academia would respond, and if it was truly something that you could be scrutinized. And we're like, no, it's not going to happen that way, fellas. If we attempt to do something with academia in any way, it gets shut down immediately, because it's a cockamamie idea that we bring up about the Earth being flat and stationary. Because truly, because in academia they don't accept such things. Not in serious science. They want to discredit anybody coming up with a conversation about that. So anyway, I get the pushback against it in academia. You're just like one guy against like a horde of scholars, and everybody's not having the conversation that you think you want to have, because by God, I mean, if you do, you'd probably be chastised. I could just imagine the flack you would get if you'd even attempted to make a conversation. They'd probably figure out, talk to your superiors or something. You need to look into Brendan. I mean, the guy he's all right, a dude, but he's been talking about flat Earth. We need to look into seeing if we can't get him working someplace else, maybe. Like, I don't know. Well, that's what I think it is. I think it's more like a peer pressure. Like, you can't speak up because you're like one guy against 100. You know.
Oh no! Listen, that's where we disagree because yes, there is a hierarchy that exists in academia. Like, there's no question about it. And we've talked before about there's politics that exists. For example, in the American Meteorological Society, on it by itself, the main focus right now is on two topics: climate change, AI, machine learning. And if you want to do research about, say, mesoscale convective systems, you can. But if you want more money from the National Science Foundation or a better chance of getting that, then you kind of have to stick to the two hot button topics, right? So there's a political side of it. There's a hierarchy. There's no disputing that. What I was ultimately trying to get at, though, is that it's not so much of like me having to have an argument for the sake of appeasing to the masses in this cohort, more so of me being able to rest comfortably knowing, okay, I substantiated my argument because I have offered an alternative to Coriolis Force. That's what I'm trying to understand, regardless of really what path we take, right? You know, in terms of it being a derived argument, and then we go through it. Okay, cool. But whatever comes from that, whether they agree or not, I don't give a fuck. Then I would go out and be like, look, this is
so
what
you're talking about. I have a gun. Just give me the bullets. You know, that's basically what you're saying.
Yeah,
on the RD argument. I got a gun. I got a gun. I'm holding on to the gun. It's a pretty badass gun. I can take out like 100,000.
I need the ammo.
Just give me the damn bullets. And then
100%.
Then it's gonna be game on. Like, I'm gonna come out with like fucking I'll shellac everybody. Yeah, I get it, but
so
I mean, I understand.
All this conversation has been on my end from what I've been trying to say is pretty much give me the ammo. That's really what it's not a position of being argumentative.
Yeah, and this has to deal more with uncovering some of the laws of nature that are laws. I mean, the things that happen always that we don't have answers to. But I think the answer that was given for the Earth having like Coriolis force, for you to kind of piece it together in the weather system that you're looking at, I think what's happening is that it becomes a pragmatic fallacy in that you can only answer it to the specific way of saying, well, the answer for the globe is the only answer I have. If you flat earthers have a better answer than that, give it to me so that I can give it to them. So I can say, you know what? Right. Now you need to shut up because I have the answer. Like,
yes.
And so I get it. I know what you're doing, but the problem is the research into this has only been so far on the globe side a pragmatic fallacy. And from what we understand, people don't have the answer to the Earth rotating and spinning. The only thing that they have is that these structures have been set up for a long time, are solidifying the point because of the indoctrination. It has nothing to do with any real science, because I'm asking everybody about how is it possible that the Earth is in motion. Give me the evidence. Look up in academia how it's possible. And then we can move forward to this uncovering whether or not it's true. But nobody can do that, Brendan. This is the most interesting part. Not even academics. I've talked to many of them, PhDs and such. They've come into the call. We've discussed this matter. There was an astrophysics guy, ITR. I'm pretty sure you heard him when he was on here. And I gave him the 3 questions. He had a reasonable way to like come in and tell me from his academic standpoint how he knows that the Earth is spinning, or if he knows. And he just nonchalantly said, "Well, I don't know," and that was interesting. Anyways, I don't want to get too far in like all the academics that I've spoken to, but they don't have the answer that would give a satisfactory notion to you that they understand that the Earth is in motion by anything discovered. No one. I don't think there's. We're not going to be able to understand that because it's a mythos, man. I don't want to go too far.
In a not to interject. So then, as a conclusion, like in a yes or no, or you can expand on it, but really, is then the position of, say, a flat earther about Coriolis force? Is it, or excuse me, the spinning of Earth, for lack of a better term, is it more of an agnostic view, or is it just is it kind of more agnostic, like we don't know?
I would say it like this: it's a malformed statement to say that the Earth is spinning, therefore we have Coriolis force. I say because it's not true that you can actually verify that the spin of the Earth has been noted by any scientific stance. You can't say that it's spinning in any way that science can apply rigor to it. Do you get what I mean? So it's a bit it's layered, man. But the deception it comes from structures that have been set up in place for a long time now. the idea that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is an old one. So it has more of an esoteric feel to it when you look at the research, and it's a layer cake of deception, bro. And anyway, for one call, we'd spend hours trying to uncover like.
Oh, I know, yeah, and we won't. I won't have time to do that tonight, but we can definitely put a bookmark on it. We can spend a whole fucking 3 hours going through it. I don't care, but no, that's good.
Right.
No, that's good for now. If you're good with it, I'll put a bookmark in that one. That's a good start.
I gotta get going too, Brendan. So yeah,
Hey,
good talking to you, man.
can you, Brendan, can you give me your problem in regards to Coriolis? Because I actually, even though I have nothing to do with your specific field, I want to look into this and maybe figure out an answer to your question. You know,
So
not
I
that
will.
you
Well,
would
I've got
be able to.
Yeah. So I'll tell you. So I'll read. I gotta go, and I think Alpha has to go. So, am I good? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I will write it down pretty quick.
My running question, and we'll put a bookmark on it, and I'm happy to revisit it because I'm here mostly all the time. We could talk about it on some downtime. But from a weather point of view, I have a tropical storm. Okay, and let's say it starts in like the Caribbean, or not even. We'll say near like the Lesser Antilles. The storm then moves, and it essentially changes its trajectory. Rather than going from east to west, it's now going from east to northwest. It increases its latitude, and what we know in weather and what we can observe is that when systems move northward in latitude, away from the equator, the further that they do, the larger the pressure and wind field gets. What meteorologists have come to derive, quote unquote, is it is because of Coriolis force that takes place, because Coriolis force, in theory, increases as you increase latitude, right? The Coriolis force magnitude itself. So that leads to my question, which is, if it's not quote unquote Coriolis force, what then causes a system comprised of pressure from expanding its field as it moves northward in latitude?
Yeah, real quick. When a pilot is briefing his flight and he goes through the certain flight levels he's going to head through, normally you have extreme wind changes. So on certain layers, you can have winds that are completely different to like flight level 200, which would be like 20,000 feet, to flight level 400, which would be 40,000 feet, right? So why is it, if I would just simply say, right, why not just say that because of these extremes in winds, because we live in a buoyancy and density medium in a contained system, that one is shoveling to the other, so to say, right? And also to do with heat and cold, that just due to these winds, you have these crazy changes sometimes.
And you're referring to and you're referring to pressure gradient force, which does happen. That we can clearly observe that as we increase height, right? Pressure gradient force does also increase, right? And it's really more so a thermal gradient. The thermal gradient is sort of aligned with that too. Same concept. That's a good, and that's a good point. I'm gonna, I'm gonna sit on that one because I think this may require. I mean, we just talked for 45 minutes about the other Globetard coming in here with no. I will live by my own advice, and I will pull some stuff from AMS, and maybe we can leave off on that.
Yeah.
And,
one more quick thing.
Yeah,
I
that's
want
a good question.
While you do so, look into pilot briefing charts that depict weather, because they slice it up in a specific graph.
That'd be a skew T. That's a skew T chart you're talking about. Skew T sounding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the wind briefing is really interesting because it shows you these extreme difference you can have from layer to layer of climbing through altitudes. And I think maybe if you put that into perspective, maybe if you would get the current status of these winds and would lay that over these weather phenomena over some time, and you would analyze both simultaneously, maybe you would see why it has these drastic changes. Because I see these drastic changes in winds, I'm always like, how does this even work? Like, you can be on this flight level and just go up a little bit higher, and you have drastic, extreme knots of wind heading towards you. You know, because I love flight simulation, so that's why I, you know, also love
you
the
you'd love
briefings.
weather at that point. It's fun. It's
Yeah,
fun.
yeah.
So
Because you
I
gotta do
guess
all
so.
that
Where
briefing.
and just to let you know as a final thought, where I'm struggling to respond to your question is nothing to do with your question. It's because you brought up pretty much the foundation of pressure gradient force and the concept of thermal gradient. What you just mentioned is basically the foundation of meteorology and what we know on a synoptic scale. So nothing that you said was wrong. Where I have to do my due diligence is say, okay, you know, if we assume that, let's say, 98% of this is driven by what we know about pressure gradient force and thermal gradient, then is it a conversation of like, can this, you know, derived quote unquote Coriolis force just even be neglected, whether or not it exists? Like, even if we were to say it exists, well, clearly, based on our argument right now, the magnitude of it is just too low. We can actually just remove it altogether. It's negligible. So
Right.
that's
Right.
Do you have
that's
any?
what I
Do you
have
have
to.
any charts? Do you have any charts that you could look at that would actually give that argument a bit more backing? Like, I mean, you're
I
more
have
in tune
to,
with it.
yeah, I have to. What I have to do is I got to go on the and like I said, we can Alpha. We can coordinate something. I mean, I'm in here whenever. So whenever you're in and we have downtime and it's dead, we can re-enter this conversation. But in the meantime, I can go on the American Meteorological Society as well as Google Scholar, and I would have to start first by just looking at just conceptually what I would start with Coriolis force, but I would do it on purpose because I want to see, okay, how much of that of Coriolis force is accounted for in the governing equations, right? Like, is it a magnitude that's really large in nature or in theory, or is it a very small magnitude, such as friction at the surface? You know what I mean? I want to establish that first.
Yeah. I
And then
think you're going to
if
be surprised, honestly, Brendan. I think you're going to be surprised when you actually start piecing it together, and that could be the aha moment for you. And I mean, I don't know, because to you,
or for
I
all
mean,
of us, who knows? Who knows? I mean,
this well, it's just going to add to the you know, the argument pile that we have against Globe. But yeah, this would definitely be something from an academic standpoint, you know, that you could argue for, you know, just anybody that wants to have that discussion. I think.
oh, and by the way, I may come out of this, you know, in my own head smelling like a rose and saying, all right, well, no, here's my evidence of this, and if you don't agree with me, whatever. But who knows? I don't know. I may not. But in order for me to even get to that point, I got to actually pull some shit out of my ass and read up on it.
And Brendan,
And actually read it, by the way, not just pull it out of my ass and throw it in a fucking side chat and have you guys read it, because that's not going to do any good.
And Brendan, if you look at these charts and you think of the airplane and its routing, nothing more than just the same as the routing that you predict for the weather that you're looking at. The weather is going to be in the same medium as the plane, which means if it gets to this and that position, the winds can drastically change, can also cause maybe this weather system to be pushed up or down, whatever it might be.
Listen, I completely follow you. Completely. Yeah.
Completely. So what I'm saying is, I find it hard to believe that there needs to be actually anything in regard to Coriolis, if not it's just easily explained by these layers of drastic wind changes.
Exactly. Well, Alpha, keep a mental note, keep a bookmark. I may forget, so if I have to some other night tonight,
yeah.
Just wave your hands and be like, hey, yo, where's that proof? And I'll be like, all right, I may have to like look it up on the spot and actually like.
I don't know what like when you have some time between, because you might be busy doing work stuff. So just, I mean, hit us up, and when you pop in here, just say, hey, you know, that conversation we had, you know, that way it's not like us asking you, hey, Brendan, did you look up that, you know?
Yeah. No, I know you don't want to be like a dick. Yeah, I get it. But no, I know. But yeah, well, actually, you know, it's funny. Speaking of that, not to derail, but like that. Remember that dude that we talked about, like last month? We talked with about like measuring the mesosphere, the object. Remember?
That's Mark. Yeah, he's an original gangster for the Globers. So
yes. So he every time I came in here from that point, I don't know if you noticed in the chat, guys, but like he would ping me as soon as I joined and be like, "Here, read this, read this. Here, see." Like he just kept like he'll still do it. If he joins in here, he'll be like, "Hey, remember that conversation from like 2 months ago? Yeah, here." It's like it's the
That's the globe
same.
zealot. It's zealotry, right?
It's like that's like, but it's okay to bring shit up, but like, dude, you remembered that the last 2 months, like you couldn't even sleep at night because you're like, fuck, like I'm that like tilted about it. I was like,
No, he's
damn,
taking
okay.
notes. Like he is seriously
Jeez.
taking notes and building dossiers and remembering conversations because he wants to make sure that you don't, especially you, right? Especially you. He wants to make sure that you don't listen to what we have to say and not hear, their propaganda.
That's where he's gonna run into trouble because Brendan never one that follows the pack that way, which is like the issue with some of the globetards that come in here. They're pack followers. They fall in line. They don't like to disagree with each other. So Brendan doesn't care. He's just like, whatever the truth is, man. That's what it is. That's the only thing that you'll find with that.
I think, Brendan, you also realize that we are not people who take things, just on a silver tablet. We actually are willing to get deep into stuff and figure it out for ourselves.
That's exactly why I gravitate to this VC. You think I wouldn't, and for a while I didn't. But when I've spent enough time just in this server, I mean, especially when it comes to 8 days away election night, this will probably be the safe haven of conversation. Instead of people spurging out, I would think I gotta be careful what I say because I mean, who knows? Election, I don't know. But for the most part, on a typical day like today or however the server goes, this is usually one of good conversation, right? Whereas the other ones, they're just spurging, being autists, shit like that. So that's why I'm here. Alpha knows that. Jedi knows that. And by the way, Alpha and I low key like disagree on a lot of shit, but the one thing that we do agree on and why we have become close confidants is because when these globetards come in here, they make the same fucking argument. The same fucking argument, and it concerns me because as a scientist, that's the whole basis of fucking science. It's to argue your shit and back it up. No matter how much of an expert I am, right? I could be talking to a fucking VC of squirrels, right? And I assume all you guys are brain dead. It doesn't matter. I still have to make my point. It doesn't matter. I have to get scrutinized. And instead, what's been misconstrued in science is you have people that think that science is just about going and pulling a scientific article or something from a journal, not reading it, no context. Here you go, have a nice day. Oh, read it for yourself. It's not my problem, right? I know in my world that there's the globetard that exists, but you don't, so you need to figure it out for yourself. The burden of proof is on you to read my shit. Yeah, that's how science works. No. So that's my long-winded answer of saying that this VC has been very productive. I've never seen it not. So kudos to the moderation team for that.
Hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm you really got me interested. I'm gonna now look into the weather models.
Please do, and I will do the same. I hate to cut it short. I do have to go, guys. We will talk
Brandon,
later.
before you leave, look me up on X, man. Look me up on X.
All right, drop your thing in the chat.
Yeah, it should be AV_overdrive. I'm driving right now, so I can't type it in.
Gotcha.
AV_overdrive.
Right. You got it, boss. All right, that's it. Yep.
Have a nice day. Oh, that's refreshing.
People don't understand that some of these academics that come in here, man, they don't argue like these globers that have been like staunchly in opposition to flat Earth. They have a very different take, and I think that's what gets them nervous, is that academia is actually taking what we're saying seriously and examining it.
Yeah, I've seen the best debates I've seen were actually with PhDs on YouTube. Like the best, calmest, productive, intellectually honest debates have been with certain PhDs on YouTube that I've seen. They actually said when they didn't know something, for example, and that was really surprising. But yeah, I think the weather model thingy, that is really something that is explainable with the winds. And it seems like that he hopefully gonna look into it. Because the Coriolis stuff, that's just bullcrap. I bet you if you would truly go down deep the rabbit hole with that Coriolis and the weather system moving, that would just end up saying, okay, you know what? You put me into this corner. You know what? It's just so minute. It just forget it. It's almost like as if it doesn't even matter if it's there. You know? It's just what they always do. It's also with surveying where they say, yeah, we have detected curvature, but for this project, it is just so minute that we can just treat the Earth as being a topographical plane. And it's the same with there, right? They gotta keep these people in the paradigm of the ball, just like Brendan, and then they need to insert these little dots, these little cherries to pick, where they can not only just say, yeah, the weather model or system is drastically moving because of wind variations, changes in its layer. Also, it is because there's the Coriolis effect. It's just, it needs to be there, because otherwise you just can't keep reminding the people, oh, you live on a ball, guys. Right? It's the same with the universal intros. It's the same with these small minute logos. Always make this reminder and put it everywhere, so people never forget you live on a spinning ball, even though it doesn't matter at all. That's how they get them, and that's how they keep them in this thinking pattern. Just a little tablespoon of Coriolis there. Just a little tablespoon of the glow picture there. Just a little tablespoon. Right there, mix it in. But if you put into a corner and actually question on it, just claim that it's so minute, it's so unimportant, that it just treat it as if the globe isn't there. But be aware, we're just gonna put a little bit of sprinkled stuff about the globe everywhere in these texts. So at least you, at the end of the day, you can claim there's something about the globe, even though it's really unnecessary. This is how it works. This is just brainwashing, nothing more. Keeping the program running. This is like what Mr. Smith would do. Sprinkle in some little parts of him just to keep the program running. Read between the lines, folks. It's all a scam. There is no globe, earth, or ball. And if you read about it, it's just gonna be a little bit of salt, a little bit something that is pretty much unimportant if you truly challenge it. But it needs to be there, so they can just claim, oh, there is still this ball that we don't really need to account for, which nobody actually needs. Yeah, it's very deceptive how that works. But let's see, maybe by the grace of God, this fellow man will see and read between the lines and come back and say, you know what, guys? That's it. Finally got it. I can still remember the time where I went through surveys, where like the London Underground, where they supposedly measured everything for the subway stations, and where it just says, when you read between the lines precisely, well, we have detected curvature over a span of so and so many miles. But in actuality, even though there is curvature, we just reference ourselves to a flat-based grid system. But be sure that there is detected curvature, but we use a flat-based grid system because it's just easier to build these underground subway stations. See? It's just... it's like a curse, man. Like as if a wizard just puts a little bit of his stinky stuff everywhere. just so the people don't forget the smell, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I just can't believe you're just saying storms are caused by Earth's rotation.
Yeah. I mean, how
like that
ridiculous.
is really nuts, man. It's like disturbing. Because it's just hot air or warm air meeting cold air. Nothing to do with Earth's rotation. But they say they spin opposite directions in the north and southern hemisphere. Is Earth spinning in opposite directions in the north and southern hemisphere? It's like they can't even get their argument straight.
Well, no one can truly prove that the Earth is moving at all. There's no isolated experiment that proves that. Furthermore, the ones that have been done actually point to the Earth standing still.
Everything seems to be opposite, you know?
Anyways, if the thing is, as a flat Earth, if I read through the academia, read through these surveys, read through, even if I would now start, which I really didn't do so far much actually, if I would start reading through meteorological weather systems, how that stuff works, how they're predicted and such, I know for a fact before I actually even would now start looking it up, and I will probably do tomorrow, I will read between the lines again. I will see how there's just these little bits of sprinkled, stinky, smelly wizardry argumentation for the globe. Just just put between the lines, just so they can, at the end of the day, say, yeah, there's a little bit of a hint of a smelly globe, right? This is always the case with every academical survey, whatever scientific paper I've read, these hints of heliocentrism, like sprayed inside, just so you never forget there might be something like a globe, even though it doesn't exist. Well, let's use a flat-based grid system to build the underground subway tunnels and the subway stations on the London Underground, even though we just claim simultaneously in the text that we detected curvature, while we just don't account for it.
Oh, that's convenient.
It's insane, man. This is such a clown world.
Oh, it's pretty crazy. Fuck.
Man, I gotta go to bed. 8.
Oh yeah, I gotta go to work soon, dude.
But that's something I would highly recommend to everybody who is also within the paradigm of the topographical planar surface that we live on. Read these things that might seem stupid because you already know they are, but when you know how to read between the lines, you figure out like even in these texts they just can't hide the fact that the Earth isn't what is being claimed. And that is what is so amusing sometimes. Anyways.
But I was thinking the opposite rotation of the storms might have something to do with the warm and the cold air coming from two different directions, you know?
Right,
To the north.
That's the main
Yeah.
way it works, right?
So northern hemisphere, the cold air comes from the north down, and in the southern hemisphere, the cold air comes up from the south. So it's, I don't know if that's got anything to do with it, but certainly not rotation of the Earth. That's messed up.
But it also has to do with how the heat is contributed, the surface area. I mean, the surface also heats up, and then when the sun is away and is in another spot heating up another spot, still the surface that was previously heated up is still giving off energy and heat during parts of the night, and it is also contributing to how the wind changes or the weather is playing out. I mean, there's so many contributions at the end of the day. But it's very interesting.
You've been in a desert at night?
Yes, and it gets very cold
It's like
because
how cold is it, man? I could not. I was like, I am freezing my balls off. It's so cold.
yeah,
I couldn't believe
all
it.
that heat is dissipating into the upper layers, right? And then it pushes away the cold air, and the cold air pushes down and or falls down, and it gets cold pretty fast.
Yeah.
And the desert is also not a good heat. What is it called? Heat saver. Such as different grounds.
Oh, it's so cold.
I think one of the best videos I've ever seen explaining how weather works is like with a fish tank filled with water. Let me see if I can find the video. Oh yeah, this video is like one of the best I've ever seen. Highly recommended to watch this. Also, furthermore, showing that we live in a contained system, just as in the experiment the guy is doing. Because it just furthermore proves that the Earth is contained. Mic is too low for the YouTube stream. Let me check.
Oh. Hang on, I've still got my thing on.
Is my mic louder now? Is it better? Check. Is it better?
Dude. No, that's better, dude. Much clearer.
Okay. Thank you.
No worries, dude.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Majin. I wasn't aware of that issue. I appreciate it. Lovely. So, what was I saying?
That QE thing you did with the chat GDP was hilarious, bro. It was so funny.
Oh yeah.
Where she's going, QE uses words like numpty, crown muncher.
What it was even more funny today is that I got the ChatGPT with the advanced voice model to concede that the heliocentric model is just a reification fallacy in itself, because I tried to get direct empirical evidence for the Earth curving 360 degrees in every direction without using the sky or any celestial observation, right? And then it said, okay, I actually can't give you any of the or any experiment that has measured this without using the sky. And then I said, therefore, and then I asked after this, is the heliocentric model primarily derived in its beginnings from the celestial observations or the sky? And it says yes, the heliocentric model was and is derived from celestial observation. So then I said, so the conclusion is that it in itself, in a nutshell, is a reification fallacy, because yeah, in 2024, the only way to prove the globe is to use references in regards to the sky, which in the first place, the sky was where the heliocentric model was derived from. Therefore, it's a circle jerk reification fallacy in a nutshell, so the heliocentric model is just a joke. And that's what ChatGPT admitted to me. So if this tool in itself admits this, it didn't admit that it's a reification fallacy, obviously, because it can't, because it's biased, but it did admit, intellectually honest, as a reasoning, that it can't provide any empirical evidence for the Earth's spherical shape by not referring back to the sky, which where the globe was referred from in the first place. So there you go, 2024, still no proof for this 360 degrees bending in every direction, spinning wobbling tilted spaceball flying from never expanding void of darkness.
Darkness.
Hilarious. I'm glad to be the crazy flat earther. I'm totally out of my mind.
You can't make us believe it. It isn't true.
I don't want you to believe what the Earth is. There's already the wrong premise in that foundational in the foundation of thinking. False premise.
Well, that's exciting.
This is not about belief. If I would tell you about what the Earth is and how it presents itself, and at the end of it you would say, "Oh, Clay, this is wonderful what you just said. I do truly believe now that the Earth is a topographical plane," then I would be like, "Dude, I did something wrong." Because I don't want anybody to believe anything that, first of all, I say, because it is out there. The Earth doesn't need me as a moderator, as someone to point out the obvious. Well, it is obvious enough that water is level and horizontal. It's obvious enough obvious enough that the Earth is not bending 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball at the end of the day. When there's so many other things that are just obvious about the Earth. Doesn't need a presenter. You just need to use your eyes and your common sense. But the question is,
That makes sense.
if
It just begs the question: why do we spend our time in here asking for Globers to do exactly that? If what you're saying is true, then it shouldn't involve having a Discord at all, really.
that's true, yes. The Earth doesn't need a representative. It is what it presents itself to be. Here we are, yes, indeed, because we're humans, we can have communication going on. It is entertaining, it's fun, it's part of life. But still, it doesn't mean that I need to be the arbiter of truth. The Earth doesn't need you and me, anybody else, to tell what it is. It's just what you see that it is. So, if you look at water and you understand simply how water works, every child would understand it, right? And let me get a sip of it. Refreshing. It clearly presents itself to behave in a certain way. The question is, do you accept that way? Or do you insert willfully something you have been taught since childhood, which goes against that way, because you feel like it needs to be checking whatever to reify what you have been taught as a child. That is the big question. It's a question of what do you choose to accept. Do you choose to accept and believe in something? Or do you choose to accept for what it is presented to you? Well, if I look into the mirror, I wouldn't say I'm like a supermodel. But I could believe that it's the case. But I'd rather choose to accept for what I see in the mirror. I mostly laugh sometimes, which is, I think, strange because I don't think that is normal. But I'm entertained by looking into the mirror. Anyways, man in the mirror. It's late. I should go to bed. Yeah, but that's the thing. You can believe that you're seeing a supermodel, for example, or you can just accept for what. Yeah, the image
You're
that
a
you see.
supermodel, Clay. Don't sell yourself short.
Wait, what did Kennedy say? What did Kennedy say when he went to Germany? He said, "Ich bin ein Berliner."
Yeah.
He said, I'm a jam donut.
Ich bin ein Berliner.
That's it.
Yeah, he's a donut. But it sounded good, though, right? I think that's what they do with a globe, you know?
Ich bin ein Berliner on the moon. We chose to go to the moon.
Clay, are you Gen Z?
Not because it's easy like Marilyn Monroe, but because it's hard.
Unfortunately, no. I'm like a grandpa, you know. I enjoy having my quiet peace. I enjoy sitting on a bench looking at the river, doing almost nothing but thinking about things. I'm like literally the opposite of Gen Z. I don't want any action. I don't have any Facebook or Instagram. No X, Twitter, or whatnot.
Your profile says you're born in 2000.
2000, yes. I'm born 3rd March of 2000.
Oh, you just don't accept the label.
I'm born 030300.
I got a question. Can you put on an affidavit that's your birthday? Can you swear that to be, an affidavit is something that you would swear in court? It's like something you never lie on.
What does that mean?
It's a thing in court where you testify in court. Can you testify in court that that's the day you were born? Were you a witness?
Oh, no, I can't. Only my parents can.
Right. How about your name? Do you know what your name is?
Yes.
Don't say it, right? But if let's say your name is John Dylan Smith, right? That's actually not your name.
Yes.
Smith is your family name. So how could it be your name? So you don't know when you're born and you don't know your name.
Wait, I get the don't know born
Yeah.
thing, but the name thing I don't get.
Well, your Christian name is John Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so do you believe you were born in 2000, or like do you know you were born in the year 2000?
He believes it.
He believes it.
Right. And
well,
he also
I trust my parents.
But it is a belief. It's not.
Well, I can't empirically, except for the papers that there are. But even that, you know, well, I can't for myself. I can't 100% verify it. Yeah, I mean, I could be coming out of a test tube. Who knows? Or maybe a biological, well-advanced robot.
Well, I was told by my government that I was born in 83. And then I had paperwork that I was born in 82. So I had to clear it up with my government what my actual birth year was before I could get my birth certificate. Even though I had an original where they put my feet on the paper, they said that's not a birth certificate. Like, it's signed by a doctor. It's signed by my parents. How is it not a certificate of birth? Well, they said we don't accept that. So then I had to clear up what year I was born in. So I don't know what year I was born in. And I assume that my name is, you know, John Dylan Smith. Right? But my Christian name is actually John Dylan, right? It wouldn't be Smith. That's my family name. How could it be my name?
But like, you know, Larry, with that line of reasoning, you could argue like you don't know if yesterday happened. Like you
Well,
believe yesterday
I witnessed
happened.
yesterday. I tried to walk and I couldn't.
Maybe it was a dream.
No, it hurt.
How would you be able to tell the difference between a dream?
Because it hurt really bad. I tried to walk and I couldn't walk.
I mean, yesterday is just an example. Like, how do you know, like, you know, 200 years ago anything happened?
Oh, I don't know anything about 200 years ago. But I remember falling into the door yesterday. I have a sprained ankle, by the way. So I'm definitely aware of reality right now. Shit is real right now. Very real. So how do we know it's a globe? Like, I hear people come in here and say we landed on the moon. They identify as, you know, astronauts that landed on the moon. I guess you can identify as anything these days. But we landed on the moon. But I don't think that's true. I think that's fraud. I don't think the people that come in here actually landed on the moon.
I mean, it's just a way of saying.
Well, could they testify in court that we landed on the moon?
I mean, they're not literally saying that they landed on the moon. That's just like, you know, human beings in general.
But it's part of their identity, is what I'm saying. These people identify as moonlanders.
Oh, not necessarily. People like me, I say we landed on the moon. I mean we as human beings. I don't.
Yeah, they identify as a species that landed on the moon. Yes.
Okay, did we kill 6 million people?
We did. I mean, you are right about that.
I didn't do that.
But you belong to a species that did, you know, so it's kind of like a shared identity, I suppose.
I don't identify as that. I identify as peaceful. Extremely peaceful.
Yeah, I mean, but you do identify as a human being.
No, I don't. I'm a man. How could I be anything else?
But a man is a human being.
Not according to me. That's not how I define it.
Wait, a man is not a human being?
No.
Our definition.
What are you talking about?
I just reject that title. I'm a man.
But that's
Wait,
like saying
so-
I'm not a mammal. I'm a man. I'm not a man. I'm a Harry.
Yeah, that's like you're being more specific, like
Within categories, right? There are
How
aliens.
could I identify as anything else, though?
Okay, but you do identify as Larry.
Because
right?
categories overlap.
As a biker and
Yeah,
as
you can
as
be.
a male and as like you can identify as multiple different things at once. Surely this is
Yeah.
not a new concept.
As long as they don't contradict each other, you know.
Yeah. Me, I'm a male woman. Okay, some people would
Yeah.
go for that one, but I don't. You know, or I'm a reptilian mammal. If it entails a logical contradiction, then sure. But there's no logical contradiction
I
between.
think
man
platypuses are reptilian mammals. No?
Definitionally, a man is a male adult human.
Well, you
There
guys
you go.
can't compel me
Aren't
to
all,
identify as a human being, and I'm not going.
Aren't all Australians
You're going to
reptilian?
be classified that way by other people.
You don't have to identify yourself as a man either. Like no one's gonna compel you. It's just. You know.
Aren't all Australians reptilians anyways?
We could be
That's true,
living
that's
all the
true.
way upside down here.
Well, somehow you got deported there, right, from the Brits.
We did.
Yeah, they probably said, "Would you
Partly
like to
because the
go on
Americans
vacation?"
didn't want to keep taking all these prisoners. They were taking
Well, no,
prisoners
we
for
kind of stopped
decades
slavery, and the UK was like, "Oh, look what we found! A penal colony."
No, you had almost as many. Maybe it was more, but you had almost as many convicts transported to America
Yeah,
as.
but
there
then
was
we
to
cut that
Australia.
shit out.
Let's create a lizard nation.
Yeah, we cut it out in the 1860s.
Or like offspring from the royal family that has been incubating all these lizard people and called Australians.
Hey, I resent that. I'm not part of no
Right.
lizard
1860
family.
sounds far too late. I'm thinking before the 1800s.
He is trying to change the topic. He's trying to go somewhere else now. I tell you. I'm just joking. Just joking. But I do gotta say there's something mesmerizing about the Australian accent, as at least for me as a German to listen to.
I love it.
Most people
Yeah,
hate it.
they say funny words like "not ain."
Nothing.
Or no, clear.
I could teach you guys how to speak like an Australian. Say "rise," like rise above, up, and then lights, like lights.
And me.
Say it. Rise up, lights.
What you doing, mate?
Do you think like they developed that accent because like they live upside down to us?
They don't live upside down. What are you, crazy? You've been watching too much TV, bro.
No, they developed it because they have this disgusting stuff that you can put on your bread. And I think that melted their brains. I forgot what it's called, but it's very disgusting. It's like some salty stuff.
Vegemite. So Vegemite, cheese, butter on
Exactly
toast.
that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh, golly.
You got me with the cheese. I was okay with everything else, but the cheese?
Yeah. Wait, try that stuff, especially in the morning when you just woke up with a nice coffee, and then you understand why Australians are Australians, okay?
That's what I'm missing. I'm missing my coffee.
Yeah, but try that Vegemite or however you call it. Then you see why Australians are what they are.
It's unbelievable they thought that people would actually eat it. It's like, people will eat this? Like, no. Oh, no, let's give it a go.
Yeah,
But yeah, it's pretty gross.
Off the
But
bottom of the vat from beer.
yeah, yeast extract.
Ugh.
Oh, I thought it was peanut butter.
No, it's sort of black like tar. Smears quite satisfyingly.
Black
and has a very salty sort of.
Yeah, it's very, very bitey, salty taste.
Oh man.
So I've been in my room since Saturday, and I am not used to spending this much time inside, and I'm extremely stir crazy, and I want to go outside.
Then go outside.
I can't walk.
Oh. What happened?
I sprained my ankle really bad.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, you said that. Oh man.
So I'm like kind of going nuts at this point.
How does that feel? I never had something like this. I've never broken anything. See, I'm a robot or a humanoid or something. Because I have literally people. So many people I would ask have all these experiences. Never had this stuff. I was wondering how it
When you
feels.
sprain your ankle, if you
Yeah.
put any pressure on it, the pain goes from like 2 or 3 to like 10. And then once you take the pressure back off of it, it goes back down to like 4 or 5. And then eventually it goes back down to like 2 or 3. And then if you stay off of it long enough, the pain will go back down to like 1 or 2, and you can start walking around. But if you walk around too much, the pain will go back up and it'll re-sprain it, get worse. You have to rest
Oh
it.
man.
So it's really annoying and it's hard to piss.
Oh man. Golly. That doesn't sound nice at all.
Where are you from, the Germans?
Yeah, I'm from Germany.
And he's never sprained an ankle. I don't know how. You never played basketball?
Dude, I live in the countryside and I don't even have neighbors. Like we live like very much in a lot of nature, and I built like with my brother I built like ramps. Dude, I had so many like open wounds every day as a child, like building like a ramp, driving over the bike and then crashing onto the pavement and then having like my whole arm scratched open. But I never broke anything. I also never sprained like never anything where I couldn't like the next day just go out and run around like a crazy maniac again, Like I did everything you can imagine as a child in order to maybe break something,
I've never broken
But yeah.
anything either, but once you come down on somebody's foot halfway, so half of your foot lands on half of their foot and it twists your ankle and turns, and then all your weight comes down on that joint, like it's pretty hard to walk after that.
Yeah.
It'll make you cry. It's bad.
Yeah.
Can imagine.
Particularly, I find if I'm carrying a bit of extra weight, I'm like that ankle is just like it just gives up so much easier.
Well, brother, I will pray that it gets better, okay?
Well, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Much
like
love,
when
man.
when people ask me, I appreciate that, bro. Right back at you. When people ask me about solipsism and how do you know, it's like, well, have you ever racked yourself in the balls? Like when you're in the midst of getting your balls kicked, and then right after that, like, are you questioning reality? Like, did I really just get hit in the balls? Did that
Oh,
really
yeah.
happen? No, you're like reeling. You're like on the floor. You're about to throw up, and you're looking at the person to make sure they don't do it again. Right?
I don't know
Reality is
how
real.
I don't know how the creator has wired it, but that is like the strangest wiring that there is when you get a kick in your nuts.
I know, dude. What is he thinking? Why don't you just put them on the inside?
Well, the
Yeah, but I mean,
has to be regulated for the sperm.
I
So
mean,
they
but
have
but
to-
why is the pain so strange?
Because you got to protect
Why
them
is
so
it-
you can reproduce.
Yeah, but the pain is so strange when you
Think about
compare
your
it.
frontal lobes. Like you got to protect your frontal lobes, right? So what do you do when you get hit in the nose? You usually back up, right?
There are some agents that can hold the pain. Can hit them in the nuts and they don't react.
Well, it's not just Asians. I was at work and I was making burgers, and for no reason, this dude walks up to me, bends down, and uppercuts me in the balls. And before I had a chance to react, I just immediately like shoved him as hard as I could. So after I tore my quadricep freshman football, I did a lot of bench pressing. So my upper body strength was phenomenal. So this dude goes flying back like 10 feet maybe, and then lands and hits his back on the back of a reach-in cooler where you get the meat out of. And I was just like, what the fuck just happened? Like, I didn't even realize what happened. And then a few seconds later, I was like, oh, my balls. And
Yeah,
then I
the
was,
delay is strange.
yeah, so. I mean, I did feel it after that. But he
It's
literally
also
went flying.
strange. It's also strange when you see another man going through it. It's almost like you can feel it yourself.
Neuron mirroring. That's what that's called. Like when the dog is drooling when you're eating pizza.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, neuron mirroring. Crazy, isn't it? Like you
I
experience.
can still remember. I can still remember that one guy in school who was like playing on a fence, like showing everybody off how cool he was, like on a wooden fence, standing up on there, and then suddenly he slips, and he makes a stop with, anyways, and there was like a very sharp corner on this wooden fence. I still remember that how he was crying on the floor and rolling around.
The ones with the skateboarders go up on the handrails and that always ends badly.
Oh yeah, that too. But luckily I never skateboarded, I mostly longboarded. Because that was in during my time. Or it still is in.
I used to rollerblade. Looking back on it, it's kind of weird, but I could still do it.
If there wouldn't be so many hills where I live, I would actually go back to driving a longboard, but it's just a pain if you don't live like in the Netherlands where everything is flat, for example.
So there's a skate park pretty close to where I live, and I think maybe 4 years ago, I went down the ramp with rollerblades. Not like a half pipe, but like a ramp. Everybody was looking at me like, that fat boy gonna fall. I didn't fall. Everybody's waiting for it though. They're like waiting, like, is he gonna fall? He's gonna fall, right? He's gonna fall. Nope. But that's how I sprained my ankle the first time. I was around roller skates in the 80s. Probably about 86, and I sprained my ankle. Maybe 87. Sprained it good too, and it's been a reoccurring injury ever since.
Yeah, that sucks.
One time I was delivering pizza, and I was carrying pizza to a front yard, and they had just removed their mailbox. So as I stepped over the curve, my foot went in that hole, and I almost bent my knee backwards. And I was carrying like $80 worth of pizza and drinks. Dude, that was so bad.
I can only imagine.
They didn't answer the door either, so I had to bring all that food back. They probably thought I was going to sue them, but I just kind of walked it off. And then one time I was bending down to pick up some pens, and my knee like popped out sideways, and then I straightened it back up, and it popped back into place, and then I walked it off. I was like, what the fuck? What just happened? And my boss was like, did you fall? I was like, nope. Mm-mm. He's like, why are you walking like that? Oh, I'm cramping. Like, I just walked it off. But you can't walk off a sprained ankle. That's not how that works. I tried it one time. Didn't work. But back to this globe thing. Like, how do we know it's a globe?
Well, it's a good question. Some people might say giant.
I think
It's amazing how resilient the body is. But where's this globe at? I saw it on TV.
I think it's up to each person to decide that for themselves when their burden for what's probably true is being met, right? You could set it. Would you agree in principle you could set a burden so high that not even something like you were talking about before, your name could meet that burden?
Yeah, I mean, of course. But if the claim is that there's curvature and we see the boats going over the horizon, and then I go to the ocean and I'm seeing objects 10 miles away, and then you do the math, right? And it's like, wait a minute, this isn't checking out. And then you infer that, well, what's going on is there's this refraction happening. Your inference doesn't trump my firsthand experience.
Well, it depends. It's up to
So,
you, right?
could your burden be so
those
low?
things aren't objective; they're subjective, correct?
Could your burden be so low that you'll accept an inference over observations?
Sure, some people's could. Absolutely. Some people's could be so high they wouldn't accept truth if it was right, staring them right there in the face.
Well, I agree with you. When I saw those objects, if you were to go to the USS Lexington, get in the water right next to it, and see Ingleside on the bay like I did, I don't think you would accept the truth right there in your face. When you saw Ingleside on the bay from 10 miles away, you would come up with an excuse and infer that it's refraction.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't. Just seeing something wouldn't be enough information, would it?
It'd be enough information to know that 66.6 inches, 66 feet and 6 inches isn't actually there.
But no. What I'm saying is to see Ingleside on the bay, you've got to know its distance, right? Somebody's told you that distance. You haven't measured it yourself.
Correct.
So you're already accepting. So you're already accepting inference from other people.
No, it's a measurement. People can measure it. Yeah, they can measure how far Ingleside on the bay from Corpus Christi is.
Have you measured it?
No, I haven't measured it. But I don't know why you guys
when
go to this.
somebody says
this
is how far away it is, you go, okay, that's good enough for me. And when other people say light bends a bit, particularly on warm days near the water, you don't accept it. So
no, I don't accept it.
It's not actually about the observation. It's about which bits of other people's testimony do you take.
Well, you can verify how far something is on the map. Can you verify the temperature of all those air molecules over 10 miles?
You don't see that as a bit of a broken standard?
No, not at all, because you can verify a distance on the map.
Right. And you can verify the effects of to the same degree of like to a degree of precision, right? You're not going to ever be able to measure something to within down to the atomic scale, are you?
Well, I mean, you could with not the atomic scale, but you can measure things with chains.
Okay. And will that give you a perfect measurement or just one that's good enough for your purposes?
It'll give me a measurement.
Perfect one? Or does perfect measurements not exist?
I'm not sure that perfect measurements exist.
Bingo. So why do you require a perfect measurement when it comes to refraction to know every molecule on the lake? But when it comes to distances, you're well aware that perfection doesn't exist and it's more reasonable to go with.
It's a false equivalency because if you infer that this distance is 10 miles and then you take a boat, plane, bicycle, train, airplane, car ride over there, you can verify that it's 10 miles. But what you can't do is measure every 10 feet the temperature of the water and the air simultaneously.
Why do you need to measure every 10 feet?
Because you're inferring that there's a refraction thing happening where the denser is always down and the light is bending down around the curve. That's insane. And it just happens to be bending at 8 inches per mile.
But you don't see that your standard is vastly different in either case. Like in one, you're like, yeah, drive around there, it's good enough. And then the other one, you're like, I need to know every last 10-foot air measurement.
Well, are you not driving and measuring every 10-foot measurement when you take a plane, train, automobile?
No, you're average.
Yeah, you're measuring every 10-foot segment.
No, you're
with your
typically getting to the
odometer
end
or
and
time versus distance,
time versus distance is averaging them,
it's still a measurement. It's
but it's not every 10
calculations
foot.
based
It's
on
getting to the end and going, how long did that take?
it's calculations based on measurements.
And still taking somebody else's word for it, right? Because
No,
even
you
if you
can
say
do
I
it
drove it
yourself.
myself, no, but even
Bro,
if you drive it
get
yourself,
you can get a 100-foot chain, lay it
how do you know
out.
it's 100 foot?
You can get a tape measure.
How do you know the tape measure's measuring accurately?
Use
Look,
multiple
keep
tape
going all the
measures
way
and
down.
verify.
So is averaging therefore accurate, or how do you know all of the tape
Bro,
measures are accurate?
why are you arguing
pointing out.
this side subject rather than saying,
Do you not
hey,
understand the point I'm making?
Larry, no, I don't, because you're obfuscating.
I can make
You're
it
trying to
clear to you.
make the conversation difficult for everybody to understand when the actual conversation should be based on the horizon didn't obstruct beach houses from 10 miles away when the water was up to my armpits. I'm in the ocean, the water's up to my armpits. How could I see those beach houses?
Well, I know. One second. I know where Extra is trying to go. Right? He's trying to say, you're using like distance numbers that are within his paradigm and probably made by the very people you would probably disagree with. But in any way, shape, or form, even if all these distances, right, are actually brought into existence because of people who support the heliocentric doctrine or not. Even if that would be the case, that the distance he figured out is measured by people who claim a ball, if the same outcome of this distance then can be used to show that it doesn't add up with the supposed curvature rate given within the paradigm of mathematics, then this would even furthermore be one second, this would then even be furthermore a kick in your own leg, or pissing on your own leg, because it would furthermore underline how ridiculous it is. It's destructive in itself.
So you're close to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if your standard is we can't trust other people, we need to check things for ourselves, you won't get out of bed in the morning. You can barely do a single thing in the modern world honestly living to that standard. And I'm pointing out that Larry isn't doing it. He thinks he is, but he hasn't.
Well, but I pointed out,
questioned. But the point isn't just you're using numbers from the globe, right? Which it is. The distances he's taking, he'll just take off Google Maps, same as everybody else. But even the claimed radius, right? To claim a flat Earth, you have to claim no radius, not a specific radius, right? Because otherwise, you would have to say, well, who's measured that yourself? I've got to have to go all the way back to square one.
But
in order to live, trust other people, or go and be a crazy man in the bush who never uses a modern device in your life. But since we're all here on Discord, we know none of us are those people. All of us are relying on trust in order to use the internet.
Yeah, actually, but even if the distance from Google Earth and whatnot would be from the very paradigm that he's trying to refute, even if the whole numbers out of that paradigm, even if I make a distance from A to B via Google, and then I use this distance and I cross-check it with reality, right? And then throughout cross-checking it and clarifying that this distance shows that I can see something that I should be impossible to see because it should be hidden so far beneath the curvature rate. Then
it should be below the curvature.
Well, I'm just taking a hypothetical example here. If that's the case, then their own numbers are pissing against their own leg.
But it's crucial that you say where you get that from. You can't just skip past where I got told the horizon would be and go, but I measured where it is. Right?
Actually, you know how many experience we have. You know that we have the black swan and so forth. Yeah, sorry for interrupting, but you do know we have enough stuff to bring to the table if we need to.
That, but you're just interrupting.
Oh.
The point is, if you set the standard that I can't rely on other people's measurements, you need to be able to go, how did you measure that? How'd you measure that? All the way down to, I measured out a gram of water and I measured it to be a centimetre long and a centimetre wide and a centimetre high, and I built back up from the base of the metric system.
No, we
If you
don't.
didn't, if you just rely, no, I get you haven't done that, and you don't feel you have.
No, we don't need to do that.
Yeah,
It's
what I'm
all
saying
or nothing
is,
fallacy. You take everything that every guy says, or you can't take any of it.
Nope, it's not that.
Yeah, that's
It's
what
just
you're
saying,
saying.
if
That's
you
your
set
argument.
a standard, here's the point I'm making. If you set a standard that I've got to test stuff for myself, but you abandon that standard sometimes, then you've got no right.
Perfect. All or nothing fallacy. That's great. Yeah, no worries. No, we
Is it
don't.
an all or nothing fallacy? I'm not making a conclusion here. I'm giving
Okay,
you a,
no worries.
I'm giving.
Don't worries. No worries. No, we don't need to do any of that. We're not making a claim.
Yeah, I've refuted the claim, and then he goes, well, you do know it's 10 miles away, right? It's like, yeah, I guess I know. He's like, no, you don't. You don't know that. It's like, wait a minute. I drive for a living. I know how maps work. Like, I know when the map says it's 10 miles that I'll reach it at a certain time. So I take the map as pretty close to, being legit everywhere you go. Right? And that doesn't mean that it's a globe like you inferred, like you smuggled into your argument that, well, you
Nope,
accept the
I
globe
didn't.
map. Yeah, you did. You did. You said that.
No, I didn't.
It's recorded.
I didn't
Yeah.
say anything about the globe. You're just
Yeah,
making
you
shit up
did.
now. Now
Oh,
you've gone
is this,
from I need to measure
is
stuff
this
for
live
myself,
stream?
and now I can just dream stuff up out of the ether. I didn't
Is
say
this,
it comes from the globe. I was responding to Clay's point where he said that that's what I was saying. And I was saying it's similar to that, but I'm not talking about the globe. I said the opposite of what you're saying, but you just smuggled that in there.
okay.
Isn't that a bit
I
suspicious?
apologize
Isn't
if
that a
that's
little
what
bit?
I did.
You
I'm not
did.
going to look it up. Let's move
100%
past
you
it.
did.
Okay, well, I apologize and I recant. Okay. Back to the argument. I saw Ingleside on the Bay. I didn't even know it was there. I'm not from Corpus Christi. So when I saw, the white glimmering, and then when it got dark, I saw the street lamps, I was like, I wonder what that is. That looks like the furthest thing away. And then I went and looked on the map, and sure enough, yeah, there's like a bay over there.
Mm.
Well, I was in a bay. And it's like, there's like a little, settlement over there, and it's beach houses, and it's 10 miles away. So from in the ocean, 1 foot above, you could see it. So that's kind of odd that I could see that when the claim is that it, should be obstructed due to curvature, just like the boats.
Okay, so that claim, who is it made by? Because that's going to settle this. You can tell me who that claim is made by?
The government, the public school system told me when I was a child that boats go over the
Distance to the
horizon.
No, that's not the same thing. That boats go over the horizon isn't the same thing as Ingleside is viewable from this specific distance, right?
Oh, I'm the one that made that claim.
Right. So what you're really saying is when I went to a website that some other flat earther had given me and I plugged in Earth curve calculations, this is what I was given for a sphere of a given radius with no refractive effects.
No, I saw on NASA's website 8 inches per mile squared.
You saw that from NASA's website?
Yeah, a long time ago when I first got into this stuff.
Fantastic. So you trusted NASA on the radius of the Earth. Did you trust NASA or anybody else on the refractive
No, I
effect?
didn't trust NASA. I went to confirm it. Eventually, I went to the ocean.
Right, but you've got to trust what they're saying is true in order to
No,
debunk what
I
they're
have to
saying is
test
not
it. I don't have to trust it.
Well, okay. So were there any sources available at the time that you did this that said about the effects of looking over long distance of water, particularly on warm days? Low down, close to the surface?
Do I need a source? I saw it with my own eyes.
You don't need a source. No. I'm saying, were there any sources, for example, like Captain Cook way back in the 1700s? Were there people like that who had recordings describing terrestrial refraction before you went to do this test?
Dude, I was at the beach on vacation with my family. Why am I going to be reading Captain Cook?
There were. I'll help you out. There were sources dating back hundreds, possibly even thousands of years, if you believe them, but those ones are kind of sketchy, saying that the presentation of the height at which objects are presented to you will be altered by refraction.
Oh, great. Apparent then.
So
not geometric.
So
He went right where I was going. You can take over, bro.
No, I mean, this is pathetic now, Eggs. I mean, so now apparent and not geometrical, so now we're not measuring to them because they're in an apparent
I
position?
don't think you've understood what I'm saying at all. I don't think you.
No, yeah, so you were
What do you
invoking
think it is I'm
terrestrial
saying?
refraction, so now it's not geometric.
No, I'm not invoking terrestrial
No.
refraction.
Well,
And the
why'd you bring it up
two
then?
is an all or nothing fallacy. You can have a physical object.
Why did
be
you bring up terrestrial refraction? I'm sorry.
Because I'm saying he's taking half of the Earth, the Earth claim, and abandoning another half of it.
What Earth
And he's
claim?
not the radius, but not the refraction.
What radius?
Oh my God, are we really going to do that?
Yeah, no, there's no radius that you could measure because you just told me everything's
I'll
apparent.
pass on that
It's refracted,
stupidity.
so we can't actually measure to it, right, Eggs?
It's just so exceptionally stupid. I don't think it deserves a response.
Right, yeah, it's so exceptionally stupid that we have refracted things that are now apparent and not geometrical, so we can't base any real geometrical claims to them, right? We can't attribute that to those things because they're not in their actual position, right?
Could you describe to me how something could be refracted but not physical? Because to me, it can only be both, right? An object is somewhere, and then its appearance to us is refracted, and we see an object that is physical.
How would you determine that? How would you determine that?
That's not what I asked. I said, could you tell me?
I'm asking you a question into the response. It's to the response of your question. How would you determine where it actually is? Because it's in an apparent position. How would you determine that?
Well, top-down view, a view that's isometric to the substance. Now, can you?
Are you looking through air? Is it warm? Is there terrestrial refraction going on at that point?
Can you answer?
A top-down view. So you're looking at the Earth from above, right?
I've given you an answer. Are you going to answer, or is this the running away from questions?
I don't even know what you asked me. What was the question? What was the question, dipshit?
How can something
What
be
was the
physical?
question again?
How can something be refracted and not physical? How is it one or the other? That's an all or nothing fallacy, right? It can be both physical and refracted. And the question I asked you was, do you know of a single thing that can be refracted that
Oh
isn't
my
physical?
gosh. Eggs, slow down. Slow down.
Do you know?
So the thing that we're measuring to, eggs, what are we measuring to?
Huh?
What are we measuring to?
Whatever you want, a skyline?
I thought we were talking about the horizon. You want to measure the horizon?
What is the skyline?
Now we're going to skyline. So like a cityscape?
If you want. It sounded like what Larry was talking about.
So we're not talking about horizon. We're talking about buildings
Let me ask you
now.
a question in an open, easier way. Can something be
Holy
physical
crap, dude.
and its position refracted?
Great. We have to narrow down what it is that we're talking about so that we can be very precise. So physical things. Did he run away like a little bitch? They always do that. You corner them and then they run away. Pathetic. Anybody else where he left off? Anybody want to make a claim about the horizon? Because this 2-year-old just decided I'm going to run off. Who also doesn't know what an all or nothing fallacy is? Any globe proponents want to pick up the torch?
See, I got really triggered a few months back when they were asking me, how do you know it's 10 miles? And I kind of took a little hiatus. Like, these Globers are so pathetic that they're questioning whether or not it's actually 10 miles. How do you know it's 10 miles? And it's just they're escaping. They're abandoning their claim and they're going to, well, how do you know anything? They're adding solipsism into their argument. How do you know it's 10 miles? Because they don't want to address the fact that Larry went to the ocean and saw Ingleside on the Bay when he should have had no fucking idea that that place was even there.
Yeah.
I should have known that. To this day, if the Earth was a globe, I would think that Ingleside on the Bay doesn't exist. I wouldn't know anything about it. But
Yeah,
because it's flat, I know about Ingleside on the Bay.
I just wanted to say good night, guys. See you tomorrow.
Good night, Clay.
Peace.
Much love. Good night.
Good night, Clay.
So yeah, you would have to take a break because what a silly question. We have an oil rig at 9.41 miles, right? And we want to just give them a nice round figure to do math with, which is 10 miles, even though nobody on the flat Earth side, if there is such a thing, would actually claim that to be a geometric location. We're just using a figure because we already know that we have at least 9.41 miles. So it could be in excess, that apparent location could be in excess of it. But right now, it just exceeds 9.41 miles. To ask that question and be like, well, how do you know it's 10? I don't. I'm not actually making a claim. I just know that bare minimum, we're talking 9.41. So, yeah, sometimes you feel like, do I even bother with these people anymore? And yes, I'm saying these people, maybe it's a stereotype. But why bother with the solipsism? Why bother with the sophistry? Because this is old news at this point, this black swan. This is 4 years old. And people still aren't getting it. And now I have somebody asking me, well, doesn't it have to be physical so it can be apparent? Yeah, I know. But if you want to do geometry, you're going to have to measure to a physical place, not an apparent one. And you're not going to be able to beg the question that it is Earth curve in the first place. So then you can add an R value to your refraction to measure to an apparent physical place. So give me a break, eggshells. You're pathetic. All right, I hope you're listening on YouTube. And any of you Globers that might be tuning into YouTube, you're pathetic. And you can come in here and ask me why I think you're pathetic. But this is stupid at this point. You guys are embarrassing yourselves. So shape up. Dumb questions. Humble yourselves. And think about it.
Yeah, you really got to do better. The whole arguing, how do you know it's that far away? Like, I looked at the map. Like, oh, so you trust the map, therefore you must trust everything anyone ever says about refraction. Huh? Really? Like, is that literally what you're saying? Like, that's not a joke? You're not just being funny? It's kind of like if I were to say to the Glober, like, I can't even do an analogy. I can't form a weak enough analogy. I can't form a weak argument. Guess you have to be pretty desperate on the regular to be able to form these kind of arguments.
I mean, for them to ask us, Larry, how do you know that I might be roboting? I got bad reception right now.
Go ahead.
How do you know it's 10 miles, or how do you know that oil rig is 9.41? It's like, I'll tell you what, in actual reality, I don't actually know that. So I guess, are you telling me that Google is lying to me now? Because then I guess you guys are on our side, right? I guess that this is not trustworthy information and we should discard it. What are they trying to appeal to? I don't even understand. They're almost torpedoing their own sources now. Oh, you can't rely on Google. Google Earth's no good. These linear distances, these elevation profiles, yada, 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 are no good. Great. We all agree. Trust the authority. Now what are you going to do? Yeah.
It was too bad Clay went to bed. I was going to ask him if he's the one that brought that up.
The Black Swan?
No, the globe model being the map.
Oh.
Because I don't listen to flat earthers as intently as I do globe earthers.
It doesn't sound like something that Clay would say. But I don't know. Well, I gave Eggs an easy out.
You took
Muted him. Perfect time to abandon ship. Yeah.
Is X a flat earther?
Eggs is a glober. And an actor. Just like Zysis, the second guy I debated in 2015. He was also an actor.
What?
Yeah, I debated Zysis. He was talking about fencing. I was like, what are you, an actor?
Okay. I don't know why I thought X is a flat earther.
Well, he's been pretending for a week or two that he is. That's been his shtick. So he's been kind of a voluntary flat earther for a couple of weeks, or at least a week.
That's what actors do, right?
Which I think is an interesting. What's that?
What actors do.
Right.
They pretend.
So it's an interesting, it's an interesting thing to do as someone who holds to a paradigm, to abandon it and go to the other side and see if you can make the same arguments that the other side makes. A good old fashioned LARP. But I'll tell you what, I would have a hard time going the other direction. Like, I almost can't put myself in a globe believer mindset anymore. I mean, I could definitely repeat your guys' arguments,
right?
But I know where they end up. That's the problem, right? So
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Is like, if you're gonna be a glober, you have to rely on other people, kind of.
Sure, or you have to just deny. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, or like just rely on like things that you cannot directly verify. For example, I don't know, maybe like curvature probably falls under that. So you have to use other phenomena and deduce from that. And if you can't, like, if you're not willing to take that as proof, you're not gonna be able to put yourself in a
So yesterday, Peter was in here and he was talking to No Tanks, and he wanted to slip in that there is a downward bias, and so I bit, right. I decided, let's go down the downward bias rabbit hole, and I asked him. I said, "Does everything, all matter, have a downward bias?" And he affirmed that it did. And so when we got to gas, I said, "Does gas, which obviously and measurably moves freely and randomly in all vectors, does it have a downward bias? And he said yes. So at some point, the globe believer does have to deny reality. If they want to win the argument, they're going to have to deny reality. But what kind of victory is that? You win an argument, and yet I can demonstrate, right? Or you make a claim that denies reality. Well, what is everybody else supposed to think? So now you're denying that apparently now gas doesn't move freely and randomly in all directions, even though we observe that, and in fact we breathe because of that. Where is there left to go for anybody who believes in this fairy tale except to deny reality itself? It's a fair question.
Well, they have to.
They have to.
Wait,
But
do you guys? So I'm not quite sure if I understand the flat Earth position on this. Do you guys deny the downward bias?
there's no downward bias. I just talked to you about it. So does gas move freely and randomly in all directions?
Yeah, like to me, downward bias means like why do things like go down and not up? Like how would you like? Okay, so I
What?
guess you guys use the density principle, right? Like if something's more dense, it comes down, I guess.
Well, is there any argument with that? So there are certain things that air will not support, but then you change the medium, and water most certainly does. And if water doesn't support it, you can have an even more dense medium, like an anvil in mercury, right?
Right.
So everything is medium dependent, but the gas that we all breathe, and we're right here atop the Earth's surface, what's going all over the place? It's going to the highest point that we can measure. So there is no downward bias. Otherwise, we would have to be drinking or sucking the gas off the floor because it's all stuck to the floor, being attracted to the center of mass along a gravity well in the pseudo-Riemannian space-time medium, which is also just a concept.
It says who? Like gas is stuck to the floor. Like there's
Well, then apparently it's also stuck to my ceiling because it's up there too.
Yeah, that's because it stacks up, right? Like it's like, I mean, if there's so much gas that once the floor is like covered with gas, it's gonna stack on top of it, right? And then eventually it's gonna reach the floor, like the ceiling, and then
So it's moving upwards. So it's not being attracted to the ground, was what you're telling me.
It's not moving upwards. It's more like it's just being stacked over each other, and that's why it, like
What about
when you
helium or argon?
Yeah, helium is less dense than like regular air, I guess.
So it's going up.
It's going up because it's like sorting itself, right? Like less dense.
I'm sorry, where did the downward bias go since things are moving up?
The downward bias is there. Like if
Bro, you're just making that claim because you are going through a cognitive problem in your mind. You're saying, but it is, even though it's observably going up. Why are you doing this to yourself, Fry?
Listen, just because something's going up doesn't mean like okay, like take two magnets, okay? Take two magnets, and if I pull them apart, does it mean like they don't have an attractive force towards each other? No, right? Like
you're likening, this is a false equivalence fallacy now. Fry, why are you doing this to yourself? You live in reality.
Wait, but
things are going up and down and side to side. The gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. You do not have a downward bias.
Okay, I have a question. Like, so, is there something in between gas? Like, do you affirm the existence of like no space or like vacuum, something of the sort?
What the hell are you talking about?
So everything's air, right?
No, not everything's air.
Like the empty places. Like if I'm in a room and it's an empty room, like it's like completely filled with air.
Where do you see that in nature? Where's that happening?
I'm not sure what that means.
Where do you observe this? An empty room with nothing in it.
I don't know how to answer that. Like, I mean, I can empty my room if you want.
Isn't it funny how you immediately jump to a hypothetical situation to try and win an argument? You're as bad as the guy that was in here just, that abandoned the ship. Because now that the argument has been won by me, but not even necessarily by me, just observable reality, you want to go to fantasy land. Why are you going to fantasy land, Fry?
I'm pretty sure he was just asking like a question.
It's a hypothetical that doesn't exist in nature. Why would we be doing that? Yeah. What if we could have a vacuous space with no matter in it?
Air pressures. Wasn't. What do you think he was asking?
He was asking about a vacuous space with nothing in it. Because he was asking about the space between the particles. What if we can evacuate a space and not even have the air in it? What's there?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah, what is there?
Right. So that doesn't exist. It's a hypothetical.
But you can do it, right? Like it's not.
Okay, show me an isolated system with no matter within that space.
Are you saying you cannot make
theoretically,
like, a vacuum chamber?
There could be like sections of space that have no matter in them, right?
Space doesn't exist unless you're talking about the space between you and me.
Proxima, you seem new to the flat Earth space, like the flat Earth debate.
I'm just trying to figure out who's on what side.
Like
so
season
far.
1 stuff, space doesn't exist.
I didn't know he was on that side of the argument. It's not that I'm new to it.
Oh, okay.
It's not really the side of an argument. There is no. If you're going to talk about the outer space, if you're going to imagine a place that is, see, obviously I've triggered somebody. Now I've become a fucking retard because somebody's triggered. Did I hurt your feelings? Did I attack your religious system? Did your Jesus die just now? Did space go away for you, and now you've decided to swear at me and call me a name?
Okay.
What happened? Are you okay?
Take your medication today.
See, now it's about me and my medications. So you've obviously lost.
You believe in fantasies.
Fantasies? You're the one that believes in fantasies. You believe in the outer space vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do, right? So how would you validate this outer space vacuum?
So what exists when you go so far above the Earth? Like what happens?
When did you do that?
I'm asking you.
I haven't been up any height where there's no air. Have you been to this place?
Do you think the Earth is the only thing that exists in the universe?
Yeah, obviously. Space doesn't exist.
This is a level of flat Earth that I have never encountered before. Actually, you have
no problem. Can you validate for me that space is a place that we can go to?
Oh my god, you're so stupid.
Proxima,
right? So
flat Earth.
Well, actually, he just has to demonstrate that he can have gas pressure without a container because that's what their globe space is.
What the fuck happened?
I'm not even going to go to that place, Jenna. I'm going to ask this man if he thinks that outer space is a place that he can go to and how he would do that.
People have gone to outer space.
Have they now?
We have video footage of it, yeah.
How would you validate that? Oh, video. So if it's on TV, then it must be true? Yep, saw it on TV.
It's not that it's on TV. Do you know what? You understand that a video recording is valid evidence if you can't prove that it's faked, right?
So like videos of Santa Claus, those are solid.
Let's play the Elon Musk.
Like videos of dads dressing up as Santa Claus.
It looks fake, so it has to be real.
That proves that dads dress up as Santa Claus sometimes to have fun with their kids. Yeah.
So Santa Claus doesn't exist. So you have video of Santa Claus, but Santa Claus isn't real.
We have videos.
You're making my point for me. Thank you.
To have fun with their kids.
Thank you.
So that
You're making my point.
The entity,
somebody
the magical entity
is
of Santa
pretending
Claus,
to be
Saint
Santa
Nicholas does not
Claus.
exist.
Somebody is pretending to be in space. So you're making my point for me.
Oh my god, dude! This guy.
Right. So you've gotten your ass handed to you by me because you can't prove space. The best thing that you've done is say, I saw it on TV, and now
you want to hand me that big
all
old.
of a sudden I take that away from you, and what are you going to do? You talk about dads pretending to be Santa Claus, like Neil Armstrong pretending to be on the moon. You're bankrupt. You guys are hosed. You have no validation for your claims.
You understand?
You have a religious system, right?
Didn't have the technology to fake the video.
They didn't have the technology to fake the video. That's ridiculous.
They literally.
Oh yeah, of course, man.
You understand? You understand? You can't put film video in like video that's on literal like rolls of physical film. You can't put that in slow motion. You understand that, right?
That you can't put rolls of film on slow motion. Yeah, there's no way
because it wouldn't. You would see the gaps in between the frames. Film.
You would see the gaps in between the frames. Yeah, totally. They never had this ability to play slow mo in the '60s. No way.
No, because they were. It was recorded on physical film. Do you understand?
Even though they take football films from
slow motion footage.
Okay, I see that you're spurging out and you're having a hard time now. So they don't slow down football film from the 60s. Not a chance. No, I can get on ESPN right now and watch the classics in slow-mo. But no, there's no way they would take physical film and slow it down. Are you retarded?
Why are you just muting me when I have an argument?
Because you're spurging out, and I'm proving to you with ESPN that they can slow down reels of film. Are you so stupid? Do you know that digital video is only a very recent thing? That they've had film and they can do slow-mo since about the time that reels of film for video was invented? Are you out of your mind?
Can you shut
what are you, like 12?
up, please, you fucking nigger.
See, now this guy's obviously triggered. So he came in to drop some racial slurs.
You're just going to mute people who are arguing against you so you can have the opportunity.
No, I'm just pointing the fact that you have got lost. See, now...
Go kill yourself, you fucking loser. Go kill yourself.
You guys are
getting
kill
yourself.
crushed.
Hey, go kill yourself. Go kill yourself.
Crush.
Nice argument.
Bruh. Can you chill out? What the fuck?
That's the arguments they only have.
Yeah.
Go kill yourself. That's a nice argument.
So you guys get monkey stomped. You don't even know what...
Their brain can't handle that, man. That maybe the moon landing were faked. Maybe this could be the case.
I'm telling you, they identify as moonlanders, so you're totally questioning their religion. That's why they have to get all racial and stuff. Because they're used to when things aren't going their way, they pull out the race card. And that makes everyone super emotional. So they're surprised that we're not super emotional right now.
Yeah, that they wish we get the tantrums in front of the PC.
There's people like that breeding right now.
Yeah, and they can vote.
Yeah.
Children and stuff.
Who knew that ESPN Classics would be the point where somebody says, kill yourself? Those guys popped in after I made the call at YouTube. Anybody else from YouTube want to come in and tell me to kill myself because ESPN Classics has slow-mo video?
Did the dude
That's
leave?
a new one.
Did he get triggered?
No, I
to
banned
leave?
him.
Oh,
Yeah,
right
he
on.
told me to kill myself, so that's
Yeah, that's
TOS violation. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So Fry, you were saved by some guys that wanted to throw themselves in the gears, but
No, I
we
totally
have gas
get the
moving
concept.
freely and randomly in all directions, so we don't have a downward bias.
So how do you explain things falling down, for example?
What falling down? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Like anything, like why do things fall down?
You
Like
said it
the
previously. Density.
Density?
right.
So
So the air is not going to support the block of wood. But if I take the block of wood that's floating on top of the water and I force it from its place of equilibrium, right? I dropped it in the air and it didn't support it. Now it hit the water.
right.
But it doesn't go any farther. So I take it from its now place of equilibrium and I force it with energy to the bottom of the pool or the ocean or whatever. And then I release it. What happens?
It comes back up.
Right.
On the surface. Yeah.
So that gravity, nowhere to be found?
Well, there's this thing where, like, if you search for Disney's Frozen Head, they published a movie not too long ago called Disney's Frozen. So most of the search results are going to pop up with Disney's Frozen. But I think the original gravity was specific gravity. And if you look that up, it's pretty interesting because it says relative density. Now, I was told that specific gravity or relative density was something that flat earthers made up.
Right.
So flat earthers made up relative density. It sounds like they've, hidden the actual reality with specific gravity, which if you look at the word specific, the relative density, well, I know that word relative from general relativity, right? The theory of gravity. So that's weird. Like, that looks like if I try to search for specific gravity or relative density, I might pull up relativity. Kind of like the Disney's Frozen Head thing.
Mm. Yeah, a phenomena that has already been pretty well explained. But somebody came along and wanted to make it much more convoluted and ridiculous by putting forth this idea that space, with this fourth dimension, space-time, this fabric in the universe, which just so happens to be a horizontal plane, is being warped by mass, which is not really well defined. And then everything goes down, but it also goes up. Like Michio Kaku said, we used to tell you that gravity is pulling you down towards your chair, but that's false. We lied to you. The earth is actually pushing up against your rear end on that chair. That's what Michio Kaku says. Meanwhile, nobody's actually validating this space-time to exist in the first place. It's conceptual. It's purely mathematics. So this fabric is only existing in the mind. Don't shoot the messenger.
So I'll try to consolidate the downward bias argument. It basically says, like, why does density matter? Like, why does it matter? Like, things have different densities and then they sort themselves in a particular direction.
Right.
That's all.
What do you mean? Why does it matter? You're asking the causal mechanism in a scenario where we basically just observe this to happen every day. To be honest with you, this is my own personal opinion, but this is a law of nature that is not violated anywhere. So if you're asking me for a causal mechanism, I don't know if I could give you one that would satisfy you. But what we do observe all the time, without exception, as far as I can tell, is that denser objects within a less dense medium tend to descend, have a downward vector. Less dense objects in a more dense medium ascend, they have an upward vector. This doesn't seem to be
That's exactly
violated
what I'm
ever.
saying. That's
Right.
is that not exactly what a like downward bias means?
No, but I just said there's an upward bias depending on the medium. Why do you only want to concentrate on the one and not the other? Why are you excluding the upward
I see
bias?
what you mean. I see what you mean.
It's not even a bias. It's just a relationship, right? There is no downward or upward bias, period. Things sort themselves out according to the density of the object and the medium that they're in. And then you get to solids, and of course, they just kind of meet and stay in that particular orientation until another force acts upon them, and then they kind of go side to side.
Right. I think I see what you mean. Like, I guess like one could argue like why does it have to be down? Like, why can't higher density objects go up and lighter dense objects have a downward bias? But I guess in that universe, the world would be upside down and we wouldn't know.
Right. What we observe is that there's a relationship between the object and the medium, and that determines the direction in which the object will go. It's not complicated, but the causal mechanism would be a real problem. But so there is an experiment that somebody could do. If you take a hard-boiled egg and you put it in water, or if it doesn't have to be hard-boiled, just take an egg, put it in water, and it will descend. Okay, it's going to go down. But if you add salt, and a good amount of salt, to that particular medium, the water in this scenario, if you vary the density of it, because salt added to water increases density, then over time it takes a minute for everything to kind of dissolve, but then the egg moves upward in that particular medium. So you have established that there is a density relationship, right? Denser medium, different vector. You can have an experiment. If I increase density, I can change the direction of the object within the medium. So, but gas is my favorite because gas, that particular state of matter, those molecules, atoms, whatever you want to call them, those particulates that we describe them as, move in all directions to fill the medium or to fill the volume that they're in. So there's no bias. Now, if you add temperature, then you're going to have an increased velocity of that particular action. But then if you have, let's see, if it's hotter at the top, then those will move faster and more excited, and you may increase the pressure than those at the bottom of the container, and you can do this on the horizontal as well. If you take a cylinder and you heat one end, then you'll increase pressure at one end. At the other end, when they're not excited, when they're cooler, you have less pressure.
Right. I think that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, good talk, guys. I'm going to bounce. Have a good night.
Peace.
Take care.
Well, this whole globe thing, I find it really interesting that so many people believe it because they saw it on TV. And at this point, we've known about movie magic for a long time. The first movie was them faking a moon landing. And looking back at that movie where the rocket hit the moon in the eye, it's pretty bad, right? Like you could tell that it's like really terrible graphics, but during that time, those motion pictures were a little harder for them than it is for us now. Now that we have such high-end technology, it's easy for us to spot the fakes, but humans didn't evolve fast enough to be able to differentiate between what they hear and see in reality and distinguishing what they hear and see on TV from reality. And it's a lot like mirror neuron, right? Like when you see someone else eating and you start salivating like you're the one eating. That's why it's kind of rude to eat in front of your guest. Like you know instinctively to like offer them food and drink. So, or tell them to leave. So it's kind of one of those things to where if you could go back 500 years and any population on Earth, show them like a big screen TV with your computer hooked up to it, you could have them experiencing visual and audio, basically hallucinations, whatever you want them to see, and you could brainwash them to believe whatever they want. Well, we're no different than the Native Americans. Like we have, or Native Australians or Native Chinese, whatever. We have like the same genetic code as they did back then, almost identical. So we have been brainwashed by the TV, and we have been, shown things and heard things that they want us to see. So we're all brainwashed, just like those Native Americans would be. And we believe that, some people are like gods and they can walk on the moon. And we want to identify with that power, but that's how wartime propaganda works. It's if your country's at war, you're experiencing wartime propaganda. When is the United States not at war? They're always at war with their own citizens. That's for sure. All you have to do is go back and look at alcohol prohibition or drug war or whatever, right? There's no war on drugs. Like I can walk like 10 miles in any direction and hit like a drugstore or two by the time I get there. So there's no war on drugs. It was the war on people the whole time. But my point is we believe these things because we saw it on TV. But the generations that were alive during the 1960s, some of them believed it because they heard it on the radio.
Yeah, I think one of the stronger arguments you can think about is like why didn't Russia call out the moon landing as being fake?
Well, if you had a propaganda arm of the military industrial complex that allowed you to sink money into a black pit to where no one ever saw where it went, or I'm sorry, sink money into space, right? Not a black pit. Would you call out the other country's scam and have them call out your scam and everybody had to come clean on the the propaganda arm of the military industrial complex? Or would you want to keep shrinking the population and sending people to war? When they get tired of war and they say, hey, let's stop having war for a little while, we're tired of this bullshit. Well, we still want to spend money into the war machine. Let's tell them we're going to the moon, right? And we can still spend money on rockets and fund Operation Paperclip, the Nazi rocket program, so that we can bomb brown people back to the Stone Age and install IMF, Federal Reserve, World Banks in their country.
So like they were both in on it, like the Cold War is like a fake war.
Yeah, you didn't know that we haven't fired a shot against Russia up until recently? For over 100 years?
True. I mean, not directly, I guess.
Right. We gave, weapons to countries that were shooting at Russians, and Russians gave weapons to countries that were shooting at us. But we haven't fired a shot at Russians in I don't know how long. Up until recently, what's going on in Ukraine. But that's definitely a depopulation thing. How do you suppose the young men are doing in Ukraine? You think they're thriving?
No, you're right. I mean, yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know. It's just like I feel like Russia would have either faked the moon landing themselves as well, or like they would have just denied that it's real. Like they didn't have any incentive to.
I do believe there's been a few astronauts that said it was fake. I think it was a Polish astronaut. Somebody might could back me up with that one. I can't remember.
Polish guy.
Yeah.
He
So-
was at the, you could say, the deathbed, so it was near his death, so he had nothing to lose.
Right. They couldn't do anything to him after that. So yeah, technically there were people that called it out as fake. So yeah, to me, I just see like everything on TV as like pure fantasy. When I was younger, I'd go to the library, and I wouldn't even go over there, like to all the story tales and fairy tales, and now I realize that the Globers are. Go ahead.
Everything in on the TV is fake as fuck. Even the news, everything is like made up.
The elections, everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, now
It's just entertainment, basically.
Right. So now the Globers are producing Mathemagics, Theory Tales, and Religiosophy. That's what I think Globers are producing. And the government's producing it, and the people are eating it all up. And like Operation Mockingbird, they're repeating the Globers' arguments. You know, refraction, Bach, refraction. So you guys are a bunch of mockingbirds. Like, I saw it on TV, refraction.
Yeah.
Yes, as soon as you learn that over 95% of your model is dark matter and dark energy, if that doesn't make you question your cosmology, I don't know what's wrong with that. Like, something wrong with you, bro. You're telling me that 95% of reality, we can't directly detect it, we can't see it, it's not measurable, but there's this whole crisis in cosmology that says that it's the largest mixed match between theory and observation in the history of science. And you guys are on board with all that? Like, after I bring it up over and over again?
You know, the thing is, like, even scientists are like not like, you know, they have trouble with this. It's not like, you know, because no one really knows how to deal with it, I guess. That's why they're like coming up with theories, but
Right, so everywhere there's a gravitational anomaly where there's way too much quote unquote gravitation, but we don't see
Right.
enough mass to create that gravitation, that's where the dark matter is.
the thing is, like, you know, a lot of this is pretty cutting edge stuff. Like, I wouldn't, like, you know, like, I don't think anyone really knows it to be true. Even the people working on it, like, they are working on it, but it's just, like, you know, pretty speculative. I know the dark matter theory has been around for a while now, but it's still pretty out there. I don't know if we'll ever confirm it, honestly.
But you guys used to say it's the cutting edge of science, but I called you out on the science part. And then you said, well, no, it's not actually science, it's the cutting edge. And I said, well, it's an old theory. And then you are coming in here like repeating the same thing that every Clover has ever said to me about dark matter. It's cutting edge. I don't know if it'll ever be proven. So you're talking about Einstein's theory of gravity when you say, I don't know if it'll ever be proven, because that's the holes in his theory when we observe space with your paradigm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I honestly feel like in the next 10-20 years, a lot of theoretical physics will be defunded because a lot of it is like not going anywhere really, especially the string theory. And
That's why they call it theoretical.
yeah.
Maybe you should come over to the dark side, the flat earth.
You know, that's what I said. Like, you know, if like, you know, like God asks me, like, you know, do you think dark matter exists? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what I would say. It's honestly a coin flip. It's
Well, there's this Professor Thomas Kuhn, I think his name was, and he talked about the cycle of science, where you can look it up, the Kuhn cycle. I'll post it in just a second. But basically, he was friends with the guy who coined the phrase crisis in cosmology. They worked at the same college together, and it's really interesting because this whole Kuhn cycle thing is exactly what's going on right now. So I'll post it for you guys to read.
Sure.
Thomas Kuhn, brilliant model. That'll work. That looks good. Right, so in this model, it starts out with pre-science, and then they go to normal science, and then model drift, and then model crisis, model revolution, and paradigm change. So he coined the word paradigm shift. Thomas Kuhn did. I'm sure you've all heard of that word. But yeah, right now there's a paradigm shift that's been happening. I'd say ever since around 2012. It's almost like there was something to that Mayan calendar, which I used to think was complete bullshit. Other than it being a calendar, a very accurate calendar. Yeah, I think if you do your research on Thomas Kuhn, and I can't remember the other guy's name. I definitely should have bookmarked what I was reading about him. But this whole crisis in cosmology, like, it's circling the drain right now. It's beyond model crisis. We're in the model revolution / paradigm shift phase. Paradigm change, excuse me. So yeah, if you read through the steps of the Kuhn cycle and really study cosmology and quantum mechanics, like, you'll see that there's a huge shift going back to quantum mechanics and these subatomic particles that, appear to be popping in and out of existence, almost like a background of some sort. And when you compare the two, that's where you get the crisis in cosmology. When you compare the dark energy and this background medium, that's where you get that 10 to the 120th number being the largest mixed match between theory and observation in the history of science. Like, these two things are not reconcilable, but one of them is experimental that you can do in a lab. It's actually science, being the quantum mechanics. And the other one is theoretical astrophysics, which nobody can go to the stars and scoop up some dark matter and bring it home, paint it yellow, and put it in the lab. So I think the real science lies with quantum mechanics, the Schwinger effect, the Casimir effect, the Casimir force, specifically. I think these things are natural science. Like, you can naturally observe these things. And it might require equipment to be able to observe them, but it exists in nature. But yeah, when Glovers find that out, like, once you know what I just said, and like, you don't question anything, like, I think it's a religion. Like, you should be questioning Einstein at the very least, once you understand that dark matter is the shortcomings of Einstein's theory. And it makes up 80% of the matter in the universe, I think is the number. Let me look that up to make sure I got that right.
Yeah,
85
I don't
is the
completely
number.
rule out that dark matter might be, ruled out in the coming future. It is entirely possible.
Well, it already has been. What's his name? The Polish guy.
I mean,
already
someone
been
might be
debunked.
working on it. Like, I think someone's always working on, like, competing theories, but like it would be like there would be like a scientific consensus on it being like not like a primary default model that we have come to understand.
I don't know why you guys are so hung up on the consensus thing. To me, like my dad raised me. If everybody jumped off the bridge, would you do it too? So I'm definitely aware of that whole consensus thing. Just
I
because
think
everybody believes it.
So here's the thing, right? Like, I'm not on with consensus on a lot of stuff, right? Like, for example, I'm vegan. Like, most people are not vegan. So I think it just matters to me, like, what kind of people are coming to a consensus about a certain issue. For example, like, like, can I trust them? That sort of stuff. Like, for example, I would trust a bunch of physicists more than I would trust a bunch of politicians, for example.
All right, starting at like 4:15. Professor Krupa, he said that dark matter is debunked with a certainty of 5 sigma. For those of you who don't know, it's like 99.9999% certainty.
Damn. That's crazy.
Yep. He goes over some really interesting things in this video. He talks about the ether, the thing that nobody's supposed to talk about. And a lot of flat earthers argue over this, but I don't care. I don't give a shit. I think that this whole space-time is absolutely absurd. This whole idea of, this continuum. Dark matter definitely puts the nail in the coffin for space-time, just like the double slit experiment put the nail in the coffin for Newton. I think if we were to, choose the lesser of 3 evils, Malgromian gravity would probably be the next consensus. Because they're probably not going to admit that flat earthers were correct and everything's based on objects in a medium and relative density.
Right. But haven't scientists made dark matter in a lab though? Like in very small quantities?
No, you're talking about antimatter.
Alright. Alright, that makes sense. Okay. What the fuck
Which,
is antimatter?
I know, right? It's basically more quantum mechanics with CERN, because they're looking at these particles and how they behave, and it more aligns with the quantum rather than space. The idea of the cosmos. So this cosmological constant crisis, it's Einstein's constant that he said was his biggest blunder that is causing the crisis.
Cosmological constant, what is it?
It's Einstein's theory of
Oh.
what is it, special or general? I can't remember which one.
I feel like there's a part of physics that kind of goes unnoticed, and it's like, so there's this constants, like for example the speed of light is supposed to be constant, the gravitational constant, even I would even say like pi, the number pi, 3.14. Like, why do we assume them to be constants? Like, what? Maybe the speed of light is variable,
Right, and that would say that if the speed of light does change, then his idea of space warping is incorrect. Because the assumptions under Einstein is that the speed of light is a constant, and it's actually space time that's warping, making it
Yes.
look like
Yes.
yeah. But it was his theory of general relativity. That's where his constant comes from.
Right.
So this vacuum catastrophe, if you look up the cosmological constant problem, you'll come across this vacuum catastrophe. It says here, and this is AI talking, it represents a constant energy density of the vacuum, which was initially intended to stabilize the universe and prevent its collapse.
I see.
But the energy density, sorry, the vacuum catastrophe, it's something in the vacuum. I'm not going to pretend to know what it is. Some people call it ether, but apparently that's pseudoscience according to some. But nevertheless, it's measurable in the vacuum. And with the Casimir effect and the Schwinger effect, it's, it's not theoretical. There's something there.
I see. I don't understand why a lot of flat earthers have an issue with ether, honestly.
It's just a foundational thing, I guess. But if you go back and you look at Faraday and Carl Proteus Steinmetz and Nikola Tesla and like the godfathers of electrodynamics, they all talked about the ether. And this whole idea of virtual particles, I mean, it sounds ridiculous, right? But that's just what they're calling it rather than calling it ether. But what causes magnets to produce a charge over coils of wire when there's a rotating oscillating magnetic fields? Like, they're not creating it out of nothing. That would be a first law violation, first law of thermodynamics. So where is it coming from? Where's the electricity coming from with a generator? Nobody knows, right? Nobody can say for sure where it's coming from. But what we can say for sure, with an extreme amount of certainty, that it's not coming from nothing or no thing. It's coming from something. But what is that something? Could it be the vacuum energy? The energy that exists in the background? I mean, that's a theory. I'm not saying it's a scientific theory, but what else is it coming from?
Yeah.
We know there's 0 point energy in any system, 0 point something. I heard a physicist say that it's 0.5 volts in any given system. And I've seen other people make a battery out of the Baghdad battery, and once they poured, I think it was lemon juice in the battery, or it was a model of a Baghdad battery, like it started building a charge. Like, where did that charge come from? Like you just make a battery and it just starts charging? From where? Anyway, Einstein's gravitational constant breaks down at the Planck length. So for me, it's like, well, it was a good theory for describing the motion of the solar system, but once you start adding all this other stuff to keep the heliocentric model, like the distance of the stars being quintillions of miles away in an ever expanding universe, the shit falls apart. And when you go down to the quantum level, it falls apart. So if a theory doesn't work, you don't just ad hoc the theory till you have an ad hoc continuum. Like, you just, Kuhn cycle that shit. That's what scientists aren't doing. They're not Kuhn cycling. We need to start a Kuhn cycling campaign for the scientists. Recycling was a thing. Now we got to go to Kuhn cycling that shit.
I think academia moves like pretty slow as time goes on.
Above ground, yeah.
Yeah.
There's lots of stuff that people couldn't get patents for because it violated the laws of thermodynamics. So if it violates those laws and you just completely ignore the ether as something that's made up fairy tale, there's probably lots of technology that just doesn't make it onto the patent list. Because you can't pull something out of the ether, that's pseudoscience, right? And it obviously doesn't violate the laws of thermodynamics. You're a crazy person. We can't patent this. Can you imagine if places like Iran and India and all these other places that need large amounts of power to cool their homes and heat their homes during the winter and summer months, because there's such extreme temperatures in these places? Can you imagine if, they had like a power source that was not free energy, but renewable energy to where everybody could make like a tabletop device? Like the Schwinger effect? The tabletop device that pulled out more electrons than was put into the system? Like if everybody had one of those, I guess they wouldn't need to be on a paying grid, right? We can't have that.
Why is it always how do you say this? Why is it never one thing?
What do you mean?
Yeah, so I can't just believe the flat Earth. Believe in
You're
like
muffled.
perpetual motion. Yeah, no
You're
worries. Yeah,
Start
sorry.
again.
Yeah, so it's not just like, oh, I believe in the flat Earth. It's like, oh, I believe in like perpetual motion machines, or like I believe like quantum mechanics is fake. It's just always like 5 other things, and I'm just confused as to why.
Who
Like,
said
when I get a pizza, I'm not like, oh, I'll grab 50 other items. No, I'll just grab my pizza. I don't know why flat earthers are like this. It's really weird to
I
me.
think you need like a certain
Wait, time out.
temperament
Hold
to
on.
arrive at
Hold on, you're not a flat earther. Who said quantum mechanics is fake?
Those are just like, do you believe in perpetual motion machines? Do you believe that? Those are just examples.
No.
I presume that you don't actually believe in perpetual motion.
No.
If you
there's
do,
gotta
that's
be-
even funnier than I thought.
No, I don't believe in perpetual motion. There's
Right.
got to be some kind of background energy.
Sure, yeah. That's what I'm asking, is like, why does it always have to be like 20 things? Why can't you just be a flat earther? Why do you have to believe in 20 other things that are like obviously silly?
So what is silly? What did I say that was silly?
Yeah, no, like I said, like it's fine. You obviously you don't think it's silly. That's perfectly fine. I'm
No,
asking
I'm asking you. Did I say
Yeah, no worries. So obviously you don't think it's that's I'm not asking that. I'm asking what motivates people like you to have 50 other beliefs that are silly. That's the question I'm asking.
Don't you believe that everything on Earth, every organism, sprang up out of the rocks?
I just don't understand why my question is
Are
difficult.
you an atheist, sir?
Why is this guy not answering my question? Is everybody okay?
What makes people like you come in here and strawman people who have made no claims to perpetual motion or 50 other conspiracies that you seem to think that flat earthers all believe?
Yeah, AJ, no worries, dude. Maybe you were struggling to keep track, but I was just asking why flat earthers seem to have several other beliefs that were not in line with mainstream
No, I
science.
just
Do you
addressed
deny
what
that?
you said
Do you
direct.
deny
I
that?
just addressed what you said directly,
Yeah,
I'm
no
not
worries.
I'm
You're
not
just not
missing.
tracking. You're just not tracking.
I am
It's okay, I
tracking.
can
I
clarify.
am tracking, and I'm saying that who in here made those claims?
Yeah, no worries. You're just not tracking. So I'll just
No,
clarify
I'm
for you.
tracking. So you're going to
No,
speak on
you're not.
behalf of all
No,
flat earthers
exactly.
and claim all.
Let's just clarify.
You're going to
Let's
speak
just
on
clarify.
behalf of all
Do you
flat
deny
earthers,
that? Do you deny
and
that
then you're
flat
going to
Earth?
claim
Oops.
that
AJ
other flat
Styling.
earthers believe this stuff. Yeah.
Ham, can you like chill?
Let me know when
Can you chill
AJ's
for a
done.
minute? Just chill out, man. You coming in
No worries,
hot.
Fry. Yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and finish my sentence. Anyway, so do you deny that flat earthers have several beliefs that are not in line with like mainstream consensus science? Is that like something you deny?
No one here that I've heard's made the claim, so I don't believe
Oh,
that. I don't know about
like for
anybody else,
example.
but people
Mhm.
are individuals. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So that wasn't the question I asked. Maybe again, AJ, are you drunk or something? You're just like not tracking. The question I asked was, do you deny that there are flat earthers who simply deny several instances of scientific consensus? Do you deny that?
Can you give an example?
Do you think it's like do you think flat earthers like regularly engage are like, oh yeah, I believe in gravity? Do you think they do that regularly?
That's not a
What flat
consensus.
earthers? What flat earthers and what have they said? And I don't speak on behalf of all flat earthers.
Oh, no worries. That's great that you don't speak. That means I'm not talking to you. I don't really care about you.
No,
Anyway, so
I'm allowed
Larry.
to speak in here,
So anyway,
and I'm
Larry.
allowed to point out that what you're asking for, nobody in here has made claims to. So I'm not sure why you're even following on with this line of questioning or reasoning.
So I got to say something just real fast, Ham. I just posted a video. If you scroll up, the dark matter myth, Pavel Krupa, full interview. This professor is saying that Einsteinian gravity is outdated and we need to go to Malgromian gravity. So for you to say that there's a consensus, that's just wrong. And all you have to do is watch this video. If you timestamp it about 4:15, he goes into how dark matter is wrong. But if you watch the whole video, he talks about how gravity is wrong. So
1, 2,
what
3, testing. 1, 2, 3. Oh, hey, I'm back, Larry.
I don't know why he's being muted.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh,
okay,
sweet.
go.
I'm back. Hey, Larry. What's up? So for some reason, my TV got muted as soon as whoever muted me. So you're gonna have to repeat all of what you said. I apologize.
That's why you got muted, because you don't listen. Makes sense now. Yeah, I can't help you if you didn't listen. I don't even see why you should be unmuted. Because if you can't have a conversation with somebody and listen to what they have to say, then what are you doing here? Because you came in and said that we were talking about perpetual motion machines. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking about the Schwinger effect. That's not the same thing. And then I was talking about the validity of the sciences, especially, experimental sciences. I just don't get what you're talking about. Like, quantum mechanics is a real science. I may not believe everything that everybody has ever said about quantum mechanics, but it is an experimental science. So you strawmanned us from the get-go. And then you came in here and did this stultification thing with a stereotype fallacy where you said all flat earthers believe in, perpetual motion machines and they disregard science like quantum mechanics. That was incredibly dishonest. I don't know why you did that, but I understand why you're muted.
What are we talking about? I just got here. What are we talking about?
Well, I mean, if you listen, then you'll know what we're talking about.
I got here like 20 seconds ago.
So you should probably listen.
Oblige me, inform me.
I'm not repeating myself again, that's for sure. You could just listen, like everybody else has to do when they join a room.
I think there's something about flat Earth that just attracts, just all the trolls on Discord.
Did you say attracts or attacks?
Attracts.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, you behaved really well, Fry, so far in here, even though you're a Glober.
I'm not gonna lie, There was a time when I would like just listen to flat earthers and be like, what's wrong with them?
Are there actually flat earthers in this call, or are we all just like being trolled right now?
Yeah, I was like this guy. I was like 100% like this guy.
Larry, are you a flat earther?
Yes, and you're being trolled.
You special thing, you.
Right. I don't believe something because I see it on TV. I realize that I'm special.
So you genuinely believe that the Earth is flat?
I experience the Earth is flat. Do you experience curvature when you go outside, or only on TV?
I experience curvature. I mean, there's real life examples of curvature.
Like what?
Okay, have you ever been to New York City? Let's give you a little example. Have you ever been to New York City?
I passed by it, but I didn't stick around.
Did you ever look at the ocean?
Oh, I've been to the ocean, yeah.
Why could you not see the UK from New York City?
Well, do you know how big the UK would be from 3,000 miles away?
Yeah.
How
But,
big
you know,
would
the
it
Earth's
be?
flat, you'd be able to see it.
In apparent size, how big would the UK be from 3,000 miles
I
away?
don't know. It's a good question, but you'd be able to see it. You'd be able to see something out there.
Really?
But
So,
because the Earth is curved, you
Oh,
see
it
how
has to
ships
be.
approach on the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth? You can't
Wait
see
a
them
minute.
from too
One
far
thing
away.
at a time.
See how that works?
We got to
Do you believe in the ships? Do you believe in gravity? Do you believe that the
You're scattergunning, bro. Hey, calm down. Relax. You're spiraling, bro.
because it seems like you believe in whatever you want to believe in, which is fine.
Hey, relax.
I
bro.
love it.
You're going all
I'm
over
all
the
for
place.
it.
Can you stay focused? Are you not tracking? We're talking about apparent size of an object 3,000 miles away. Can you get back on track?
But you would be able to see something out there, even if it's not the UK. You would be able to see something, right?
Like what?
Like, I don't know, ships on the horizon. See, I spoke to a flat earther once. His argument was human eye can only see out to 3 miles away. I don't know how true that is, but what I do know is a telescope can see much further than that, right? So you can telescope out there. Do I? I must be retarded. I must be fucking stupid. Shit, I might as well shoot myself. Oh, educate me. Oblige me.
Hey, I don't think you're allowed to talk about that kind of stuff on here. Chill out with that self-deletion shit. Okay, so yeah.
Educate me. I must be a special type of brain dead to not understand that the Earth is flat.
I think you have Tourette's because you keep talking over me. I don't know if you're doing
You
that.
bloomin'
No, but I think
buddy.
you're too silly of a goose for me to take seriously.
Well, I'm not the one to claim that you'd be able to see an object from 3,000 miles away through a atmosphere that's not transparent but translucent. You ever heard of thunderstorms? Can you see through fog?
Translucent means partially see-through.
Right,
But a cloud isn't translucent.
right. So have you ever heard of fog? Would I be able to see?
Is there going to be fog?
3,000 miles? There might be, right?
So when you look out 3,000 miles, why can't you see fog? You'd be able to see it, wouldn't you?
From 3,000 miles away?
At some point, you would see fog, would you not? Even if it's not 3,000 miles away, let's say it's 10 miles away. Wouldn't you be able to see it?
I don't know. I don't think I've ever saw fog from 10 miles away.
Do you think maybe it's because there's a curvature that prevents you from seeing it? You see how that works here?
Yeah, you're smuggling in the idea of curvature being the only cause of blocking something.
And you believe in gravity.
Yeah, I mean, I drop stuff on the ground, they fall down. We call
What
that
causes
gravity.
it? This is gravity. But what causes gravity?
Well, let's go over that. I doubt you'll be able to keep your mouth shut long enough, but we'll try anyway. So they say
so
gravity.
silly.
They say gravity holds down the ocean, right? So
But what causes gravity?
Hold on, bro. I'm getting there.
But you're skipping ahead of that.
I don't
When
wanna
I
mute-
drop a
I
steel
don't wanna
ball,
have to mute you. I
why does it
told
hit the
you you weren't-
ground?
I told you weren't going to be able to do it. Right. The ball made of steel is more dense than the atmosphere, and the atmosphere cannot produce enough buoyant force to hold it up. But I was talking about the ocean when you rudely interrupted. I don't know. Maybe it's this thing where you said that you were retarded, maybe. But I'll forgive you for that. I'll just ask you to listen, and then I'm going to mute myself and unmute you and let you respond. So, why does things fall down? They say that it's gravity that holds down the oceans. I'm saying I don't believe it's gravity, like the bending and warping of space-time. I think it's atmospheric pressure and also temperature that holds down the oceans. Now, we can do an experiment where I can boil water using temperature and atmospheric pressure, or the lack thereof, to make the water fuck off of the surface, right? Can you manipulate the bending and warping of space-time to make the water fuck off? This is where I'm muting.
Oh, I see. Okay, never mind. No, you're not serious. You can't hold a serious discussion. Not meeting people. It's okay. I forgive you. Some people are just slow. You don't have to talk about this anymore.
Fair enough. We don't have to talk at all. I understand that you can't respond to that, but I gave you an opportunity to do so, and you chose to do an ad hom. I guess the conversation's over. Thanks for playing.
Another win for the Flat Earth team.
I gave him an opportunity to speak. I even went on mute. I mute locally with my headphones, but nevertheless, I went on mute.
Have you ever considered the Earth? You might be onto something, Flat Earth, but you don't have the full picture. Have you ever thought there might be something more to Flat Earth?
Like what?
Well, just imagine a ship leaving a harbor, right? It goes out a distance, right? It starts off flat and then it goes out a distance. The reason why it goes out a distance and you can't see it anymore is because you go from the flat side of the Earth to the curved side and then back to the flat side when it comes back.
I don't know what you're talking about. Could you elaborate?
Oh, I'm talking about cube Earth theory.
Oh, okay. So I posted a video in the side chat, and Neil deGrasse Tyson is talking about my argument that I just made.
I thought you guys hate Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Hello.
Hello.
What have I missed?
What are you guys
Anything
respawning?
interesting?
Are you guys respawning? Like a guy came in here like 5 minutes ago and said, "Catch me up. I need to be caught up to the conversation," because the last guy who couldn't hold a conversation, he got muted. And
I
then
think the
that
VC
guy
is
got
being
muted.
raided.
And now you're in here asking me to catch you up on the conversation. Are
It
you
looks
guys
like it's
on
planned.
call?
I asked if
Yeah.
anything interesting happened. That was all.
You guys are
Okay.
planning
Brendan,
this attack, aren't
I
you, Brendan?
apologize. Are you a
Sorry.
globe earther? Are you globe earther, Brendan?
I mean, if you're asking if I think like the Earth is not a flat disc, then yeah, I
Well,
guess.
I don't think it's a flat disc either. So I guess we're in agreement on that so far.
Alright, fair enough.
I guess you watch too much TV because you think flat earthers think that we live on a
I
flat
don't know what
disc.
I don't know what flat earthers think because I don't really like watch that, or like I haven't really looked at that, to be honest.
All right,
I was just interested when I saw it.
You understand like simple physics, right? I'm not going to ask you to do any math.
Yeah.
Okay, so the claim is that oceans are held down by gravity. You heard that?
Yeah.
All right, so with science, you can prove things with experiments, right? That's what the whole method is about, your presumed cause and effect relationship between the natural phenomenon and the cause, right? Are you with me so far?
Right.
So if
Yeah.
you say it's gravity and I say actually it's temperature and pressure that holds down the water, I can show you with an experiment. You put water in a tea kettle and boil it, and it doesn't stick to the surface anymore, right? Agreed?
Yeah, if you boil it, you mean like because it's bubbling around and like jumping up and
Right, it fucks
like,
off, right? It
yeah.
doesn't stick to the surface. Now you take another cup of ocean water and you put it in a vacuum and you turn it on for 3 days and it boils. What happens?
Not sure. You
Well,
tell
it
me.
fucks off. Yeah, when the water boils, even at low temperature and low gas pressure, it won't stick to the surface. The vacuum will suck it out, even though it's pulling from the top and not the bottom, right?
Right.
Okay, so
Wait, do you mean like? So what does that have to do with like the water around Earth? I'm a bit confused.
it's okay. I'm getting there. So to wrap it
Alright.
up, is there an experiment where you can show me you manipulating space-time or mass attracting mass to make the water fuck off, like I did?
Not that I can think of, apart from what you said.
Right, and no other Glober can do that either. That's why they get triggered and start talking over me, and I have to mute them because they can't have a conversation. But you appear to be a reasonable man, and
Well,
notice
thank
how
you.
notice how I didn't mute this guy. Isn't that weird? And I haven't muted this other guy, Fry, either, not once. Weird, huh?
To be honest, I'm just interested in people's opinions.
Yeah, you want to know why people?
I've never been in space. I don't know. The fucking Earth could be a cube. I don't know.
And I think, from my experience, the Scottish mind is a little more questioning of what people say other than most. Because Scottish are kind of like the French. They got the fuck you built right into them, from my understanding. Would I be right about that, Brendan?
How do you mean by that?
You know,
Like,
you can't just tell me what to do, King. You know what I mean? I don't know.
what, that I just listen to people?
No, you don't.
Yeah, I like, I don't agree with everyone, but like, I listen to people. Like, I will listen to what they say, like their opinions.
But you don't necessarily believe them just because they say something, right?
Nah, not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, enough about the Scots. This whole gravity thing, right? It's really weird because if I drop my cell phone, it falls down every time. But why is it falling down? Right? That's the question. And I say it's the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in. This is known as specific gravity, a lesser known gravity, but absolutely scientific experimental gravity, because you can put an apple in a tub of water and it'll float. If you empty the water, it goes down. Well, why did it go down? Because the buoyant force produced by the water is enough to make it rise up off the surface of the container and float. But if you drain that water, it goes down because the atmosphere cannot produce enough buoyant force to hold it up, showing that the cause is the relative density between the apple and the medium that it's in. And it has nothing to do with mass attracting mass or the warping of space-time. It's to do with the relative density between the apple or the object and the medium. Did you know that a steel anvil floats in mercury? Like an
Does
ice
it?
cube? Yeah, it's crazy, right?
What's the density of steel?
I don't know. I guess you could look. Well,
I wonder if it depends on which alloy of steel it is, because there are several different types of
yeah,
steel.
you could make tool steel, tool grade, or you could make it less.
No, it's about the percentage that's carbon. That's what's relevant for the density.
Okay. But it is.
What's
relative.
heavier, a kilogram of steel or a kilogram of feathers?
They're the
That's
same.
real.
They're both a kilogram.
Wrong.
Really fair, you know.
It's the kilogram
I
of steel, because steel is heavier than feathers.
It's not about the weight, it's about the density.
Well, a kilogram.
Really fair, you know. I usually hate Globers. You're like one of the few Globers I actually like.
Who's that?
Oh, but don't let your kids hear Peppa Pig. They might get indoctrinated, okay?
Really fair.
Do you know that the reason that buoyancy doesn't depend on surface area is because of Stokes' theorem? Isn't that so cool?
I don't know anything about that.
It's like a Calc 3 thing. When I heard that, I was like, oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
All right, say it again.
The fact that buoyancy doesn't depend on surface area is because of Stokes' theorem.
Stokes theorem. Okay.
Yeah.
What is that? I'm a noob. I don't know what that is.
Me neither.
It's a Calc 3 thing.
I'll
Calc
post it if-
3.
I'll post it if you want to read about it. There you go.
Oh my gosh, isn't that the popular textbook? The Early Transcendentals?
Yeah, I believe it was the source that I cited.
Hmm. That's a really famous one.
Yep. Right there in the title. Oh, this is really thick.
Yeah, I hear the Globers and I hear the Flatters, Flat Gang and Globe Gang. I hear them talk about curvature, but I've never seen them like talk about it with any rigor. Because there are a few different types of curvatures in math. Riemannian, geodesic, torsion. I just never know which one they're talking about. And I don't think they know either. Which I think speaks to a lack of rigor in their thinking, which is a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, thanks for poisoning the well. So now that you've done that, let's figure out if you can identify which curvature we're talking about. So when applicable to the geometric shape of the Earth, what curvature do you think we mean?
Think you mean torsion or Riemannian?
So if a 3D object exists in 3D space, then what object do you think exists in 3D space?
If a 3D object exists in 3D space, what kind of object exists in 3D space? Was that the question?
Yeah, what kind of object?
A 3D
A
object
3D
exists
one.
in 3D space? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, I'm asking you what kind of object do you think exists?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? I think it's a bit vague.
Well, I think you don't understand because if you're trying to identify what type of curvature we're talking about, it's simply an object.
What?
So any object that you want to describe with surface area, you're gonna either describe it in a way that we can understand with shapes, right? 3D shapes. You know what 3D shapes are?
I think I do.
I know. I'm kind of guessing you probably don't have an idea. Well, you learned.
You
this
don't
in
think I know what a
kindergarten, right?
shape is? Are you crazy?
No, I honestly think you don't know what a shape is. So what's a
Holy
3D
shit, why don't
shape?
you enlighten me, gamer?
Let's talk about it. What's a 3D shape?
I think you're talking about a manifold. I think that's what you mean by
Yeah,
3D shape.
You're overcomplicating the situation.
Well, that's the math term for a 3D shape. I think that's what you mean.
Yeah, a math term.
Yeah.
So when we talk about 3D shapes, we're talking about things in the tangible world, right?
Sometimes, yeah.
No, not sometimes. This time.
This time, yeah. I hear you.
All right.
Something you can
so-
really feel with your hands, really sense.
Yeah,
Get it.
You don't think
If it's
you don't
rough
think
or
you can
smooth.
feel? Yeah, you don't think you can feel the earth that you're standing on?
I'm feeling it right now. I'm touching the grass right now, and I'm
Yeah,
feeling it's very
no.
cold and wet.
So it is an object you think in the vacuum of space, which is occupying a specific area. So now, if this space that it occupies is a 3D shape, what type of shape do you think the Earth is?
Gee, is it a 3D shape? Oh my gosh, what a revelation.
Well, do you think it is one? I don't know. You think it's mathematics. You don't think it's a shape.
Do you think the Earth is a volume? Is that the question? Yeah.
What kind of 3D shape is it?
Like, are you asking like what the like a good approximation of it
You're
is?
overthinking it. When I say what shape is a basketball? What shape would you tell me it is?
I think it's in the shape of a sphere or a ball, however you want to call it.
If I told you what shape is I don't know, an orange, what shape is it?
Probably a spheroid.
If I told you what shape is the Earth is, what would you tell me?
From my experience, I think it's a shape wherein geodesics lie along great circles.
So you see how that answer was convoluted? How come you couldn't just give me a straightforward answer?
Because I can look at an apple, I can look at an orange, I can look at a basketball and fully observe it, with my own two eyes. The Earth is a bit harder. I've never left space. I've never left the Earth. I've never gone into space. It's a bit harder, gamer.
That's an interesting concession. So now that you've said that, you're not able to observe this as an object in 3D space, right?
I mean, the alternative is it exists in 2D space, and that seems a bit nonsensical.
Yeah, but there's no alternative here. We're speaking.
But you think the
directly
Earth
to
is 2D?
observation. No, we're speaking to the observation. What do you observe?
Well,
with
I've
the
never
Earth?
observed something in 2D because I'm a 3D being.
So,
if that helps.
So if you're not able to understand that you're standing on a 3D object like a geometric shape, then why would you infer that it is one?
I don't know what it would even look like to stand on a 2D object.
I never talked about a 2D object.
Something that's
Why do you
infinitely
bring
thin.
that
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, why do you keep saying that? You're making an argument that I didn't make?
Wait, how many dimensions do you think reality
No, I'm not
generally
talking about what I
exhibits?
think. We're only investigating
Spatially.
what you think. We're only investigating what you think at the moment.
Okay.
So,
Sorry, repeat the question?
do you yeah, I know, you get lost really easy.
I do get lost so easily. I'm a lost boy. What's up?
So you're talking about the Earth that you stand on, but you don't know how to identify it. When I said a basketball and an orange, you're able to identify that you're talking about a 3D shape.
Right.
That's an oblate spheroid.
I've
Now,
not heard
you
that word
can't-
before. That's cool.
Yeah, well, it sucks to be you.
You're a smarty, right?
You're,
Good smart cookie.
you're talking about a spheroid. Now, if you're saying that the Earth is one of those, right?
I didn't say that.
No, so the Earth is not a spheroid.
I didn't say that either.
So is it a spheroid or not?
Are you asking me to speculate?
No, I'm asking you to directly tell me what you think the Earth is.
Sorry, do you think I've been to space?
No, I'm not asking if you've been to space.
So then you're asking me to speculate.
Yeah, no, I'm asking, do you know if the Earth is an object like an orange or a basketball? A spheroid.
In what way?
A spheroid.
Are you asking me to speculate?
Do you know if the Earth is like a basketball or an orange like a spheroid? Yes or no?
I don't.
I don't give sophists any
No, the answer is
room
no,
to wiggle.
Gamer. The answer is no. I don't
I
know,
know.
Gamer.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't
That's
leave
right.
people I don't leave sophists with any options. No room.
You do. You're really hard on me. That's true.
I know. I am because you're a sophist. You think you're witty, but you're
I don't know
not.
what that word means, but yes.
Yeah, you think you're witty. You're not.
I don't. No.
So you're being exposed. So
I am
therefore,
being
you don't-
exposed.
Yeah, so therefore you don't know is the
Dude,
answer.
it's like the Predator thing where they get exposed in the Walmart.
That's great. You don't know.
I don't know. You're right.
Yeah. So therefore, you can't commit fallacies coming in here and presume to think what we think. 'Cause
That's
you don't.
true. That's a really good point. You brought up a great point. That's true.
I know. I did. Congrats to me.
Right.
We all good here? I think we are. I dispatched sophists like you.
You did.
I enjoy doing it.
You're
It's
smart.
my day. Oh, I know all your gimmicks. All of you guys who come in here.
You really
with gimmicks.
studied up, didn't you?
Yeah, it's a psychological mind game you guys play. You don't win. Not when I'm.
You're a psychologist?
That's for me to know and for you not to find out.
I think you are. You're probably like Jordan Peterson. You're very smart, very shrewd.
Maybe. Who knows? Anyway, does anybody else think that the Earth is a globe? Because we could talk about that.
Me.
All right. So, Brendan,
Me too.
how do you know what shape the Earth is?
I've seen it on an airplane. It's round.
Brendan, your voice changed.
Huh?
Am I speaking to Brendan? Brendan? Hello?
No, it was me.
He's got a lady
Oh,
friend
oh,
with him.
oh,
There's
sorry.
two of them there.
Isobel? Okay.
Yeah.
You think the Earth's a globe, right?
See, when you're up really high in the sky in an airplane, you can see the curve. So see if that was the truth, and then there was little bits that were like dark. See, I don't know if you're seeing the chat right now, but somebody's put a picture in that's like circles and then a little flat bit. You would see that if you were in a plane.
Well, this is the problem. If you think you saw curvature, what is the purported height of altitude that one needs to be in order for someone to see curvature according to the size of the Earth? That it should be with mathematics. So if you're saying that you were at
I'm not a mathematician. I
well,
really
let's.
don't know.
I just want to put some numbers to this so that you can see in perspective what you're talking about. So you flew in an airplane. I assume that you're taking just a regular flight somewhere. I mean, you don't have to say where you were
I
going. Just
flew across the world. I flew from the UK to Australia. I was pretty
Okay.
high up.
We're talking about anywhere from
It was
cruising
curved
altitude.
the whole time.
Yeah,
That is halfway across the Earth. See,
cruising.
because that is curved, I'm gonna say that the other half of the Earth is also curved in the same way, and it didn't change the whole time. So I'm gonna say it goes like that the whole way around. A
All right.
At least that part of the Earth is curved, right?
All right. So we're talking about cruising altitude being. All right. So you got to pay attention to this part. Cruising altitude being at anywhere between 35 to like 50,000 feet in altitude. That's probably around the range you were at cruising altitude when the pilot took you at cruising altitude. Do you agree with that?
Okay.
You're about that? That's
Yeah.
normally the cruising altitude of an airliner.
Okay.
Okay. So being at that altitude, do you think that you saw curvature? And would your argument be that
do.
I saw curvature from that altitude?
I do. I do think I saw that because I saw it with my eyes.
All right. So if what you're saying is true, do you know the size of the Earth? We're going to compare what you saw to the actual size.
I mean,
Well, we
I
have to,
saw
right?
from
We have to do this.
no,
In order for you to
I get
understand
it.
that you saw, in order for
I
you to
saw a
understand
pretty
you saw.
large portion of the Earth. That's a pretty long distance to travel. I don't know the
No, you're
distance,
not.
but that is a long way, and it looked like that the whole way.
Yeah, you're
So
not that
that's what
you're
I
not
think.
that high in altitude, really. When it concerns the idea that you live on an Earth that's a globe, you're not really high off the surface. 50,000 feet is it's it's up there in altitude, but it's not really high off the surface, according to like a vantage point where you would be able to see the curvature of the Earth.
Can,
put into
can I
put it
just ask?
put it.
Sorry, you finish.
Yeah, can I finish? So putting
I
this
just
into
said I go.
putting this into perspective, this would mean that anybody that's at a cruising altitude of an airliner could see curvature of the Earth, and that means that the size of the Earth, whatever they said it is, would have to stand to reason that the math would follow that the curvature that you saw from the airplane window would stand to reason that if you did see curvature, it would be the size of the Earth. So if you saw curvature, just for example, at 50,000 feet, how much distance do you think you can see at that altitude? Off into the horizon. What is the range of distance you think you can see?
Can I just ask something real quick?
Yeah, we're getting Isabel to think. I don't know why this is important for you to interrupt this specific conversation
Well,
when Isabel's
oh, they-
actually using some critical thinking right now.
Oh, I
And
share it.
you're sort of
Yeah, anyway, Isabel.
interrupting. You're interrupting the process. There's a logical
Yeah,
path
Isabel,
we're
you go.
walking. There's a logical
No,
path
thank
we're walking.
you.
Go ahead. So at 50,000 feet, we're trying to figure out how far can someone see to the horizon, Isabel.
I don't know.
Interesting. So you think you saw curvature, but now if we're putting some
Okay.
math to distances of how far you can see the edge of the sphere, right? The curvature part, then we're gonna realize either you saw curvature or you didn't, according to the size of the Earth. Now, you don't know the distance to the horizon, which means the leading edge of the sphere that you looked out from
Well,
the airplane
listen,
window.
my point is, see if the Earth was not a sphere. See if it was like sharper at one end, like you're trying to say, would it not look sharper towards the other edge? Because I went quite a distance across the Earth. Like I feel like if I'd gone that far, I would have seen some sort of change in the curvature, but I didn't.
Yeah, what we're talking about though is actual curvature. Who knows what you actually saw from your airplane window, but if it was
Have
curvature,
you ever seen pictures from NASA of the
Yeah,
Earth?
I
You
have.
know how it's like a circle?
Yeah, I know.
What angle are you thinking they're taking that from?
Well, that's not for me to give some type of speculation on that. I just
No,
want
I
to
know, but
address.
it doesn't matter, does it? Because it's the
I
same
do
all
want
the way
to.
around.
Yeah, I know, but did you see that type of curvature from the airplane window?
No, obviously, because I was not that high up.
So you think you saw some curvature, but it wasn't that pronounced.
Obviously not, because it was not that high up.
I know.
How
But
would I
you
see
said
that?
you said you saw curvature, just that it wasn't that pronounced. It wasn't as observable as those images that they show you.
Because how could it be from that distance?
Right. So
But you
you
see
think?
pictures
Yeah, I
from
know.
a very high up distance, pictures from space, and it looks round, so how can you dispute that?
Well, I'm disputing the fact that you saw curvature, not that they're talking about they're showing you images. From, I'll dispute that other point later. I want to dispute the fact that you said you saw curvature. Now I'm trying to get you to realize when you put the math to the size of the Earth and then put it against the altitude at which you were at the airplane height, altitude, then we're going to realize that you didn't really see curvature. Couldn't be. Mathematically, it's not supported. Now, we know this because most of the globers that actually tell you the size of the Earth is much, 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 much too big to see curvature from that altitude. You'd have to be a lot, I mean a lot higher than that in order for you to see even the Earth looking like it's bending and curving. So, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's a scientific communicator, and I'm only saying this because this is one of the hostile witnesses that we use to show you guys, he's actually advocating for that the Earth is a globe, right? He was talking about the Red Bull space jump, and Felix Baumgartner was jumping out of a gondola. It was like one of those balloons that go up. He jumped out of a gondola at about 120,000 feet. And a cruising altitude of an airliner, which is the one you said you saw curvature out of, was 50,000 feet, much less than the 120,000 feet from Felix Baumgartner. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson addressed this video because according to that video, it showed that the Earth was really curvy, right? And he said, well, if you are thinking about Felix Baumgartner jumping out of this gondola, and he had like he was talking to a conference of people, right? A bunch of in an audience, and he had a beach ball, and he was like, it was like a globe or whatever. And he's like, if you were thinking about Felix Baumgartner jumping out of this gondola, he called it the edge of space jump. He's like, I don't mind him calling that, but at that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat. Now, this is according to him, using this kind of pitch and tone that he was using when he was talking to the people. And you just don't. He says, you don't see curvature. So what they were demonstrating in that video with Felix Baumgartner was extreme amounts of curvature from 120,000
If you're
feet.
interested in getting AMD graphics, you can purchase an AMD graphics card or a computer system with the AMD.
Wow. I like how people like throwing themselves into the gears when I'm actually having a conversation. But it's interesting, right? So Felix Baumgartner, Red Bull Space Jump, wasn't qualified as seeing the curvature of the Earth at 120,000 feet, Isabel. When you said you saw curvature at 50,000 feet. Now, Neil deGrasse Tyson, of course, if you know him or if you don't, you should look him up. He's a very popular scientific communicator. Now, he speaks on behest of science, right? So whether you guys like it or not, it's not up to you liking that he's doing that. That's just what he does. So him saying that, he holds a lot of merit and actually speaks for
All right,
people that
buddy.
think of the
I
Earth
think
as a
we've heard
globe.
enough.
So, sorry? What's that?
I think we've heard enough.
Who's this?
My name's John.
Yeah, and who are you?
Well, John, you're free to leave if you've
Yeah,
heard
you don't
enough.
have to stay here. I'm actually explaining.
No, I'm good.
Okay, so what are we doing here? We're not going to let me
Wait,
finish
where's
explaining?
Isabel? Where's Isabel?
Who knows? Got hijacked by that gentleman who was there.
Get Isabel back.
So people can't freely think for themselves, it seems, by this gentleman who just jumped in, whoever you are, sir. If you're her guardian.
Aren't you the one offloading your thinking to Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Thank you for interrupting a conversation that could have led somebody to freely think for themselves.
No problem.
But now that you've interrupted, now your thought. This is what gatekeeping is all about, sir. I just want to let you know that. So thank you for gatekeeping the information away from somebody who can critically think for themselves. You're not allowing that process to happen. So kudos to you.
They're scared to let that happen, right? They
You
can't
are. You're
just-
very afraid.
They can't just
We are
let
free-
people think about what you're saying and allow freedom of speech and freedom of thought.
You could at least let the person hear what I was having to say and let them consider for themselves. But you want to be a gatekeeper and not let that person hear what and at least respond on their own merit. But kudos to you. You're doing exactly what the establishment wants.
You're so mad.
Yeah, I'm upset because you know what? The one thing that ticks me off is that other people's interrupt, free thinking people.
Are you a free thinker?
Hell yeah.
Isn't that the stuff at grocery stores, or is that different?
It doesn't matter. You can make light of this. You could be a troll, but that only shows your conformity. Your conformity showing.
That's a conformist?
He is, yeah. Absolutely.
How do you feel about homeopathy, Avi?
Quit diverting and derailing. See, this is what happens.
There was no pending topic because the girl left.
When truth is spoken, you guys get scattered.
Yes, you were speaking truth.
You
That's
divert.
true.
Yeah, you like to do this. It's your method of not actually identifying that truth can be spoken and understood.
That's true. That's true.
So you will do what it takes to.
Wait, so what
intervene
was
in
the
this
topic? Because the
process.
girl left, didn't she?
It doesn't matter. I'm speaking.
Well,
to
it's
everybody
highly
else.
relevant because it establishes if there was a pending topic or not.
Her boyfriend hijacked the topic. He wouldn't.
That's
let her.
true. The boyfriend hijacked the topic.
And you're doing it right now too.
Well, there is no pending topic because the person left. You understand that, right?
So it doesn't matter. When I was
No,
speaking to
it does
that
matter. It's
person-
highly relevant because it
when I was
establishes
speaking-
whether or not there's a
Yeah,
topic.
thank you. When I was speaking to that individual, you had the urge to jump into that conversation.
No, I didn't. I didn't jump in.
Yeah, that was you. You did. I don't know. This is the issue that I have. Yeah, I am upset. I'm upset because people like that, if it was her boyfriend or whoever it was, jumped in the middle of the conversation and didn't allow a mind to think for itself.
Maybe
This
you
is
know
the
I'm not
issue.
John, right?
I don't care who you are. You do the same tactic that other guy
You're
did.
thinking of John, and that wasn't. I'm not John.
Yo,
You might
act
as well
like him.
be.
You act like him. You're a gatekeeper. Do you
John
know
has
that?
a cool girlfriend. I want to be like John.
You are a gatekeeper, Ree.
Am I
You
a
do
girl
not
boss? You're only a gatekeeper.
You do not allow anybody else to have a conversation freely.
I didn't interrupt for shit. I was dead silent that entire
interrupting
time.
Now.
There's no one to interrupt. There's no pending topic.
Yeah.
The guy
so
left.
You need to practice how to be silent when others are talking. You don't know how to do that.
Yes, Mom.
You have the incessant urge to jump in on conversations you're not privy to.
But I didn't. I'm not John. You're confusing me.
I don't care who you are.
You accused me of doing something that wasn't me. I'm not John.
Your tactics don't work here, Ree.
No, but I'm not John. That's a.
As hard as you might try, they do not work in this chat. Oh, you're back, John? So you're not going to allow people to think for themselves, huh? Is that how this goes?
Who's John?
The individual who jumped in on your behalf? Whoever was there.
No, it's me.
No, we're not going to do this. If that other guy is going to come in and say, well, I'm not going to allow this. He all butthurt and whatnot.
Your boyfriend needs
No,
to.
I just want to listen. I just want to listen.
Well, that's good.
Where's the other
Okay.
guy though? Is he with you?
Don't worry about it, Fry. If you know these gatekeepers are gonna just continue to do what they do, they won't allow people to be free thinkers at all. That's the problem. You got something to say, DJ? Say it with your chest, sir. Quit mumbling.
But only if your chest is flat.
See, this is all you guys have. You simple-minded individuals only come in here to troll and mock. Yeah,
No,
you have the
Can I
opportunity.
just say something really quickly?
No, you have the opportunity.
Oh, there
to
you go.
present,
There you
have
go.
the
That's just-
opportunity. Listen, dude. You have the opportunity to
I'm
present an
listening.
intellectual argument. You can think about the question. You can, research it. You can do whatever you can to present some information that you can come forward and say, "This is my argument. I think the Earth is a globe because of this." Instead, you stick to trollish ways, sophist tricks, gimmicks, and everything else in between. Jumping in when somebody's talking and you don't allow the conversation because you're afraid. I think all of you in here who think the Earth is a globe are afraid to have a conversation. Honestly.
Can I just say something really quickly? I honestly could not care if the Earth is flat or a globe,
Then why
and
are
the
you
only
here?
reason I joined was because I just wanted to hear some opinions. But like, it wouldn't affect me, like either way.
Because truth doesn't mean anything to you, does it, Brendan? Is
What
that
do you
true?
mean?
The truth.
Truth-
of the
so what
the
you're saying
truth
is
of-
you're
the truth of
actually,
the-
like-
No, this is what I mean. I'll tell you. The truth about what the Earth is irrelevant to you. It doesn't matter to you. When it matters to somebody who thinks about whether the Earth is a globe or not, it matters to them. To you, if it's inconsequential, go Netflix and chill. Go play Minecraft. Go keep your mind busy where you don't have to think about stuff. And here, we think about stuff. We want to answer deep questions. And if you're not interested in that, there's the door. That way.
I think you're playing Minecraft too much.
Yeah, I don't think
Brandon's a
so
bird
because
brain.
I'm in here.
Isn't
challenging-
Minecraft flat? That's
I'm
kind
in
of
here-
telling.
Yeah, your soft.
Can I just jump
sophist
in
tricks are
from like
noted.
a new?
No,
Oh, the girl's back.
you
Let her
can-
speak.
Yeah, no, let her
Here.
speak.
Look.
We're gonna get a
Let the woman
gatekeeper
speak.
that's gonna jump- Okay, somebody
Can
mute
I
that.
ask how it affects you?
You don't know how to
Like,
stop
I'm
talking,
not
Ray.
coming from anywhere here. I just want to know how it affects you. You obviously believe that the
What
Earth
are you writing a
isn't a
book?
sphere. I just want to know how that affects your daily life.
Are you writing a book?
Not
simple.
from any bad vibes
Yeah,
or
it's
anything.
simple.
I just want.
I'll tell you. So in the process of critically thinking about what the Earth is, you get interrupted by the ideas that the Earth isn't what your senses tell you it is. So when you go outside and you experience the Earth, and it's magnificent, right? It's amazing, it's awesome. But when you start thinking about the Earth, something that it's not, that information comes from a different place. It doesn't come from your own logical thinking, from your own critical thinking either. Because when you see the Earth, you see it as a flat and stationary plane. It's topographical, of course, got hills, valleys, and such, but you don't see it like a globe. They're projecting this idea onto your mind. They're hijacking your senses, in essence. So it affects your senses because they're taking what you think you can naturally see outside and turning it into something that your senses cannot perceive. The Earth is a globe, you just can't see it. The Earth is spinning, you just don't feel it. The Earth is so big that you don't see curvature, but yet the Earth is so small that you see boats going over the curvature. It's a like a bunch of contradictions wrapped up into this really twisted mindset. So it takes away your critical thinking. That's how it affects you. I'm telling you directly. May I mute some people?
I think that what it does once you realize that you've been lied to, it kind of makes you think harder about when people are talking to you. Because once you realize that you've been lied to about something so big, so foundational, anytime anybody opens their mouth, you're automatically going to be like, okay, let me hear what this person has to say, and let me use discernment and let me weigh it out to what they're saying. And I think that the globalist type, they don't like that shit. They don't like you thinking for yourself. They want you to be a sheep, a slave, and they don't want you breaking out of the slave programming that they work so hard to provide for you that they call public or government education or government indoctrination through concentration. So I think that when things like, the the Convid 1984, when that comes around, flat earthers were all automatically extremely skeptical. And I saw so many skeptical flat earthers that I had to take the 10th Jew perspective. So when everybody became so skeptical, I thought, okay, well, I have to be skeptical about their skepticism. And I started looking into the Con 1984, and it turns out the flat earthers were right. That there was a lot of bullshit about that 1984 thing. So yeah, I really appreciate the skepticism, and sometimes you have to be skeptical of your own skepticism.
Wait, what 1984 thing?
Oh, I can't really get into it, but yeah, something happened a couple years back, and the whole world was on like the same page because they turned on their TV. So like when you turned on your TV, it was like a big scary thing that was going on, but when you went outside, there's like no evidence of anything
Oh, I
scary.
see what you mean. I see what you mean. Okay, okay. Right.
Yeah. Convid 1984. Yeah, the TV is a powerful weapon. Some would say not even arguably the most powerful weapon ever invented. To be able to tell a lie in the form of a vision, people would just gobble it up. Please continue.
Yeah, we got a few people in here. I'm gonna mute Re.
Hey, Alpha.
What's up, AJ?
Oh, not much.
Dude, we had a pretty good space yesterday. Might do one today. I don't know. Seems like it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've been a little bit busy.
You guys
I've been in here
I have
listening,
a, I
but
have a question. Sorry, go on, AJ.
Yeah, good on you.
good man. Go for it, Fry.
I was wondering where do you find people are more open-minded on Discord or on X?
It's a mixed bag.
It definitely is. We get more anti-flat earthers in Discord. The regulars that come through. More newbies over on X,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
But there's low level trolling happening on both sides.
DJ, you're echoing
feeding
people.
back. If you're a
DJ, you there?
DJ, you should know better than that, right?
AV, about Plane Girl, how much curvature does NASA say she would see at 50k feet altitude?
Isobel?
Plane Girl. Like, you know, like an airplane?
Plane girls. Yeah,
Well, the one who
I
was
know.
talking about her trip on an airplane.
Isobel.
Well, I don't know her name, but it was the
Yeah, the one that
UK
flamed out and
to
ran
Australia
away.
girl. The one who did the expedition on the airplane.
Yeah.
Do you know, like, how much curvature NASA expects Plane Girl to see at 50k feet of altitude?
No, do tell.
Wait, do you or no?
Not NASA.
No.
I'm sorry,
Not
not NASA. I meant like the European Space Agency or some other like globe conspiracy organization.
No. That's not found by that organization. You're giving.
Wait, what's like a primary globe organization?
It doesn't matter. That's not how.
Just
we
for sake of
understand it.
reference, because I've been saying NASA. Are they not globers?
No, listen. It's not about the organization. It's about the mathematics.
But I'm just wondering, like the globe conspiracy people.
So if you-
how much would they estimate Isabel should see on her aeroplane?
Right. So we're not talking about an organization. You're loading the question already.
I mean, is the people who believe in the globe conspiracy, how much curvature would they think that Isabel should see?
So when you type in how big the Earth is, you're going to start to figure out there's some math to the size of the Earth. Do you know how big the Earth is?
No, I don't know. Do you know?
Yes. Public information.
Okay. Wait, how does this get to you telling me how much curvature Isabel should have seen if the globe conspiracy was true, which is not?
Because the Earth is a certain size. And
I agree.
Which you were.
Wait, do you think the Earth is expanding, or is it
Hang
like a
on.
fixed size?
No.
Ratified.
Good shit, dude.
It has nothing to do with what the space agencies claim about the ball. It's what we can test in reality now, based off the
I'm just wondering,
circumference and
like,
the radius. Hang on, based
you
off the
mentioned Neil.
circumference and radius. Based off the circumference and radius, there's a mathematical equation that can be used to see at what height.
Do you know how to use the mathematical equation?
Yeah, what happened to all your rigor, Redefy?
So you're.
I'm just a dude.
Well,
you're not.
just
You're
a
not.
dude.
You're not just a dude.
What am I then?
You were the
You're an
one
actor.
talking down because
I'm
you
special?
thought that you were the
I'm
one
special
applying
boy?
rigor.
You're
But
an
it turns
actor.
out you're just coping.
I just want to know, like, what
I'll
the.
tell you. You're basically a provocateur. That's what you are. Essentially, you're a provocateur. You're anti-flat earther. You're a sophist. You like using gimmicks. You think you're witty, and you think because of your wit, you're going to be able to negate any of the questions that we have. You're trying to show that there's no way that we can keep to an argument. So you're testing the flat earthers in here. I know your type. It's an archetype. I've met many people like you. You're not new in this arena. That's why every time individuals such as you come in here, I'm able to hone in on exactly what you're trying to do. All of this, what you're attempting to do in this call, is psychological. You're trying to defeat an argument without having to produce any evidence for the claim. You want us to get lost in the weeds with your little divergent tactics all the time. Maybe everybody else doesn't see what you're doing, but I do. And I won't let it go, and I'll keep honing in, and I'll keep picking at it and picking at it and picking at it until you give up. And trust me, I've made the best of them give up. You can ask Scott Mackey, you can ask all the other guys who've attempted to do what you're doing. It doesn't work.
I think you have the best technique, the best tactic.
I know. Therefore, you're not going to get through. And at some point, I'll tell you what, you'll get tired. You won't want to do it anymore. You'll say, shit. It's just gonna be AV again, all over again. He's gonna be all over me. He'll never let me do my gimmick. You won't win. In this arena, you won't win.
I agree. You have the best tactics, especially muting. That's the best tactic you have.
Yeah, it's not a tactic. It's called stopping you from spouting off bullshit and diverting a possibly a good conversation with other people. Essentially you're throwing your body in the gears right now.
Yeah, he's just another ham, yeah.
No, I mean, I wasn't.
He does his own shit.
Yeah, you are. You definitely are. Own up to your shit. You're just a person who's a provocateur, and you like to instigate shit. You like to divert. You're not in here in good faith. You aren't.
I wasn't talking because I was muted.
Yeah, but you're not as witty as you think you are either. I know that, and so do you. You're as transparent as all get out. I know that you're not as witty as you think you are. You're attempting to be, but you're not.
For the record, I was muted.
Another one claiming to be smarter than the current science communicator on the height that curvature can be seen.
And not only that, but Ree was actually going into like not knowing what 3D shapes are. I mean, this is the level of tactics that somebody has to do so that you don't actually get them to think about the questions that's being asked. So he's thinking about being witty and not, diverting away from the actual question being asked to him. It's interesting.
For the record, I was muted.
I know. I'm doing it.
That's your best tactic. It really works.
Yeah, it shuts you up.
It does. That's how muting works, dude.
Spiral.
Well, it must have been like a spiral.
Yeah, so you're just gonna. Yeah, I like to mid-sentence interrupt you with a mute. It's definitely my favorite thing. Also, you're gonna get tired of it. At some point, you will give up, and I wait that day. And if you don't, I wait the day you come in and get more of this, because you'll be just yo-yoing back and forth from mute to not mute, and I'll interrupt mid-sentence when you're speaking. So you have a choice: drop the fucking attitude, or continue to be manhandled like this. Up to you.
I was muted.
I know that. I've been doing it.
Poor baby.
So just be here in good faith, and that's all you got to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely, dude.
All right.
You're a smart guy. Does anyone tell you that?
No, I don't care about that. All I care about is outing people like you. I make it.
You really outed me, didn't you?
I do.
Anyway.
The conversation's done, so we can move forward. Does anybody in here think that the Earth is a globe? Get to that. Those are interesting conversations.
You mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson.
We're not talking to you anymore.
Oh, you running away? Running away?
No, I could. Your third grade fucking antics ain't gonna work. Oh, let me.
Wait, you mentioned Neil, didn't you? Or are you?
Shut up. Let me. Like in third grade. Oh, he's running away. He's not gonna fight us. Shut up, dude. Like, fucking. What do you think this is? 5th grade? Like, fuck.
Yeah, he didn't mention Neil, and neither did I. I said a current science communicator. You've jumped to that yourself.
I mentioned Neil earlier, actually.
Oh, did you? Sorry.
Yeah, I mentioned Neil deGrasse. Neil deGrasse.
This guy's just like Ham, yeah? I've told Ham as well. Anytime that Ham's in here, I'm coming for him. And he's either going to get destroyed or muted, yeah? I'm over that fool.
Yeah, Ree's always, for me, I'm just going to mute him freely at will. Mid-sentence even. It's going to be fun.
Awesome.
Until Ree drops his gimmick, then I won't relent. It'll be a constant battle of just him speaking mid-sentence, mute. Mid-sentence, mute. He'll get tired of it. I won't.
He's
For the record, I was muted.
Found out whenever y'all play hide and seek, you're not actually looking for him, so he goes and tells mom.
For the record, I was muted.
Yeah.
For the record, I was muted.
Okay.
I was silenced.
What is happening? Oh my god.
Pookie.
I'd be so embarrassed if I
Keep
behaved
going.
this way, yeah. It's quite embarrassing, yeah.
Keep going. Keep going,
it's
dancing monkey.
funny.
Keep going, dancing monkey. Keep going.
My God, I never thought
Hi,
I'd see it.
Pookie.
I'd never
Dancing
think.
monkey.
I never thought I'd see it come to this.
I'm
Yeah, I was
exposing
muted.
him.
We're
God
here.
Exposing
damn.
him.
Yeah, I was muted.
Dude, can you get the dick out of your ass and shut the fuck
What
up?
works?
What the
Holy
fuck?
shit. Yeah, you heard me right. Shut the fuck up.
You're a
Why-
weirdo.
why-
You're
Dude, why
weird,
are we-
man.
Can we keep this guy on mute? Or AV,
Yeah.
do you actually really enjoy this?
No, I was just enjoying messing with his head, but yeah, I'll keep him on.
Fuck, man. Okay, well, if you enjoy it, man, you're like destroying our head.
No, sorry. All right,
Holy
let me let me get back to the argument. I just wanted to
Please.
prove that he doesn't have the upper hand, but he gets a point. He was
Yeah, he
addressing
doesn't
Monk
have
a little
any.
bit.
He doesn't have anything.
This further, actually, if somebody was logical, they wouldn't care if they were getting muted or not. This one does. This one's actually making it a point to say they were muted. So there's something.
Well, anyone who was
not
logical
right.
who was getting muted like that would just leave the conversation and not bother coming back.
Exactly. All right, we got Raw Real that's in here. Maybe Raw Real wants to tell us, or at least DJ. DJ was chiming in. Particle board. Hello.
Hello.
DJ. Yeah, do you think the Earth's a globe?
I'm not arguing on this, I'm just listening.
Are you sick? Sounds like you're coming down with a cold or something.
What?
All right. So you're not arguing about this, meaning that you just want to lurk, listen?
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else in here think that the Earth is a globe? Want to tell us how they know it's a globe?
I want to ask a question.
What?
Is there any new news that have come from Flat Earth recently? Like any new thrilling discoveries?
Oh my
Discoveries.
Lanta, you again.
Oh, hi, whoever that is.
Tactical droid. Yeah, we're just we're awaiting the new discovery that you could travel to the center of the Earth.
I mean, if you drill down far enough, yeah.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, if you can deal with the heat and the pressure issue,
You're
you
still
can
in
drill
denial
down
of the
there.
old discoveries.
Come on.
You know, why ask for new when you're still in denial of the old discoveries, Crystal? Relax.
What do you mean? I'm not in denial of anything.
Anyway, Raw Real, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey man, do you think the Earth's a globe?
That's a tough question to answer. I believe that the Earth is flat. I just can't argue it in any intelligent capacity.
Wowzer. Okay, how long have you been in this room or discussion?
Maybe
You-
5 to 8 minutes.
Oh, you just got here. Okay, so
Yeah, just got.
I guess if somebody, I don't mind laying it out for you, but I don't want to hog the mic too much. Does anybody want to lay out for Raw Real how we would argue for the Earth being flat and stationary?
Well, I think we should ask him what he knows first. Like, what's your best flat proof?
More on biblical text. The fact that I've never seen a picture of a globed Earth. Every time that I travel on an airplane, I can never see a curvature. Granted, that's a scale problem, or we wouldn't be traveling high enough to observe a curvature. My questions are more about regarding the firmament. Is it a physical element, or is it a magnetic
Yeah,
field?
I would just say, Raw, that you're going at it from a biblical perspective, which is not anywhere near like logic and reason. It's more of like trusting certain scriptures that have been written about faith and belief and stuff. So
So there's nothing wrong with that. But you can't you can't come in and use it as some sort of evidence in some sort of intellectual discussion or debate because it's
Oh
based
yeah,
off your
I
beliefs
can see
and
that.
what
I
everyone
can't argue that. I can't argue it intellectually. So
Yeah, that's the reason why we're saying your approach is not an intellectual one per se. It is if you get into a biblical context, not in this one where we're talking about the physical natural world. It's very different.
Yeah, you could really get your brothers of Christ in a chokehold with this one. But
So if you think about the Earth as a flat and stationary plane, you could think about it in 3 ways: observably, measurably, and practically used. Very logical. So we
what was this?
observed
Sorry, what was the third one?
practically used. So it's a
Okay.
practical use. So, and you can talk about like in flight manuals and in certain documents, it's been written down. Organizations have that you have to treat the Earth as if it were flat and stationary for practical use, right? If you're gonna have any firing solutions, or you're gonna, use a plane to travel across great distances, anything that uses the Earth over long distances will treat it as if it were flat and stationary for practical purposes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So from the standpoint of observation, we see the Earth as a horizontal topographical planar surface. Do you disagree with that? Just based on
I don't.
observation? Right.
I
So
don't.
we could say that both flat Earth and globe Earth will agree on that. Locally, it's observed that way. We don't have to, make any guesses about this. It's just what it's observed as. So both sides would agree locally this is what it looks like. Like observably a topographical horizontal plane. So observably you could say, yeah, it looks that way to us, but that's just observably. Now we're gonna move to measurably, right? Has it been measured to be a globe, which is with a tangential plane on a globe on a curved surface? You'd have a tangential plane that the Earth would be dropping away from. Does this make sense in that a particular
Yeah.
idea that you'd have for the Earth
Yeah.
being curved, right? So the tangential plane where you're standing on, that tangential plane would be over distance dropping away. The Earth would be dropping away from that tangential plane. Now, what I'm going to ask you is, has it been recorded anywhere in history that somebody has measured this drop over the distance in any
No.
way? Right. So we're going to cover measurement, right? It's never been measured as a globe, but has it been measured to be, a horizontal planar surface measured? So, do you know what planar surveying is, Raw, in any way? Do you know anything about that?
Repeat that, plane.
Planar surveying. Plane surveying.
I understand the words that you're saying, but
Like, just type it into Google.
like a surveyor would,
Yeah.
go onto the street and.
Yeah, contextually, this could give you a bit more information if you just type it into Google. Plane surveying. There's a lot of information there, and I don't really want. I'm just touching on the highlights of the reason why you could use it in this way. Because if I went in depth, we'd spend a long time talking about this. So, planar surveying would take a small area and measure that horizontally, plumb perpendicular to vertical. So you would be doing like mean sea level, right? From the vertical point of mean sea level off into the distance, whether it be on sea or land, you'd be able to say, okay, if I'm going on land, I know that there's a horizontal plane that extends from that vertical point of mean sea level, which is mean sea level. All that is the median of the rise and fall of tides. So in between the rise and fall would be the mean sea level in between, right? So that mean sea level creates a vertical point, and from that point to off into the distance creates a horizontal plane. That horizontal plane is how you know you're above or below mean sea level. Now, if we're thinking about measuring from that vertical point, right, that 0 point off to anywhere on land, we're gonna say that place on land has an elevation profile, right, or a topographic profile, and this is represented by a topographic profile. You could cut out a piece of land, and let's say you could think about it like cutting into the land sideways, like looking at it from a orthographic view sideways, and you could say, okay, I know that from mean sea level all the way to where this place is on land is like 1,500 feet above sea level, right? You could say that because you could see from mean sea level all the way across on a horizontal plane, and then 90 degrees up vertically, you could say I established from mean sea level upwards vertically that this place on land is 1,500 feet above sea level. You can establish that because you have a baseline. The baseline is the horizontal plane that you create from mean sea level to that place where you want to measure on land. So far, is it making sense, or am I losing you here?
No, you're good.
So therefore, if we're going to say that you could measure from that horizontal plane establishes what mean sea level is. And therefore, you can say something is above or below mean sea level. Now, if we're going to do that on a curved surface, we're going to have to use a lot of ideas that the Earth is already curving, and the tangential plane, of course, from the mean sea level vertical point will be curving away from that horizontal plane from the tangential line. So that tangential plane that we're establishing at mean sea level is going to be dropping away from the, wherever you're at on land. You're not going to be able to establish above or below mean sea level because it's a curved surface. You get what I'm saying? Because that tangent plane is dropping away, and therefore now we're establishing that the Earth is curved because it's dropping away from that tangential plane. But we don't establish if it's above or below mean sea level, because mean sea level is that place that you took from the rise and fall of tides, and you're getting from that vertical point off to the distance, established a horizontal plane, which was, like I said, an elevation profile or a topographical profile. You could see how land diverts from there. You could look these words up, by the way. It'll kind of put some context to what I'm talking about. You still with me? Did he leave? Oh, he gone. He gone. Oh well.
Hello, Miggy. Hello, everyone else.
What's up, Cole Murray?
Oh, good man. Keep smacking them up, man. Nice job.
We're trying to. It's all right. Some leave,
But-
some try their gimmicks.
Yeah, I think that guy was like sincerely trying to learn, you know? Hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. But he took off, so it just shows that when stuff gets real, yeah, people just make a choice and leave or stay.
You know, for me, that's a good sign. You know, they couldn't handle it. You know, which means like it has impacted them.
Shout out to the panel. What's up, guys?
Earth of the globe because I saw it on TV. I don't understand why the flat earthers don't believe me.
I have a question.
What?
What do you think the fallout would be, right, when it's found out the government has been lying to everybody about the shape of the Earth?
Nothing.
People will not revolt unless they are starving.
Yeah. Oh, I agree with that. Weird, but yeah, that's true. If everybody's still comfortable in their own shoes and everything's good, they'll be like, so what? Like, it's not gonna be. But if something causes you to get up in arms, then that would be one of the things that would not been able to eat.
That's why Rome always did bread and circuses. The bread was to keep them from revolting, and the circuses to keep them from finding out all the little things that they're doing. You know, the slavery is not something that's just passive. Slavery is something that you have to objectively pursue.
Yep. And not being able to critically think for yourself and give that sacred ground up your mind, that's bad. That's really bad. When you give your mind over to somebody, well, I don't know, the scientist knows. And there goes your mind. You're not able to think for yourself any longer. You just gave it over. Hey, good on you.
I don't want to turn this into an anti-government chat, but I was just curious.
It ain't about that. It's about the information.
Just 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
2 weeks to flatten the curve. Why?
Like the
Why is
2-minute
it?
workout routine, because if you'll do it for 2 weeks, if you'll do it for 2 minutes, then you might just stay at the gym and do it for longer than 2 minutes.
What's 2 weeks? I don't get it. Did I miss something? What's happening in 2 weeks?
Oh, no, it was what they were telling us back in 2020. Just 2 weeks to flatten the curve.
Oh. Talking about that thing.
The government.
Right.
So you know the 2-minute workout rule, right? You ever heard that?
Go ahead.
So the 2-minute workout rule is you tell yourself, I'm just going to work out for 2 minutes. So when you wake up in the morning, you get out of bed, you brush your teeth, you drink some water, and then you work out for 2 minutes. Telling yourself that you're going to work out for 2 minutes is an easy thing to accomplish, but once you start working out, you can go ahead and work out for 5, 10, 30 minutes. So that 2-week thing is like the 2-minute workout routine. Because once they got us started on it, a lot of people shut down their, privately owned businesses, and businesses and corporations like Amazon and Walmart, the liquor stores, they didn't shut down, right? They were deemed essential.
Right. Before and before you know it, weeks gone by and nobody.
Right. They're already in the process of working out.
Oh, it was even worse in Australia. There was even some places in New South Wales where during COVID you couldn't go more than 5 kilometers from your house without a reason, or you'd get in a lot of trouble.
I foresee us getting really deep into the weeds in this, and we should change topic.
Yeah.
Yep, right away.
I agree. So yeah, the whole Earth on TV. Does anybody look at the Earth outside anymore? Because I go outside and I see the Earth every day, and I don't ever experience any axial rotation, curvature, anything like that.
Yeah, I can't find any of that stuff here either.
But if I turn on the TV or computer or smartphone, I guess, there would be reason enough for one to believe in it. But the word belief is key there. Just like the gentleman came in with his Bible, and, I ain't got anything against people Bible thumping, Quran thumping, or whatever. But it's a belief, right? Because I can't say for certain that there was a carpenter 2,000 years ago that was dead for 3 days and woke up for 40 days, 40 nights. Like, that's a belief, right? Well, it's the same thing with the globe and the TV. Like, it's a belief that you have. You don't ever experience it. Nobody has firsthand primary knowledge. There were some people allegedly that had firsthand primary knowledge of the Earth being a globe, and that was the Masons that went to the moon. I guess if you trust Masons to tell the truth, even though they're sworn secret keepers, I guess you can believe what you want.
Hey Larry, are you talking about those guys who didn't know if they saw the star or not?
Yeah, those guys.
Are you talking about those guys who refused to swear on the Bible?
Right, those guys.
Yeah, those clowns.
And look at the body language. I don't know how many people understand body language, but if you look at the guys when they did the interview, when they got back from the moon, they look devastated.
Facts, bro.
They do not look like rock stars who just got back from the fucking moon.
Yeah. They look embarrassed or something.
They look like they're ashamed.
Ashamed is a better word. Yeah.
Almost like, if they didn't do what they were told, by certain powerful groups, that they would be in trouble. And they were being forced to do something that they didn't want to do.
It's like what Buzz Aldrin told that little girl. He's like, we didn't go. We didn't go there.
And didn't they quit? Wasn't that the last time they went? The first and the last time? They didn't sign up to go back. It was other astronauts that went, right?
I think there were 6 manned missions.
Right, but they only went to that one. Like Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin didn't go back.
Yeah, probably.
So at the height of their career, as rock fucking stars, more famous than Ozzy Osbourne and the Beatles, they quit.
They're embarrassed because they couldn't find the ball underneath them.
Me, it's just something I saw on TV. It's fairy tales, theory tales, mathematics, religiosophy.
Here's my thing, though. And I've watched my fair share of flat Earth videos, right?
Mm-hmm.
In these videos, to me, they prove that Earth doesn't curve downwards. So in my mind, I have to say, well, it can't be a convex ball. So what other possibilities are there?
It's flat.
And
Or
that's
concave.
one
That's what you're going to
possibility.
say, right?
And concave. So when I looked into that, kind of makes everything work. Makes sense.
So you're
Well,
saying
the Aztec used to require people to sacrifice themselves and let them take their hearts out of their chest and give it to the sun who was going into eclipse in order to make it to survive. Now, it worked. That doesn't mean it's, right, true.
Yeah, there's so many things to look at. There's so many phenomena and stuff.
I'm gonna cherry pick some refraction happening, changing the way an object looks from distance.
Are you a team flat or are you team globe? You're roboting a little bit.
Yes,
Are you globe or team flat? Flat. Okay. Yeah, your connection's poor. It ain't no globe, and we ain't spinning. We all agree on that. Stationary Earth movement is taking off. That's what we should call it. Unite as stationary Earthers, because we all believe the same shit. The sun is not 90 million miles away. It's so stupid. That's what matters, man. We believe the same stuff. As concavers and flat earthers need to unite because we basically believe the same shit at the end of the day.
Yeah, we don't believe the same shit. We disagree on some things, but we both agree that the standard model of cosmology is just a model. It's not reality. So
How far the water curves the opposite direction?
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
How far
so I
is the
don't think we
moon
believe
away?
the same shit. How can we unite with something that is completely what we say? Because can they demonstrate curved water?
Yeah.
Still cold rock. So water at rest bending upwards?
Yeah, it does. It does, man. Look on Yandex. Type in Zenith, or on YouTube, Zenith Atlas. You'll see some videos like proving it, man.
Measurements, dude. What are you talking
With
about?
a
What's the
P
measurement?
with a P900 5 inches above the water, looking
So
at
okay, can you give me who measured water curving up?
You can see it curving up. Is what I'm saying.
No. Optics is different. That's not what we're talking about.
Do you want me to give you evidence for the concave Earth theory?
Yeah, I would like to see measurements of water curving up. Measurements. Measure it. And how did they
in
do it?
1897, they did an experiment called the rectilineator. You can look into that if you want.
We seriously gonna have him explain that again. Like
what?
Some guys, they built a fence on the beach and then they looked at the horizon and concave. And then the next thing you're gonna ask him to prove, and then he's gonna give you like two holes dug into the ground, and then they drop plumb bobs down them, and then the plumb bobs want to reach towards each other and touch each other or expand away from each other. So the top of it is actually showing a concave nature to the ground. Like,
sort of, yeah.
Fuck. No.
You said to look up what?
Oh.
Tamarack mine shaft experiment done in Minnesota, 1901.
Yeah. Bunch of fucking.
Can you post it?
Guys, the drop of a Cancer in Capricorn can't be twice the size of each other. You don't have the southern star trails don't work. flat model. I'm sorry.
We haven't offered you a flat model. You're just thinking of one in your head that's sloppy and not our position, and trying to go against this ghost that you've created yourself. But good
Can't
job.
work on a flat. Can't work on a flat plane no matter what.
Yeah, that's something you've created in your head. The Earth outside is the flat Earth that we're discussing. The Earth that's outside that works right now. Everything with GPS and all that. So the thing that you're creating in your mind that doesn't work, yeah, sure, it doesn't work, but it's your own mind's invention. It's probably very sloppy and silly and goofy and not what we think at all. So, congrats.
And also,
You build up a straw
assuming
man, but I'm afraid.
you know what's
Yeah,
going
basically
on
a
in
straw
the
man.
sky. You're assuming you know what's going on in the sky, and now you can say, "Oh, yeah, it's not happening that way. It really can't." When you don't know or have a fucking clue as to what's going on in the sky.
Oh,
The sky
shit.
isn't telling you the shape of the Earth. The sky is telling you what the sky is fucking doing because you're making an observation. You want to figure out what the Earth is, you touch and measure the Earth. That's how that works.
And the Earth is
You
measured
need to
flat,
consider
navigated flat, and used practically as flat.
when we're measuring like what this is. We need to look at more than just one thing, right?
Oh, we need to look at the thing that we're measuring.
We need to look at the sky and the ground
Not
to
really.
figure it out. Can't look at
Hilarious.
one.
What can you tell me about the sky?
In the southern hemisphere, the sky's rotating in the
That is the
opposite direction.
ground, guys.
That's
Wait, are you saying that the stars rise in the west and set in the east?
No, if you're in the southern hemi, the stars in the sky
east to
go
west, bro.
clockwise.
East
No,
to west.
clockwise.
East to west.
Okay. They
So
spin
the same everywhere.
clockwise. Up here
East
they
to
go.
west.
Are you telling us that the stars in the south move west to east? Is that what you're telling us?
Are you looking over the horizon? When
So
you
they're
say
east to west or west to east? Which is it?
What do you mean by
Which way do the stars move in the south?
Binary.
Is this a question?
It's
Which
Guys,
way?
time out.
Which
It's a
way?
binary question.
Which
West or
way
east
do
or
the
east to west?
stars move in the south? Do they move west
which
to east
star?
or east to west?
Which star? Is it over the horizon
Brother.
or is it above the North Star? I mean, you got to
You
tell me.
good?
That's why I say clockwise or anti-clockwise because that's a better descriptor. Do you disagree
No,
with
it's
that?
That's
not.
objective.
What the hell?
We're
Oh
talking
man.
objective directions. Like, when you give directions, you say,
How about
we'll
left and
say
right
take the
then?
right. No, bro. Listen.
East to
It's
west.
objective
Objective.
Okay.
directions.
East to west.
Objective.
East to west is clockwise. So in the southern hemisphere, they go east to west. If you're looking over the horizon.
Okay, then.
Okay,
That's
so the
that's
stars move east to west in the
East.
south. They move east to west in the north. So what's the problem?
Yeah,
No.
W flat
They
Earth.
go west to east in the north. They go the opposite way.
You're
Record it.
fucking
Clip it and
tired.
rip it, boys. Clip it and rip
Oh,
it,
you
guys.
guys, man.
Clip it.
I want to help you, but it's.
You need
You
help
can't even
yourself,
help
sir.
yourself, my friend.
Yeah,
Guys.
I'll help you out, dude. If you're facing north, stars rotate counterclockwise. If you're facing south,
No,
they
no,
rotate clockwise.
that's just not
If you're
true.
If you're
Oh,
facing
he's gonna cry now, guys.
That's not
if
true,
you're facing
guys.
if
That's
you're
just not
facing
true.
east,
You're not being
stars
honest with
rotate.
yourself because you think you already have it figured out.
What I
You
even
think
have to say?
You're projecting, bro.
If you put a clock on the wall, what direction do I face to make the hands turn counterclockwise?
He just said, "What? Sorry."
If I have a clock on the ceiling, what
That's
direction
not
do I
the
face to
same
make it turn
analogy.
counterclockwise?
That's not the
It's
same
the exact
analogy
same
because you.
exact same way.
No,
it
it
It's
is
a
not.
good
You are
analogy.
in the middle. No, you're
Hang
in
on.
the middle of the clock. You're in the middle of the clock. You're part of the clock when you're looking at the
That
stars.
analogy is from a
You're not
PhD.
No, you're on
looking
the
at
ground
the
looking
clock
up at
from
the
afar.
sky.
You're in the middle of it.
Well, he's just denying
Yeah, he's
reality, guys. Because
Look,
the fact of
guys,
the matter is, it
Earth is
depends
not
on
a
the
ball.
direction you're
We all
facing.
agree.
Yeah.
Earth is not a ball.
I'm
We don't live on a ball, guys.
Thanks for your conclusion without the premise.
Yeah, we all agree on that. Yeah.
Yeah. So when let's say if you're standing in the middle of the axle, right, of a car, the wheels are rotating one direction. But if you look at the right wheel, what direction does it look like it's rotating?
The opposite way. But the problem is there's no stars on the ground.
But they're going the same direction. Right?
There's no stars on the ground. You're not honest with yourself.
It's the same
You're
analogy.
not. You're not.
You're missing the
Come on,
analogy.
bro. Yeah, you're missing
Listen,
it.
sorry.
Yeah, they look that they rotate in different direction compared to your position, but they're going the same direction regardless of which way you look at it.
Sure.
So
One
they're not
is
going
going
east to west then.
clockwise, and the other one's going
Hunter.
counterclockwise.
East to west.
But they're all
You're
going the
you
same
just said
direction.
they go west to east. Ding
You
dong.
guys are
That's-
like Johnny Five. You need more input. Need more
You
input.
just
Yeah, you
said they
need more
go
education
west
because
to east.
all stars go
Say
from
west to
east
I'd
to
rather say
west.
clockwise or
Yeah, because you
anti-clockwise,
don't
but that
understand
makes
what
more
the,
You
the
just said it
stars are actually
wrong,
doing.
goofball.
Yeah,
I
you don't
asked
want to
you
understand, Joe.
which
You
star,
don't
bro.
understand what the stars are actually doing,
Dude,
and
the
you
stars
have a
go both
real
east and west and west to east in both hemispheres.
No, they're
I'm trying to
always
say.
You
goes
just said west
east
to
to
east.
west. You said west to east on the
Yeah,
Northern
but if you say
Hemisphere.
clockwise, there's only one
That
way
is
to do
not
it, guys.
clockwise. The clockwise and counterclockwise is the perspective
What about
of
the
a
North Star?
person.
What about
Listen, stop, dude. You keep going. The clockwise and counterclockwise perspective of a person, so it's subjective, not actual locations.
No, that's not true.
It's 100% true. I just showed you with the freaking wheel of a car.
I didn't see anything.
Because
You disagreed.
You can't
Was I supposed
imagine.
to pull up a YouTube video?
No, you get in the middle of a car. Which way are the wheels going?
You know I love you guys.
What's your point?
Elbow, especially you, Elbow.
Yeah, if you look one direction of one wheel and then you look the other wheel, they look like they're going.
Those are two different.
directions.
Yep, you're between the wheels.
Exactly.
That's your southern and northern hemisphere. Ding dong. How do you not
Yeah.
understand?
Maybe I can help out with this. No, sec.
Just roll out,
Right,
bro. Just roll
Yeah,
with
it's
it.
like you go look at one wheel, it looks like it's going from left to right, and you look at the other wheel, it looks like it's going from right to left. But guess what? They're both going forward.
Yeah. Another good.
Same thing with the stars, you idiot. Or you mean okay? How does it not apply to the freaking stars? You're going looking north, it's going one. It looks like it's going one direction. You look south, it looks like it's going a different direction. But they're all going east to west.
Or at least the Earth is claimed to be rotating in the same direction, like the wheel.
So check this out.
Yeah. So if you're sandwiched between two things, that makes sense. But that's on the globe.
Which you
model. On the
are.
flat one. You're looking at one flat thing. You're only looking at one.
But
So you got your models mixed up.
and your sky looks like a dome. It does look like a hemisphere in the sky.
No, your analogy works against your position. You don't even realize it.
This is even your analogy in the globes. When you look at perspective on a globe,
And you're using it, you don't understand
You're
it.
looking at a small dome. You're not looking at the entire sky.
Yeah, buddy. Check this out, man. Here's a better analogy. Okay, I think it was
And
you or
it's
somebody.
rotating around what? Was this guy rotating around?
Dude,
The northern
listen.
hemisphere, or
Guy, listen. Was it you or somebody else who mentioned something about the ceiling fan or the clock or
the
something like
clock
that?
on the
Was
ceiling?
that you? Yeah. Okay. Check this out. Okay, if you want to go back to that analogy, okay, it would be better fitting to describe it like this, right? If you're at this, if you have a small clock, right, and it's right above you, okay, it's going to rotate in one direction. If you face to one wall and you look up, it's going to keep spinning in the same direction. If you face south, it's going to keep going, right? This is why that's a terrible analogy. It's better to describe it like this, right? If you had a ceiling fan with a really, really, really long blade, okay, like let's say for argument's sake, it's like 10 feet long. Okay, you're in a warehouse or something. Okay, same thing. If you're standing under that ceiling fan, the same phenomena that you would witness as the clock, right? If you're standing right under it, but if you're offset by 6 feet and you look straight up, such that you don't really see the axle of the ceiling fan, and you're facing north, you're going to see the blades whizzing by right to left. If you turn around and face south and you look up, you're going to see the blades whizzing by left to right. Now, they're not changing direction, so to speak. It's still east to west or whatever. Okay, but
So why is there the equator?
Changes with the what?
That's what makes
So
it
why is it-
subjective. Because
so
it's
why
based on
then? Why not?
information that
Why
you're
isn't it work?
looking,
Why is it
not
restricted to
the
the northern and southern
direction
hemisphere?
of a objective
Well,
location like north.
Because
Yeah.
regardless of what direction I'm facing in the north, I see it rotating a certain way. It's not like
If you
the
will
opposite.
face, if
In
you will
reality,
face
that's not
north,
what you
if you will
see,
face
Sleeve.
north,
What
if
are
you
you
will face
talking
north
about?
in the southern hemisphere, the thing will be doing exactly the same thing as it's doing in the north.
Okay. So very simply, what we actually see in reality, if we're facing north, yeah, stars are all traveling east to west. However, they'll appear to go which way?
It's still going east to
Counterclockwise.
west.
They go to east to west, but I'm talking about our perspective, whether they appear to be rotating counterclockwise or clockwise, depending on your position. So this is something that can be seen in reality, and you can go and Google it for yourself. So if we're facing north, what way do the stars appear to be rotating, counterclockwise or clockwise? We know they're all going east to west.
Yeah, so I already answered that.
I'm asking the question, which way do
I
they
already
appear
answered.
to rotate?
I already answered
What
that.
did you say?
Counterclockwise. You're in the north.
Okay.
Did you say
Now
facing
if I'm
north?
Facing north. Now, if you were to
what
turn in
hemisphere
the
am I in?
opposite, if you were to turn around and face the opposite direction.
Wait, I did answer that question.
What-
I'm sorry. I apologize. What? I need
Hang
to
on.
clarify.
Okay, so you're facing
This is a
north
loaded question.
counterclockwise. Correct. So stop speaking over me. Now turn around and face south. Which way do the stars then appear to rotate?
No, I still don't know what hemisphere I'm in, so I can't answer your question. I can't answer either of
No,
those.
it's got to do with the direction you're facing. And like I said, this
doesn't.
is something we witness in reality. And you can go and do a simple Google search, yeah?
Are we talking
And
about?
it'll
Are we
tell
talking
you.
about? Are you asking
If you're
east or west or
facing-
about the rotation? Because you're talking about two completely different things right now.
Stars all rotate east to west. However, when we're facing north, like you said, they appear to rotate counterclockwise. So if we were to turn around and we were to be facing the opposite direction, south, which way would the stars then appear to rotate?
Which hemisphere am I in?
Doesn't matter.
I can't answer your question. It does.
It doesn't matter. This is something that can be done in either hemisphere. It depends on the direction of the observer. Yeah, because the observer is always at the center. So,
You're right.
facing north, counterclockwise, facing south, they're all going to appear to rotate clockwise. If you're facing east, they're going to rise in front of you and step behind. And if you're facing west, they're going to rise behind and set in front. Right. So this is something that can be witnessed in reality every day. There is no argument about this. This doesn't
But
change.
that's not the rotation, though. Whether they set in the east or west has nothing to do with the way that they rotate.
The
You
hell?
just
Of
didn't
course it
listen to
does.
a word that I said.
I listened to all of it, and it wasn't very.
Well,
you didn't
I understand
hear
where you're coming
anything,
from.
though.
Wait,
You
by the
didn't
way,
hear
did you
any
say
of
that when you
keep switching
change
between
the
talking about
direction?
rotation and the way that where they set? They're not the same thing. Those have nothing to do with each other. They're
you
not
think two people standing back to back, looking up at the stars, will see the stars going in different directions? That's what this AJ fellow is saying.
He's saying, yeah, basically.
Are you cooked, AJ? Wait, AJ.
So,
AJ.
yeah.
So you think? Wait, AJ. I don't even think you actually like. I was actually trying to listen to what you said, but this is like degenerate. You think that the stars are going in one direction. When you turn around, they start setting in the other direction. Like, you think two people staring up at the stars, one sees them going
to west, east to west.
So when I look up and I'm facing north.
Depending on your position on the earth and the direction you're facing, they're going to appear to be either clockwise, counterclockwise, rising in front and setting behind you, or rising behind and setting in front of you. It depends on the observer's position and direction they're facing.
That's also not true. So it switches counterclockwise to clockwise depending on if you're looking at it from the front or the back. That's how rotating objects work. Not if you look at it like upside down versus right side up. Like if you took a clock,
No
for
one's
instance,
talking about
and you turned it
down
upside down.
compared to right side up.
You understand that when you look up at a rotating surface, when I'm saying right side up or upside down versus right side up, we're talking about looking at it one way, north to south, and then the opposite when you literally turn around, you like rotate yourself. You put the upside, right, your north side down, or you could call it north south, however you'd want to define it, right? But in terms of like conventionally looking at a rotating mass in front of you, you would only have it go from rotating clockwise to counterclockwise when you look at it from the opposite side. This like. So,
All
are
right,
you retarded?
asshole. All right, asshole. Did you hear what I said earlier about the ceiling fan and the blades?
I heard what you said about the ceiling fan.
So what's wrong with that?
The problem is that if you're going to say that it's long enough that maybe even for just sake of argument, right, when you have a rotating thing that has infinite distance on like its radius, the part infinitely far away is actually traveling like in a straight line. It's not actually really rotating anymore. This is an interesting property of rotation, how you can achieve a translation, right?
Okay,
So
you're not
I get you there,
addressing-
but then
you're
to
not
talk about
addressing anything. So you're not addressing anything that I said.
Wait, I talked about your ceiling fan. Can I not expand on it? Was I supposed to just repeat what you said and been like, "Oh my god, I love what you said, baby"? Like, please kiss me. Like, what was I supposed to say?
No, shut the fuck up. I didn't ask you to repeat what I said. I said address it. Was there anything wrong with what I said? Because what you're addressing.
Did you ask a question? How am I supposed to address a statement? Like, I responded. I gave my thoughts. So clearly, when I'm giving my thoughts, I'm definitionally addressing it, right?
Point out what was wrong with the statement, right? Because what you're saying right now is basically exactly what I caveated in my statement, as if you didn't hear the caveat and what not to build the analogy on.
What not to build the analogy on?
Right, again. So if you're sitting, if you have a really large ceiling fan, you're in the middle of the ceiling fan. You're looking up. You're right under the axis. Okay. If you're looking up, it's going to go clockwise or counterclockwise. Okay. Duh. If you turn around, you're facing north. You look up. It's the same rotation. But if you're offset from the axis and you're looking up and you don't see the axis, you only see the blades whizzing by.
Then we don't talk about clockwise and counter. Yeah, I understand when you change it from a rotation to a translation, then we're just talking about a translation. But now there's no clockwise and counterclockwise if there's no axis, obviously, right? Like
there's no axis though. From where you're standing.
What do we call things that move in a direction with no axis of like rotation? Wouldn't we call that a translation or like?
I didn't. You're right on that. I didn't say there's no axis. I said when you're offset from it, such that you don't see the axis explicitly, you can perceive where that axis might be if you but
the axis wouldn't flip to the other side. You understand that as well, obviously, right? So,
well, no shit, and this is the point. No one's saying this is actually happening. Go ahead, AJ.
For both of you, in the chat, 56 minutes past the hour, from astronomy.trek.com. The sun, moon, and stars travel east to west. The direction we see them moving depends entirely on which direction we are facing at the time. Facing north, stars rotate counterclockwise, right to left. Facing south, stars rotate clockwise, left to right. Facing, yeah? And then again, from another Astronomy Trek article. Sun and moon stars travel east to west. Directions are below.
You understand
here.
this is not a ceiling fan, though, right?
North,
at this point,
facing
I thought
north. Stars rotate counterclockwise, left to right. Facing south, stars rotate left to right, Facing east, stars rise in front, set behind. Facing west, stars rise behind and set in front. Exactly what I stated, that everybody's hand wave dismissed, that I stated you could go and find for yourself. So you're no longer arguing with us in here. You're arguing with the citations I've provided here from astronomy.trek. And I can find probably another 100 of these. This is what we see in reality.
Yeah,
there is absolutely no reason.
So I agree with the source, by the way.
Not one
Do you understand?
reason
I agree
for
with the
this
source, right?
conversation. It has already been answered. The stars move east to west. End of discussion.
Yeah, and buddy, no shit, it's not a ceiling fan. It's a fucking analogy.
No, it's not even an analogy. It's an improper analogy. When you're actually talking about it, changing the direction it rotates.
We gotta stop you because we're not going to.
I'll wait for you to interrupt me.
You're not going to speak crap in here.
Because nobody's claiming they change the direction that they rotate. That's you. Yeah, they rotate east to west. It's your perspective from where you're standing, your viewing point, and your azimuthal field of view.
Yeah, and this fucking retard says, "Oh,
I agree.
it's a bad analogy. It's not an analogy, but it's a bad analogy. It's analogy or it's not an analogy. Come on, make up your fucking mind, man."
And if he can't figure it out, that's on him. If he can't figure out that changing direction will change the apparent direction of the moving stars, that's on him. We've given him all the information there with citation. So screw him if he can't figure it out.
Goddamn Nicky.
Yeah, there is nowhere to go from here because these people are dishonest. Yeah, you can't have any sort of critical discussion with dishonest people who just want to keep saying nah when they've been provided the information. It's something that we can see and test in reality, and they have citation. It's just ridiculous, yeah?
You guys having a party over here?
Yeah, so I agree with the sword.
Who's on deck right now?
No, it's just there's a few of us speaking to Lucan, who claims that star rotation in the south can only happen can't happen on a flat Earth, and completely denies that it has to do with the direction you're facing, whether you're facing north, south, east, or west, as to which way the stars appear. Yeah, and I've dropped him some citations, and he's just hand waved dismissing.
Well, what do you mean by appear? Because I don't know if that's what he said.
Who's that guy? Sleeve McDaniel.
I'm the guy with I'm the guy that brought up the clock thing in the first place.
Yeah, I know, but what is your position? Do you think the Earth's an oblate spheroid?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah, I do.
All right. What's the evidence that you have for the Earth being an oblate spheroid?
Oh, I don't want to hold
Then
that
I'll talk
position
to
right
Lucian
now.
after I talk to you. We'll do this properly.
I don't want to switch topics right now. I'm not too interested.
No, we're not
going
to switch topics. We're going to identify whether or not you have the intelligence to comprehend whether you think you live on a globe or not.
I'm coming to you as a man at 12 a.m. I'm letting you know I don't have the energy for that switch right now.
All right, then have a seat. Let me talk to the other guy.
That's fair.
I'd rather talk to somebody who's advocating for the position. I think Lucian.
You can
might
do
be
that.
the
I wasn't
guy.
even talking to you, so you can talk to whoever you
We don't
want.
need your permission.
Yeah, thank you for your permission. Like
Well, you were announcing it, so I felt like if you wanted it,
Lucian,
then go for it.
Anyway, so
No
Lucian,
time, man.
do you think the Earth's a globe?
Yeah.
What's your evidence that it's a globe?
There's a bunch of different ones. I
pick
thought we were
one.
talking.
Let's pick one.
Okay, sure. The horizon and its effects being non-mapping onto what you would see with a flat Earth versus a globe Earth.
You don't know what that is.
Yeah, why did you say flat Earth? I only wanted you to present what you know the Earth to be as a globe.
Oh yeah,
What-
so
what does flat Earth
it
have
would
to do
only
with your-
be so the horizon would only be consistent with that of a globe. I only pointed out a flat Earth because that's another.
Yeah, but you don't need to. I'm only asking for evidence of a globe. So proceed with the evidence of a globe.
Yeah, so the horizon. When you look at the horizon, there's a point at which you can't see over the horizon. This would be a property.
Okay. There's a point at which you can't see over the horizon. Now, from the observer to the horizon, what is the distance between those two? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just stop this conversation if you want to mute me every
Why?
time I'm
No,
making
no,
a point.
I'm clarifying because you want to just elaborate, and we don't need to. We just want to get the specifics. So
you
from
can cut me
to-
off. I just want you to cut me off as opposed to muting me. That's all.
Lucian, the specifics, sir. From you to the
Mhm.
horizon, what's the distance?
From me to the horizon, what's the distance? Depending on your height, could change. I could do a calculation now for like a 6-foot person if you want me to look up. I think it
Well,
agrees with us.
however tall you are to the horizon. How about that?
Okay, I'm about 6 foot. So, how far can you?
Damn, the fact that he has to Google this is crazy, bro.
Mid-argument. No.
Mid-argument is crazy.
If
He said he was going to do a
Like, I could just
calculation.
ask any random flat earther and he knows it. That's
So,
wild, bro.
CB, do you think he's going to be
So
an
it says
Insta
it's
expert?
3 miles away. It would
Insta
be-
expert coming.
3 miles. Okay, so you think that from an observer to the distance to the horizon, it would be 3 miles
Technically, it would depend because the Earth is not
Really?
perfectly like smooth, right? So, if for instance, there was like if you were on top of a mountain, or
Lucian?
there was like bumps and
Lucian,
what?
Lucian, is it 3 miles from the observer to the horizon, standing on the
It's
shore
gonna
of a
be
beach?
probably like on average about 3 miles. Yeah.
Is that a consistent number?
Yeah. Like if you looked out on the ocean, for instance, that'd be a consistent number.
Okay, so can you verify that you can make an observation from the shore to where the horizon is? That's where the ships disappear behind. And that means that every single day you go out, you're going to see a ship disappearing at 3 miles. Is that consistent?
Well, you wouldn't necessarily see a ship disappear at 3 miles because that ship has a
Really?
height. So you'd see it start to the bottom of the ship would actually start to vanish at 3 miles, about roughly 3 miles. Like
Are
it
you
would
sure
go
about that?
underneath the sea. Yeah.
How sure are you about that? I'm going to test that claim.
How sure am I? Unless you presented alternative evidence, every piece of evidence
Well-
I've looked at in my life has pointed towards that. So that's about how sure I am.
Really? Okay, because this is going to be fascinating. I need 2 sources that show at 3 miles distance we see a bottom up disappearance. 2. I'm not going for a lot. I'm not greedy. I just want 2. 2 of them.
Okay.
It has to be at
What
3
will
miles.
happen what will happen
No,
once
nothing.
I've done this?
All you're gonna
Will
do
I
is
have won the argument? Or?
No, it's gonna be a demonstration of your claim. Now, mind you, what I'm asking for is very specific. I need your demonstration that the person making the observation to the target distance, which is going to be where they start to see the ship disappear from the bottom up, that it's exactly 3 miles. I need to know how you got that number from whatever you're going to present. It's very specific.
By the way,
it's not easy.
it's not going to be exactly that was never my claim. It's about roughly, just
No,
to
we're
make
not
sure we're
doing
all
roughly
staying
around
accurate.
here. No, the geometric
Oh.
shape of the Earth is not going to be roughly. It's exactly where the predicted value should let us
Yeah, I
know
didn't
where it
crunch the
is.
numbers. That's why I said, like, for instance, if someone asked me
That's
like
not
how
my
much I
fault.
make, I wouldn't give you the cents.
Lucian,
You know
that's
what I
not
mean?
my fault. You're making the claim. You're advocating for a position that you don't. Right
Right.
now, I'm telling you, sir, you don't know what you're talking about. But
Okay.
I'm gonna engage you because I think I'm gonna give you that fair play. You think you're gonna have this information? I'm gonna prove to you that you don't have it. But you want to go
Mhm.
you want to walk the path. Let's do it. I need 2 sources first of all, and it's gonna be an observation done where the guy is showing that in between them and the target distance there is exactly those 3 miles you're talking about, and it better be that.
And don't forget that the observer height has to be 6 feet, right?
Yep.
And so if you have something else, you can probably double check it. There's Earth curve calculators out there, right? So anything.
By the way, so for instance, if I found a
Mm-hmm.
source that for their experiment did it at like 7 or 8 feet and it disappeared around like 3.5 or 4 miles, this is unsatisfactory for you?
No,
I'd say
just
that's congruent.
listen. Present what you're gonna present. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt on this one.
So I need like a study and a picture or something.
Well, it better be, the source has to be backed up with like observation. So we're gonna see the information being presented and then perhaps a field test.
Okay, let's look up proof.
Oh God, I know you ain't just doing this right now.
Sure. I don't. Wait. If it wasn't clear before, I obviously don't have the calculations on hand. I also obviously don't have pictures or.
Thank you for the concession.
Fresh baby globe meat.
Yeah, I know.
Delicious.
It's like a turkey
I have
leg,
a
dude.
link that, for a
Delicious.
website.
I just put my bib. I just put my bib
Make sure
on,
you
dude.
deep fry it, Alpha. Deep fry.
Oh no, this one's gonna be consumed like raw. Like this, it's gonna be that
Medium
good.
rare. Medium rare.
Yeah. Well, we might throw on the grill a little bit. So we have Lucian that's saying that
Globers are chewy. Remember.
according to him, he has the information to substantiate the claim that at 3 miles, the geometric horizon of the Earth is noted to be at 3 miles. So we're going to get a distance of 2 observations along with the data that supports it that we're going to be able to verify that the curvature of the Earth is exactly 3 miles. But we ran into a tiny snafu, which is that Lucian right now is Googling it right now.
He's never thought about it before.
No.
Hey,
That's
Lucian,
right.
can I address him with some words of encouragement?
Yeah, I'll
Lucian,
let you do that.
I'm
let
a
me
fellow
unmute him,
Glober.
Peter. Hold on, let me unmute him so he can respond. Go ahead.
Lucian, I'm a fellow Glober, and I would like to tell you that the globe has been in a lot of trouble recently, and its entire fate depends on your performance tonight. So no pressure, but please
Wait, by the way, is
don't
this
fuck this
Peter
up.
the Globe Universer? Is that the person
No,
who's
I'm gonna be straight
discussing
up. Like I'm
thing work? Just wanted to check.
I'm a globe earther. If you can't prove it, I'm gonna believe in the flat Earth.
Yeah,
there you go.
that's
Oh,
fine.
Go ahead,
okay.
Indio.
So,
That seems like a
all
pretty
hinges
poor
on
way
the-
to make your decisions, but you're definitely free to believe or not believe whatever you want
I
based
had-
off whatever factors you
mean-
feel most comfortable to you.
I made an executive decision to mute Peter. It's fucking useless. Blah blah blah. Let's just deal with Lucian. Let's just deal with Lucian. Came in, all I heard was, "Well, let me Google that," and I'm like, "I got here right on time."
Oh yeah.
To have him go find the thing that he already believes. So, go find your belief out there somewhere on the interwebs.
That's
He
crazy
also
that you
tells
can
us that
listen
the
to it.
stars move in a different direction in the south. That's also on his mind too.
Yeah, but we won't address that. This is a bit more pressing, though. Plum, for now. We'll tackle
That's
that
fine.
one
It's
a
all
little
just
bit
a bunch
later.
of nonsense.
Yeah, Lucian's.
I was just trying to get. Well, I'm just trying to get the horizon distance measurement we've been waiting for forever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, so
What?
it seems like this is too trivial a matter to have like a bunch of sources online. So I'd rather just invite you to go out with me on maybe a picnic one day to like the ocean. We can try to test this out on our own if you'd like.
I'd love to go on a date.
But until then, I would just like pose like my subjective evidence over yours and the fact that most people would agree with me. So I mean,
Dude,
but
what
if
are
that's
you
not,
saying, Lucian?
if that's
Nothing on the internet is helping you? Oh my god.
Wait, not that it's not helping me. I mean, there's
What
a
are
lot
we
of things
to do?
that talk about it, but there's not as many things that are just like easily accessible for someone trying to prove it. I mean, I can link you a YouTube video, but it seems kind of boring to watch through those.
boring.
But if that seems interesting to you, we can definitely watch a proof that the Earth is a globe YouTube video. But
Well,
I
you
feel like
made
it's
a
not
claim.
as interesting.
Lucian, you made a claim. 6 foot man.
I did make a claim.
3 miles out. There needs to
Right.
be some evidence to substantiate that, and you're coming up tits. That's what you're saying, right?
No.
Yeah,
So
okay,
just
well then you're not. Then you're not. Then present the evidence in text, please. Let's see the source. Go on now.
wait.
Wait,
I'm
we're not
confused by
waiting.
your-
You just said you
I'm
had
confused by any of what you're like saying.
You said
So
you
that's
had the information to substantiate the claim that at 3 miles away, we'd see bottom-up disappearance. So we're waiting for that monkey
I don't
right
think I
now.
made that claim. I think you actually asked me to do something. I tried to do it, and then I said, you know what, this isn't too interesting, or you know,
It's very dishonest.
That's
it's
You
very
actually
dishonest.
said
Wait, you think I
that
find it
boats-
interesting? What do you mean when you say that?
Well, if it's not interesting, I don't know why you're here.
Didn't
I
he
mean,
say that,
I'm
AJ?
interested in like debating things.
Silence. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, he did say that, but he obviously is just dishonest, yeah, because like I said, his first point when he came in was star rotation, and it was pointed out that it was just depending on the direction you're facing, and he just hand waves, dismisses that. Then he brings up the horizon, talks about boats disappearing over the horizon, and now he doesn't want to talk about it and didn't bring it up. It's just a dishonest interlocutor.
At
I
3
got an
miles
idea.
away, at 6 foot, he said he's 6 foot. Remember, he was saying this. Lucian, this is what you said, Lucian. You were 6 foot, around about, and the 3 mile horizon, according to you, how far away it is, would be easy to prove. So easy, man. You're
Yeah,
gonna have
we
it
can
in,
we can go test
in
that.
two shakes.
Yeah.
You had 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. You just quick Google fingers, and there you be. But it sounds like you ran into a problem. There wasn't any evidence to put forward of that claim that you just made. That is kind of strange, don't you think?
Not
Instead,
at
you
all.
wanna go on a picnic.
I mean, like for instance,
wanna
like
go on a
here's the
picnic
problem:
with you.
is I could like give you a picture from like
No. Let's not get into all of that. I just want to talk about how you said you were going to present something and you don't have it. Your little Google search didn't come up roses. There was nothing to present.
Alpha, why don't you just show him the picture and then ask of the black swan and ask him one question?
Yeah,
Where's
I know.
where's the horizon in comparison to the objects?
But I think I like more keeping him on the fact that he doesn't
I know.
have any information. It's so
I
much
know
fun.
you're
The
toying
Black
with him so
Swan-
much.
The Black Swan is interesting, but you see, when you hand information to somebody that doesn't know that the Earth is a globe, they're just gonna hand wave dismiss every point or make up some sophist idea that, well, I don't know what the curvature is. So I like doing this. This is much more.
We know he's going to do that anyway. Let's just get down to the brass tacks.
I don't want to talk to him right now about Black Swan. I think right now, Lucian, you're saying that there's no way for us to find out that the Earth is curving in any way.
No. You can do a test right now if you'd like. You just have to
Well,
find
you
your
gave
like
us first of all
nearest body
the
of
measurement,
water.
right? You gave us the measurement from a 6-foot observer off to 3 miles away. That didn't work out for you. So is
Wait,
there
what do you mean
something
by
else you
that
can show
didn't
us?
work out for me?
Well, okay, so did it work out for you? Did you show us some evidence of what you were saying as a 6-foot observer, like you are? And did you?
No,
go
I
somewhere?
can
Is there some
definitely.
evidence?
I
Well, okay,
told you
show
we
us
can
the
go on a
evidence. Show us
picnic.
the no. We're not
Yeah,
going on a picnic.
where are you at
We're
right now?
talking-
Can you send me your location?
Lucian, we're talking about
I'll
right
come
now.
over and visit.
Right fucking now. Are you able to put something in the text channel?
Dude, I think he has the hots for you, Mick.
Wait, can you show
He's
me
trying to get
some
your-
proof that Popeye?
All right, dude. Focus.
Bro.
Let's get your brain on track. We're talking about right fucking now. Can you put something in text channel that shows that backs up your claim? As a 6-foot man, you could see 3 miles the leading edge of the sphere, which is the horizon that you. Go ahead.
Something that doesn't probably have measurements, but it'll.
All right. So, are you able to do it? Yes or no, Lucian?
I can get something. Yeah, why don't you
All
give me
right.
a
Let's
second?
go for that, man. Let's go for that. Put something in the
Hey,
text.
come on, man. Come on, man. Get it
You got
done.
this.
You said it was trivial, right? You guys
You
heard
got
that,
this,
right?
man.
Oh, this is too trivial, so we'll do something else, right?
Okay,
If it's
so
trivial,
You
yeah,
got
so
this. You got this.
I'll link something for you guys. Just give me a second. I'm putting it in a side chat.
Go for it. All the Globers are waiting for your response, by the way, I believe. What do you got here?
Okay.
Red's rhetoric. What does that
So we
video
have
have to do? I want you to tell me right now, what relevance does that video have to do with your claim?
Yeah, so it's the boat disappearing.
What relevance does that video have to do with your claim specifically?
That at a certain point things.
No, it's not at a certain point. Your claim was a 6-foot man at 3 miles away. What evidence does that claim that you made have to do with this video?
I'm confused by your.
I know you're confused. You're in a perpetual state of confusion. I'm trying to guide you back to the path of logic. You made a claim. You said that at 6 foot, which you are, you could see that the leading edge of the sphere, where ships disappear behind, is at 3 miles away. What does that video have to do with the claim that you've made?
Yeah, so it shows that as things approach the horizon.
No, the claim you made, the video, are they any way equal? Yeah. Lucian,
Oh, yo, what's up, man?
are they any way equal? The claim.
Wait, do you want to
in
hear
that
me
video.
speak?
Yeah, but answer only the yes or no. Are the claim that you made and that video equal?
Yep,
How?
they're equal. Wait, you think they're not equal?
Use the words in your mouth to tell me how they're equal. Are
They're
we
the
gonna
exact
see-
same.
Really? Are we gonna see a
Rather
6-foot
childish.
man? Are we gonna see a 6-foot man see a horizon at 3 miles away?
The person filming 6 foot.
Yeah. Is it gonna be at 3 miles away?
Yeah, it's 3 miles away.
Did you see the video, or are you just posting it?
I watched the full video on.
What's in the
Speed.
middle of the video?
Yeah. Well, how did you know where what the horizon distance is?
Wait,
You
you
use
can't
like-
see that it's 3 miles?
Well, how do I measure like looking at it? How
Wait,
do I know?
can you show me any proof that it's not 3 miles? Are you making the claim that it's not 3 miles?
That's a burden of proof reversal. Nice try, but that shit will never work here. Okay?
Yeah, because it's
Good
obviously
try.
silly to ask for a burden of proof
no,
for
no.
something that I'm not claiming a specific thing. I'm using an example. You asked for an
You did
example. I
claim,
gave you an
you
example.
asshole.
You did.
You
You
did
said 3
claim.
miles.
You said 3
No,
miles
my
away,
original claim
dickhead.
actually. So Alpha.
How do
So
we know
this
the
was the original
horizon is
thing.
at 10 miles or 50 miles or 1,000
Let me
miles?
just remind
How
you
do
how
we-
this conversation.
No.
Yeah,
you're
why
not gonna
don't you
remind
answer the
us.
question?
Fucking answer the question, dude.
I've answered all your questions. Can you give me a new question or?
Nope.
How do we
We're
know
gonna
the
stick on this
horizon
one.
is 3 miles and not 6 miles or 10 miles or 30 miles?
It's quite clearly 3 miles.
How?
You can contrast it with
how
any
did you
3 mile
discern
view
that?
of the horizon.
Is that in the video?
It looks the exact same as 3 miles.
Oh,
How
it
do you
looks.
know?
Same or it is the
It
same.
looks. Did you hear him? It looks.
Yep, I
Did you
use my
measure it?
eyes. Wait, do you not use your eyes to perceive
It
things?
looks the
Wait,
same or it is the same.
Huh?
It looks the same or it is the same. Is this thing working?
No, so I made the claim it is the same. They asked me why it is the same,
Right,
how
so
I came
you
to that
made the
conclusion.
claim it
and
is the same.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
we've got that. Now you're going to verify it with something that is the same, not just looks the same. A piece of paper looks the same as a $100 note because they're both bits of paper.
Wait, you think paper looks like money? Like
No,
all
he's
paper looks like
diverting.
money?
He's diverting. Shut the fuck up, dude. We're talking about the Earth. Now, if you're gonna
Right.
stick to the claim, we want to know how in the video did you determine it was 3 miles away, the distance?
I looked at it. You didn't look at it?
Yeah, how did you measure the fucking distance by looking at it?
Wait, do you think that's like
fucking
100
idiot.
miles? Do you think it's like
no,
1 mile?
how the fuck
What
do you know
think
it's
it
3
is?
miles?
We're
Lucian,
asking
how do you
you.
know it's 3? How do you know it's 3?
'Cause I looked at it and it looks exactly the same as 3
Fucking
miles.
circular. How do you
What
know
do you
the
mean?
difference? How do you know
That's
the
not
difference
circular.
between-
You guys are just dogpiling argument of ignorance on
fuck
top of
up.
them. Anyone can
Shut
go
the
down
fuck
that
up.
road infinitely. You can do
Shut
that for anything.
the
You can just go
fuck
down. Why?
You idiot.
Silence.
No, we're not asking. This is very specific. You're late to the party. Okay. So, Lucian, if you saw a 10-foot board and a 12-foot board and they weren't right next to each other, could you say that's 12 feet, that's 10 feet?
That was a good point. Yeah, I might be a
Could you
little
build a
off. You're
house up?
right.
Could you
I might
build-
be a little
yeah,
off.
could you build-
Yep.
Yeah. How much? Like,
I would probably be, I think, maybe in the realm of like either a half to a factor of like 2 or 3. Like once it's beyond a half
Fuck
or
off,
beyond
dude.
a factor
You
of 2 or
wouldn't
3,
know.
I'd probably know.
you just said
the
word
fuck up.
salad now. This is hilarious, dude.
Wait, why is that
Fucking
word
idiot.
salad? That was
You
very
can't
precise.
fucking eyeball something and then already understand that there's a distance that you could garner from looking at something. You fucking reject.
That was a good point, Alpha Veritas. Good job. Good point.
You can't
You know,
determine the distance between something just by eyeballing it. You fucking abject
Wait, you
moron.
don't think you can approximate it?
How the fuck do you know it's 3 miles, numbnuts?
Wait,
Yeah,
you don't
with
think you
lots
can
of
approximate it?
experience. Yeah, with lots of experience, you could do it, right? So if I was a carpenter, I could look at a 8-foot 2x4 and know it's not a 12-foot 2x4 from years of experience. Maybe if you had years of experience on the ocean where you knew the distance to boats and you could compare it from your memory of known distances that you have and the way something looks, then maybe you could do it. Red Rider can't do it, and you sure as fuck can't do it.
And let alone the fact that
Wait, if you don't have the ability to do it, then you should just obviously concede to an expert in this field. I'm an expert in finding out the distance that things are across the ocean. I'm
I'll get your hand off it.
I do this for my job.
You are.
You don't even.
You're an expert.
Are you going to propose an alternate theory that this is like 4
You're
miles
an
or 5
expert.
miles?
We're an expert. What school is that, dude? Lucian, what school is that you go to become an expert in looking at things and telling how far away they are?
Wait, so you have to have a school to actually have an opinion? Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
what makes you an expert?
What makes you an expert? I do this for my job every day.
Yeah, what's your job?
So is it just
What's your job, Lucian? Let's just play this.
There's a
What's
lot
your
of people
job,
talking at
Lucian?
once. It's hard to answer all your guys' questions.
What's your job, Lucian?
What's my job?
Yeah. Why do you ask this
Why would that be
game,
important?
dude, where you have to
It's
ask
clearly
a question?
unimportant.
rather than
I'm
say
talking about
question,
how far things are away.
You can't
what's your
judge how
job?
far it is without knowing size, and you can't know size without knowing distance.
What's your
You're an
fucking
idiot.
job,
You don't know what
Lucian?
you're talking about.
What's your job, Lucian?
Huh?
What
Wait,
is your
again, I don't see how
job?
my job's important. It
You
seems
said
clearly
it's
unimportant.
relative to this fucking information, dickhead.
Yeah, I'm muting him. Shut the fuck up, Lucian, you loser.
God damn it, dude.
Holy shit! You know,
Yeah, he did bring it up, right?
Some expert comes in here and says, "This is my job." Yet he has to go Google to find source material instead of, "Oh, let me go into my documents and saved files. Oh, I got this perfect one here." Like, come on, fucking
It was his
retard.
job to take measurements with his eyes. is what he said.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
a fucking idiot.
Yeah,
He's got
and he doesn't even.
measuring tapes in his eye.
And he didn't cite what specs of the camera was being used. Oh, this one's this resolution. It's this model. You know.
Yeah, let me.
Come on,
let me
man.
unmute him, Mick.
Good point, Mick. That was a good
What's your
point.
job? What's your job?
Yes, so do I.
What's your job? Redeem yourself and tell us what job you have. Oh, Lucian.
Wait, I thought I answered this question. It's
What
it's
fucking
completely
job do you do?
unrelated to this, right?
What job
I
do
thought I
you
answered
do?
that.
You brought it up.
What fucking job do you do relative to this
Wait, I
conversation?
never brought up my job. Are you guys insane?
You said you're a fucking expert.
Yeah, you did.
You said I judge distance from my job.
Wait, are you guys retarded enough?
What do you do?
Wait, are you guys retarded enough to believe?
Focus. What
How
do you
about we
do?
put it like this, Lucian? You
That was
can
a good
answer the question, or I can kick your sorry shit out of here for being a troll.
Good point,
What do
Matrix.
you
That was a good
fucking
point.
do?
Wait.
No, we're not waiting.
You got
what
30
do you
seconds.
Fucking do.
I never made any of the claims Alpha.
Yeah, you did. You
Wow,
said that your
bro.
job is relative to this because you're an expert. What do you fucking do?
I dunk on retards like you and get kicked.
All right.
Yeah, right,
just a
bro.
troll.
You're
Get him outta here.
Nice job, man.
idiot.
You've been
Nice
exposed
job,
by the
man.
24/7 team.
Dunk
Fuck
him
It's
up.
all
There's the Washington
and-
Generals of basketball saying he's dunking. Get the fuck out of here.
And let's not
Good point,
forget.
Indio.
Let's not
Good point.
forget, sir. Let's not
Okay.
forget this was all record. This is all live recorded on YouTube.
We are.
So it's my turn to dunk.
We have all the evidence.
Good point.
See you, Lucian.
That was a good point.
He has no shame. he
Yo,
doesn't
into the break. What do you think that image is? Do you have your mic?
Oh, we got Dami.
Hey,
Hold
I'm
on.
taking a night off, buddy.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
all right. We got Dami that's just in here right now. So Dami, do you think the Earth's a globe?
Think that the Earth? Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me log on my game real quick.
Damn, this
You
is
said what?
good.
Alright, wait.
I'm glad you're doing that. That's good on you, man.
All right, what you say?
Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, pretty much.
What's your evidence
Oh
that it's a globe?
Lord.
The tectonic plates shift causes earthquakes. You know.
Okay, so how in that information you just said does it detail that the Earth is a geometric shape?
Because let's say
What?
you go to China, right? Can you see China straight across, even on the highest point?
Brother,
On
we're
the even on Mount Everest, can you see China
No,
from Mount
you're
Everest?
listen, you're asking a question. I'm asking
Probably,
for the
actually, yeah.
specific demonstration of how you know your idea of how
I
you know
can't
the
see
Earth's a
China from
globe.
here. That's how I know it's not flat.
Really?
I can't see China
That's
from
how
here.
you know it's a globe?
It's because you're in your mom's basement. Of course you can't see it from there.
That's how you know it's a globe because you can't see China from where you are.
Yeah. Even if I went to Mount Everest, I couldn't see China from Mount Everest, could I?
Yeah, but how do you know
That's
it's a ball,
retarded.
bro? That's very specific, right?
I'm
Somebody told me
retarded.
that's
You got something to say?
I feel like we've all been making great points today. Good job, everybody.
We're having a great discussion. I've been
I feel like we've really
inside-
elevated
Thanks, White
this
Knight.
in the chat today.
Appreciate
No, I've been
it.
inside chat talking about like
Yeah,
these
like,
alien boats.
this is
above
your
horizon.
guys' level of this topic is just stupid social commentary that no one gives a fuck about. So, Goose, you posted an image of boats apparently floating in the air. What do you think that
They
is?
appear to be.
Yeah, what do you think that actually shows?
I don't know. That's just what it looks like. I don't know if it's like a hologram or if this
No.
is like an optical illusion
No.
or if this is like some technology that we don't have access to.
No. Wrong.
What do
Again
you
and
think
again
it
and
is?
again. So, does the horizon tell you everything? Does the horizon look disjointed?
See a little bit of
So-
distortion.
Yeah, so it looks disjointed. It don't look straight, and it looks like there's a little bit of water that you can kind of see past it, right? So this is past this this apparent horizon. That's the water reflecting the sky, so that you can't differentiate the sky from the water. So it makes the boats look like they're just floating in the air, because the water that they're floating on is the color of the sky.
See, that makes sense.
That was a good point, India.
Well, this is commonly attributed to refraction, which is incorrect. This is reflection, and there's other images of this. And if you do like a negative color filter and adjust the colors, see the human eye can't see in the blue range. The human eye sees the least amount of contrasted colors in blue. But if you use a color filter and swap the blue for red, you might be able to see the water that's actually sitting on because we have more range in the red range.
Interesting.
Which should tell you something about these observations that are made over the ocean, right? Right, like we have because of this limitation of the blue range, right? The water's blue, the sky's blue. You know, it's some like things will look a certain way that they really aren't, just because you can't tell the difference. Right.
I posted
You go, oh, the horizon starts there, but that's not where the horizon actually starts. It starts way beyond what you think where you think it starts.
There's also this GIF I posted earlier. I'll just repost it quickly. It's what appears to be a ship being obscured by the horizon from the bottom up as it goes further away.
Yeah. Is there anything else you noticed? I just noticed it right from the rip. Right.
I mean, it's a bit of a wavy. There's a bunch of waves. I know that. Or there's something else I'm missing?
No, the boat itself.
Looks like it's turning.
Well, it looks like it's distorting. Right? So it's vertical to horizontal aren't staying appropriately scaled, right? So perspective is linear. So if something goes further away, as it goes further away from you, the amount it shrinks vertically and the amount it shrinks horizontally should be identical. Should be no difference.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see in this that it's distorting vertically and horizontally. Like the ratio of what the horizontal features versus the vertical features are becoming distorted. It's not staying in proportion.
So it's becoming distorted. But
yeah, so that means that this is an optical effect. It's because the light's not reaching you, but it's not because of Earth curve.
Mm.
So there's actually, I'm sure you've seen it. You've seen the windmill photos, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the windmill photos, the one that they like flashing around the guy that speaks Klingon, and I'm not even exaggerating, the guy claims to speak fluent Klingon. If you look closely, you'll notice that a windmill that's farther away appears higher than the windmills that are closer. Now, how's that even possible? Because something that's further away should get lower, right? Things further away get smaller. They don't appear bigger.
Hmm.
Right? But all the windmills are cut off and you can see half of them, right? But except for this one windmill that's further away, it appears higher than the ones that are closer to the camera. That tells you something about what's going on out there, right? It tells you that this isn't a normal weather condition. You're not seeing the true geometry of the world. You're seeing some lensing effect.
Right. Are there any photos that keep at like this distortion to a minimum so we can see the geometry?
Well, I mean, typically all these, if you look closely, and I'm sure if I took the original video, I'd find it. The original video this GIF is based on. Almost all of these, if you look closely where whatever it is meets the water, you'll always see a mirroring. You'll always see like this mirroring effect, right? So like the bottom segment of the boat will be mirrored right below it. So there'll be a mirror of like an inferior mirage. But it's very hard to tell because, it looks like part of the boat. But like if they got like text or a letter on it or something like that, like, there isn't like a upside down sea floating in the ocean, right? So that's some sort of mirroring effect. The thing is, what's going on below the mirroring effect in between the top of the water? What's happening there? Like, what if that just disappeared? What would I see? So there's a guy named what the fuck's his name? Plain Truth. He's done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of observations of this mirroring effect. Hundreds. And it's pretty much uniform. All of these so-called ships over the horizon, they all have this mirroring effect. So what you're basically seeing is all the light is getting displaced down. So think about it like this, right? You got your camera. Below your camera level is a layer of air, right? And that layer of air extends out to some boat. Well, the light that's below that layer of air can't reach the camera. But that light is a segment of the bottom of the boat. But it can't get out of this duct that's being totally internally reflected. So what you're going to see is half the boat's gone. Because the light that comprises the bottom of the boat can't escape this duct.
I've seen
This has been experimentally demonstrated in peer-reviewed papers. Not just us. It's not us that came up with it.
I've seen videos of boats that have apparently been have gone over the horizon, but then you just zoom in and it brings it back into frame.
I mean, that's kind of due to waves and shit, but because listen, if you have a wave, right, that's 1 kilometer away, right, and a meter tall. If you have a boat that's 10 kilometers away, that 1 meter wave, because we don't see in absolute sizes, we see in angles, right? So the angle that 1 meter wave comprises 1 kilometer away is going to be 10 meters that it'll block 10 kilometers away, and it'll block 100 meters 100 meters away. So like I said, perspective is linear. So whatever you have in a foreground, like a wave or something like that, even though the wave is small, but because it's much closer, just like you can take your thumb and you can block out the entire Empire State Building, right? If the Empire State Building is, 3 miles away, and you stick out your thumb in front of your eye, you can block the entire Empire State Building with your thumb. Doesn't mean your thumb is bigger than the Empire State Building. Just the visual angle of your thumb is so much closer than the Empire State Building. It appears bigger.
Yeah.
And if you have a wave in the ocean, because it's so much closer, but the wave is so much closer, it's going to block something much further away. Like I said, a 1 meter wave will block 10 meters. So a 1 meter wave, 1 kilometer away will block 10 meters, 10 kilometers. I'm just using metric because it's easier to do the math.
No, I prefer metric. I go Canadian, so that's what I think.
Oh, okay.
So thank you, actually. It's almost like it's easier to think in multiples of tens than
yeah, because we're used to decimal
parsec,
system.
whatever the fucking Americans use.
We're imperialists.
We're imperialists. You guys love the French anyway, so
16 yards to a length and 12 lengths to.
But how long is a furlong?
It's 12 barley seeds. I don't know, whatever.
You can only use that in horse racing. Any gamblers on here that know about horse racing?
No, I don't get
Anyway. Dude, Alpha he was on X last night. And they started a space. And guess who joins? Fucking Brenda. Right off the rip. Brenda's the first go over. Alpha fucking destroyed her. I wasn't there, but I listened to the recording. It's like a 7-hour recording. I listened to maybe 4 or 5 hours of it. He fucking destroyed her so bad. It was hilarious.
I don't know who Brenda is, but I'll take your word for it.
Brenda's I'm not going to characterize.
Brenda's a person that has been around since 2015, 2016.
Yes.
And
atheist, anti-flatter.
Yeah, started out doing nothing but Google Earthing to back up all the Globers that were debating against the Flat Earthers. And then eventually grew a pair and started debating with, or maybe the opposite of that. But anyway.
And he calls himself Brenda. And he likes to refer to himself as a,
Yeah, after he grew the hair, he just chopped it off. Yeah, after he grew the pair, he chopped it off, unfortunately.
You actually went through with an orchiectomy?
No, you didn't. It was a metaphor.
Metaphorically.
CB, what's up, man?
Hi.
What's up,
Hey,
brother?
what's up, Inyo? Good to see you in here.
I haven't talked to you in forever, man. I came on last night, man, to talk to you on X, man, but you were passed out.
Oh yeah.
Actually, it wasn't
Sorry,
last
the
night.
late
It was
hours,
this morning.
man. The night train.
It was like, yeah, it was like 7 a.m. here. I was like, fuck, dude, these guys are still at it.
Hey man, the doesn't have any brakes on it.
So, what are we talking about?
Wow, we're just talking shop, man.
Talking about Globers joining live X shows.
Globers
That
United.
sounds worse than listen, Hank. Now you made it sound worse than it is.
I just thought it would sound funny to say it like that.
What do you call yourselves?
So-
Is it it's Globers and Flatters?
We're so no.
So
Or is it
I'm gonna deal
Flatties?
over.
Yeah, we've noticed like a trend that a lot of these people that, protect the globe and, always argue for it, they're the globalist type, right? They're always like, yeah, it's totally good to have like a central bank. And so we've kind of typed them as globers. So really there's different levels of globers. So there's like the normie, right? Which is someone who just believes that it's a globe. And then there's like the anti-flat earther type. That's the ones that we usually refer to when we say globalist.
Is your name based on Larry Von Koopa from Mario?
No, it's based on the name that my dad had and my mother gave me.
Was he thinking of Mario when he called you that?
I doubt it, because
Is it possible?
Before Mario was invented.
Oh, you're old, dude.
Yeah, older than Mario.
Boomer detected.
Boomer detected, yeah.
You call someone old because they're older than Mario. Jesus
Mario's
Christ.
pretty old, isn't he?
You're young, bro.
I mean,
And Boomer, well, hold on a second.
I
Boomer is like
mean-
World War II era. Like I was born in '82. I'm not even Gen X, bro.
Shit.
Do you wish you were young again?
Bro, I am
He's
young.
born in '82 and you're calling him out for being old? Hello?
I'm in
He was
my
born in the
40s.
last century.
Dude, I just hit my peak like 7 years ago.
Do you know what side
Who's
chat is?
speaking, bro?
Yeah, I know about side chat.
Wait, Larry.
Posted an image in side chat. What color is it?
Bro, are you testing his game right now? Come on, man.
Shit, so Larry, you're technically a millennial,
Why are you
right?
testing his gangster
Just
right
click
now?
on my name. Just click on my name, bro. Look what I'm doing.
What are you doing, Larry?
What am I
Oh,
doing?
you're gaming. You're gaming. You're a gamer.
Yeah.
Wait, but here's what I don't
Larry,
get. If you
No,
hit your
Larry,
peak a
if
few
you
years
say-
ago, doesn't that mean you're falling off?
No, it doesn't mean that. Your graph, right, is your reasoning and verbal and all this based upon IQ test?
No.
Okay.
So,
What type of testing is this based on?
This is the average of. I think there are 43 different metrics, and they were all averaged together. This is from.
Yeah, but what
It's called. It's called. Yeah, the paper is called "Sectioning Human Intelligence." It's a respected one in the field.
Yeah, so there's different ways to type reasoning skills, right? There's spatial reasoning. There's like which types of when they have reasoning.
I think it's analytical reasoning. Do you want me to get you the actual paper? We can look at it
if I
together.
should jerk off in the work bathroom.
So here's the funny thing. You should have a graph of strength. When do you think peak
What
strength?
do you mean? Do you mean
strength-
like?
when do you think physical strength peaks?
I don't know. Do you know?
Around 35.
It's actually
Well,
in
by
your
that
40s.
account, he's still falling off.
We're talking about for the individual, not peak strength. So like your peak strength will probably be in your 40s, not now. So
Well, the
you're a little
individual
weak ass.
tends to be sampled from a population, right?
No, we're talking about if you take an individual, you measure when their peak strength will be, it'll be in their 40s. In your 40s, you also can walk faster.
Yeah, sure.
So you're like when you're in your 40s, you're actually in your best physical shape as far as peak output.
You mean like how much weight you can lift?
Peak output.
What does that mean?
What don't you understand about that?
Are you talking about like spermogenesis?
Trolls got a troll, dude.
I don't know what peak output means.
Youth is of course, because youth is wasted on the young.
No, wait, are you telling me you don't know about spermogenesis, bro?
I don't care what you ate for dinner.
I think the spermogenic peak is in your 20s.
Yeah.
Well, my sperm
Who cares?
walks around and calls himself.
Well, that's when you're at peak output.
Well, you need to be actually having a girlfriend though, which you guys can't seem to do in this generation. Is actually
That is
get
true.
laid in
You're
your
right.
20s.
It's the incel virgin generation. It's sad.
It is sad.
Why do you think it is?
Dude, I bet you I got laid more between the ages of fucking 14 and 19 than you fuckers will get laid by the time you're my age.
Wait, how many times was that?
Were both parties consenting?
Wait, let's see if
How
that's
many
true.
times?
Yeah.
Do you want number of individuals or how many sex acts?
Whatever you feel is more relevant.
The sex acts will be in the hundreds. The individuals will probably be in the 40s.
You had 40 partners before you were 19?
No, between the ages of 14 and 21, I probably had, I don't know.
All right, bro. Okay, I see.
It'll be like it'll probably be like 25.
What would you do? Like, would you go up?
I think we have a similar number, actually.
Let you know a little info. The Earth's flat.
I don't know.
That's how you tap.
Maybe I think I might be a bit better than you. We'd have to, like,
You
make a
think
spreadsheet.
girls give a fuck if you think the Earth is flat? You think that's how they pick who they're gonna fuck?
No, I put in my Tinder bio and everyone was talking about it.
Literally,
You can literally tell them you got a felony, and like if you're hot, they don't give a shit.
No, but like it's like a regression discontinuity. Like once I set my bio to that on Hinge, my number of matches just doubled.
Dude, he's trolling, guys.
So change your Hinge.
Don't defend microaggressions. That also got me hella pussy.
Yeah,
If you're a microaggressor, bro, I don't fuck with you. Like,
you guys fucking bunch of incels that don't know how women think, dude.
Facts.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just said you're the incel generation. I'm telling you how to do it, and you guys are like, "No, I'm gonna do it this way. Stay a virgin."
Wait, what's the secret? Please tell. Please tell.
Yeah. What's your hold on? Wait, put me on. What's your game?
Look, there's what girls say, and then there's what they respond to. Okay, they're not the same thing.
So, like, if they say no 3 times, that means yes.
What? How did you get that out of what I just said?
Well, it's only if they say it 4 times. It has to be an even number to cancel out.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, it's like
double negative, you know.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
No, they say they want a guy to do X, Y, Z, but that's not what they're attracted to. That's what they tell everybody.
Secret, though? What's your secret?
If a girl literally says something that's not what she means. Like if words come out of her mouth, that's not.
She doesn't know what she wants, bro.
No, we're talking about
women just don't know what they want, and they're just like. Is that what you're saying?
I think in some cases, yes. It's called
How many
lying.
hot girls do you know have asshole boyfriends?
Low key, actually, yeah. But
how many hot girls do you know have asshole boyfriends?
All of them.
All of them.
You know about the dark triad? Any of that shit?
What's the dark triad? Is that like Scientology?
No, it's psychology. Psychology and sociology.
Tattoos and the piercings and shit.
Are you a dark triad like warrior?
Okay, if you have like tattoos and piercings, that don't mean you're an asshole, though.
No, I have no tattoos or piercings. See, you guys get fucking like your nuts pierced, okay, and belly button fucking piercings.
I don't know about all that. I don't know. Maybe like new generations getting the nose pierced and shit, but like I don't know about.
That's the nut piercings. That's what's hot.
You're right, bro. You're right. I gotta get my nuts pierced. Unc knows what's up.
Psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavelli.
I gotta get the Jacob's ladder, bro.
Wouldn't all the like fluid just seep out if you got your nuts pierced?
Bro, that's what I like. See, I tried that one time. I like cut a little slit in my balls, see if the cum would come out.
No, there's like a bunch of like plasma in there that your balls.
This is why you'll never get a girl.
That's actually funny you say that. That's how I donate plasma. Actually, that's funny you say that.
Okay.
And this is why you'll be single forever, is because you act like this.
Indy, you've had 25 partners in your early years.
To a woman?
What's your secret?
What's your secret, bro? Do you know about do you practice semen retention?
It's not a secret.
Do you practice semen retention?
You guys are so outside the fucking bell curve, you don't even realize it.
The bell curve? What's that?
Do you have any like advice for the younger generation?
Yeah, be different. Be different than you are right now.
Did everyone say you were different?
No.
Were you the
No,
special
I'm telling
boy?
you to be different than you are right now.
How many students were in
In
your
what way?
class? When you were in high school, how many students were in your class?
I think the microplastic
27.
was gay.
When I was in 7th grade, there was 27 students in my class.
No, I'm talking about high school. I mean, like, were you in like the 8
Depends
or
on the
9
class.
student room, or like? Oh, depends on the
was your
class.
graduating class?
Yeah.
It depends on the class because I took a lot of honors classes. There wasn't a lot of kids in there.
Okay.
Did you go to university?
Yes.
What'd you study?
Can you see me
Computer
picking your
science.
ass?
Well, what'd you study?
Computer science.
Holy shit, you're a programmer?
No, I do hardware.
What kind?
I'm not getting into that network hardware.
Oh my
But
gosh, you
we're not
work at
gonna talk
Cisco.
about
You're
it.
at Cisco,
hold
aren't
on,
you?
hold on. Are you a
You're a
Solana
Cisco brain.
investor? Are you a Solana investor, bro?
Dude, my friend worked on Solana.
Dude, I am
I
Solana.
have
I literally
nothing
made
to
the
do.
coin.
Listen. I have shoes older than you. Okay.
I have my
You
dick
what?
out right now.
You have old
This is why
shoes?
you're
Is that a
never
flex?
gonna get a girlfriend because you're
you have
immature.
old shoes?
I'm
No,
immature,
because
dude.
you're
Come on, that's a
immature.
low blow, bro. Immature, bro. Come
No,
on.
you're childish and immature. Listen.
Childish, bro. Come on,
I
that's
used
so
to.
mean,
I used
bro.
to show.
Dude, that's
I
so
used to
rude.
coach Pop Warner football with like 11 and 12 or 13-year-olds. You're
Did you teach them
acting
about
like
the
they
flat
do.
earth?
You're acting like an 11-year-old.
Did you
And
try
you're
to
probably 19.
Did you try to teach them about the flat earth? Unindoctrinate them?
Were you like, yeah.
No,
You asked
I
them to
taught
like
them
come
about
over to your
football
house for like
because I
private
also didn't
lessons.
teach them fucking how to shave their legs either, right?
I did. I
When you're
teach them.
coaching football, you coach football. You
Yeah, but
don't
if
get
they
in
came
all
up to
sorts of
you,
extemporaneous
When I
topics.
Yeah, but if
was
they came up
coaching
to you and they
football,
asked
bro,
you, would you tell them
I'd
it's
be the
flat?
one to like would start the slap ass in the locker room when I was coaching football, bro. Like I taught them how to
Yeah.
shave their balls and everything too, bro. Like,
This is why you're never gonna get a girlfriend, dude.
yeah, I know, but yeah, I
Yeah.
love dick. That's why, because I'm gay as hell.
I don't think you could get a boyfriend either.
You'd be surprised.
I mean, let's be honest,
it's almost
bro.
impossible not
Let's,
to.
I was about to say, like, gay people, they be fucking like.
No, literally, he could get one in like 30
How would
seconds
you
if he
know?
tried.
Not dead ass, bro. Like, and hold on, let me look in the chat real quick. Who's this other dude?
How's the long-term relationships working out for you guys?
Hey, Reed Deffy, you trying to be my boyfriend?
No.
Fuck you. Well, it wasn't an option, honestly. You're not. Hold on.
I'd place money. Stevie, you still here? Stevie's passed out. Anyway, I'd place money both y'all are
Oh my
probably
gosh, the
single
sleep
mothers.
VC. Are people EP together, sleeping together at the Flat Gang? That's so sweet.
This is so mature, man. Childish.
You know what's really immature? The globe Earth. It's actually childish.
It is. It is. I agree.
Like Santa Claus for adults.
No. Don't put that
I
evil
disagree.
on children.
I think it's very adult to believe in the
No, don't put that evil on children. It's just plain stupid.
You think?
Matt. It's not very adult to believe in the globe. See, that's how they sell it. They sell it as something sophisticated and highfalutin.
Right. That's what I think it is. Sophisticated, highfalutin, the best explanation for the observation, all that.
Well, how did you?
Part where you got to infer refraction and ignore the observation.
How did you define best? The best explanation, the one you like.
The simplest, the most accurate predictions, the most accurate compared to the observations.
So the simplest explanation: I walk outside, I don't see curvature, I don't feel movement. Sorry, and you're saying we're on a ball spinning through space.
Right. So simplicity.
So
is
let me
one
get
of
this
the
straight.
criteria.
I don't see curvature, and the simplest explanation is it's a ball.
Yes.
Are you missing something? We
No.
don't see curvature, and we don't even measure curvature, and the simplest explanation is ball.
The simplicity is one of the criteria.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is your average globetard.
So, Matt, why are those things important? Why simplicity? Like, this best thing. You guys say the best explanation based upon the evidence. This deductive reasoning.
Generally,
But the criteria is subjective.
Generally, it seems like those are good criteria for determining truth in other areas also. So in chemistry or physics or those kinds of things. And so we adopt those kinds of criteria to determine which explanations are likelier to be true.
Good. Science is disavowed truth, so I don't really know where you're going with
Well, you're right about that.
that.
But I disavow scientism, so there.
So you're more at the natural philosophy bench than how do you must be a freaking walking contradiction. How do you do modern science in natural science, right? I think there's a distinction between the way it was done versus the way it's done now. Since, Hume busted everyone's bubble about the justification for empiricism in it. So like how do you straddle that gap?
I guess
because you do believe in truth. Just a caveat.
Right.
I know you do believe in truth,
yeah, I
right?
believe in
So
truth,
like,
right.
but they're disavowing that there's a truth. So it's like, how do you resolve that this contradiction?
Yeah, so I generally believe scientists when they talk about science, but if they try to pretend to be armchair philosophers and do it badly, then I just ignore what they say. They're like, "Oh, we can show that science proves that God doesn't exist." I'm like, "That's a metaphysical question. You don't know what you're talking about, sir."
Well, isn't that what the scientists normally do? Like the
They
double
do.
slit
They do that
experiment.
a lot.
If you look at the results, the knower of the witch path information collapses the wave function. Okay, the science is over. Everything else after that's all philosophy. And they start getting into wave particle duality and all this bullshit. Like,
Yeah,
the
that's a great
bullshit
example.
never ends.
Matthew, do you believe in evolution?
I believe in intelligent design. I'm open to the idea that God may have used some form of common descent, but I don't think it's necessarily the only way that it could have happened. To be clear, I don't believe in undirected, unguided, naturalistic, methodological naturalism and naturalistic evolution, which is what most people mean when they say that word.
What about the out of Africa theory? Do you think that's a better theory than some of the alternatives like hybridization theory?
I'm not super familiar with all those different details. I just think that it's very
Look
clear
into
that information doesn't come out of nowhere. So DNA clearly has information in it, and so information must come from a mind. So there's clear evidence that a mind created life.
You ever heard the argument against the basic? So I know you're going to understand this. You're
Wait,
trying
say
to
that
say it
again?
so everybody else understands it. So the possible combinations, right? The possible number of amino acid combinations that will form proteins that are dictated by genetic variation, right? So you have a genetic variation, it's going to make a protein. There's so many, that space of possibilities is so large that there's no way you could ever find ones that are actually beneficial to an organism, right? Through heredity, through natural selection, or any other process. Because the number of possible it's basically like finding a needle in a haystack. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack made of needles. Okay, so it's like that problem, right? There's so many possible proteins that could be made based upon the genetic information. The probability that you have a mutation that makes a beneficial protein that will help you survive whatever freaking natural selection dilemma you're in as an organism is effectively impossible. Have you
Right.
heard this
You're
argument?
exactly
The
right.
computational argument, basically.
Yes, and I posted in the chat the link to a book called Undeniable by a biologist named Doug Axe, where he talks specifically about that, like the number of possible amino acids or protein foldings, and then versus the number of ones that are actually functional is, you know, 1 trillion to 1 or whatever.
Yeah, it's like and I also it's I know you're into Bitcoin, so like so you have the key space of all the Bitcoin possible hashes is like 2 to the 256. Yeah,
Yep.
so 2 to the 256. The possibility of you accidentally finding a wallet, right? I'm gonna just use some random private wallet hash and freaking try and access it. The possibility of you just accidentally finding somebody's wallet is effectively 0. It's just because the key space is. So what they said is it's 3 times larger than all the particles in the universe, right? In the modern cosmology. So this is basically that argument, but only worse because that space they're talking about is even larger than that, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. Maybe 10 to the 70th or something. I forget which numbers he put there.
Yeah, it's large. Well, I mean, the odds of a single protein forming by chance is like 10 to the 167 or something.
Right.
Then you just have one protein, right? You're like, what are you gonna do with that?
Yeah, that's a good point. You need everything to work together. So all of that shows that you need actual information in order to make a living organism.
Wait a minute, I thought life could just spring up out of the rocks after it rained on the rocks for millions of years and wash the sediments into the primordial ooze, and out came females. And males that matched them. That can't happen? You mean that's just like something that somebody,
Wow.
a man wrote down in a book? Isn't that the same reason they don't believe in
So
the Bible? Fuck!
It can't happen. It's very unlikely to happen. However, I will say this: it is the most likely explanation given the prior preconceived notion and commitment to the non-existence of an intelligent God. So if you start from the beginning insisting that there is no God, that's the only game in town, and so they kind of have to assume like that something like that happened, even though it's irrational.
What if Big Bang is their God?
Well, I think I take Big Bang just to mean the beginning of the universe. The question is, who caused it, or did it happen on its own? I don't think it's rational to say that the natural world started on its own. I think a supernatural or non-natural cause had to be the cause for the beginning of the universe.
When you say uni, you mean like one and then verse, like sentence?
Well, everything that exists. If you wanted to throw in multiverse, go for it. I mean, it depends on how far back you want to go.
Oh no, you guys only need that to explain away the finely tuned problem. And I guess I shouldn't say you guys and
Right.
lump you into that, Matthew.
I don't think the multiverse is rational. I think that it's just a cope for the finely tuned universe problem.
Yeah, I apologize, Matthew. Sometimes I forget that you're not a complete globetard.
Yeah, so listen, if there's infinite multiverses, one of them have to have a flat Earth in it.
That's actually, you're right about that. I think, like, technically, if it's sort of spread
There have
out
to be
among
an
all the
infinite
possible
number of
spaces.
multiverses with a flat Earth, right? Like,
Wait a minute, how many protoplanets
And so
would
maybe
be
we're
in
on one of them.
infinite universes, Matthew? You know what a protoplanet is?
An infinite number.
You know what a protoplanet is?
Yeah, it's a planet that isn't formed yet.
Right, a disk in space. You've seen it, right?
Yep.
Protoplanets? Yeah. I don't think that that's what we're on, by the way.
Yeah, I don't either. Ultimately, I think it's a spiritual question. I think a chief reason why many people don't believe in God is not because of the science, not because of the reasons and rationality, but because deep down they don't want God to exist and God to tell them to live their lives differently. They want to be the master of their own destiny and just do their own thing. and the existence of God threatens the idea that they can choose what they should do.
Well, if you wanted to have subjective morals, you could just make up your own morals.
Right, and I think people want to do that, so that's a big reason why a lot of people don't believe in God.
Plus, it's beneficial for the governments of the world. You know, if the state is your God, because man is the most high creature, then it's easier to control people. Because
I don't know, it's pretty.
It all goes
easy to
together,
control.
man.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to control people if you convince the whole population that God institutes the king, and the king has a direct line, of authority from God. So for many centuries of human history, that was the main way people controlled the populace, by convincing them that God put them in charge.
But I think this is my, reasoned opinion on that. Maybe it's irrational. I don't know. But so I think you can only go so far with that form of government, like the religious form of government, because you're always going to have some moral order, right? Say, hey, yes, I'm the God King, and this is the moral order. But you can go a lot farther if you say there is no moral order. The highest moral authority is man. We don't need this God thing. Then you can completely control everything, because there's no standards for everything. You can just hold contradictory thoughts. Everybody is just like, it's like you're making like the human psyche so chaotic at a group level, at a sociological level, that they can be herded in any direction because they have no principles from which to resist any possible thing, right? As long as you just give them hedonism, right? I actually read someone on Twitter, man. They said it was about like marriage, and they're like, that Bible sounds like a lot of fun. Well, fuck, dude, it's not supposed to be fun. The meaning of life isn't fun. Like, where did you ever get that idea? That's how people think about their lives, though. I'm supposed to be having fun all the time. I'm supposed to be pleased and edified, instantaneously gratified, like all this hedonism, right? And I think the thing about this mechanistic view of reality, right? So if it's just everything is just some mechanistic materialism, nothing they do, there's no such thing as free will. Everything I did was just the result of some fucking chemical process that started at the Big Bang. Everything I'm saying, everything I'm doing, everything we're all doing, right?
Right.
There's no free will. So if there's no free will, then you're not responsible for anything. But since we're going to have this illusion of free will, why not just go around and get my rocks off all the time, right? And it's not my fault, because, I'm not in control of it. It's just my chemical process is making me do it. My hormones made me do it, or some other bullshit excuse. I think it's easier to control people that are in that mindset, right? Because you just carrot them all to do anything you want. Here's the carrot. It's fun. Oh, I'll do it. Let's murder all those people over there. They're making life not fun. Okay. I want my life to be fun again. Let's go murder those people. But I think with religion, you can only take that control as a control mechanism for a large group. I think it only goes so far. I don't think you can yes, you can do all the same things, but not at the same level. And because, as you know, secular governments have killed more fucking people than anything else in the history of the world. If you include abortion, you include wars, right? Soviets, World War I, World War II, all that stuff, right? Those were not religious wars, and they dwarf all the other. They dwarf the body count of all the religious wars. So, they could just go farther with a secular, atheistic society as far as state control of people.
Yeah, I hear you.
You know what I mean? Religion only takes you halfway up the hill. The secularism gets you to the top of the death cult. Because that's what I consider them. I think they're a death cult. I think the powers that be people like, you know, the elites of our government and the governments. Well, I think they're just like a death cult, and they hate humanity. They hate people. They're a bunch of psychopaths, and it's like, I swear to God, they just compete with each other to see who can do the most
I do
evil.
hate humanity. Goddamn. You're right about that.
You got this creepy skull and bones and all that shit, dude. They're all into these weird rituals and secret societies. It's just fucking. They're weirdos, man.
Hey, check out my coffee mug, Indio.
I need one of those, man. What do you feel with Glover tears?
Yeah, dude. I found that coffee cup at one of the shops we went to. I'm like, this is the one right here. I gotta have it.
The cup needs to have a red mic.
Oh, is that for real? I thought you just like edited that, dude.
No,
That's a real cup.
That's my coffee mug, yeah.
Like
But
you,
not.
you,
I don't drink coffee, but it's.
you drink over tears, man. Sorry to cut you off, Glatsy. I just. But say what you were gonna say, please. So are you? You're obviously not working tonight. You doing X again?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go on X tonight. I gotta do something real quick, and then I'm gonna go on X.
Dude, you cooked Brenda, bro.
Did you hear that?
You fucking destroyed Brenda. Like, dude, that's the worst beating I ever heard her take, man. I'll be honest, dude. That was the worst beating I ever heard her take.
Dude, I'm telling you,
And like, you could have made it so much worse, dude. Like you were actually taking it easy on her. She was leaving openings all over the place. Like, man, it was rough, man. I was like, because I was like doing work today, man. I'm like listening to the recording, man. I'm like, holy shit, dude. I wanted to like DM you like right away, and be like, dude, man, you're kicking the shit out of her.
Yeah, man, I was feeling it yesterday. I don't know if it was the mood or what, but like it was amazing. Like every single thing that Brenda was saying was just like complete thrashing, dude. It was so awesome. It's hard to describe because you have to like be in the moment.
The Four Horizons. Like we're up to Four Horizons. Dude, and you could talk sorry, you could talk for like another hour. It would have been 5, 6, 7, 10 horizons, man, and many horizons that she needed. She'd just keep going.
It was so good, Indio. Oh, did you hear the concession? Brenda said that the Earth is flat.
No, I missed it, man. I missed it because I was like doing stuff while I was listening to it, so I must have missed that part. I want to find a way to download them. Was that recorded on the live stream? Do you know?
Not on live stream, but on my account it is. Yeah, I think you can download it. I'm not sure. I think you can download it.
I think you can download it. I think you can download it.
Oh, I'm the only one? Like no one else can?
I think so.
Dude, that's a lot of fucking content. Like 7 hours long.
Yeah, but it's an MP3, so it'll only be like right. So you're gonna download it as audio. It'll be probably like 300 megabytes or maybe 400 megabytes.
Because, well, I'm thinking of.
I tried to find a downloader that will download it, but none of them actually work. I mean, I'll look again.
I have a Wondershare Filmora 12. I'm using that. I don't know if that can do it. I bought the paid version, so I can do some nice little edits. I'm down for it, man. I want to go again. Like it's so much fun, dude. It's like, dude, you're
You
like
waiting for like a Apocryphon? You waiting? Is like he's supposed to go?
I mean, he's usually around this time, but everybody sees you like a celebrity over there on X, dude. Like you're an icon. You know that, right?
Yeah, I heard you guys talking about me, man.
Indio?
I'm
like,
totally
dude,
flattered.
Indio. Yeah, they're fucking. We're not worthy around when you're around. But at the same time, like,
I actually, man, I've been smashing Glovers on X for a long time. Not even with like crypto keys or Scarecrow or any of those guys. Just on my own, I've been dealing with them, like Piper Australis and all those fucking idiots, dude.
Yeah.
But I was like shadow banned until Musk took over, and then I'd be like, as soon as like, I think right before Musk took over, maybe I got on shadow banned, and like my interaction with Glovers just like skyrocketed because like people could actually see my posts.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's been an amazing time there. Like, all the content gets saved, and it's gonna be an amazing. Like, I do want to turn it into something because it says like in 500 followers, I can actually start doing like, full time. Making it like podcasts, and I don't know, man. It seems like it's gonna be a pretty good thing going there. Because like ultimately, I'll be honest, man. Like I want to create some content, so I want to be more doing be putting an effort to do this, so where it's like my time is being occupied by something I love doing, and it's also like, making everybody famous a little. Because obviously this is gonna help everybody's accounts like that are joined in with the 24/7 team. Because I told you, I don't know if I did tell you, but 24/7 is carrying over like a brand. So however you want to market it, Indio, like it's kind of your thing, bro. Like you're kind of like the lead group of you're the leader of that. So I don't know what you feel about that, but
I mean, we're all the leader, man. Like you guys inspire me more than I know. I know. I know what you're saying.
You're the owner of the server, and you're just kind of like everybody. In other words, we voted you as the one that was going to be, because any one of us could be the.
Yeah, I know how it worked, man. It was like, we need a volunteer, and you guys all stepped back, and I was too stupid to stand there. Volunteers step forwards, and you guys step back.
Yeah, but notice that we didn't let Numbnuts take over when he wanted to. Like it was unanimous. We didn't let that. That's not 24/7. I even told his dumbass too, Sheeple. Hey, you're not taking. You think it's the server? It's not the server, man. It's the fucking people. That's 24/7. It's not. You can take whatever you want, and we're 24/7 goes wherever. Like we're the. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Fuck, that's just a piece of software. That doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean?
That don't mean shit. Yeah.
But so the thing about X, like I hear what you're saying, but this is what I want to say about that. I think people like we flat smack people, but like I think people should also do like their other interests on X, because I interact on other topics I'm interested in, and people see that I'm a flat earther, and then they will follow me, or they'll be like pissed off at me, be like, I'll say some wise comment, and then they're like, well, but you're a flat earther, and that ends up being about flat earth, right? So now all these people that would have never been exposed to flat earth because they're stuck in some other freaking algorithm, right? Some other AI algorithm. Now they're being exposed to flat earth, even though what the thread was originally about had nothing to do with flat earth.
Yeah, I don't mind. Like, I think that's what it's supposed to be. It says, flat earth is amongst the broad spectrum of topics that we can talk about, but it's definitely something that we can touch on. I like the interactions that I have.
I'll comment on like Red Pill freaking tweets or other tweets that are about other topics, right? And like, I end up getting some flat earth shit from that instead of just dealing with the Gulvers, you know what I mean? Because like people that come in this channel, They're looking for this channel. You know what I mean? Oh, let me see the Flat Earth channel. I just come across it. Now I'm interested. But it's like this way you can shove it in their face, kind of. Like it's almost like they had no idea that they were gonna when they woke up that they were gonna see some flat earther fucking flat smacking somebody and just threat. They had no clue. It just happened in front of them, right? Like a train wreck. Like, holy shit, did you see that? Like, what was that? See what I'm saying? On X, it's like a different. We can actually like
expand. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It's spread like a virus, man. For lack of a better word,
So-
right? It's fucking contaminate the world.
What was really cool about it is that you can be your own individual, but also as a conglomerate, dude. We can be like, this is the group of people, but individually, you could do your own thing, and then I think coming together like the way we do, and then being able to do our own thing separately, with our own accounts, builds us like a standing within. Like every individual is their own kind of like island, but at the same time, you group them together, you have a continent. You know what I mean? Like it's. I don't know. I think that everybody has their own. People like they like you, obviously. I mean, you could just tell. But then eventually, people will come and want to hang out with me and vibe with me. Then they'll do that with CB and the Flatsy and everybody that's a part of the team. You know what I'm saying? Everybody gets their own little group of people that.
I haven't heard a complaint about any of you guys. It just compliments, quite honestly. Xavier and all those guys are just like, holy fuck, you guys got your shit together. Because you guys, come on, man. We know what the deal is. You guys, we all got our shit together just from the fucking battles. We got the battle scars, right? We got the battle scars to prove it.
Fucking like Kyrgyz. I don't know if you heard of him. He's afraid of calling himself a flat earther from what he's seen the other esoteric flat earthers talk like. So he was like afraid to even call himself. He's like, I would say flat earth, but I don't even know, man.
Yeah, I heard that part too.
Did you
I
hear
heard him say that. Yeah.
I mean, he was speaking just from like what he's seeing. Like he didn't want to say because fucking what's his name, dude?
It's because crypto, like the way he runs his space, the Flat Earth Fridays, he lets people just say whatever. He ain't like Huey where like he's gonna hold their feet to the fire. People come in dome, do all sorts of speculation. He's kind of lax about like he just like I don't know. He isn't like he doesn't believe the shit. I'm just saying he's just like not always like hammering down on people like get your shit together. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
He lets people speculate about different things, right? Different topics.
Yeah, but it's like the real world, man. Like we're gonna want to know what's going on. Like all that extra shit, like that's not really gonna be something. But what about like, the I don't know, secret organization outside of the outer pond? Like we don't need to talk about
you
that
get
shit.
that shit. Yeah, and that's what you get in his spaces, right? You do get some of that crap. I mean, yeah, I guess it's useful if you want to feel like dead air and shit because they only do it once a week, right? So they get one shot and then they run like into the next day. So like their freaking episodes are like fucking 20 hours or something, right? So he just lets anybody, and plus they have a lot of people, so he gives everybody a chance to talk, and then dude waits fucking 3 hours, so he gets a chance to talk, and you're like, well, don't talk about your fucking underwater, Antarctic fucking submarine bases. You know what I mean? He just lets them, say what the fuck they got to say, as long as they keep it, concise. Now, obviously, some people don't want to identify with that or be associated with that, and I listen to it sometimes, and I'm like, oh, fucking can't believe this. Like, you know what I mean? But, each their own. He wants to let that go on in his fucking hosted show. That's fine. But on the other hand, when it's time for business, he's all business. You know what I mean? So it's like, he's kind of like straddling the fence too. You know what I mean? I can't, like, everybody has their own way to do it. I'm not saying we're the fucking, our way is the only way.
That's not the only way. It's just the best way, dude.
yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's the best way. Because, well, I mean, I think in the modern era that we live in, it's really to just be like Joe Friday, right, from Dragnet. Just the facts, man.
Yeah, well,
right. You know what I mean? Like just the facts,
bro. Everybody's mind's everywhere. It's all over the place. Everyone's a hot mess, and what we bring to the table is like, reining that shit in. Like we want to know what people are talking about, and is there anything to back up what they're saying? And then we're starting to talk like what reality is all about, and how do we have discernment, critical thinking, all that good shit. But you can't get that from fucking scatterbraining shit about, the ether and fucking. It's just you can't get there, bro. Well, this is what could be. We're not saying that it is, but that's great, And some contextual way you can speak about that, maybe, in speculation or some off-topic thing. When you're on point, people are listening to you. They want to know what's going on. Is this real? Like flat Earth? What's going on? Like you're not just gonna be fucking talking about shit that's not coherent, bro. Like that's, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, I think it puts you in the same category as the Glovers, right? You're sitting there talking about, like, oh, maybe there's a firmament, maybe there's fucking outer ponds, maybe there's this. You're just like in the same, and then you go to a Glover. Yeah, you have no evidence about Mars. You have no evidence about, the planets or, all this, that, and the other thing, terra firma. When you're just talking about outer pond bullshit, right? You know what I mean? Like, you look like a total fucking hypocrite douchebag, right? It's like,
yeah,
you got to have the same standard, and you have to apply it to what you say. With the standard you apply to them, you got to apply to yourself, or you just look like a hypocrite. And you rightly deserve to be dismissed. You're like ignored. Oh, a hypocrite? Ignore.
Yeah, the ex-flatties sound like what we started out with in 2016. The ex-flatties are trying to figure things out and their arguments, and they're trying their methods out, and they think that they got it going on with some, other logical ways of doing it, and I'll do it this way. This is the best way. It's like, no, not really. You haven't encountered all of the archetypes. Once you have, you're going to realize there's a specific type of method that we implore when we start talking to these idiots. And it's not the way you think. This isn't a debate. That was a long time ago already. That's gone. It sounds like one, but it isn't, because it's more of an interrogation. We're asking questions and they're providing the answers and we're seeking, or they're not. So
I agree. It's not a debate. It hasn't been a debate in freaking years. They think it's a debate. They're stuck on it. But I think they also know that it's also not a debate, because what do? Ultimately, what do they always do? They abandon the debate. They abandon any going back and forth on the topic, and it always goes, "You guys are muting me. You're power tripping." So they end up start talking about us. All flat earthers. Everyone believes the Earth's, and they start talking about all that sociological bullshit, right? Social commentary, what the chat's doing, what the chat's not doing, how much you're muting me, like all this other shit. That's like you're leaving the field of battle, right? That's what you're doing. Field of battle is flat Earth versus globe. It ain't fucking moderation of the fucking space or the Discord or wherever. But they do this because they can't engage the topic.
yeah, I always call that out. Go ahead.
Oh, I know you do. You're like, what did you say? Oh, dude, you said like this ain't about frickin' how you feel about the space, something shit like that, because they always say some goddamn red herring, man. That's all they do. It's like red herring. They're like, this ain't about this, this ain't about that. You have to keep calling it out over and over again.
Yep.
But it's awesome because it shows the audience, right, what they're all about, right? Like pointing out what they're doing is super effective, I think.
Yeah, because if it wasn't for that, if the back and forth that occurs here or over there or anywhere, nobody's gonna know in a conversation that they're using these tactics unless you fucking stop the conversation. Like, no, we're not gonna divert to what you're doing. This is a gimmick. Like, if I don't stop and say that, and I just continue to maybe engage them, no one's gonna know that it's a gimmick. They're just gonna think, well, that's just the way people talk. Like. And that isn't. That's what people do when their mind doesn't want to conceive what's been told to them. They want, their mind is looking for an escape. So Yeah, I'm procrastinating, dude. I'm gonna go do what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna do some X. I don't know if you're down for it, man, but if you're around, you hang out over there.
Yeah, I'm gonna be around. I'm gonna be around because I actually passed out for a little while, so I'll probably be up to like 4 a.m. So then I'm gonna get like 3 hours sleep, and then start my
Shit.
day.
Oh shit, dude. I don't know how you do it, bro.
I
you say,
do
Brandon?
that, or I don't sleep at all like I didn't last night. And I don't even think I'm going to be able to sleep right now. See, flat earthers don't sleep. I've been watching like Professor Shankar's physics lessons at Yale. Been reading up on a bunch of other stuff that I don't really want to say out loud because it's for my driven purpose on Twitter right now. And I can't get this child to bed tonight for whatever reason. And there was a ball busters today, and that was exhausting because I think we went for like 9 hours. It's ridiculous.
9 hours. Damn.
Dude, what the hell did you talk about for 9 hours on Ballbusters?
Where, all of those little clips that QE had that he was distributing as proof of lies for Witsit? He's going over all of those videos that he drew those out of because people keep acting like he took them out of context, So he's going over them fine tooth comb, okay, to prove that he didn't take them out of context. So we did that. Betty she just didn't really participate because she doesn't like doing the topic. I don't blame her, but to be honest with you, I do truly think that somebody in this arena needs to be battling or at least challenging this.
What are we challenging?
Challenger. We're challenging Challenger.
That's the easy one. A lot of evidence for that one.
I guess my opinion on the matter is it's wasted effort. It's a lot of effort for that's gonna amount to a fucking hill of beans. Not the challenger challenging. Just the whole Witsit, Dave, the fucking, Dave Weiss, all this shit, dude. It's just, to me, it plays into Goldberg hands. And, like, people that like Witsit, they're going to listen to Witsit. They're not going to listen to QE. The people that like QE are going to listen to QE and not listen to Witsit. Like, that's just the way it is. People just factionalize themselves no matter what. I don't think, I just try to focus on, I'm flat smacking fucking people. That's it, dude. That's all I'm doing. I don't give a fuck what everybody else is doing. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, you're doing a very good job at it, so I'm not saying anything. I'm a ball buster, so that's my thing, I guess.
Yeah. I'm not disparaging QE. Someone has to do it, right?
Yeah.
Someone has to do the fucking dirty work. If it's QE, then it's QE. You know,
See, that was the thing, though. If it wasn't for like 24/7 and QE, I probably would be an etherite right now. To be honest with you, an esoteric flat earther. That's exactly where I'd be. I know for a fact I would, and maybe not. Let me not put myself down too much because I think I can critically think for myself, especially if I sit on some information. Pretty good about. I've gotten better about not being emotional about information. I guess it's the process.
Did you guys hear about the flat GPT?
I've heard of folks making it, but I don't think I've ever used anything like it.
I hear about an hour and a half of it today. I was listening on YouTube. I think it was Chris's channel. There was only like 3 people in the fucking thing, but
I had to turn you way up just now, but
yeah, I'm way down. Sorry.
You're good. I can turn you back down.
But the Chat GPT, flat GPT.
I've heard them play it.
I recorded like an hour of it, hour and 10 minutes or something. It was hilarious, bro. It's so good.
It is pretty good, huh?
I'm just afraid somebody's gonna get a hold of it and fuck it all up, man. So they got to keep that original version.
What is it? What is it? What is it?
It's just like Chat GPT. You just ask it questions, and it gives you all the flat answers.
So it's essentially Chat GPT, but it's been trained on the 24/7 conversation archives and all of their like documents and stuff.
Right.
Who did that?
I'm pretty sure it was Amish and Warden.
Sounds like something Grace would have put together.
Oh my god, it's got to be the smartest fucking chatbot in the world. Then
it's fucking
based upon our archive.
It's pretty funny because it doesn't fully agree with it. It's still like the best it'll do is sort of go, flat earthers believe that blah 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 blah. It won't generally go, this is the truth. It'll be like,
oh, never mind.
I've even had it sometimes be like, they believe X despite the opposite being the consensus or whatever.
Yeah, then never mind. It might have been Clay under seal that you guys were hearing.
He was okay. So they're using the same. They're using the same Chat GPT base, right? Basically,
right. Exactly.
And they can't get out of the little blurb that they have to append to every fucking goddamn question about flat Earth.
Right.
We know the Earth is spherical based upon like any flat Earth question. They're gonna just like attach this paragraph to the end of it. It's so lame.
The one that I was talking about with Amish and
this
Warden,
is flat. GPT.
They had
it's literally flat Earth fucking.
But this one that they had is really, it didn't do that whole I believe that or they believe thing.
No, it does all of our answers, man. It's fucking like eggshells.
Post a link.
I can post a link to where I heard it today.
Yeah, please.
Go back and I'll queue it up, give you a timestamp or something. But let me find out. I'll be right back here. It was awesome.
Earlier today, Clay under seal was here, and we was running through a laundry list of questions with it, and then he compared the answers with Chat GPT, and then we had a Glober come in and start shotgunning his dumbass questions. And so instead of running through the whole rigmarole, we just asked the flat GPT, and it gave the exact same answers we was giving with Glober. And so at first it was him denying the words coming out of our own mouths, and then him genetic fallacying the flat GPT and the sources it was giving. It was great.
Why is it bad to genetic fallacy the something that's been built on a worldview?
Because it's an AI and it's been taught it's not going to give you the factual answers, ignoring the information that it's giving you. And instead of critiquing on whether it's true or false, you just say, oh, it's coming from an AI, therefore it's false. That's what I mean.
No, I mean, if it's coming, you can say if that's been trained to say flat Earth things, then where it's coming, there is no validity in it saying flat Earth things, because that's just it doing what it's doing. It's like accusing a spoon of being a spoon. So you can, in that case, go, that thing's genesis, its origin, was to tell me what you think.
Yeah.
It doesn't support your case. You saying what you think is already 100% of what I need to know what you think.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. And if
Where
the
it
word,
comes from
what
is
would be the
absolutely
difference
primary in
between
that case.
it learning the things that I would say and it coming out of my mouth, or me taking the sources that I have archived, giving it to it? So you could have the conversation about the sources and my understanding, or the sources and its explanation. It would be the same shit. Because it and myself are using the same sources to build the same argument.
I hope not. Because if you are using the
What do you
same
mean?
source as the Chat GPT, as the large language
No,
model is, what you mean is your arguments are just based on the fact that other people in the community say those same arguments, which is what
No,
I
no.
think. I think you might have accidentally told the truth then, but I don't think that's what you meant to say.
No. If I'm going to these sources to build my claim, or to support my claim,
Mm.
and it's using the same sources that I would be referring to back up the things that I would say. Therefore, it's saying the same thing I would be saying, because we're sharing the same sources.
Right, which makes its inclusion in a conversation to me kind of, it's like saying, hey, here's me, I'm riding on eggshells, I'm here to argue my case, but here's also next to me a dog that's trained to bark the same thing at you.
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't add anything, does it?
It's the same conversation.
my-
Would it not be? And then
yeah, it's just
you'll
it's no better
have the
than.
conversation with me. You'll have the conversation with me. I'll be using these sources, right? You might learn something, but instead of
what sources?
it being, I'm using these sources, and then I'm done dealing with you, or you come across this AI and ask the AI, it's going to answer the same questions similar to the way I would answer the same questions, because myself and that AI are using the same sources.
Yeah. Good.
So whether it's coming from my mouth or the mouth of this creation, right? It'd be the same argument. It'd be the same sources. You're denying both, but the reason you deny the AI
Are they the same?
is purely
Are they
because
the
you call
same
it.
sources though? Where do you source your arguments?
It would depend on the topic.
Okay. So on gas pressure requiring a container, where do you get where do you source that from?
Where would you source your definition from gas pressure?
It doesn't matter. I'm not claiming a GPT is capable of arguing as well as I am.
No, but if I was to say gas pressure,
Saying it's you and Flat GPT are using the same sources. I'm
Find my
saying you might be
definition.
accidentally telling on yourself. I think you're telling the truth,
Yeah.
but I think you've accidentally
yeah,
stumbled
no
into telling the
shit.
truth.
You're agreeing with me. We're agreeing with each other, but you've got like some motive for speaking the way that you are.
A Flat GPT is just its source is things that flat earthers say.
Yeah. Just like if I wanted
And
my
what's
globe
your
evidence,
source?
I would go to the Google, right? And then the Google would feed me what I would need for information for the globe, right?
No, I'm saying for
And
your
its
worldview,
source
what you think is
is
true.
coming use internet, right?
Say again?
When I make a globe argument, I would get my source from Google, which is common source internet,
Right.
right?
Are you a glober though?
It's not what I'm saying, but you're
It's
following me,
relevant.
right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So if I want to figure out what definition of gas pressure would be, and I wanted to use a common source definition, I could go to a commonly sourced internet search engine
Right.
and provide the same answer as if I was to grab an encyclopedia off the bookshelf. Right?
Right. So
All right.
if your source is Google and the ChatGPT source is you, do you have the same source?
Are we using the same source?
No, you're not.
Well,
One
then
is
we're not
mimicking
using the
what you
same
do.
source.
You're going and finding different sources.
If we're not using the same sources, then we're not using the same sources.
Bingo.
If we're using the same sources, then we're using the same sources.
And you're not.
Well,
Its
then we're
source
not.
is you. So unless your only source for information
Source
is
is not me.
other flat earthers, then you're not using the same source.
Okay. If I was to say my source for how to derive the distance to the horizon, I would use the source coming from the mathematics department of Washington. And then I would use that equation, which is, if you look up that HTTPS that's provided in my copy and paste from an archive, then you'll get the math to derive the distance to the horizon for a 3,959 mile ball.
Awesome.
Is that my source? Yes. Would that be the same source that the Giggle would use? I don't know.
No.
Right. That
I
would
mean,
be the
maybe.
source
It
that
depends where you got that.
Latin
If you got
GPT
that
might
from
be
the
using.
24/7 FE server and it's in one of their massive, info dumps where all this information is shared, which is my understanding of where what's his name again? Amish, I think said he trained it on. You just gotta feed it a whole bunch of words.
Yeah.
It just gets used to which words come after which other words.
Mhm.
Like that, it can sort of build a personality.
Yeah. Well, I remember when they were starting to put freaking accelerometers on Blackhawks, and they were trying to get the system to tell you how or if the aircraft was balanced. And its initial run up, right, the aircraft was shaking like a motherfucker, right? Like the landing gear was doing like circles underneath it, and it literally wanted to fall out of the sky. And the program was saying that there was no, it was balanced. It was not out of balance. So you had to literally go through, make the aircraft balanced so that the new program could learn what balanced was and what out of balance was. It was a fucking trip. Now you have a program using sources and communicating these sources. But wait, there's more. There's another source of information for ChatGPT. And then there's a different source for FlatGPT. Now you got two competing worldviews on a mindless thing. It's nuts.
It's nuts, dude. That's why I brought it up.
Well, it's fun to challenge, though. Let me open
Indio.
I've got to ChatGPT.
Indio, it's in the chat. It's about 4:20. 4 hours, 20 minutes. Clay's going through it. Larry's chiming in. It was pretty interesting, man. All right, carry on. What were you saying about the?
Just asking you some questions of Flat GPT, saying does air pressure require a physical barrier to contain it?
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's right there in the name. In order to have air pressure, you have to have air and pressure. Air pushing against some surface. That's all you need.
Exactly.
And air press against air.
Far out, man.
Yeah, so it's like pounds per square inch. It's pounds. That's the pressure. And then per square inch, it's how much area. So it's caused by the gas. So there's air pressure.
Area of what, Matthew?
Area of a surface.
Of
Like you stick your if you stick your hand out
of
the window of
the-
a moving car, for example,
Of the
of any surface. Like
of
if you
the
stick.
container that it's in.
Oh, that's one of them. That's one way to do it. Yeah, but if you stick your hand out a window of a moving car, that's another way.
Yeah.
You blow on a piece of
Certainly
paper,
feel
there's
that.
another way. Like
Just a
anything.
question.
Your hand is acting as the barrier, dude.
Yeah, it's acting as a surface. So any surface can work for air pressure.
But can air work for surface by itself?
What do you mean? Air isn't a surface.
Exactly. What else is going on? Anything?
Stars are moving. Traffic's happening.
Traffic.
Weather's happening.
Weather. Talk about the weather. Okay. Yeah. Some pretty wild weather out there these days. Pretty wild.
Let's talk about the weather. It was 31 degrees when I woke up this morning.
Ouchie.
And, and it's going to be 81 degrees in 2 days.
What a coincidence, it was 31 degrees here today.
Yeah, I'm talking Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Come on, man.
It's not the Mongo 31. I'm still in shorts and t-shirt here in California. I don't know about y'all, but it was
Go fuck yourself. Excuse me. Something was stuck in my throat.
It was 72 today, man. It was beautiful.
Well, like I said, it'll be 80 in a couple days, so I'll be walking around in t-shirt and shorts again.
Yeah, it's supposed to rain here in a couple days.
Does the concrete jungle make the temperatures more drastic?
Absolutely, 100%, without a doubt. Been proven over and over again. Yep.
I live in by the coast, so you get the sea breeze and that shit too.
Yeah, but cement, man, it just retains the heat. It's like shit. Yeah, they've done some cities have planted a lot of trees and cooled their city down. Actually, it's pretty cool.
Just popped in. Flat Earth dude, are there any Globers against you guys right now?
Just you.
Just me? Oh,
As far as I know, man, I didn't go down the list.
yeah, but nobody in voice.
I didn't. Like I said, I didn't go down the list here, man. There could be somebody on here.
Globers have all been convinced of a flat Earth.
We have flat GPT now, and it's over for the globe.
The GPT Earthers.
Yeah.
GPT Earthers. You guys are good, man. You guys are good.
No more need to think. Things think for you.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm just in the rocking chair, just listening to just like just click just type it into GPT, flat GPT, it'll answer. Or the globe. It does both. They got two versions. It's funny how the real version gets tripped up sometimes, man. It doesn't know how to answer it.
Yeah, it's just a consensus engine. It's I think it's a mistake to treat it as like a truth engine. Especially because it can't give you links, so you can't check the sources. I don't know about you, anybody else, but every time it gives me links, it's to something else.
Yeah, I haven't dived into it too much. I'm more of an observer, really, at this point.
I've used it a ton because I started learning to program and then started writing a program with it. So I was like sitting talking to it.
Yeah.
For like a bunch of days, 3-4 days in a row.
Okay.
It's very good.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
Is it what'd you say it was?
Very impressive.
Oh, it's impressive as hell, man. It's crazy. I'm almost like, that's why I brought it up. I'm like, this is pretty impressive. Damn. Soon you won't have to think at all, Indio. You just fucking shit and eat, and it'll do everything for you, apparently. Damn.
Hey, earlier today, I was on ChatGPT because I got a version on my phone that I was having
Right.
a conversation with it, and it definitely doesn't know how to answer the gas pressure without a container
Yeah,
question.
it gets tripped up on that
It was
one.
Yeah, it was tripped up, and it was struggling to give the answer because it says that science doesn't is not able to understand. The answer for the container for the version of the Earth being a globe,
Yeah,
was gravity. That's what's containing the
It's
gases.
giving me the opposite right now. I'll put mine in the chat. Mine is doing absolutely flat earthing like a champion.
No, this one was. That's weird. I'm not using Flat GPT. I'm using regular Chat GPT.
So,
ChatGPT will go against flat Earth all the time, but look at these flat GPT ones.
Not
Does air pressure
necessarily,
require a
actually.
physical barrier to contain it? Yes, air pressure does require a physical barrier to contain it. When we observe the behavior of gases, they naturally expand to fill any available volume unless constrained by a physical barrier.
Yeah.
This is evident in countless experiments and everyday experiences.
Let me
In any
post
setting,
mine.
without a solid barrier, gas molecules disperse freely, seeking equilibrium by filling the space they're in. Without containment, these molecules would continue to spread indefinitely.
That's pretty awesome, man. Came up with that shit that fast. It's incredible. From what I understand, I don't know. Can anybody program that and send it out and reprogram it, right?
Yeah, you just need a body of text to train it on.
And you think it was all trained off of our 24/7 server?
Yeah, so you can get you can get your own language model, and they've just trained theirs off reading the internet.
Right.
But you can train it off a specific area. So companies are already using these where you like search all of our terms and conditions, like probably some of their emails, look at all of our marketing materials, all of the
Yeah, that's pretty basic
promos and
stuff.
offers we do, and then you talk to our customers.
Damn. The fuck? It's gonna happen, man. In 10 years, man. I'm freaking out, man. Did anybody get a Tesla robot yet? I was thinking about it.
That was so cringe. I haven't seen it yet, but I
You haven't
heard
seen
about somebody went up to a robot and said, "Are you actually autonomous?" And they were like, "No, I'm being driven by a dude in a warehouse."
I didn't see that one, but that's yeah. It did pour a beer. I saw it pour a beer, and I was like, that's interesting.
Its battery will explode on you in the middle of the night.
Right? Catch your house on fire. Yeah, you're fucking can't put the fire out. That'd be bad. I did buy. Somebody gave me a brand new Roomba fucking vacuum. It's like a little robot thing, and that's the only robot I got. It vacuums for me occasionally, and then it goes back to where it came from and charges up and empties out too. Man, it's pretty cool.
Cool story, bro.
I like it because it gets under the bed. I don't have to dig up under there, man. That's why I like it. Anyway.
What else have you got? Have you got a washing machine, a dishwasher?
Absolutely, man. Yep.
They're robots too, just early models.
Yes, true. Absolutely. But you just push the button and it goes.
Don't talk about your wife like that.
I know, right?
No, your mom does my laundry. India.
How dare you? How dare you? All right. So is that the link to the program? Is that it?
I have no idea.
Eggshells, is that the link to it?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
I might mess around with it, one of these nights just for fun, but I don't think I'll be doing a whole lot with it.
Hey, what would you think if we watched, everybody likes using the example of a murder, somebody who's telling the truth. Would you say if you asked a group of people, you look at that meme that Droids posted where it's like two different groups of guys, one on the left, one on the right. So you ask one on the left, what happened? What did you get up to last night? You're trying to solve a murder. And you take them all aside and they all give really different answers. Yeah, we're all together. We went bowling. And the next guy goes, oh, we got back late from a hunting trip. And another one said we were having an orgy, right? They all give different answers. Then you ask the group on the right, what did you do last night? And they go, oh, we all down at, the beach and then went back of an evening and here's photos of it. If everybody gives the same answers, actually drop the photos. They all just give the same answers. Would you say they're more to be trusted? They're probably telling the truth. It's probably comports with
Situational.
reality.
Did they have time to build up their story first, or were they all isolated?
Sure. And that's why you try to build up a story, right? So that all your stories match, so it sounds truthful.
Right.
Because we all get that stories matching sounds truthful. If you said you're at your friend's house last night, she better, play along or you'll get in trouble.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if they were all isolated and they all had the same story, you'd go, well, it's sort of more leaning towards them, whereas if we're all isolated and they all have different stories and they're all supposed to be in the same spot.
Take it to the next level, man. They all got pictures on their phones, man, of where they were last night.
So
right? I see where you're going with it.
You can trust people more and more if they're all saying the same thing. But if they're giving wildly different, like this, and this is a point that Flat Earth raises, right? Why do they keep changing the distance to the sun? It wouldn't be so sus if they didn't all, change the distance to the sun.
But how many countries acknowledge Flat Earth?
Yeah, no, I'm not worried about the height of the sun, so that's not my problem. I feel like that's...
How many countries acknowledge Flat Earth? How many? Poland?
What do you mean every country? What
country says the Earth is flat?
Countries, hold on a second. Do you think
there's not a single one though? There's not a single one.
Insulting my country, Poland.
There's not a single country that says the Earth is flat.
Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Countries don't say
Every single country on the planet.
Yes, but the countries to the
Do you think
discretion
the
of
Earth is a
whoever's running it.
globe? Do you think the Earth is a globe? Oh, he's unmuted.
Of course he does. You heard how angry he was. He was
Let's,
foaming at the mouth.
It was
Seems
foaming,
like
yeah.
it. Let's see if he.
That was a foaming mouth.
But it was so
Somebody-
weird a question. What countries think the Earth is flat? Like, I don't know a single country everybody thinks
Alright.
the same thing. Like,
Hold on, Egg.
Australia
So
thinks
do you think the
flat?
Earth
What
is
does
a
that
globe? What is
mean?
your evidence that it's a globe? Well, you got back on mute.
Oh, he's back on mute.
All right. So you're mad. Are you there?
Everybody's muting and I'm
Yo.
You're mad. What's the evidence you have that the Earth is a globe?
Every country's scientists say it's round.
I'm asking for you to give
NASA,
me your evidence.
China, Russia, cosmonauts, all of them say the Earth is round.
So
They've been
people-
to
You're
space.
making shit up.
They've been.
So people-
What's your proof?
Why are you lying,
What's your
bro?
proof that it's a lie? They have videos of people in space
That
on
every
YouTube.
single scientist thinks the Earth's a globe? Dude, you just made that shit up.
Well, okay, so what? Does a
Good stuff.
This Mongo's been in here many
He is
times. You guys know who he is. You guys know who this guy is, man. Come on.
He's got a lot of energy.
Is this Pea Drinker?
Nah, it might be, but
No, that's not Pea Drinker. Definitely not Pea Drinker.
Jesus? The guy who says he's a frog and thinks he's a reincarnation of Jesus and drinks piss on stream anytime you ask him to?
No.
That's a different guy.
Not Pea
That's a
Drinker.
different one.
But this
This is
guy's been
not-
around recently too, man. Same fucking argument, kind of stupid shit, man. He's just a troll, man.
All right, we're not talking about other people. You're mad. We're talking about specifically you. Can you provide evidence to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe? I don't care about scientists or other people.
Don't do it, man.
Oh, I want to, but I can't.
No, I'm talking to him. Don't do it.
Do it.
Oh, that other guy
Don't
ran.
you
I
dare
hope know
try.
that.
Don't you dare try.
Lucian ran. All right, go ahead. You're mad.
All right. Can you explain?
No, we're not going to explain. I want you
Don't
to
do it.
detail how
Yeah.
you know
So
that the Earth is
it's
a globe.
nighttime in
So
America
shut
right
the
now,
fuck
but
up.
in China it's daytime. Explain that. Yeah, you can't explain that.
We're not talking about explanations. You haven't given the
He's gonna do
information
it.
to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe. That's
It's
the only
day and
you
night
got-
cycles, brother. Day and night cycles. Hello.
Yeah, what about
Hello.
Day and night, what about day and night cycles? What about them?
What do you mean? What about them?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
You're saying that the Earth is a globe because day,
Day and night cycles. Exactly. One side it's constantly spinning, right? If the Earth was flat, everywhere would be day, everywhere would be night, dumbass.
Seriously, this guy.
Don't you understand that? If
You're a fucking idiot, dude. I'm asking for you to tell me how the Earth's a geometric shape, and you're telling me that day and night cycles are the vehicle to think about it as a geometric shape. You fucking moron. I'm asking for a geometric shape evidence, and a day and night is not going to tell you that information. You fucking idiot. Now start using your mind and think about the question. How is the Earth a geometric shape? You know what a fucking 3D shape is, you idiot? I can't unmute this fucking dumbass.
Hey, dumbass, have you ever heard of gravity? Oh wait, you don't believe in that, do you? Well, how about this? How about you jump off a building and tell me?
Scatterbrain fucking piece of shit. You
Dude,
can't keep your
right.
fucking mind focused on one thing.
bro.
You have one task. The only task that you're right now having to do is to present the evidence how you know the Earth is a geometric shape. That's fucking it.
Come on, Mingy.
How are you not going to be able to present information that that's true? And you're off into the weeds telling me questions.
Sorry to take your play toy away, but threatening people to jump off buildings is a TOS violation. Have a nice life, my friend. See you later.
Yep.
Go on, get.
Get on out here. No, he's been doing that same routine for, I don't know, weeks, maybe a month. I don't know. He's yeah, it's not gonna work. Comes in hot, yelling some stupid shit like that. Daylight, nightlight, night, it's day, night. Explain that, flat earthers, fucking dumbass.
Explain
flat
the entire
earther.
flat Earth to me now.
Explain
shut
flat
up,
earth to
questions
me
out.
now, you dumb flat earthers. What? Oh shit. Checkmate. Yeah, get the
Yeah,
hell
so
out.
it's fully going hardcore. Like, this is one of the points it raised to me. It's going very much, there must be physical walls to a container. Pressure is a direct result of gas molecules colliding with the walls of a container. No force alone, not even electromagnetic, can substitute for this physical boundary requirement.
What's wrong with that?
I was in the middle of actually getting my X base
Getting
up.
your X going.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm getting it going. This fucking idiot jumps in here. This fucking guy.
Fucking yay.
We'll
Hey,
just
Vinny,
call Vlad.
check this guy out.
Who do we got?
Guy keeps busting my balls. Anyway.
All right. I thought you were with the sanitarium.
That's pretty good.
Time my time.
It's actually giving really good answers, but before when I tested it, would always just sort of the answer would always
No,
go
it's-
back to, but this is unproven by. But very good.
Now, how often does that thing update, man? Because
Oh, regularly, because they just get
Right?
the new one. The new ones are written by the old ones. Like it's really getting.
it's getting
quite
good. It's getting
carried
good,
away
right? Because Clay was playing with it today, man, and it was rocking, man. I'm like, holy crap!
Oh, we got another numpty in here. Hang on a second.
All right.
We got
I heard
Macho Mod.
I heard
Macho Mod.
Earth is hollow.
Oh yeah,
Earth is
I heard
hollow.
that
We're not
too, man.
talking about hollow
Don't dig
Earth in
too
here.
deep.
Why
We're
not?
Sure,
asking,
man.
yeah, we're asking. Are you the leader of the pack? Because I'm going to ask you, the voice for the talking bobbleheads in here. All right, so check this out, man. Do you think the Earth is a globe?
I think the ground is round.
The ground
do
is
it,
round.
That's a fun way to say it.
All right, we got a Joker in the house.
The
This
ground is
Round
round.
is awesome.
The globe
The Earth
cannot
was.
afford
Wait, hold
another
on. I have
L.
one objection. If the Earth was flat, then how is your mom's ass that fucking fat and round?
She eats a lot of McDonald's, man.
So are you telling me? Are you telling me right now that everybody who thinks the Earth is a globe is just an abject moron with no
Our-
intellectual discussion left in them?
Our
All you
circle's
guys have
fake.
are trollish ways, right? That's it.
Listen,
Is that the-
Donald
is that the
Trump
sum of
told
your
me the
intelligence?
Earth is round.
The fucking sum of your intelligence is this retard fucking trollish
Hi.
antics you're doing.
Hey, Alpha Veritas, how are you, That was man? really good.
Well, what's even better is if you're able to
Oh,
present an
oh,
argument for the case of the Earth being a globe. But I don't think you have it in you. None of you do.
I
Or,
mean,
or do you? Prove me wrong.
Shadows? Or do you? Dun dun dun!
Yeah, prove me
Tides?
wrong, you fucking moron. Can you do it?
Satellites?
I like that. Go ahead.
That's
prove me
funny.
wrong.
Goes Mongos.
Do it. You don't have what it takes, do you guys?
Well, when I was flying from
I
the
have
UK to Australia, it looked pretty curved to me.
Really?
Cool.
It
You got any
did.
pictures? You got any pictures?
He did have
that's
round
fucking-
windows, though.
You don't trust me? Rather, how does it convince me to tell me?
A
Yeah, you know
would
I'm
be
going to
cool.
cut you off mid-sentence. I always do.
Sorry,
Got any
bud.
pictures?
All right, it's pretty simple. If you guys keep on with your fucking bullshit little soundboard, every one of you is going to get kicked out. Now, you either stand or fall by what you claim. Are you able to make a claim and stand by it? Or no? Are you just going to prove you're fucking children? Which in which case you're just going to be fucking escorted out like idiots that you are. Prove to me that you can have an intellectual discussion or fuck off.
I'm here to listen.
We just came in
Good.
here to see how mad y'all get.
No, I'm not mad. I fucking don't tolerate fucking stupidity. So if you don't have what it takes, then fuck off. And when you
All right.
get there, fuck off some more.
I do have
Easy
a question
there.
though.
Easy there, Darth Flatkins.
I do have a
fuck.
I do have a question.
What's
Yeah,
your
go
question?
ahead.
Are circles fake?
Yeah, troll, fucking troll.
Yep.
That's
Get
it,
that.
right? That's
that.
the fucking all of you guys. That's it.
Every day we deal with that shit, man. Come
Let
on.
me have one of you guys come up here and actually speak intellectually instead of this fucking bullshit that you do.
Not gonna happen, Mig. Not with
Let's
these-
see.
Okay. I do have.
Sadness,
I
go ahead.
All right, really.
Go for it.
No, we don't.
From the no, for real.
Go
From
for
the flat Earth perspective, community.
Wrong. I need to
What?
know how you know that the Earth is a globe. Sadness.
Oh, I don't know.
Good. Let me talk to somebody who
World's
does.
run, nigga.
Which
I
one
want-
of
I
your
wanna
friends-
ask you a question.
Which one of your friends knows if the Earth is a globe? That's all I want to know right now.
I've seen a
Which one of
picture.
your friends?
Globe, no.
What about the planets that we see in the through a telescope?
Sadness. Which one of your friends knows that the Earth is a globe? I want to talk to them. Who is it? Raise your
I've
hand.
seen picture.
Dude, you just said you were going to be here to listen, Blaze.
I'm sorry. I do apologize. I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, but you said you weren't gonna participate. So let the other guys do it. If not, I'll just focus on you. It's up to you.
Nah, that's okay. You go.
All right. So let me talk to the guys who came in here. Which one of you guys can tell to me how you know the Earth is a globe and show me some evidence? Now's the time to shine, fellas.
Shine on, baby.
I have a good one.
No.
No.
Not you.
That's sad.
Not you. New guys. I just said that. New guys.
No, guys.
New guys.
Let me
New
unmute
guys.
Macho. I'm going to give you
Explain
the
globe.
benefit of the doubt, but really, you don't have too far to go.
The new guys don't have the globe, bro. I'm sorry, Meg.
Go ahead, Macho. Got what it
Huh?
takes, man.
Oh, you're
How do
talking
you know
about
that the Earth is a globe?
I mean, satellites, and I
Okay.
mean, what do we have a flat solar system?
Satellites.
No. Okay, so satellites are the way that you're going to tell us how
Wait,
the Earth is a
wait,
globe.
wait, wait. So you just said no. So every other.
Now, I need you to focus. You said satellites are how you know that the Earth is a globe. Is this correct? Yes or no? I'm holding you to your claim. That's what I'm doing.
I don't think you are.
I am.
Push Philip.
You
Yeah.
said satellites are the way that you know that the Earth is a
You're
globe. Yes?
focusing on that. You're focusing on that.
That
I said
was your
some other
evidence,
things.
numbnuts, when I
Well, you don't
asked
want
you
to
how
talk
you know
about
the
the
Earth
other
is a
things
globe.
because you're a coward. That's fine.
All right, so fuck off. You don't want to talk about your evidence. That's fine.
Explain how the solar system works. That's all I'm asking.
You don't fucking think. Listen, you think you live on a solar system?
Get mad now. Uh-oh.
Shut up, you fucking moron. You think you live in a solar
okay.
system?
Let me steelman his claim.
No, shut up. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to
Oh,
Macho.
okay.
Macho,
Yeah,
you
he's
think you live in a
so
solar system? Do you think you live in a solar system?
I mean, there's planets and shit, so yeah.
Yeah, planets and shit. How the fuck do you know what you're looking at when you say
And you can
planet?
go
What
look
the
at 'em
fuck
in
is a planet?
space.
What's a
They
planet?
spin
What's a planet?
a ball of dirt, essentially, or
How
matter.
the fuck do
could
you
just
know it's
say.
a ball of dirt?
What do you mean? How do you know?
How do
I mean, we
you
s-
know it's a ball
We
of dirt?
sent shit there, you know.
Who? You didn't send shit over there.
Oh,
you just heard somebody
I
do that.
forgot. All of Smart Society is actually
Smart
some giant
Society.
conspiracy.
No,
yes,
we're not
everybody with
talking
an
about that.
IQ
Hey,
higher than their
numbnuts,
fucking
we're
body
talking about
temperature
verification.
is somehow in on this.
Hey, you fucking moron. I'm talking
Stick
about
to the
verifying.
fucking script, dumbass.
I'm talking about verifying the information, you fucking moron. How did you
What?
verify that fucking story that they told you that shit up there is a ball of dirt? How
He
did you
doesn't know
verify
we
it?
play by quantum eraser rules here. He doesn't
How
know that.
did you verify it, Macho? Peter, you're really skating
Go,
on thin
George.
ice. Don't stand in the
You
line of
literally
fire.
are like a Darth Dawkins, dude. This is
I
pathetic.
don't give a fuck. How do you know it's fucking ball of dirt up there?
What is the ultimacy of your reality, sir?
The Earth is a flat ball.
Do you have the answer that I'm asking?
How do you know
it's
that
a
the
ball
Earth
of
is
dirt?
flat if you don't accept an ultimate reality?
So no answer then. You can't
I'm
tell me
just
how
saying,
you know
if
that
you
it's a ball of dirt.
can't, if you
I love cutting you off mid-sentence. How do you know it's a ball of dirt, Macho? Stick to the question I'm asking and either have me an answer or say I don't know. Simple. Do you know, yes or no, sir?
You ask me a question and then mute me.
Do you know, yes or no?
How do you know what you know?
Fuck off.
Okay.
Okay. Fucking
Troll.
intellectual.
You don't know the ultimate.
Yeah, you got the IQ of a fucking road cone. Next. Who's next on the fucking chopping block? Don't get in my way right now, Peter. All right, so next we got Mr. whatever the fuck your name is with the purple avatar. How do you know that the Earth is a globe? Go
I'm
ahead.
thinking about it logically.
Really? Okay, so how do we think about it logically? Walk me down the path.
Bitch ass, have you seen the other planets?
What is the planet?
Exactly.
Exactly what, moron? What is the planet?
So you agree?
What is a planet?
You
said it's a
agree
planet.
then?
What
How
is
do
a
you
planet?
establish that he agrees with what is a planet when he's asked you a question, what is a planet? And you go, you agree.
He's asking me a logical question, thereby making him a logical being, thereby making him agree that the Earth is a globe.
Oh, you can go away. You're a numpty dipshit.
Fuck off, dude.
Mondo trolls tonight.
What
much
the
more
fuck?
fun
Is
if you
this
actually
dumbass
make
hour or
arguments,
something?
guys.
Yeah, I like it. All right, next. Who
Where'd
else we
get
got
the
in here?
Mondo trolls from all of a sudden?
Shall we go back to sadness?
So
let's see if we go back.
okay.
What? Who's okay?
Oh no.
Ellipse?
Okay, I'm about to say something. Yeah.
Go ahead. What's your evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Well, no. Okay, so how
Okay,
I
so what?
understand it.
No, you
Just let me
don't.
finish my sentence.
How is the Earth as a globe? How is the Earth a globe?
How I understand it, the way that the bodies in the sky move makes sense in my model. Can you explain?
How is the Earth a globe? I'm asking you a question. I don't want you to ask me a question. I want you to answer mine that nobody seems to have the answer for. How is the Earth a globe? I mean, it sucks that we have to do this, but you guys can't keep it on track. You're scatterbrained all over the place. Go ahead.
Scatter.
Oh no.
fucking-
Well, I just wanted to ask you a question. I mean,
No, I'm
I'm
asking you
interested-
guys a question, and you need to answer it. If you think the Earth is a globe,
I guess I'm
how
not
the
going to
fuck
answer
is
it then. If you don't want to
No,
just have
it's
a
not
dialogue.
about you coming in here and asking questions. It's about identifying how you don't know the Earth is a globe. You need
Well,
to realize it. You don't know it's
Can
a globe.
Can I tell you what? How?
No, I need you to
Okay.
answer my question. How
Jeez,
is
you're
the
so
Earth a globe?
mean. Are you
Give
okay?
a fuck.
Are you upset
I
or
don't care.
something?
Yes, I'm just fine. I'm asking you a question you're
You
not
seem
responding
upset,
to.
dude.
Yeah, because you're being a moron, not
No,
answering my
I
question.
am.
All
You
you
haven't
gotta
talked to
do.
me yet.
Yeah, all
I'm
you
just-
gotta.
I'm
I'm talking to you,
being-
fucking moron. Answer the question. How do you know it's a globe?
How do I know it's a globe? Well,
Just is, bro.
I think it's
Shut
a globe because the model makes sense to me.
Like what? What model?
So,
what
for
makes
instance, for
What
instance,
model?
that the Earth is
What model?
The standard cosmological model that we have
Which
for
one?
the solar system.
Can you put it in the text chat because I don't know what you're talking
Dude,
about.
why are you?
It's if it's listen.
You know
if it's-
exactly what I'm talking about.
No, if it's a model, then that model can be represented in a diagram. Put that
Yeah, right.
diagram.
So
put that diagram in
we
the
live
text
in-
chat. So
there
I'm not-
are
Listen. Stop.
planets in this. I'm
Stop.
gonna.
Stop. I need you to put the model in the text chat so we all know what you're talking about. Because for all I know, you could be talking out of your ass, which I don't want you to do. So put the model in the text chat so we can all see what you're talking about. Therefore, we can all be on the same page. We don't know what you're saying. Put that model in the text chat so I know what model you're talking about. Don't presume to think that everybody knows what you're saying. Go ahead and put the model in the text chat.
Okay, I'll do it.
He hasn't done it. Go ahead.
It takes a second for me to Google a picture and then paste it in
Google?
the chat.
He's a
Dude, yeah.
Google Earther.
Nice.
Dude, what the fuck? Do you want me to open a paint and draw it for you?
No,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Dude,
What model are you talking about?
So
show me.
Okay,
This should be a like if you're googling something, it should take you no more than like 5 seconds to
So-
pull it up.
I'm trying to find a good one. Okay, here's a good one. Right. Okay. This one.
What you got?
That one. Okay.
All right, what are we looking at?
So well, let's comparing the geocentric versus the heliocentric model. But I think the heliocentric model for the solar system makes sense because it. Let me finish the sentence, if you will, because it properly explains the movements of the bodies in the sky. Right, and so what I'm interested in knowing is how you can explain the movements of the heavenly bodies in relation to the flat Earth model. If you could,
It's
if
simple.
it makes sense,
It's
then
simple.
like, hey, you got.
I got you.
like,
It's simple.
All right.
I got you. So
Gotcha.
prior
It's
prior
simple.
to the advent of the Earth being a globe, there's something called the celestial sphere. Do you know what that is?
Explain it to me.
It's simple. Just do a Google search, but I can tell you what it's about. But while I do that, I want you to go ahead and verify what I'm saying is correct. Type in celestial sphere in your Google search engine.
So now I have to type it in. Why don't you?
Yes, because when I explain it,
no, you do it because you make me look for a picture. Post your picture in the side chat.
Ellipse. When I explain it, I don't want you to say that it's coming. Fucking moron, dude. When I explain it, I want you to look it up as well.
You're being a dick to me, so I'm being a dick back.
I don't give a fuck. Check this out.
Says,
when I'm
answer a fool according to his folly. So that's what I'm doing. If you want me to,
you're just being
I had to find a picture
dumbass.
to post in the side chat. Why don't you?
Yes, because you were making claims and shit, so we need
The
you to back
celestial
up.
sphere is a useful tool. Is a useful tool plotting the location of stars, planets, and other celestial objects.
Excellent. So somebody did look it up and is already talking to you about it. So it is a conceptual model that's been useful ever since the 6th century BC. The Chaldeans were using it. The ancients were using this to actually detail how they can record things in the sky, like the movements of the heavenly bodies. Bro, are you gonna let me fucking finish?
Sorry. Oh, whoops. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm telling you, and now you're interrupting me. So
relax, dude.
No, it's not relaxed. You're asking for the answer. I'm giving it to you because you're being a jerk when I was telling you to look it up. So now I'm telling you, you're interrupting me. The fuck does that work? So the celestial model. Yeah, because you don't. This is your generation, full of fucking retards, dude. All you have to do is sit there and fucking listen. That's it. So the celestial sphere is a conceptual tool that's useful for astronomy and celestial navigation. It's a foundation for both of those.
Okay.
So if you're going to say that the heavenly bodies are moving in a particular way, like lunar eclipses and solar eclipses, you can look to some of these conceptual models that have been used, like the Saros cycle. And of course, NASA's even relying on that today. So there's a lot of... Are you still talking?
Sir. Oh, whoops, sorry. Sometimes I speak out loud.
What?
When I'm listening to things. So I should mute my mic when you're talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, you really should. So the people long ago have been using this conceptual tool to visualize how it looks from the observation perspective. So conceptually, you could say that everything looks to be like you're the center of the universe. So perspective from a view of saying that it could be concentric to the observer or concentric to the Earth. It could be either or, thought of as concentric to the Earth or the observer. But concentric to the observer would be the most best way to look at it, right? Because the person is actually visualizing the sky and being able to say that I see, the moon at a specific angle in the sky. So it's actually concentric to the observer. The best way to look at this, right? So the conceptual tool of the celestial sphere is based on an observation made by somebody detailing to someone else from their geographic location what something looks to be, like at what degrees something looks to be in the sky. So essentially, the celestial sphere is a conceptual viewpoint from an observer standing on any specific geographic location on the Earth. So when somebody is seeing whatever degree a star is, or the moon or the sun in the sky, they're saying it from their vantage point, from their geographic location. So concentrically, they could say from their vantage point, it originates as radially from their perspective, from their vision outward.
Right. Okay. So can I ask you, what do you mean by concentric?
It means that the person is the center of the universe.
No, well, but
observationally.
Right. So things rotate around
the human.
So that would be like they're geocentric versus the heliocentric.
No.
A geocentric.
Listen, it could be thought of geocentric. I'm not going to disregard that, but it could be even more. It could be even more so thought of person centric. So it could, like a person making an observation. It's basically like you're the center of the universe. That's what it. When you see the night sky or the sun move across, it looks like when you tell somebody. I'll give you an example, right? Like on a sunset, when you see the sun setting on the horizon, and it looks like the sun is beaming across a lake, right? The sun streaking across the lake. Looks like the sun's ray, on the water reaches directly to you. But somebody making an observation of that very same phenomena, like 10 miles away, will say that the sun is beaming to their feet. But it looks like to you, the sun's beaming to your feet. So in that way, an observation is entirely specific to a person making the observation.
Okay. All right.
Concentric to the observer.
Now I have a question. So in what manner does the sun move around the in your case, the plane of the Earth?
And what it moves from east to west.
Oh, so it goes
in a cyclical.
So it goes
yeah.
around the plane of the Earth.
I wouldn't
Like-
say.
like-
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I wouldn't say around. I think that's putting too much emphasis on the sun's path. What I will say
Well, I
is that
mean,
it's.
it's a pretty
I'll
big
say it
emphasis
this way.
in the sky,
Yeah, I know, but I will say that I will say that it goes in a cyclical nature path. So from east to west, from your horizon, right, from your eastern horizon to your western horizon, the sun will move across the sky in a cyclical nature. So as it goes from your eastern to western sky, and then you can't see it any longer. What happens is tomorrow, as in a cyclical nature, it comes back in a different location on your eastern sky. So it
Right.
could be depending on the time of year. It could be north or southeast rising on whatever vantage point you're on.
So does the sun like in the form of a halo goes around the top, like hovers above the plane of the Earth, goes in like a halo, or does it go over?
I'll tell you this. Yeah, I know what you mean, but so I'll tell you like this. So if everybody that's on the Earth can see the sun do something very different, right? If you're on the northern parts of the Earth and it's summertime, what you notice that, like, and I don't know, you want to talk about like Norway or somewhere up far north, some of these places can see a midnight sun. So a sun above the horizon for 24 hours.
Yeah.
Do you know this?
But,
So that's
I do know this, and
Okay.
again, like I say, this doesn't change anything in my head according to the model I believe in, because
I'm
that is
not saying that.
explained by.
I'm not saying that. The only thing we're talking about right now is the celestial sphere. The
Right,
celestial
right.
sphere.
So-
The celestial sphere dictates the movements of the heavenly bodies. So conceptually, it can be
Well,
thought of as a great
The
tool. to use.
spheres. So, like the classical model is that there are spheres around the
No, 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 no,
geocentric
no.
model, right?
Yeah,
Because
no, no,
and like again, the historical thing is something I want to ask you about too, because like when did it change? Like when did I guess in your case the conspiracy start with the globe
not a
with the
conspiracy.
globe Earth? Okay,
It's not a
when
conspiracy.
did the
So
globe Earth
conceptually-
idea start?
The globe Earth was actually something perpetuated in anywhere between 500 to 1,000 years ago. Anywhere between that, but it's not. It wasn't something that was prominent in all of society because of
Really?
the fact that yes, really.
Well, because I
This-
thought no, hold on.
Go
Now, as far as I understand it, like that was the orthodox way of viewing the model of the universe for like,
No,
the
no, this
whole
was-
of Catholic Europe.
No,
actually.
yeah, I know, but
yeah,
this
that's
was
why
more-
Galileo got in trouble with
No,
the
no, no.
authorities
There-
because
there's a lot of
his
misinformation.
observations about the five phases of Venus.
It sounds
which,
like you think
which
that
seems to
Christopher
suggest that the
Columbus-
sun is actually at the center of the solar system,
it sounds like
not the Earth.
You're
right?
listening to topical research about this information.
No,
you're,
I'm
you're,
not.
You're basically saying like
Topical
Christopher
research?
Columbus like landed in America. Like
No,
there's
no,
a
I
lot
didn't
of
say
stuff
that. I said Galileo.
I know, but there's a lot of information that you're relaying to us right now about history that you think is true
World's
based
round,
on
nigga.
your based on your information that you researched. Like you think
Wait.
just that's the answer to it.
So, well, okay. So, how do you explain the phases of Venus in your model?
Phases or phases?
Phases or faces. I mean, that's
No, I
kinda
think
like
phases
interchangeable,
would
but the
probably what
phases.
you were talking
so,
about.
so what? How do the phases of Venus make sense in your model?
Yeah, conceptually, you can think of everything moving in a cyclical nature. Now, whether or not the sun's affecting, yeah, I'm telling you, whether or not the sun's affecting those bodies is still not in the realm of not happening. But what I will say is that those bodies that look like they have types of phases, like the moon has phases, like we will say that there is some natural phenomena that occurs that we, as far as we can tell, is no way to understand whether or not it is the sun affecting those.
So there's no way.
You could think of
There's no way to make an inference on
you can,
observable
no, I'm not saying you
phenomenon
can't.
to what
I'm
the
not saying
causes
you,
are.
I'm not saying you can't make an inference, but in no way it's going to be conclusive to say that the phenomena that you think is occurring as conclusively drawn out from this understanding. It's an inference.
Well, no, but right, but the model makes the most sense to me about explaining an eclipse of a moon, right? As the Earth passes in front of the moon, it casts a shadow on it. That's a pretty simple, straightforward And
Yeah, but there was a model prior
model-
to that, and I'm
But
trying to
what was
tell
it?
you.
So what was that model? Like,
It
how
was-
did they explain the fate?
It was a celestial
eclipse of the moon?
sphere.
Elon, come on, you're ruining it. Come on.
Yeah, seriously, Elon.
Uh,
So basically, the celestial sphere is the way to tell how
So-
all the movements of the heavenly bodies. Now, according to the
So how does
celestial
the-
sphere,
How does
I'm
the
trying to tell
celestial
you, dude.
sphere make a lunar eclipse?
so it doesn't make the lunar eclipse.
No,
it
but
was
how does it
cataloged.
how does it
It was
happen in
cataloged.
that
So
model?
the Saros cycle happens to detail the lunar eclipses that happen yearly, and
It predicts it,
and any
right? But like,
yes,
what is the
but see,
what,
they're
what
basically-
explanation does it have?
I'm trying to ellipse. I'm trying to tell
Okay.
you. So they're predictions based on postdictions, things that have already occurred. So these phenomena were being recorded in mostly the geographic locations where they were recorded from, and so they would happen in like just like the sun. Everything in the sky is working off a cyclical nature. Everything's repeated. It happens in cycles, right? So of course the moon has its monthly cycles. The sun has its day to yearly cycle. And all these things were being recorded and they're cataloged. And as
Right.
such, their postdictions of how things have already occurred would have predictions of how and when they're going to occur in the future. So you can actually take a segment of time and then kind of expand that out into further, say, okay, this happens every 26 years or something. It'll happen in another 26 years, and this is
So-
what the location where it'll happen at. So a lot of these models were being constructed from the celestial sphere because you think about like the people that were using this information, the Chaldeans and such, and some of the ancient cultures. They would also detail that since the 6th century, they've been using the celestial sphere since that time.
Sure, but like, what explanation does the celestial sphere have for the phases of the moon?
Well, you have to think about it, right? Prior to the knowledge that the Earth was a globe, the celestial sphere was already being drawn out because people were staring at the sky. So you should think of it like this. Prior to that, the explanations were already given of how the heavenly bodies move and in the paths that they move.
Sure, in
so
what in the
that-
frequency and
you
the
didn't-
occurrence of
yeah,
different things,
all of
right? But I'm saying like
all of that was
physically.
already known. So you didn't need in any way you didn't need a terrestrial sphere involved or the thought of a solar system, the heliocentric model. You didn't need that because everything
Sure
was
you did.
concentric to the observer or the Earth, and so you
But-
could derive geocentric mindset from this, or you could derive it being centered on the person. Either one is fine, because you didn't have to think that everything was revolving around a sun. There was no need for that, so everything was
So-
working just fine.
So,
It
but
still is.
you know why? Like, okay, so my understanding of how the geocentric model went away is because as they were making discoveries and recording things on the appearances of bodies that went through the sky, like in the observation zone, the model kept on having to be more and more complicated, right? In order to make explanations. Okay, so this is happening because this is happening in space, right? In like, I'm not saying outer space. We can forget about that. In like 3D, in 3 dimensions, right? So this planet's doing this body's doing this, and that's why they appear at this frequency. Because we know they've been recording frequencies, and like they can predict when this happens on what day, or like they
Yeah,
can
because
make
they've already
estimates, right?
happened before.
Right,
That's why.
right. But that's why. So that's why, like Galileo's discovery of the phases of Venus, right, kind of put the death nail in that, because the system was too complicated, and that the simpler model is just seems to correspond with reality and predict better and
No,
explain
that's
better
wrong.
the physical. Hold on,
That's
let me
wrong.
finish.
No, that's wrong. You're
Hold
everything
on.
that you just said. You're
Let
just
me
greasing,
finish my sentence,
You're greasing
dude.
the skids. You're greasing
No,
the
I'm
skids.
not. I'm just.
That's not
dude,
better.
I let you talk.
It's not fucking
Can
better
you
though.
afford
you
me
can't keep
that
saying
courtesy,
but
dear sir?
you're kind
Dear
of
sir,
puffing up. You're
please.
puffing up
I'm
the
not.
model. That's what you're
no,
doing.
I'm just talking. I'm talking again.
No, you're like this is better. No, it's not. It's not better.
Well, this is how I understand it to be better, and you understand it to be better a different way.
It was
So
always
we're-
better the
and
way
you
they
were
had it in
talking
the
up
previous way.
The celestial spheres thing for like 5 minutes. I'm gonna let you go. Can I finish?
Yeah, that's because I'm giving you the explanation of something you
Right, no,
thought
but,
you didn't
so-
know.
Right. So let me get to my point. So what actually like explains, not predicts, but explains what's happening during an eclipse. Like in my model, it's very simple. The
No, it's not.
Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
Absolutely is not.
That's what happens in my model, and it's very. I can tell you to in a
No, it's
proposition.
not.
Can you tell
It's
it to
not.
me in a proposition? Is correct?
Yes.
Okay, I understand. We're disputing what happens in reality.
No, listen.
I'm
I
just-
can tell you, there should be a syzygy between Earth, Sun, and Moon when a lunar eclipse happens. Yes, you know what a syzygy is, right?
A syzygy? Explain.
Yeah, it's an
That's what a
alignment. It's
syzygy.
an alignment between the Earth, Sun, and Moon.
Okay.
So
Is
the
that what
moon,
you're saying that happens?
The moon gets, the Earth gets in the moon's path. It gets in between the sun and the moon.
Right.
The Earth does, and then it causes that shadow that you see on the moon. Yes.
Right.
There's a syzygy.
That's what the term of art is. Then yeah.
Yeah, you think that explains it better. It's better. No, it's not.
Okay, then
because
you
you
explain
have
it better.
You have something called the Selenelian eclipse, which is called the impossible eclipse. Of course, there's a workaround explanation for it when you look it up. But actually, there is no syzygy in that occurrence. That phenomena, you don't see what is explained to be the syzygy.
Because well, you know why? Okay, so
No.
So
no,
then,
don't give me the no.
can't-
Stop.
we're
stop,
not
stop,
talking
stop,
edge cases.
Stop.
I'm asking
stop,
you to
stop,
explain in your
stop,
model
stop.
positively what.
No, I'm
that is
I'm going through. No, I'm stop. I have to stop you. I don't like doing it, but I have to. You don't identify what you said before, greasing the skids. Oh, this is better. We were so much better off. We're in a better off place. I muted him for a reason. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for unmuting him. I muted him for a reason. So
Okay.
whoever's overriding my mute, please don't do that.
Yeah, watch out, guys.
You muted him because you couldn't get your point across.
Yeah. So, going back to you greasing the skids and saying that this is better, it's not better. I'm telling you why. There's something called the Selenelian eclipse, the impossible eclipse. But of course, you're going to give me the workaround, which doesn't happen if you don't have that syzygy. It's going to be some kind of funky workaround that you're going to say light bends around the earth, and all of a sudden that light bending around the earth is going to cast a shadow on the moon. Like that's not an explanation. And on top of that, it's moving in the shadow. It's moving in the wrong direction. It's coming from the top down when it should be coming from the bottom up. It's all wrong, man. These lunar eclipses that you think is explained by a syzygy is not explained by a syzygy when in its occurrence with the Selenelian eclipse. So there must be another explanation for the phenomena, which is not explained by which you said was easily explained by the Earth, Sun, and Moon being in a heliocentric model. Absolutely not. And I just pointed out the glaring example of how it's not. So you can't keep saying that it's easier, it's better. It's not.
Okay.
So will you sit quietly while he responds?
You need to shut the fuck up. How about that?
So I'm asking.
I'm gonna mute him again so I
So-
can prove my point that you're not gonna be able to dominate this chat.
Okay, whatever.
How about that?
I'm
You'd
asking.
rather have me do that?
I'm asking you to just give me.
Is that better? How about that? Now he can't talk.
That's good. That's better.
You think that's
Well,
better?
leisure
sir?
mods.
I think it's better.
It's quiet. At least it's quiet.
I thought you guys were having a good conversation, man.
Yeah, me too. Until somebody rudely interrupted.
I was enjoying it.
Very, very rude. How dare you? How dare
All right.
All right.
Go ahead, sir.
So I'm just asking. Okay, so can you give me a positive explanation as to the occurrence of this phenomena in according to your model?
I don't
So
need
that-
to take
dumb
down,
down so I can understand.
Listen, yeah, it's simple. Falsification is independent of replacement, which means I don't have to replace the thing I'm tearing down, which is the idea that you
What?
think. Yes, the idea
No,
that
you have
think,
a model though.
No, the model is the celestial sphere, and it's conceptual. It is not something that's a reality check. You're not going to be like, yeah, this one for one, this is reality. It's just a conceptual tool that is used to help to think about the movements of the heavenly bodies.
So we don't know what happens.
I told you the Saros cycle explains it. These concepts are useful in predicting because
But
of the
you're-
postdictions that they've done already. That's all.
You're basically saying this algorithm predicts it. I understand.
Yeah,
but I'm
a
asking
long
you
time
for
ago.
an
Let's put
explanation
it
as
this
to
way.
why
A
that
long
actually
time
happens.
ago. A long time ago, prior to the advent of the Earth being a globe, this stuff was already cataloged, and people were looking at the sky and detailing how things move about.
But that's just
They don't
prediction.
need the. They do not
They're
need the
making
Earth as a
algorithms.
globe at all. Zero Earth as a globe. No globe. You don't need that. It's not needed. And
Right.
you think it is. And I just
No.
told you a glaring
No,
example
you don't.
of the problem that it happens when you start thinking of the Earth as a heliocentric
No.
globe Earth.
I'll admit you don't need a heliocentric model to create an algorithm to predict the appearances and the movements of the heavenly bodies. You
Thank
don't.
you.
Right, but I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for an explanation as to why that algorithm appears the way it does.
What
What's actually happening?
Yeah, what do you mean what's actually happening? They're seeing the heavenly bodies move about, and everything that they do has been cataloged. So what are you?
Okay, but that's
what
again,
more,
that's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, what more do you want
I'm
to know about
asking-
the
I'm not
the
asking
cyclical
for-
nature of the heavens?
I'm
What
not
do you- what
actually
more do you wanna
asking
know?
for the answer to. I'm not asking for the frequency of the appearances or how they appear in the sky. We all know that. We all accept that. I'm asking for why do they do what they do?
Nobody knows the
Oh,
mechanics.
so we don't know.
Yeah, nobody
knows.
Nobody.
Oh man,
No,
that's not a
man,
good case
what?
for the flat Earth model.
Oh, that's a good case for
not.
everybody. Intellectual honesty is the key, sir.
like
Do you
your-
know? Okay, what's the mechanics that govern the movements of these bodies?
Oh, I think
What?
gravitational rotation. Is,
Excellent. Now,
Yeah.
how can you substantiate that with science?
No.
Go ahead.
Well, substantiate it
With science.
So no. So you're
Yes,
trying
yes,
to
yes.
shift the burden of
No,
proof.
no,
I understand.
no.
Because
no,
it's
no,
very-
no. I need you to substantiate that with science. You said that because we didn't have an explanation, you certainly do. Really? Let's hear the science.
Okay.
Go.
Apparently, I'm the only one that has to explain this in this much.
You're the
detail.
one that you took this burden on, sir. You didn't
So-
have to
I
shoulder it.
not.
I certainly didn't
You-
want to
you don't
shoulder it.
have to?
Yeah,
'Cause
because
you're making
I
the
didn't
case
make the
for a
claim.
flat Earth.
Yeah, I didn't make the claim that I know the mechanics that
I
drives
know, but
the
I'm
bodies
asking-
to do what they do.
This whole time, I'm asking you. I've been
What's the
asking
mechanics,
you for
sir?
like 20 minutes. How long? Have we
What's
been
the
talking?
mechanics,
15
sir?
Minutes, 20 minutes.
Tell me what drives these bodies
What-
to do what they do.
What makes the
No,
bodies?
you're
in
not
the-
going to
in
keep
the-
telling me that what makes that. I
No,
already
okay,
gave
no,
you my
like,
answer.
how do the planets move? How?
You don't fucking know, neither do I. Nobody fucking
I have,
knows.
I have a good
Lips.
idea. I'm
No,
not an
what-
I'm not an
a
astrophysicist
fucking
or
idea?
whatever. I'm not
Listen-
an astronomer.
Listen, is an
But-
idea the conclusion of what causes them to do what they do? Is that what an idea is?
No,
Yeah. So you're not going to tell us what drives these bodies to do what they do based on something scientific. You're going to give us a fucking idea that you have in your brain right now. And I don't care for it. I'm being intellectually honest, and I can tell you I don't know what governs those movements of the bodies. However, I see them in a cyclical nature, and I can tell you that something's going to happen based on the fact that it's already been happening before. But you, sir, are going to tell me something that governs their movements? Go ahead. If you think science backs you up, let's hear it. I want to hear from your perspective how you're going to tell me what governs the movements of those bodies. Go.
No. I've asked this question several times in this.
No,
room.
I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna
And-
keep asking you, and you better give me an answer.
So
what
what
governs those
actually-
bodies? What governs the movements of the heavenly bodies? Go.
Is it not gravity? Sorry, that wasn't him. It was
somebody mute this clown.
Again, I'm not an astronomer, or I don't nerd out. about
Okay.
that.
So
But,
is the answer is the answer that you don't
the-
know? Is the answer you don't know?
No. Well, no. The rough idea that I do have.
No,
is
no, no. I
that
don't give. I don't
because
give
of
a
the
fuck about a rough
gravitational
idea. I don't give a
rotation
fuck about
around the
what
sun,
no,
the planets and the moon
no,
a certain
no.
thing.
Stop talking. I only care if you know or if you don't know. Don't give me a fucking gray area answer. You either know or you don't know. Now, my contention is you don't fucking know. Neither do I. Neither does anybody else on this call. Neither does anybody else on this earth. But you, sir, if you tell me you fucking know what governs the movements of the heavenly bodies, you better damn well sure bring some science with what you're saying. Go ahead.
Well, like I've been saying, I've never claimed to like have a degree.
Alpha, are you looking for like a
physics or
specific
something
answer
like
to this?
All
No,
right.
no. Well, 'cause
So,
I've been asking for an answer.
all right.
but
No, you didn't.
He
I
seems to
gave
say
you one.
we don't know. That's his
You
answer.
fucking moron. I've been
Flat
saying
earthers,
nobody.
pay
Flat
attention.
earthers, shut the fuck
He
up,
doesn't
dude.
know.
Flat earthers. Nobody fucking knows, Ellipse. Open your fucking ears. You fucking moron. Nobody knows. You don't fucking know. I don't know. Nobody fucking knows. Did you hear me that time? Answer me. Did you hear me?
He's muted.
Fucking moron, dude.
Bro, he's muted.
Hey, Blaze, I'm about to hear with you, man. You can kick rocks, dude, if you're going to keep giving a commentary. I don't give a fuck about
Well, like,
your
you were
commentary.
I haven't
asking me-
done anything, man. I'm
You were
listening.
asking me a
shut the
question
fuck
that I
up,
was
dude.
muted, dude.
All right. So does anybody fucking know, Ellipse?
Does anybody know? I mean, sure. I mean, we can make observations.
Sure
as to the-
what? Does anybody know, yes or no?
So, I mean, as
Nuh-uh.
far as
No, so. Does anybody know, yes or no?
So, what exactly are you asking?
Fuck off, dude.
No, nobody knows. That's
No,
why
no.
hypothesis or a
I
thing,
need to hear
my
his
guy.
capitulation
Nobody
to this
knows.
question. Thank you.
We're in the same boat,
That's
I guess,
my
dude.
fucking answer to your question.
No, I don't actually believe that. I honestly think
I
that.
don't give a fuck what you believe. Is
I
there any
honestly
science to
believe-
back it up that somebody knows?
Well, I believe so.
There's a lot of
but, I mean,
science
You
out there,
believe
but
so?
Yeah.
it's
Prove it.
hypothesis.
Hey,
Prove
Blaze,
that I
get the
believe
fuck out
so.
of this chat.
I'm not sure how to prove that I believe something. I don't. You just have to
Not
take me at
that
my
you
word.
believe. Listen, if you think
You're
some
so
magical
angry, dude.
scientist, I don't give a fuck. If you
You
think
tried
some
to do this
magical
internet
I
dunk
don't
thing. You
care.
can't actually have a conversation on it.
It's not about you. Listen,
so weird.
you know why? Because you honestly
Do you talk
think
to people on the
that-
street like this?
Dude, who gives a fuck, Ellipse? You don't have the answer, neither do I.
Well, how
So
do
why
you,
are
like-
you going to be in here pretending that somebody has the answer? And you think, well, some magical scientist out there must have it. I don't
No, I'm
have
not
it, but
saying-
somebody out
I'm
there.
not-
What?
So again, I think my model. I'm just saying. I think my model makes sense.
It
Right?
doesn't.
And how I think this. Right. So right, and I'm actually able to convey it in words that I think.
Who gives a
eclipses
fuck?
happen
It doesn't
this-
make
this
any
way.
sense.
But it's weird how the
What?
flat
It's
Earth
not
model,
weird.
and it is
You're
a
just
model,
fucking
and you are making a
obtuse.
positive case.
It's not weird. You're just obtuse.
Can't make an explanation as to how
Yes.
the bodies in the sky.
Yeah,
move.
listen. The conceptual tool of the celestial sphere does a great job of
No,
doing
it
that.
predicts. It's an algorithm.
Yeah,
That's
who
not
gives
an
a
explanation.
Fuck, dude, it tells you. What do you mean it's not an explanation?
It's
it
not.
explains why we have the phenomena of
No, it
eclipses.
explains
you fucking moron.
that they occur. It explains
Yeah?
that this happens.
What else?
But it doesn't
What else?
explain why it happens.
Okay, and you think you have an
Having-
answer to why?
No, my model makes sense.
What model?
To me,
What
at
fucking
least.
model?
The-
You are a fucking idiot, dude. You appeal to a model. You didn't detail how there's an explanation of why. I'm gonna fucking press you till there's nothing left. I want to know
Oh,
why.
jeez.
The
Like,
why.
like wine grapes?
Now it's gonna be about the why. Now you tell me the why from the model of the heliocentric model. The why. You tell me.
Why?
Yeah.
Okay, so well, for instance, solar eclipses happen.
Why?
When the moon passes in front of the sun in relation to the perspective that you have on Earth, right? And it thus casts a shadow on the face of the Earth. That's why solar eclipses happen in my model. Can you?
Yeah. How did you figure out it's the moon going in front of the sun? How do you know that? That's the one thing I want to know. You're saying the moon went in front of the sun. How do you know that?
How do I know that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least I can make an
No. How do you know that?
How
do
does
you
it
know that?
happen in the
No,
flat
don't.
Earth
You're
model?
not going to run away. You're not fucking running
No,
away.
we're
How do
having
you know
a
that?
conversation.
How
There
do you
isn't
know
this,
it's the moon?
like,
How do you know
make
it's the
this
moon?
claim, you
How do you
must
know it's the
defend
moon?
it, da, da, da.
How the
Like,
fuck
we
do you
can't
know
have
it's the
a
moon?
conversation, dude?
No. How do you know it's the moon?
How do I know it's the moon?
Yep.
It makes sense in my model. I mean,
Makes sense?
Yeah.
Oh,
it
that's
does.
pretty scientific, Professor.
Professor. I'm
Yeah,
not, again, I
makes
didn't
sense.
tell him to be
Well,
an
there you go.
astronomer.
You know, the fucking model of the
I'm-
heliocentric
I'm
you know,
coming
solar
here
system. Well,
asking
fuck,
you
dude.
for reasons to
I
believe
didn't
the
know
flat Earth
that.
model.
You, dude, check this out. It makes fucking sense. There
So,
you go. Well,
the
Bob's
big-
your uncle,
can
isn't
I,
it?
Can I just say something?
No, not really.
I can't. Okay.
No.
I mean,
No,
I honestly
no,
would have
you
more
just
sympathy
said
for your
all
guys.
the heliocentric model
If-
makes sense. We're all good over
Yeah, right.
here.
And
Globe
but when
Earth
you're
for the
selling
win.
the flat Earth model, All you have is
what model?
no
What
positive
fucking flat
case
Earth
for it.
model?
You just
What
have
fucking
doubts
flat Earth
on
model?
the globe.
Yeah, I'm dunking on you all day. But what flat Earth model did I present to you? Ellipse.
Hello?
Which flat Earth model did I present to you? Because I didn't say any flat Earth model.
Are we not in the flat Earth room? I thought you were
What
a flat Earther.
Flat Earth model did I
I don't know. I'm
present
asking you.
Then why did you say you're presenting your flat Earth model? I didn't
Well,
give
there
you
is
one.
a one, right? But
Which
every time
one?
I ask for one, it's a
Which
different person in
fucking
this
one?
room. Every time I come in,
Which
they
one?
give me a different.
Which
like,
one?
and
Which
they kinda
one?
don't want to answer.
Which
it.
one?
I
Which
don't
one?
know. I'm asking you.
You don't
which,
fucking know.
Which one
Oh.
makes? I'm asking you, please.
I
Can you
didn't
give me
present
one
one to you.
that makes
No.
sense?
No, I don't need to. The Earth
Okay.
as it is doesn't need to be modeled. It's not a
Yeah, it
fucking
does.
toy.
Wait.
No, it doesn't.
You don't have a model of how
Listen,
the world
dude,
works.
check this out. You don't need one, dude.
Yeah, you do.
Why? What's it good for?
What's it good for? Is to orient yourself in that.
Orient yourself.
If you don't have, if you don't
you're
have
telling me,
a way
okay,
of
so you're telling
orienting
me
yourself,
if you don't have a fucking
in
globe,
the
you can't
world-
orient yourself.
Sure. So,
Really,
like
how?
a model in my brain of how to get to work in the morning. is
Nobody gives a fuck. You don't need that to get to work in the
Yeah,
morning.
you do.
You idiot. You don't need the fucking globe to
You
go to
have
work.
to have a
you
model of
stupid
how the
idiot,
universe
dude.
is constructed in order
Just to
for
get
you
to work?
move and orient
Just to
yourself
get to
in it.
work. So
Yeah.
when you're driving 10 miles
This
to
is
your job,
incredibly
you need a
disingenuous, dude.
fucking model of the globe to get there. You
Well, it's-
stupid idiot.
Of course, on different levels, it's maybe more intuitive and less intuitive. But like, you
You're
have
such
to be
an
able to
idiot, dude. You're not going
When
to
I
need the
look
Earth
at a
as a
map-
globe to get to fucking work.
When
dude.
I look at a map, I have to be able to.
As a map,
it,
the
it's
Earth as a globe?
useful. A map is a model.
No, it's not. No, you. Oh my god, dude, you guys are such idiots. A map is a projection. The model that you speak of has a very different connotation. It's not the same thing as a map. A model. Yeah, meet
No.
this fucking idiot. Well, he doesn't know that. Is a map a model?
This is disingenuous. But
No,
9K
fuck that.
wants to
Is
talk.
a
Go
map a
ahead.
model? Is a map a model?
Yes. A map
Really?
is a model.
I want you to tell
of-
me what. Look up the definition for model and look up the
Dude.
definition for map, and tell me if they're the same.
Are you going to get autistic
Look
about
up-
definitions? And we
yeah,
can't
it's
just like.
called semantics. Words
Right,
mean
you're doing
things.
semantics, you ass.
Yeah, because you don't fucking know what words are. Obviously,
Oh my
model
gosh.
is not a map.
We're
You
both
fucking
speaking
reject.
English, my friend. Like
They're not the same
You jumped down my
words.
throat for saying a map is a model.
You
It
just said that.
is.
You're asking for Flat Earth to present a model.
Right. And you know
Yeah,
how
it's
I can
not a
tell
fucking
where
map.
things are in a. Okay. You know how I can navigate with a map as a model of my city? Because
It's a map of your city.
It's a 2D
Fucking reject.
It's a 2D model of the layout, the roads and highways and buildings in my city. So I can go from one place to another. I can explain how to get from A to B, what the relations are, and everything like that. It's a model.
All right.
That's
So
what it is.
tell
Right,
me,
sure,
tell
sure.
me,
Just
tell me how much.
We're playing a little fast and loose with definitions, I guess, to you.
Yeah, I know
But,
you
like,
are,
I think
not
it's
me.
fine. I mean, you're so.
Yeah, you are.
Why?
Yeah, you are, not me. So to get to work, according to you, you need a globe. You need a globe to get to work 10 miles away.
No, in
According
a
to you.
microcosm. Yeah, sure. In a microcosm, like again,
What the fuck are you
according
Dude,
to
you're
what
trying
we're,
to sound smart. It's not working, bro.
dude.
You don't have
Okay.
to sound.
You're smarter than I am. I
verbose.
give up.
You don't have to sound
I give
verbose
up.
just to make your point. You don't need that, bro. Just be you. Be you.
Somber
That's it.
boast.
Is it okay
You,
if I jump
you
in?
sounded that way.
Okay, go
Microcosm.
9K.
You don't fucking have to.
I'm
You're fucking
I'm
just trying to get
handing
from
my
point A to point
conversation
B.
baton to 9K.
Oh
I'm done.
Jesus, dude! I don't
He's
want to talk to
tagging out,
that
he's
guy.
tagging out.
Why don't you want to talk to me?
Lips, good job, bro.
Good job, Ellipse. You did a great job.
Thanks,
Fuck
thanks,
off, dude.
Dude, it was a good convo. Come on, man.
No, he didn't present the information that substantiates the Earth as a globe, nor did he justify the reasoning behind why we need it. Case in point, the Selenelian eclipse. What 9K?
Hey, what's up, man? How are you?
Oh, fine.
It's good. Hey, I'd like to challenge you to a debate in the
Oh,
main
God.
voice chat.
I don't want to talk to you. Period. You're just a fucking troll.
Why?
You're a troll. Look, let's just put this. I don't even have to go with you anywhere. What would be your argument for the Earth being a globe?
Because your
Just
wife
tell me right
cheats
now.
on you, and my balls are round.
There you go. That's why you'll never get a debate from me, because of your bullshit ass.
You don't
like,
want to come up to the
arguments.
main chat?
No, you're stupid as fuck, dude. I would never want to debate your ass ever.
Why not?
Because, like I said, you're an abject moron.
Why? Because my balls are round?
No, because you're just a fucking. Your IQ is about as much as a road cone on the side of a street. That's you.
Why do you say that?
It's the truth. You got nothing to offer for this conversation at all. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we do have some people in here that might want to talk about the Earth being a globe. I don't know.
I had fun.
Yeah, you were butting in every now and again, being annoying.
Like briefly.
Dude, you don't need to cheerlead these fucking morons on. They're fucking. They think they're
I like-
already
I like
patting
both
themselves in the
sides, man.
back. They're patting themselves in the back because they think they did a great job. They don't know what just happened.
Well, I'm just
Well,
having a
I
conversation.
respect that you guys don't
Go ahead.
accept conventional knowledge and shit. That's the most admirable trait that I love about you guys. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
the problem is everybody takes this information for granted. You think, and everybody else does that thinks the Earth's a globe, wake up every morning and go, man, with another day around the sun. Like nobody stops and thinks whether they know the information is true or not, or can it be validated? Is there any science behind it? Nothing.
Right.
It just seems like,
Yeah,
yeah, I'll
'cause
take it as it comes. Like
a big percentage of science is based on hypothesis. I do agree with you on that.
Well, it's even worse when you get into the realm of like people that are actually just not really considering any of these arguments or even
Right.
thought about. I think, all right, it's just my contention that far and few between people that come in here have the ability to articulate a point that will show them to be somebody that could stand to reason with logic. I don't
Yeah,
think
because
so.
they're followers, my guy, man. They're just gonna follow the sheeple
This
that
may be
everyone else
true.
goes
This,
with. You know what I mean?
this may be true, but I think my I don't care. My hope is I'm not like everybody else, but I will say that when people come in here, at least when they face me, that they will be at least confronted with the fact that they don't really know what they thought they knew when they come in
Yeah.
here. At the very
The one
least,
thing
I
I
don't
did
really care to
respect-
convince them as them being try to convince them that the Earth is flat.
Right? Yeah,
that will
because you
happen.
didn't even use a model or nothing like that.
No, I don't. I mean, I don't need
You
to.
just debated them on their knowledge of what the Earth is in their perception. You know,
No.
and I respect that, man.
Well, I mean, the issue is we're never going to get anywhere if the person doesn't realize there is no science to back them up. There is no physics to back them up. Because if all of this information was solidified in serious science, they would have the ability to use applied science to show me how I'm not saying statements that are correct. But actually,
Right.
applied science really works on my behalf, because I can prove to them that everything works with like how we see things in nature, right?
Yeah.
Things that can be thought of as manipulating independent variables to change dependent variables to show that the reaction is caused by an independent variable that we think it is, right? So in a hypothesis test, we can have like natural science being proven, but on their case, it's more of a pseudoscience belief. It's in the realm of
oh wait, you think they're in the pseudoscience thing?
100%. I can prove it. Dude, check this out, man, because I've been doing this
Huh.
a while, right? Now,
Yeah.
I've spoken to PhDs, astrophysicists, cosmologists alike. Like, these guys, they don't have a dog in the fight when I speak to them. They really don't care. They will say more or less like, well, we don't know what gravity is. And they're fine with that.
Mhm.
Because,
that is a weird part of science, man.
well, and these guys might think that they're backed up by science, and they're not. I think that's the issue.
So, do you guys believe in like dark matter and all that stuff, or
Oh, dude, like that's I don't know if
Touchy
this
subject
call is
kinda
not
thing?
ready for that.
yeah?
Fucking-
Because there was a study that I saw that even with the standard models and everything like that, it's what is
I'll
it?
put it
like
to you this way.
98% of the universe is missing or some.
I'll put
some
it
kind of
to you this way. in the paradigm of the Earth being a globe, dark matter breaks reality.
Yeah.
If I could put it in that way, it shellacks the glober. Like they would have to admit defeat on that aspect. If we just talked, let's say I was a glober, and if I was getting them to realize that their thoughts about reality and physics and the way everything operates in their paradigm, what would break their mind would be dark matter. The moment we and everybody on the pseudo, I would say it this way because this is the way I know it. The pseudo scientific community will agree with me on that.
Obviously, because there's a gaping hole inside even the standard model when it comes down to that kind of shit.
Yep. And it's a bit more like we're talking about Narnia when it gets to like that level.
I like that analogy.
and then, all bets are off. Then what we thought about previously about the cosmos and in the heliocentric way, it just becomes like a mystery. Like, oh fuck, I thought we knew what black holes were, and like, I know that because I've listened, and you got to really do a little bit of research on both sides to just kind of get a grasp on what people are saying. But I think what people don't appreciate is that we can talk about flat Earth and globe Earth all day, but even if it was just like a glober debate, like just nothing but people talking about cosmology, dark matter would break them. It would just be like, okay,
because nobody can explain it. Yeah,
we've reached the place where we're talking about this. Okay, we're done. Like this. We can't go any farther. I mean, this.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm with you, man. Like, keep an open mind.
I think. Yeah, go ahead, APOC.
What's interesting is it's kind of funny because a lot of people that like join the room and stuff, they're heliosexuals, and they're like, hey, we know it's this way, and that's like their foundation of their knowledge, but they themselves, like, they don't even know that their top scientists that are trying to figure everything out, they themselves have gone back to the drawing board, and they don't even agree with some of the shit that a lot of globers in here speak about.
Well, that's what I was telling. I was telling Nate Blaze that. I was saying that they don't. Look, man. Like, if we want to just put all the cards on the table, nobody fucking knows. Like, it's just. I want to be honest
with you
about
guys
it.
On that one. Yeah. 110%, man.
So what we're doing basically is just getting a hold of the little bits that we can know, right? And the little bits that we can know is what we speak on. And when somebody talks about the little bits that we can know as if that is not being able to be proven, then that's upsetting, right? Because we're not talking about the vast amount of information because I'll be honest, man, what the whole entire Earth is as it's in its entirety, nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows.
Yeah.
Now, if you got one person in here that's telling you it's the AE map or something, we got a problem.
A lot of globers, they don't even know that information, that when it comes to this universe that they believe exists, that mathematically it collapses in on itself, and that's why the scientists had to go back to the drawing board. Like, they don't know that.
There was an explanation, APOC, that I know that it was stated that the Earth is expanding into itself. Now, that was a little hard to conceive as an explanation for the Earth being a globe, but when I saw that in one of the articles that many of the scientists now are in cosmology, if you want to go that direction, they're hearing that the new way of thinking is that the Earth, the universe is expanding, but it's not expanding outward; it's inward. It's out. It's like I couldn't even it's kind of antithetical to say expanding into itself. It's almost like working against. It's like a paradox, right? How could something be expanding?
Do you guys
into
believe
itself?
in infinity at that point? Like the universe is like infinite and everything, or?
As far as conceptually, that's a bit more of speculation. I don't want to speak to that because it's
I gotcha.
It's too much to handle, and it's like
I understand.
Globers are gonna be like, dude, did you say that's? I don't want to, like, maybe in a different context, but
no, I do
have like me and APOC and some of the other guys. We go to X and we have our conversations. I think we can handle that conversation over there some days.
Right.
But
out here it's like public and all that kind of stuff.
we got to stick to facts, and like I said, the little bit that we do know, we got to talk about applied science. Like, what do we know about physics right now? And then course, the laws that govern, the realm that we are in. All of us
Yeah,
are in.
gravity's fucking nuts, man. It's so strange.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, dude. Like, here's what everybody could be honest about. We could see the phenomena, the effect that occurs, but what governs the cause for the mechanism of what makes things give the propensity to move in the vector up or down? Nobody
That was
fucking
way over
knows.
my head. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, nobody knows what gives things the propensity to move in a vector that they do.
Uh-huh.
Like when you have a rock or whatever and you let it go out of your hand, it falls to the ground. Now
Right.
you could tell me the average rate of the falls, the speed of which it falls to the ground. There's a lot of things you can know about that, right? And it's kind of fun to dive into that. But what you cannot tell me is what governs the mechanics behind why it moves in that direction. Now, on a practical level, you could, right? Like on the cause and effect relationship from the
like mass and everything like that.
yeah, from the effect side of things, just from the phenomena of what you see happening, and you could, like a block of wood falls in the medium of air, but if you drop it in water, you change the medium, then it will float on top of water because it's wood, so it will have a different effect. So
Okay,
you
I'm
change the
following you.
medium. So you could manipulate variables in that sense, and then say that the cause of the effect that we're trying to quantify, the reason why wood doesn't fall to the ground when you drop it above water and it falls on water and it doesn't go any farther than water, that we would say that's buoyancy and density, right?
as well.
Egg, you're hot mic.
Well, look, the answer that would be given by cosmologists would be something along the lines of the space-time curvature. So you would have more curvature in the direction of, like, I don't know, something like Earth, right? If you were out in space and there was a massive body nearby to you, that massive body would be curving space-time around it, and there would be more curvature in between you and the massive body than there would be, on the other direction of where you are.
Yeah,
right?
I think that's it.
So that would then orientate you, so that you travel in this geodesic, which is orientated towards this center of mass, right?
Right,
So
like
that's
why we have
why it
asteroids
goes in
and
one
everything.
direction over the other.
Yeah, that's
And
the
when you're on the
explanation.
ground, when you're on the ground, I often open a room in this server called Gravity. The ground accelerates up, and that's because whilst it's true, at least the best models that we have to describe gravity, the general relativity, whilst it's true that in general relativity, mass curves space time, and then that curvature orientates some of your momentum through time into the spatial coordinates, and you then have this change in your spatial location over time because of this space time curvature. The influence of that is going to be based upon the amount of the gradients that are there, because it's the gradients that actually allow for those changes to happen, right? And that
Hold on, London. I think you're on a point that I was talking about previously. So the gradients would be the interactions with the medium and the object, right? Is that what you're speaking of?
I'm saying the gradient in terms of the gravitational field, and by the gravitational field, I just mean the amount of curvature at each point in space, right? Because that's what a field is. It's just a value at every point in space. So at every point in space is going to have some value of curvature, and those values are going to be greater and greater the closer and closer you are to this massive body. So it's the gradients, the differences, the non-uniformity between in that field is which brings about those changes, right? It allows for change to happen, right? It allows for work to be done in some sense, right?
Yeah, let me ask you a question.
How that can operate is that there is an object that's in space time, and some parts of that object are going to be moving through time at an increased rate compared to other parts of that object, and because of that, there is this shift in orientation.
London, let me ask a question. What part in this particular argument do you have a stance for? Because it sounds like you have a bit of knowledge behind you. Like,
it's word dumping.
Could you tell me that if you researched this, or are you somebody in academia? What is it? What's your background in this?
No, I mean I've just had a I mean, look, depends on what you mean by research. I'm an electrician. I'm a layman.
Right. I know.
Yeah, I've looked into the topic for a number of years, and
Okay.
I have a big interest in it. So
Okay.
So yeah, but I'm a layman. I'm not an expert. I'm not a scientist.
you-
I'm not a physicist or anything.
Do you think that that the causal mechanism for gravitational attraction has been understood as something that's passed through scientific rigor, or do you think it's more in the realm of like a great theory within theoretical physics?
Well, I think they're both one and the same, right? If it's a
Not
great
really.
theory, that means if it's a great theory, that means it's past scientific rigor. And scientific rigor is just making very specific predictions about what we ought to find if this model is correct, right? Novel predictions, things that we didn't already know. And general relativity has been able to do that in abundance, right? General relativity is one of the most evidence theories that we have in terms of being able to make these
incorrect, sir.
extremely precise predictions about things that we had no clue about before we,
Sir, that's incorrect.
before we delved into
let
the
me just
model.
point it out. London, that's incorrect. Let me just point out one example because I disagree with that, and I think it's good that we disagree. So, what do you think is an example of what you're saying is a great way to explain why the gravitational theory of Einstein is an example of why you think it's true? Give me an example.
So, I mean, Einstein was able to account for the. I mean, this isn't necessarily a prediction, but Einstein was able to use his model to explain the precession of Mercury, which was something that Newtonian model of gravity was just not able to explain. It was able to account for the movement of the other celestial bodies, but when it came to Mercury, the calculations were just off. It just didn't accurately represent what was going on. And it wasn't until Einstein's model came along, in which brought in these relativistic effects, which the Newtonian model just couldn't do because it's just not part of the Newtonian model. When Einstein's relativistic effects were taken into account, the model completely accurately predicted exactly what the precession of Mercury should be, and it exactly matches what it was. Right. So that was one thing. I mean, I can list off a whole bunch of others, but you can address that one first.
You could stop there because what I heard was nothing in the way of an example or anything that could be presented with data that you could back up with what you're saying. I think I heard more of a confirmation bias of a story that you like because it confirms something that you agree with. Now it doesn't stand to reason that you presented anything that shows any data that supports the case. Now we don't know that. You just said it. You just said it happened and they agreed with it and it's good. So we didn't hear the bits of information that would solidify a position for you to say that that's true. Like as in, what is the rate at which you're saying Mercury was affected?
Well, no, look, can I just say
what I'm saying? It's like taking a victory lap for something that you didn't provide evidence for. You can't do that.
Well,
in this arena, yeah, but London, in this arena, you're gonna have to put up the information in the text channel to solidify the point you're trying to make. Otherwise, we don't know what you're saying. It sounds like you're saying they figured it out. They did a good job. Well done. We won. Like what? We didn't hear any information.
That's not what I said. Look, can I just say one thing quite clearly here, right? Before Einstein's model of general relativity, we did not have the ability to calculate Mercury's precession. After Einstein's model of general relativity, we did have the ability, and we still do have the ability to calculate Mercury's precession.
That's what I'm asking for. What's the evidence of that?
So you want? I mean, it's a well-known piece of scientific history. That was one of the things that made Einstein's model get attention, was the fact that it was able to accurately predict this. Right?
Yeah, show us how it was not able to be done prior to Einstein. I want to see the verification.
Okay, I'm driving at the moment. I'm driving. Anybody can anybody in the room can just Google it, right? Anyone in the room can just Google it. That's fine.
Let me say something real quick.
Right.
Do you know, London, that you had Newton, now you have Einstein. Do you know that in today's world we have this quantum physics? Do you know that quantum physics is why they had to go back to the drawing board, because now this model that Einstein has created, this whole gravity and these places of where things are supposed to be at a certain time. Do you realize that when they computed it, this is why they went back? It's because then the wavelengths, they collapse on themselves of what you think is this gravity force or whatever all throughout the universe. When that collapsed in on themselves, the scientists had to go back to the drawing board, and they're questioning Einstein. Like this isn't making sense, even though it made sense to for what we knew at that time, and like, oh, now it makes sense, and Newton was wrong. But do you know that?
I still haven't.
Yeah,
heard
are
the
you
data.
just talking about the problems with bringing together quantum mechanics and general relativity? Like, yeah, sure, everyone's like aware that quantum mechanics and general relativity don't play nice together, but both of those models, in their own right, have established themselves as like two of the best scientific theories that we have, right? In terms of the amount of evidential. In terms of the amount of evidential support they have for each one individually, both are excellently supported, but it's when you try to merge them together that we have some issues. So yes, there are things missing from our understanding. There are things missing from our understanding. That's not.
You can't keep
saying that. That's not like a reason to dismiss the findings of general relativity, is it?
Listen, and I know you're driving, but you can't produce the evidence right now. I get it, right? But we still need the evidence.
It would take anybody in this room a 2-second Google search to find it, man. Like you don't need to rely on me. Like,
listen, when I make a claim, I would be able to tell you where to go look for something that I made a claim for. Exactly where.
Yeah,
I could.
But when you make such a mundane claim, right? That's like well out there, right? That like all you have to do is literally type into Google when were we able to calculate Mercury's precession. And all you'll see straight away is after Einstein's relativity. We couldn't do it before that. We just couldn't do it. Newton's model just didn't accurately predict the
calculating the precession. Yeah, calculating the precession of Mercury is not the end all be all for the segue to figure out whether or not Einstein was proving his theory or not. I think.
Well, no, I said it's one of many, didn't I? I didn't say that was the only thing. That was the first thing that I said.
APOC just told you something was antithetical to Einstein's general relativity that showed it to be not true. So you're trying.
I don't think he understands what he said. I don't think he really understands what he said. Yeah, because he didn't really convey much, right? He just said something collapses in on something else, right?
Hold on. I know exactly what I said, and what I said is that when we look at the facts, we'll learn that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about because they realize it collapses in on itself. What does that? How does that not make sense to you? Like you can't say
it collapses in on itself. It's just not really a descriptive notion that I can work with, right? Like that it doesn't give me much information to work with. It just tells me that you have some problem. You don't understand what the problem is. You're using the words collapse in on itself because you think that just makes it work as a problem, but there's no explanation of what the actual problem is. It's just collapsing on itself.
That's like the pot called in the kettle.
That's crazy. That's crazy. So you don't know. So you don't know what the quantum collapse theory is? You never heard of that? You never heard of how they had to go back to the drawing board to try to figure it out because they're trying to use what we also greatly owe Einstein for this, accredited to him for his findings, but yet when they looked into it with using quantum physics, they realized, oh shit, this doesn't work. So they had to go back to the drawing board, and they're still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware that when you're looking at things like when you're looking at like black holes, right? When we're trying to work out what's going on with black holes, because we're talking about the very big and we're talking about the very small, right? We're talking about like singularities, right? And we're talking about like massive amounts of mass, right? So that's where general relativity and quantum mechanics, they come together. And in those instances, there are problems in terms of trying to like make the sort of mathematics work without blowing up into singularities. Yes, that's something that we're aware of.
I'm still looking for the instance.
It indicates that we require a greater understanding. Yes, of course, that's not something I'm denying, right? But that doesn't mean that, like, the things that we've already established, like, just like when Newton's model wasn't able to account for the precession of Mercury, we didn't throw away Newton's model. We just understood that there's something missing here. And then Einstein's model came along and was not only able to explain the things that Newton couldn't explain, but was able to incorporate Newton's model within its model. It didn't say Newton was wrong. It just said Newton was correct, but at these scales. When you go outside of these scales, these calculations become less and less accurate, and you have to use these calculations to maintain a level of accuracy. That's all that's happening. So just acknowledging the fact that we need some greater understanding doesn't mean that we're going to throw away general relativity and quantum mechanics. No, we're just going to end up having some kind of model which incorporates our current understanding of general relativity and quantum mechanics and shows why we had this understanding.
When somebody is wrong, London, when somebody is wrong, okay, let's say you're at work, okay, someone's wrong. Do you then just double down on that person and say, oh, we just needed a better understanding? Are you avoiding the fact, and you're not going to fire this person for messing it all up and he was wrong? Or you're just like, oh, no, we just needed to understand more. And then guess what? We find another employee. He's like, hey, I have an answer to it. We're like, all right, great. And we use that guy. And then we find out that he was wrong as well. So this is the problem with science nowadays. They are doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on stupid because they're trying to make it work, and it doesn't. And that's the point.
I'll give you an example, right quick, right?
So no. His example is black and white. Like, it's
hold on. We have Newtonian physics being superseded by Einsteinian general relativity. It was superseded. It wasn't just like used as a stepping ladder. It was crushed by Einsteinian's general relativity. So they didn't use anything Newtonian had to offer any longer. He snapped the one and two. That's what Einstein did. So he didn't use the mass attracting mass model anymore. It was the gravity well, bending warping of space-time. It was not the idea that the mass was attracting another mass. That's not how that works. So there's a lot of inconsistencies, and the way you're making it sound was that they're hand in hand. They're not. They're exclusive.
No, but
this is what you don't understand.
Newtonian's calculations in terms of like describing the effects, those things didn't change, right? Those we still use Newtonian calculations very much so because they're applicable at the scales that we use them at.
So they can explain explain the cosmic bodies. They can explain that. They can't.
Yeah, the only thing they're using is gravitas, little g, right? They're using weight like that. I mean, come on, man, guys, they gotta wake up.
Guys, I made it over the ice wall. I'm in Narnia.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just arrived at work. So.
Yeah, all right. We'll see you later. Maybe next time.
I'm in Narnia, guys. I made it.
What's the evidence you have that the Earth is a globe?
I don't know what shape the Earth is, but I made it over the ice wall. I'm in Narnia.
That
Nice.
was easy.
Yeah, good stuff.
Next.
We're gonna do spaces tonight or no?
You want to do it?
Yeah, I'm down.
Let me cue it up.
All right.
All it takes is for me to cue it up.
Let's go talk to some new ex Globers, Twitter Globers, whatever.
Where did Flat Earth Dude go? I wanted to talk to him. He's my favorite Flat Earther.
Who?
Flat Earth Dude.
Oh, he bounced. He'll be back tomorrow, same time.
Hey,
Okay.
Alpha, I did want to thank you for talking to us tonight, bro.
Yeah, my pleasure, brother. You know the way I am. Have you been here a while?
Fairly new.
No, I think I've seen
He's a
you here
turret. Don't be nice to Alpha. He's a turret.
He seems like a cool guy.
We got a
just
mixed
put
bag
him
of
on
feelings
edge,
in
you
here.
know?
I don't suffer fools. That's for sure. Apoc can tell you, I don't suffer fools.
Well, that would you'd have to kill yourself.
I like where
You
your
will-
argument is, though. You know,
Oh,
it's
man,
like
that's-
we can't
it's a
really
TOS
prove
violation, bro. You get
whatever
banned.
we're talking about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I respect
People-
the fuck out of that.
Yeah, people get their panties in a bunch because they're not intellectual and they can't have a conversation, so they get all butthurt and want to rail accusations against me, and I'm this and I'm that. But what I
Look how
am
mad he
is
is.
fair.
Look
What I
how
am
mad he is.
fair.
Ah, he's a cool guy, man. He's a cool guy.
Not mad.
Yeah, man, he's chilling.
If I was mad, you'd know it.
We heard you
Oh,
before.
you're
yeah.
permanently mad. You're always mad.
No, I guess. Yeah, like the Hulk.
No,
I'm always angry.
actually, other people are oppressing me, and I'm not the one who's butthurt. Actually,
Sorry, you got to deal with that shit all the time, man.
Yeah, it is
Well,
what it is.
They're called numpties, and that's all they are.
It is what it is,
That's
man. But I
him.
think as you, he hates that dude. Hey, Blaze, don't.
What was it?
Is it-
Numpties or something?
Yeah, he's a numpty,
Oh.
that
What's
guy, just
an
a,
idiot.
just a buffoon.
Oh, gotcha.
I mean, he's got a choice, right? He can change his ways. He can actually approach this intellectually and start an argument, or
No,
at
he's
least
acting
give
like
us
a
a
goon.
position.
No, he's
But he
acting like a
doesn't want
goon.
to. See?
I
I mean, seriously, why are you throwing a tantrum, brother? You could easily just talk to me. You want to talk to me?
He's a nice guy. He won't buy, bro.
Come on. I mean, come on.
Yeah, what's
What's
your
your-
evidence that the Earth is flat?
Aw. You
I'll
don't want to
beat you to
engage
it.
with. You don't want to engage because you're
Uh,
afraid. You're afraid.
See,
huh?
I engage him, and immediately accuses me of disengaging. You see, this is the guy you like. This is the guy you actually just praised.
No, listen, because everybody that comes in here knows
Now
that
he's going to make
the question.
excuses.
The question is, how do you know the Earth is a globe?
I'm asking
And if-
you a question. How do you know the
I
Earth
know
is
that.
not a globe?
Well,
He won't
the Earth
engage.
is.
He never
It's an
makes a
infinite-
I'm
positive
about to tell
case.
you.
It's
I'm
a
about
He
to tell you.
never
Oh.
will make a positive
about
case
to
for
tell
his
you.
side. He
Gonna
just
do that.
stands
He's gonna
there
tell
and
you.
he's
He's gonna tell you.
argumentative and he's contrarian. He complains. Okay, tell me. Go ahead.
All right, so there's 3 points. The Earth is observed as flat. It's measured as flat. And
I don't observe it as flat.
Well, if you let me finish, are you now not wanting? Whose butthurt?
I'm
Me or
disagreeing with
you?
your
I
first
think you
point.
are.
I'm disagreeing with your first one. I'm
you
just
can't
allowing
let
you.
me finish, though?
I'm
Where have you
stopping
seen
you
it
from
round?
No, I don't want you to gish gallop. I just want to stop on the first point. You think the Earth
Okay.
like it was observed to be flat?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't observe it to be flat.
Yes, you do. Let's explain it. Right.
Oh, yes,
So-
you. That's all he has.
Yeah, you do.
Yes, you do.
Let him explain.
Let me explain. So if
He's
you're,
not going
if
to
you're,
explain.
He is.
He's
So
moving
you're
on to
not
the
gonna
next
let
one. He
me-
just said, "Yes, you do." He just said, "Yes, you do." I told him,
Okay,
I
but
disagree with
before
his
that,
first
I'll give you
point,
the
and
reason.
he just completely
I'll give
brushed
you
it
the
off.
reason why. I'll give you the reason why.
Reason
So
why
the
what?
reason-
Why I you can prove my experience?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Okay, I'm telling you, I don't observe the Earth to be flat, and you're saying yes, you do.
Let's talk about
and
it.
you're going
right?
to prove that
So
I
let's
have.
talk
You're
about
going to
it.
prove that
How?
I have observed that the Earth is flat.
Let's talk about it. Right. Let's
How
talk
are you going to
about
prove? Yeah, talk about prove how you're going to prove that I
You gotta let
observe the
him
Earth
talk,
to be flat.
though.
it.
Okay.
Dude, you're
Look.
like a woman, dude. Stop talking.
Oh, he's like a
Talk.
woman. Oh, yeah,
You
great
can
rhetoric.
stop talking for half a second and let me get a word in. Like, God, what's wrong
Go
with
ahead.
you? All right.
Go ahead.
So if you're saying that the Earth is not observably flat, so we're going to
From
talk
my
about you
perspective,
from your perspective. What
Yep.
do you see the Earth as? A globe?
yeah.
Okay, detail to us where you see the Earth as a globe from your vantage point. Go ahead.
Every time I go out and I look, it looks like a
What?
globe.
Really? What is a globe? sir?
Yeah.
What is a globe?
You need me to define globe?
Yeah, I mean, if you think it looks like it, I want to know what you think a globe is, because
Have
I
you ever
don't
seen
know
a?
if you
Have
know
you
what a
ever
globe is.
seen do you ever seen like a basketball?
Yes, I've seen one. I know what it is. You think that's what the Earth looks like?
Have you ever seen
Do you think that's
Have
what
you
the
ever
Earth looks
seen
like?
an apple?
Do you think that's what the Earth looks like?
Have you ever seen an orange?
Do you think that's what the Earth looks like?
Have you ever seen a baseball? Answer me.
Do you think that's what the Earth looks
Answer
like?
me, and I'll answer you. Have you ever seen a baseball?
I've seen all those things. Do you think that's what the Earth looks like?
Answer specifically. Have you seen a baseball?
Yes. Seen a baseball.
Okay, then you know what a globe is. That's a globe.
Do you think
That is
that's what
not
the
a
Earth
globe,
looks
my
like?
guy.
That's globular.
Do you
do you
think
mean
that's
it's not
what
a
the Earth
globe?
looks
Okay.
like?
It's
Do you
globe
think-
shaped.
Do you think that's what the Earth looks like?
All right, let's look up the definition of globe.
Oh my God. Do you think that's what the
He
Earth
said
looks like?
he said I'll answer your question if you answer mine, and
A
he
not answering mine.
spherical or
reneged on
rounded
that.
object. A spherical or rounded object. You want to tell me again that a baseball is not a globe, retard?
That's great. That's great.
Baseball's not a globe.
Yeah, that's
Basketball's
great.
not
It's
a globe.
It's a globe. Yes, you got it. It's
Orange
a globe.
is not a globe.
Yes, it's a globe.
Okay, I
It's a
need
globe.
Blaze to confirm. I need Blaze to confirm that
Blaze
baseball's
is,
are a
you're
globe.
talking to me, aren't you? You're talking to me?
I'm also talking to Blaze.
No,
Blaze, I
no,
want you to
I-
confirm.
Globular. Good job, bro.
No, it's
All
not
right, he's-
globular. It is literally a globe. You know what a globe is?
Oh God, dude.
Apparently,
yes.
I do know.
can we go to the next step, which is you confirming that you actually see it looking like that, the Earth?
Yeah, that's my observation. Go ahead and
Where
just
do
prove
you
my
see the
observation.
Earth looking like an orange or a
Everywhere.
basketball or a baseball?
Everywhere.
Where,
Everywhere.
dude?
In Texas. In
You go to
Arizona.
yeah, you go to Texas, and when you standing outside, you know, just anywhere, you see it looking like a basketball.
Yeah, I see a curved space on the horizon.
A curved space on the horizon. Literally,
Yeah, I
no,
literally see the curvature.
dude. Literally, no Glober has ever said that. Honestly,
Contradiction.
Okay,
everybody
so
says.
what? Who cares? Well, so it's an appeal to authority or appeal to
So you're
population.
like,
Just
appeal to
you said that
population.
you can prove that my experience is that I don't experience the Earth as a globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't. Because a
Go ahead,
globe, as
prove
you,
it.
I'm telling you, as a globe, as you stated, is like one of those things, like a baseball, a basketball. And
Yes.
honestly, sir, when you go outside, it doesn't look like that.
Yes, it does.
It looks
Where
flat,
do you
man.
see
Come
the Earth
on.
looking like a
I already
basketball?
told you every
or a
vantage point. When
baseball?
wherever I go outside where I'm located, I'm not gonna dox myself, tell you exactly where I'm located.
I don't
I'm saying
want
from
you to
my
dox
experience, it
yourself.
looks like a globe.
You
Yes, you
live-
do. You just
you
tried to
live
get me
on
to dox
Mount
myself. You're like,
Everest, my
where?
guy?
Where?
He's
Let's
Hey.
let's ask him this. Let's ask him this. Are there horizontal lines on the surface of your baseball or basketball? Are there? I'll say it again.
That's the
Maybe
thing
you didn't
about it.
catch
He
that.
hasn't played a sport in his entire fucking life.
Probably not.
Are there
Okay, yeah, right.
horizontal
Yeah, right,
lines?
dude. I literally would turn you into a pretzel, dude.
Yeah,
Are
he's
there?
got
You
Are
talking
there?
about athletic?
Hey,
He's got
pretzel
Cheeto
turners.
dust on his
Hey.
Jedi T-shirt. Right now.
A pretzel guy. Are there horizontal?
Too, bro.
Are there horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere? Yes or no?
There can be. What kind of question is this? What's the point of this question?
No, wait. Hold on. It's a yes. It's not a.
It isn't a yes or no.
Be.
It is there can be. Yes, that is a logical answer to your question.
No.
What's the problem with the answer? Yeah, what's the problem?
Because the answer is no. That's the answer.
No, it isn't.
Careful, he
Yes,
might turn
it
you into a
is.
pretzel.
There's no horizontal lines on the surface of a
Like
sphere.
this guy like claimed that I'm an athletic or something, but I wrestled in high school and college.
Hey, pretzel turner, listen.
All
right, hey, pretzel turner. There are no horizontal lines.
Because you still made those claims about.
You're not
my
listening.
athleticism.
You're not
He's
listening.
not. He's trying to turn people into pretzels.
He is. He is.
There are no horizontal lines on the surface of a sphere. You could Google
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because that is the nature of a sphere, of a ball, and
know that?
something that has a horizontal line. Google it. Do yourself. Go to your God.
Oh, Google it. Google
yeah,
it.
go to your Google God.
Debate. So in
and
other
let
words,
that
you don't
God
have,
tell you the truth.
What's your God? I don't appeal to Google. You're the one who just appealed to Google. So it's your God.
So are there horizontal lines on the surface of the sphere? The answer is no. So thus you don't have that. Nice playing. Good job.
He just left. He left.
Yeah. Thanks for playing.
But yeah, I had fun.
Watch out, man. He's gonna turn you into a pretzel.
Yeah.
I literally would turn you into a pretzel.
He's a pretzel turner.
That's pretty stupid for somebody to come. That's dumb, dude.
I put him
That's
into it
pretty
because I said he
stupid.
wasn't athletic or anything like that.
No,
so-
honestly, dude, he's probably got like Cheeto dust all over his T-shirt right now. If you're being honest.
But yeah, no. I had fun, man. I feel like this is.
You should join us on Spaces. You should, we have more fun over there too.
Well, there's a whole new crowd over there. There's new people.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk to them. I was setting it up, dude. Like, and I got caught up in talking.
Yeah.
Well, my buddy's up in U.S. politics though right now. He's bugging me to come back on there.
Yeah, we'll be around.
All right, thank you. I wanted to thank you, man.
Yeah, you know how we do, man. That's what I do anyway.
Hell yeah, I'll see you guys around.
Later, man. Have a
Later,
good one.
bros.
Take it easy.
Yeah, I'm just setting it up right now.
All right. I crashed out last night again.
Yeah.
After I got to my 37th beer, I passed out.
Dang, dude. I thought people go hard in the paint. Man, you go fucking ham. You're chilling today? Is nothing but water today or what?
No, I'm drinking.
Oh, fuck's sake.
I've been drinking since earlier.
You want to harvest souls, don't you?
Right.
You're in the harvest souls business.
What do you think the topic could be for tonight?
Good question. Let me think. Do something funny like, why is the Earth so flat?
Yeah. That's good. I'll do that. I'll do that. That'll be dedicated to you. Why
Man, I'm telling you, we measure it that way.
Earth so flat? Question mark.
You're gonna have your knuckleheads. Do you know what a mountain is?
Be surprised, man. One of the Bevites will come in there.
Right.
Yeah, mountains, bruh. Fucking mountains.
It's gonna be great. It's gonna be glorious.
All right, let's see. The topics I put science. See if they come in. All right, I'm gonna start it.
Jamsy. All right, I'll jump over there. See you guys later.
All right. Yeah, it's up. I'll drop the link in the 24/7 if anybody wants to join.
Does anyone know where can I observe the Earth as flat instead of observing it as a very large sphere?
So a very large sphere would appear flat, right?
No, that's why I'm asking, right? I'm asking where can I do an observation of the Earth appearing as flat instead of very large sphere? If these two would look the same, I wouldn't be asking that.
Where do you observe it as a sphere?
Everywhere. When I go to a beach, I see things dropping below the water, for example.
You're like the other guy, just like, oh, I see balls everywhere.
I don't see separate. I mean, I am not trying to to shame your for your sexual life, but that's not what I do personally. I observe one single ball, a very big one, the Earth.
So I don't know where you see it, bro. Because when I go out, when I'm at the beach, I just see a completely flat horizon. And if out in the ocean, the horizon is flat, 360.
The same for me. And when I
Same for you. So where do you see the ball?
I see the ball because when I look at the horizon, I can see things dropping below it.
So they might appear to drop below it, but do they actually drop below a
physical point?
That's a separate question. The question what do I observe? And the observation is just the direct experience without considering what's the cause of it. And my direct experience tells me that I observe a sphere. You can then tell me that I observe an illusion of a sphere, or I observe a literal sphere, but the fact is, at least for me, that I observe the Earth as a sphere.
So you assume that the boats go over an edge, a curved edge. So is that the globe that you're seeing? You're not actually seeing curvature, you're just seeing something disappear and then assuming that it's curvature, right? Because we don't see curvature anywhere, right?
I would say that if the Earth was so curved, then this would be how the curvature manifests itself. I would say that this is an observation of a curvature, that's not an assumption.
You haven't seen a boat get zoomed back in from over the horizon, supposedly? I mean, there's like literally thousands of these videos. They haven't, like, you haven't questioned, you haven't, like, not one of them has made you question the geometric limitations of the globe?
No, not really. And I can tell you a reason why.
Not really?
But,
fuck.
Yeah, the reason why, right? When you observe ships that are half behind the horizon, for example, then you can see that a half of it is missing. But when you see a ship that is
Half of
supposedly
it's
zoomed...
missing.
Yes, but when you see a ship that is supposedly zoomed from behind the horizon, then you see it entirely. Then when someone zooms out, then you simply, it gets smaller and smaller until it covers so little pixels that it cannot be resolved anymore. But the ratio between the hidden part and the visible part, it doesn't change, it just shrinks uniformly. There is no anything being hidden, half hidden behind the horizon, there is something being zoomed out. You can do that with anything, without any horizon, even without any surface. That is enough small.
You just don't get the math right. So from those distances, you shouldn't see any of the boat. The fact that you're seeing some of the boat would debunk the globe, would debunk the geometric limitations of the globe.
Well, we've
seeing half a boat that you shouldn't see at all. That's your problem.
We didn't even enter we didn't even enter any specific example. I was just speaking about some general trend, a set of observations. So how do you know these boats are too far away if I didn't even specify what the boat is, how far away it was, what was the height of the observer?
This is how it should work. If I see a boat with my naked eyes vanish in the distance, right? The claim is that's gone over the edge. So if I get a camera and zoom in on the horizon, I shouldn't see the boat at all. It should be gone. If this was a fact, I probably wouldn't be a flat earther.
How do you know that? And firstly,
this was a fact, I would not be a flat earther. It just would not be a flat earther.
Firstly, I want to ask you, have you done that personally, or is that something that you've seen in a video?
I've seen it a million fucking times.
Personally, like you recorded that? Or was it like a video of someone else? I'm asking that for a reason.
I don't have a P1000. I don't have a P1900, no.
Okay, so I will I will tell you my theory on what these people do. My theory is that these boats are already visible with the naked eye for a person. The reason why they aren't visible for the camera is because the camera is so extremely low resolution compared to the eye. And the reason why I think that is because if this was not visible with the naked eye, then the person wouldn't even know in which direction to point the camera in the first place.
Not really, dude.
What would be the chance of all of this big horizon where some guy zooms in some random direction where he doesn't know where something is, and suddenly perfectly aims towards the ship. Blindly.
That just does it for me. There's no way. I mean, yeah, I can see the boat when I zoom back in on the horizon. So that's impossible if the Earth was a globe. If someone goes behind a building, you can't zoom in on them and then see them again. You know, once you're behind an object, you're behind an object. That's it. You can't see it.
I don't think these boats are over the horizon in the first place. I think that they are simply too small in the camera sensor to be covered by a pixel. They are smaller than 1 pixel.
I was thinking, dude, if there was even one of your claims that checked out, then probably we wouldn't be any flat earthers. If one of your things checked out, if gravity, curvature, rotation, gas pressure next to a vacuum, if even just one of those would check out, I would probably just go, look, I don't care about the others as long as I got something.
I don't think that logic really holds, because there are countless of positions that people are really confident in, and you probably disagree with the most of them. Like you probably, I guess, disagree, for example, with atheism. You could say that if God existed, there would be no atheists. There is an effect called confirmation bias, which means that if you already have some established position, you will be always rejecting all of the evidence that goes against this.
But how can I go from a glober to a flat earther if all of my established education is towards a globe? So where did that bias come from? If I'm a glober and all of a sudden someone suggests that Earth's flat, or gives it, and I agree with it, where did that bias come from? Because I've always been a glober, mate.
Well, the bias can arise after you already get into that belief and then want to remain in it. And it will be increasing over time with the time of how long you invested in this idea. Because the longer time you spend on it, then it will be more painful to give up on it, because you will be thinking that you wasted even more time, even more years. So it just accumulates over time. That is how psychology works. I don't think that for a bias to be created, you have to believe in it from the beginning. Even if you get converted to some position somewhere in the middle of your life, you can still get biased if you want to believe in that position, if you want to identify yourself with it.
No one wants to be a flat earther, dude. My God. I will take anything to not be a flat earther. Anything. Some experiment in gravity, some sort of reason how gas can not escape into a vacuum, some evidence of rotation or curvature. Just give me one of those and I'll drop this flat earth thing forever. But there's nothing. You got nothing. I can't hang my hat on anything. Certainly not. Fisheye proves curvature. My God.
Well, that's just up to you. If you really feel that I will not be trying to convince you that I know better what you feel than yourself. I'm just trying to tell you that this is possible. That what you're trying to say, that this position being true is the only explanation of people being flat earthers, isn't something exclusive, because the same effect can be explained with just psychology, just as any other position.
Well, Embo, let me ask you, in that picture that you have, you drew the humps, but then did you notice that the mountains, you can just draw a horizontal line under them? They're not like in some sort of hump shape either, horizontally?
Yeah, they probably aren't in a hump shape because they are so obstructed by the fog that you don't even see their shape. You only see the silhouette.
Okay, so you drew the one humps, but then you don't think you should draw the other hump, the horizontal hump, just away
Well,
from you. That's
if the
interesting.
pi- if the
It's
picture was
selective.
enough, if the picture was enough clear for the mountains to show their edge and how there's a hump with the trees over distance, then I could draw it, but I
Well,
cannot
yeah.
see it because it's obstructed by the fog.
So you're saying like if it was a wider view, wider lens, then you would see it.
No, it's not a matter of lens; it's a matter
Then
of
you'd have a
shit
hump in the
conditions.
horizontal. Well, the conditions are there. You can see the mountains, like you're seeing them.
Yeah, but you only see
But
the edge.
you're not seeing like them like in a hump shape, really. As much as like you have the lateral in front of you, you drew the humps, but then horizontally there's no hump.
Yeah, in order to
I get it.
draw
It's
the
just
hump
selective.
away from the again, in order to draw the hump away from the observer, then you would need to see the progression of the terrain over distance, and you don't see this in this mountain because it's just so foggy. You only see the very edge of it where it meets the sky. But you don't see any details within the mountain. You don't see how it has the hump, how it has the edge that goes up, up, up. So there is no reference in the image for me to draw that.
Well, the reference would be, the end. You have that hump, and then the mountains are behind the hump. So the mountains, you drew the hump, but horizontally, even before you get to the mountains, right? Horizontally, the hump isn't there. There's no the side horizontal hump. But laterally, you drew the hump, and then consider the mountains. They're also not in the hump. So are you saying that it's not wide enough aperture, or what? Why is it so selective?
Oh, you're asking why the horizon isn't curved, just using some complicated wording.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, because you're too low to see it, and you cover.
Well, you're high, but you're high enough in the foreshortening, right? You have the foreshortening, and then the humps that you drew. But then the humps that you drew are to a horizontal horizon. And that's not even a horizon because then you see the mountains behind that, and that's the horizontal. So sort of that image where you drew the humps, they end, and they're not ending to make a hump like a big hill. It's humping to a horizontal line.
Foreshortening, it happens in the direction away from the observer, not kind of perpendicular to his line of sight. Because it basically has to do with perspective. Perspective makes things smaller over distance. In this case, even not the case of it being smaller, but having like a smaller separation angle with distance. So the things, the further away they are, even though physically they cover the same distance, the more squished they will be in their angle. So any distance, if that distance is curved, for example, if it isn't a straight line but an arc, this arc will be more prominent the further you go, because the more squished the same distance is. So the more squished the same curve is. The same distance, like let's say for example 10 kilometers, which would be a curved distance in this case if the Earth is curved, will be covered in a smaller angle. So logically the curve would be more prominently visible because you have to squeeze the same curve into smaller angle in your field of view.
Yeah, but why wouldn't that be happening laterally?
https://discord.gg/flat-earth. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature